Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another day of action-packed high-stakes poker from here in Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow, day 5 of this Triton Jeju Festival, one of 2 on the calendar this year. And that also means it's day 5 of me contending with Jeju Lung, which is what I've christened it. Somehow I've yet to infect everybody around here, but put me in a little hermetically sealed cocoon at this point because I spend most of the morning evicting, the phlegminess. Is this what we all tuned in for? Was this report? Yes? No?
It sounds like that means you're feeling a little bit better, and I'm happy to hear the uptick has started.
I got to tell you, I think maybe we're on the back half of this. The back 9, as producer James Big Golfer would describe it as, but the front 9 of this particular pregame show is going to consist of what I don't want to give it away. I don't want to say who won yet. If you missed it, the 25K, the record breaker, 1.9 million up top. I don't want to say why it's incredible that he won it because he's a phenomenal poker player, but the reality is he should have been out of there. And if you missed it, we're going to go right back to it. How about we unpack the highlights, Kevin, and then we'll come back and talk about all that was associated with the champ in the 25K. Deal?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, roll the tape. So 9-handed action is how we would begin this final table. Ace-6 suited for Jeremy Osmus with the blinds at 2, 4, and 4. He would ask Alexander Shilko's big blind to make a choice. Shilko really hated this spot. He chewed on it for quite some time. Queen 3 ultimately deemed better than nothing. He did pick up a gutter on the turn. What he didn't pick up is anything more than 9th place money, however, as the Belarusian took down $178,000. 8 would remain. And then the tactician, Matthias Eibinger, found a couple of 9s after a Joe Chuen opened to $1 million and a Shunjiro Kita ace-king suited jammed to 6.3. Matthias decided he could not resist the lure of a prospective triple, called, and then realized he was in a world of hurt. That hurt would continue on a King 10-8 board. Note, however, that on the turn, all of a sudden, Kita was poised to potentially shower not 1 but 2 parties with the gut shot straight flush draw, and instead, it was high fives for Joe Chuen as he would collect the pelt of Matthias Eibinger. $222,000 richer for the effort, and the path cleared for the remaining 7 to hunt hardware. Kita, it all came undone in a big hurry, not just that previous hand, but another one before it. And then this was the moment where his final 900,000 would get in there, dominated by ace-jack, bottom pair versus middle pair. Paulius Vaitiekunas, though, the story, as he had the joint on the flop, did his best to get Vaskresensky to get interested in this 600K side pot, was unable to do it across 2 streets, finally did his own bidding on the turn with what amounts to an overbet, 2.5x territory, given that there was 600 in the side. Vaskresensky just stepped away from the ace-jack, and then Kita would step away from the proceedings. $314,000 for that 7th place finish. 6-handed action now. Officially short-handed. Joe Chuen's jacks found a very short-stacked Paulius with the blinds at 4, 8, and 8, who would go all in for his final 1.6. 4-5 was always in a way, and it drew dead on the turn as he would wrap the table. And the talents of the Lithuanian parted ways with the FT, but not before $417,000 for the payout. Vaskresensky would be in the on-deck circle with Queen 9, facing a Simcoe Y, blind versus blind. Raise, he would jam, and oopsie, Y woke up with the aces. Vaskresensky in bad shape on the flop, could draw dead on the turn, and that's exactly what he did. And you could see a stunned look on his face. Why do they have to have aces? $532,000 would go to Maxim as 4-handed action would begin, and Wolfgang would find ace-8 against Queen 9, 4.8. A man into the middle, and you see Osmus with not 1 but 2 pair as he would ice it on the turn. But what a dream run for Alexander Seipt. $680,000. Podium remained. What would be the running order for the final 3? It was TBD, but it always looked as though Simcoe Y would be booking a date. Heads up. All of a sudden, though, a sweaty little 10-6-4 board as Zhou Chuan covered handsomely. Was open-ended. A deuce or a 7 would ruin the fun for the Malaysian. He took it in stride. Didn't put a foot wrong. 855,000 would go to his way, and then Zhou Chuan had a table for 2. Pocket threes. Modestly ahead of Jeremy Osmus. Ace-9 would turn into top 2.
9 of spades.
The turn was crab-free, and so was the river. And you saw Jason Kuhn among so many others there to congratulate Osmus, who hasn't spent a whole lot of time on the Triton Tour, but would collect a title. Zhou Chuan, $1.193 million went his way. 2 big 7-figure scores, but the $1.9 million in this record-setting 25K would go to Jeremy Osmus. And throughout that final table, and even the run-up to it, whilst I was in the booth, I talked about how this guy is just having an absolute tear of late. And he's very humble about it. He's very modest about it. As skillful as he is, he knows that some things have gone his way, but perhaps nothing as fortuitous, Kevin, as what he mentioned in the post-game interview was a reality in which he should not have been in a spot to win this thing.
Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, maybe gave credit, you would say, to some jet lag, to not getting good sleep. The reality of the pot that you're referring to was that blinds had gone up to 50, 125K, 125K ante.
Mm-hmm.
He announces, as he's dealing with that 10-second shot clock, maybe not as familiar with the Triton format, he announces 160. I mean, the table just kind of froze for a second there to figure out what 160 even implies. And meanwhile, Shilko was sitting with aces 2 seats over. This should have been a cooler. This should have been a pre-flop all-in. It ended up being a spot where Shilko was trapping with aces and they go post. Jeremy gets away from the pot.
So Jeremy ended up limping when he announced 160.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't at least 50% more.
Exactly, the ruling. And there was some discussion about it. I was mistaken at first, but Fedor Holtz pointed out, if you say raise, regardless of what comes after saying raise, you would expect that the minimum will be enforced.
Correct.
What Jeremy said was 160.
Right.
All he said was 160. He didn't say the word raise. So there was some confusion about whether raise is implied. Floor came over and confirmed that raise is not implied. 160 is the same as if Jeremy had just put out 160,000 chips.
Right.
So we know that's not the required 50% more. It ends up being a limp. Now when it gets over to Shilko, aces, he goes 500,000, I believe, 4 big blinds. And when it gets back to Jeremy, he's got room to go for a small 3-bet. 1.1 million, Shilko calls, ace on the flop, ace on the river as well. Jeremy ends up getting away from his hand, and I mean...
You know, it stands in such stark contrast, and run good comes in so many forms. We've talked about this. But a misclick like that, the last time I can remember one that impactful, it played out absolutely horribly. And apologies in advance because so much runway is now there between this moment for this individual, Chris Brewer, who I'm bringing up, and, you know, where he is in terms of state of mind and situation. But it was an absolute career low point in Cyprus when in the Invitational, and you remember this pot, Kevin, even though you hadn't yet been either a player or a commentator at Triton, he didn't realize there was an open and a jam in front of him and then took a spot on the stone money bubble in that one. He was already running like death, and that misclick ended up costing him a cash. Here, a misclick for Jeremy actually spares his pelt. What a remarkable situation for the man who joined us first in Madrid in 2022. He did play Paradise in December. I mean, what can you say? This guy, he just seems to show up and get it done. Such a cool customer. And you think he's got the bug? You think he's here to stay now? He doesn't love the travel.
It was hard to tell from the way that he spoke about it in the interview, right? Jeremy does have a good setup at home in Las Vegas. He's right near the Poker Go studio. We see him a lot on those broadcasts. And, you know, I understand when you have the desire to play tournaments and chase after big prizes, that's very alluring, but you've also got those home responsibilities. You want to spend some time with your family. You want to be responsible like an adult, you know, and Jeremy looks like a responsible guy.
His nickname is Dad, if I'm not mistaken, which is so apropos of just his whole vibe, right? He just seems like a guy that doesn't have a degen bone in his body, if I'm being honest. But let's not overlook the others that were there at that table with him, in particular Zhou Chuan, a fan of the 4-card streets. PLO, really where he excels. But again, just showing that 2-card, man can get it done. This is not his favorite discipline. Hat tip to him. Simcock Y had heaps. And then the 2 kings finally undid him. Again, maybe that theme of newcomers to Triton could have continued had things gone his way in that particular pot. The Malaysians awfully proud of him. The rail was robust. Maybe it would have been him with the title if that pot goes a different way. And how about Wolfgang? Let's not overlook this because I think, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but it takes a lot to put yourself out there and be a content creator in any industry. But in poker in particular, let's face it, the most outspoken voices can often be the most critical. As much as we'd like to believe that the chorus is a cacophony of support, it isn't. And it takes a lot of vulnerability, and a lot of people are thinking, oh, you're out of your league, you're just wasting money, you got no shot. Shows up and finishes 4th. How about it?
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of my friend, and I believe Wolfgang's friend as well, Ethan Rampage Yao, who just a few years ago was in a similar position, rising through YouTube popularity, starting to take shots at high-stakes tournaments, and he bested, well, me, unfortunately, in the 2022 WPT Championships at the Win for almost $1 million. It feels like the same kind of story playing out here for Wolfgang. Comes in with $25,000, doesn't expect a whole lot, I imagine, because he maybe feels like he's outclassed, maybe, talks about coming into a field like Triton with respect for his opponents, but also that desire to just compete and do something on a big stage. I mean, we saw him run some bluffs. We saw him go after some pots, which I'm sure is what got him to the final table. But once the pay jumps got pretty big, once the numbers got serious, we did see a few...
He took a pass in some spots.
A bit of nerves, maybe a bit of... let's just see if I can get dealt a more comfortable situation. Let's just see if I can survive one more spot. It was eventually his undoing, but, I mean, he's not going to be disappointed with 4th place.
No, I mean, listen, he laddered on multiple occasions, just kind of patiently sitting back. We've observed very profitable economics in that regard from some of the best to ever do it, by the way. So no judgment, by the way. Obviously, what a dream moment. Hat tip to Wolfgang. Let's turn our attention then with event number 3 in the books to what we have in store. Event number 5. There are no event number 4s here at Triton, and that is going to mean a $30K buy-in. The largest that we've had thus far, far from the largest that we have on the docket, where we do not have an invitational here in Jeju, but we do have 150K, which is a 50% larger buy-in than the 100K main. That comes your way later on at this festival. 252 entries, 185 uniques. We're going to pick things back up with just 45 of those 185 uniques remaining. 39 players will get paid. Walk us through the money, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a min cash of 52,000. This is less than 2 buy-ins, and as we've covered a few bubbles already, we're seeing that players in these fields are not necessarily tiptoeing around, trying to sneak in. They are recognizing that the payout structures we're dealing with here are pretty top-heavy, but when you're just a few spots away, and if you look at the bottom of the leaderboard, we've got a number of players who have experience playing in this format, only 4 big blinds for Yulian Bogdanov of Bulgaria, and a number of players under 10 big blinds. You can see that with 39 paying, everyone on the screen right now is hoping to sneak into one of those few spots.
Now, I want to scroll up here to the top portion of these particular chip counts, where you are going to ultimately find, once we get there, Kiat Lee of Malaysia way out in front. He has so many second places, it makes your head spin. One wonders whether or not 57 big blinds and a good bit of runway, obviously 16 bigs in front of second place Emilian Patavi, will be enough momentum. Still very early, but he is really salivating over the prospects of picking up a title. Patavi, by the way, this is just his 2nd ever Triton Festival. Cashed the 15K. 3 cashes back in Monaco at his first festival. Looking on form is the Frenchman, not to be overshadowed, of course. Foxen in 3rd, Lord Vogel in 4th, and then Vladimir Minko rounding things out in 5th. We're going to pick things up with the blinds at 30 $160,000. You see the 2 feature tables, which are going to be coming your way in just a moment. Sam Greenwood leading over at table number 1. And then, of course, Kiat with the overall chip lead. We're going to have a chance to observe his procedures as yet another day of Triton Super High Roller Series action is set to come your way. Obviously, if you're out there and you're enjoying it, let us know early. Click like, click subscribe, do what you want to do. Whatever you do, don't sit on your hands. We're monitoring the chat, and we love to hear from you. So here we go. Jeju Shinhwa World Landing Casino, brought to you by WPT Global. The walk around the room. There's Nikita. Looks like he's got himself engrossed in a little conversation there. Wouldn't call his stack little, though. 1.5 million, 24 bigs. Plenty serviceable. Average stack at present, 1.1 million, 19 bigs, so he's on the right half of the leaderboard. I see Ike Haxton, Joey Weissman, David Peters. Is that Alex Theologist there? Ouch. This is a rough little spot. And I'm not talking about the 12 bigs in front of Peters, but rather the table draw. Not one that you would choose,
yeah,
Kevin, if given an option.
Starting to look like a list of all the most decorated super high roller players.
You know, it stands in contrast to the 15K where we had so many unknowns, right? And it's just double the buy-in, which many of those people in the 15K would have invested given it was a single re-entry. Once the first bullet is out of there, surely there's enough value to plunk in the extra 15K. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that almost nobody who lost their first bullet walked away without investing another 15K. Very few. As you saw, look at Christoph. Now we flip over to Nicky P, Ben Tollerine. Looks like Dylan Lindy. Nicky P, 1.6. You can work with that. Oh, I thought that was Ben Tollerine. Forgive me. I owe Ben an apology. Cale Burns in the foreground, by the way, to the right of Lind. 15 bigs in front of Dylan. I believe that's Constantine.
Yeah, that's right. Konstantin Maslak. Cale Burns, feel like I've seen him in every day 2 so far.
Yeah, you know, considering that he's been away for some time, he has come back on form. About this table. Ay, ay, ay. Bogdanov, Hajiev, Simbolas. What else are we working with?
Looking like Vladimir Minko there among our leaders. 5th in chips.
Nikolaitis also there. Wilson. Looks like a couple of cats that have paid a visit to the Triton merch shop for the newest drop. Collection selling out fast. If you've ever been to a Triton, you know you gotta hustle up before they run out of sizes. Cameraman just threw it in reverse. As Kiat Lee has thrown it in drive. 57 bigs. That's set up at the red table for him, given that Renji has just 19, which is good for second. Has to be dreamy. I would suspect Kiat Lee might be an abuser of sorts out there.
Yeah, that's an extremely advantageous spot for the tournament chip leader. These other players might not get a chance to see a flop unless they put all their chips in.
I mean, if I'm Greenwood and Nakai, Sturm for that matter, Martirosian, Coelho, I'm green with envy. because those guys are in a bit of a log jam over at the blue table. Furuse, Angelov, and Bin rounding things out over there. Once again, 30, 60, and 60, the blind level that we're going to be resuming action at. 150K in orbit, the price of poker. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Sonny and the staff getting everybody set and ready to go before they drop the green flag, and the cards are in the air. There's Duan Bin. And it looks like the short stack is wasting no time ripping it in there. Unclear what the holding is.
Thought I saw a couple of kings flash on the graphic there briefly. Could be mistaken, but starting pretty short stacked. He does only have one move. Wouldn't surprise me to see a top end hand just open rip.
No takers, and no opportunity to verify whether or not it was two kings, it would seem. So with one orbit's worth of tokens acquired, we do flip it over to the other feature table. Nacho Barbero among the crew. The other half of the Greenwood duo. Lucas here, Sam at the other table. And as we suspected, Kiat Lee showing signs of abuse.
Yeah, wasting no time. 9-8 offsuit opening in the hijack. Not your typical raise, but Kiat's expecting a lot of these to get through.
Now I can start speaking. I have my mic off.
Nacho not wasting his breath until the microphone is on.
What's up, buddy?
Nice Burberry.
Thank you, bro.
You're welcome. You didn't even know it was Burberry, huh? You gotta look yourself.
It's fake.
No, it's not.
I bought it in Turkey.
Hey,
Bro, you saw the price of Bitcoin? I can only use fake stuff now.
what do you mean? It's like 88,000, no?
Yeah, but it was 105, bro.
It was
Well, I remember when I first
before Trump got elected.
laid eyes on
like
this
85.
German here, Rainer
It's like
Kempe.
87, 86.
You know Trump
It was
It's
got
got
elected
when
and it
Fedor
went from
Holtz
60
was
to
taking the
80,
poker world
like
by
only 2
storm.
months
Stefan
ago.
Sondheimer, Rainer,
So I don't know how you could say it
I want
went
to say
down.
Dominic
yeah,
Nietzsche
I'm buried from peak.
Yeah.
was a part of that crew.
Yeah.
Stuck from peak.
We-
How do you know that?
Rankenmeyer,
How are you?
Tobias Rankenmeyer,
I feel bad if you can only
running
do
with
them.
stuff at peak.
but
A little bit
Very
before
true.
my
I
tournament
love
days,
going
but
shopping when like the crypto is up. Crypto down, never going shopping. Never in my life.
I think a lot of those guys successfully
What?
made
Crypto go down, everything just seems more expensive.
enough wealth
Yeah.
in poker to take a little time off.
Lucas has made enough of a hand
Yeah,
take
it's nice
off
to feel better.
for 755.
Because then you learn, you like understand that you should appreciate your money. So then you play better. It's actually might be the wisest choice.
Yeah. You know what I did now? I put here that this, I left the ticket to remind me that I spent 30K in the summer.
755.
Yeah. So to remind
Renji
me,
Mao
I really value money.
has ace king. This is a spoonful of medicine. He's asking for a count.
31.8.
I don't think there's a world in which this ace king does anything other than hop in here.
1800 and just know that you'll never
It's
ever
just
touch that.
a cutoff
You're right
open.
about that.
Yeah, definitely Renji
You cannot touch the
just doing a little bit of verification, but also he is in the small blind. He's got a player behind.
Good job, bro.
Doesn't want to reveal his eagerness to get these chips into the pot.
Yeah,
We have an
comes
Odino.
piling in there.
I like your hand.
Played it as a flat. This is obviously still going to look plenty strong. Was hoping that maybe
I'll take it,
the big blind would find some trouble. Instead, it is Lucas Greenwood who has found trouble early here.
It's gonna be like the
Smothered
plastic chop.
in a 1.63 million chip pot. Back up against the wall. Will Lady Luck pay him a visit here on this flop?
Yeah, this is a chop of the board, sort of. 2, 4, 4.
This is tough to chop.
4.
This is like the,
Not
We need
so
a
far.
4.
where did that ace go?
Ask for the queen. Be greedy. Yeah, be greedy. Ask for a queen.
Oh, hang on.
Deuce is good.
There you go.
So now we need the
Duckling
4.
now presents an opportunity
Queen and 4 liquor lights.
for generally regarded as unlucky around these parts. It would be very fortunate for Greenwood on this occasion. Queen would be better. And instead, it's the 10 of spades. And with that, we have our first casualty of today's coverage.
What a life. Have a 4. What a life, huh?
I think I had a 4 too. I'm not sure.
Again, 39 will be paid. So with that elimination, we are 5 away from the money.
Open shot.
What about that guy that his last name is Poseidon? Poseidon.
I would have loved for you to open shove on this one.
Bella Bella.
Boy, it's looking thin out there. Has nothing but the 30K. Is currently in action.
Rainy.
How much? No, he's not folding. So are they bringing someone over?
I don't think so.
Well, it's been pretty gloomy
No.
outside. Weather hasn't exactly, during this off-peak season, invited folks to explore.
I can't believe that people just actually
Anything
pay
other
attention
than
to that. Can I,
the
by the way,
indoors.
can I use GTO Wizards here in the hand or not? Here.
You can. It seems like you can do whatever you want. You'll be fine. You never get in trouble. You're the standard goofball. You know?
I'm a
You get
goofball.
in trouble.
Barbero trolling over a recent controversy involving a photo that was posted
How they know?
in social media where a solver was open on his screen while he was involved in a hand, but according to those with whom I've discussed it, very cursory. There's no concerns that RTA was what was afoot. I'm sure you're familiar with it as well, Kevin.
Yeah. Not a good look.
I forgot how it was to play on TV table, bro. Busting every tournament, like.
I don't know, but
It
I can't,
was
I can't believe
investigated.
You just brought that up on TV. Why would you ask that at the TV table? This is
I
like
confess
a-
I wasn't going to
how
bring
to
up
do
the
it.
topic until Nacho
Wall.
took us there.
Yeah, he just wants to get ahead of it, you know.
Buddy,
Sure.
when you're Nacho Barbero, you can do whatever the fuck you
打
want.
完
You understand that?
打完那2万5，
What did I do?
4万不打抽奖啊。
Nacho just
不喜欢抽
bubbling over with humility.
我打得累死，然后进个圈拿3万。
Ben Heath
抽个奖吧，抽个奖就。
bubbling over with Queen 7 of clubs from the small blind. Reiner can't fight.
Algorithm,
剩
YouTube,
25%就开始
video, whatever.
Day 2就开始抽奖。
Oh, okay. Big cash game.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
我知道，我说
Heath, by the way, a Triton beast with over 14 million.
No gray.
In career Triton earnings, doesn't bring any undue attention to himself, content to quietly
I
go
think
about
it
his
was-
business.
You were there when when he was like, I haven't looked.
Wait, what?
21 cashes,
When Tony
yet
D
to
with
win his
Tony
first
Floyd,
title.
Oh, yeah, that was insane.
You were there, right?
He did
Yeah,
finish
okay, that was
11th.
That was the most fun.
In the
funniest
20K.
fun I've ever seen in my life.
It was up there for sure. He's like, really? You didn't look? Okay, I believe you.
fucking bitch.
After like all their history too, he just believes them.
He's so.
So you say, hey,
And then like it was so obvious when Hashim saw it. He's like, this is between you guys. I don't want to say anything at this point.
That was hilarious. It's a really good show. You guys should go watch it.
I did know. I watched it.
Wow, looking good, huh? So you went to spend some money after the 6th place. I like it.
After the 6th place. No, actually Linus Love put me on this one. Like I was watching, he had like the two-tone Prada shirts. I was like, those are kind of sick. It's kind of wrinkled right now though from the suitcase.
Michael Joseph.
So you get like
Joins the
fashion
party.
advice from Linus Love.
No, I've never even talked to him. I just saw him wearing it. I was like,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Ah, but
You wouldn't take fashion advice from him? I would.
It would be an interesting
no,
side
actually,
hustle for
no,
Linus.
he doesn't.
Fashion coaching.
Yeah, consulting.
It's not.
I'm
it's not my
moments
style, but
away
that's,
from running out there,
inside.
by the way, and
you ever
just
seen,
adjusting the
His
sunglasses
boxer
on
that he wore
Nacho
with, like pink. He was playing
which-
cash game with it.
are tilting me based on their lack
Is
of
this your stack?
balance. They're like
470.
kinked off to one
I
side.
just grabbed this. It was like literally right here, and they moved my chips. I didn't know if they.
Yeah,
It
should have
really-
700K.
it makes you think
maybe
that-
not, wait.
The operator of that stack is really
R6?
splashy, by the way.
So-
There's something.
That's you.
You have
I
to be
just
so
correct.
I just moved
unbothered
here, yeah.
by everything.
It's me.
'Cause I
Well,
started
you
with
remember
715.
way back in the full tilt days, you
Wait,
could
I started
choose
with
emotions
715 and
on your avatar
Oh, yeah.
just to kind of
Yeah, you play this.
convey what state of mind you were in.
Yep.
Seagate is, yeah. Yeah,
Pretty
that's
sure-
you, 100%.
Okay.
The tilted sunglasses.
I wish it was me. 2 blinds there. boom.
Not a person that's had a good session.
You must really like Linus Love.
They may have had a good previous evening, but
Yeah,
not
don't-
necessarily a good session.
Yeah.
Don't know that
Handsome guy.
inebriated was one of the options
Yeah.
for full tilt.
Should have been.
Huh?
You ever seen him
Would have
wear
been a good one.
product
El calor.
in, like, a cat
Yeah.
cam?
Yeah.
Muy caliente.
I have that shirt too.
Really?
And then I bought it. It's like a button up. And then,
I've honestly bought. I've bought a
and then I
couple.
like saw he was wearing it one day on
I mean,
YouTube.
he lives in Madrid, but he doesn't speak.
I've bought a couple pieces.
Okay,
of-
Spanish.
Prada?
Really?
Or just designer in general from seeing Triton guys.
Ah,
wear
he
it.
speaks.
Like somebody wears something, I'm like, oh, that's kind of sick, and I buy it.
Yeah, I was at like a.
You know, I can relate to Joseph, by the way, because
Yeah.
since joining,
Me?
I don't know about
Triton.
trusting his fashion advice.
He had like this really sick Louis Vuitton
I've
jacket.
really started punting
And then I
on
had to go
Dior.
get it, but
Yeah.
it's
And it's because I see these
Did you get it?
crazy
Yeah,
super
dude.
high cash game guys rocking stuff, and I'm like, oh, the difference is
That's probably the most.
my net worth isn't near what those guys is. It may not be quite as manic depressive as some of their
When my
net
boy
worths
called me and told
in
me
any
that
given
there's fires
session.
in LA, he's like, what should I grab? And I was like, oh, well, my 2 jackets for sure.
Yeah.
Like the first 2 things I mentioned.
Was your house ever like?
Yeah, we were in danger zone. My
danger
apartment. Yeah. But
Did-
then it was like half a mile away.
So I just realized I underreported my stack. I think.
Why, you just found an extra 100K? Maybe it was Lucas's chips. Maybe they're supposed to be his chips.
I don't think. Well,
Nacho with the nickels, clicking.
Interesting choice. Off of 11 blinds, I think the standard play would be to fold with 5s, not wanting to commit pre-flop. But Nacho deciding, yeah, this hand isn't good enough to get all in, but let's try and get a min raise through.
oh no, it's fine.
No, I said this.
I have a feeling it's not going to work against Ben Heath's ace-jack suited here.
Well, it does feel like Heath is durable enough, and he announces all in. Over the top for a total of 650K.
Sorry, Triple Leader. It's not-
Roughly 11 bigs. Ace-2 suited.
Okay, fair enough. You're a very nice
Reiner's
guy.
going to
You
have
should-
an
you
intimate
should
moment
be
with the
happy
hand, but
enjoy it.
unclear whether or
I
not
honestly hope I can spoil
he's
it.
going to seek to consummate the relationship, and nope,
I didn't ask for more.
takes a pass, understandably, with raise and 3-bet jam in front of him.
And under normal circumstances, you'd say, oh, I have a pair, I have too much equity. And I don't want to assume Nacho's upcoming decision because he might feel the same way. No, he does just decide to pass.
That one?
But with the money just 5 spots away, we don't take normal pot odds into account. We're going to want a lot more than even money.
Yeah, obviously the
Counting my
influence
chips.
of the bubble.
7.
I got it. No worries.
It's good.
Almost 9. Don't forget that
Yeah,
one.
but it's correct.
Cannot be overlooked. Also, what cannot be overlooked is the fact that there is a massive theme park here in the Shinhwa World Complex. In fact, most of the world, I believe, is in reference to this Disney-like deal that they have. And I confess the only thing, given I actually have a couple of tickets to this bad boy, Kevin, and you can roll
Oh,
with if you want.
really?
They just gave them to me when I checked into the hotel.
Oh.
I want to go and see if they have, you know, the little, the Squid Game girl that sings a song, then turns her head, and then shoots everybody that moves.
I actually do know about this, yes.
Do you think that's an attraction?
I mean, given the average age of the people I've seen frequenting that theme park, I'm not sure that that's...
What are you, creeping around the,
The target?
turnstiles? What's going on?
We're staying on the property. Have you not seen
No,
who's-
but you gotta hoof it all the way over there
About to.
to know who's coming and going. Kev.
I guess maybe I'm underestimating how many people are not staying here but are just waltzing into the theme park. I haven't been at the turnstiles.
I'm just.
I just assume most of the people staying here, this is a big reason why.
Yeah. Last
Do I
time
use
around, I
these
didn't
now,
go.
or which ones do I use?
You get the regular.
I don't know if they're open, rain, or shine. What I do know is that Kiat Lee can almost close his eyes and do a whole lot of this. Jack 10 offsuit, decides to rip it. Joseph knows
Yeah,
that Kiat's sus.
you don't normally want to call with a hand like this for your tournament life, but Joseph's, he's got actually a pretty healthy stack, and doubling could be pretty valuable for him. Getting up to 1.6 million, it's worth a lot of tournament equity.
Well, what's the cutoff and the tipping point in terms of the stack is so healthy that maybe we need to coast and ride it into the money before we do something else versus seek to leverage it and then get ourselves into a much nicer spot to make a deep run?
I mean, the way that I try to think about it is how many extra dollars can I make for the rest of the tournament if I double up here, if I do put my stack at risk and double up here, because it's got to be worth the 40-odd% that we just lose 50,000, right? 52,000, the min cash we could secure by just folding our way through. But maybe a double to 1.6 is worth 150,000, 180,000, I'm guessing.
You know, he asked you to put it in for some reason, you know.
No, I know, but I thought
We got to be willing at some point to risk losing the guaranteed min cash.
It could easily be a call. Not sure. You put in the ace-8?
Yeah, I mean, the upside of a double
Probably like thinking about
and then sitting 1.60 is massive for Joseph potentially. But he did ultimately decide to take a pass. And he is looking around. He sees Barbero, 9 bigs. Reiner's got 10 bigs. Armaganian, 7 bigs. Right here, pardon me, at this table, there are 3 shorter stacks than his that he can maybe outlast.
Yeah, but it also gets tricky because someone like Oganyan here with only 400,000, he's even more incentivized to try to outlast. Only 4 off the money now. If he can manage clock, get his way around the table maybe just once instead of twice.
All in.
Joseph finding a situation where he's at a chip advantage against Nacho in the big blind.
Yeah, and look at this. The man,
any 2 shove.
He didn't want to call with ace-9 against a shove from Kiat, and yet here he is with 7-deuce suited, willing to rip. Granted, he covers, but Barbero, 445, claiming it's tough. 6-7 offsuit. He's just being facetious, as obviously a few seconds are sportingly milked.
You worry as Joseph when you hear that. Am I getting slow rolled, or is he just making a quip about the time wasting?
We have had another casualty, by the way, elsewhere in the field. We began with 45. You saw Luke Greenwood showered. And then Joey Weissman found an ace-5 suited against Alex Theologus. He 3-bet jammed with just 245,000 over the top of a click up front from Theologus, who would make the call. Weissman did turn the nut flush draw after it came Jack, Jack 10, but could not do any better than trip jacks and 44th. So 43 remain, 4 away from the money. Top 39 paid here in Jeju. Event number 5. $1.5 million will go to the champ. $1 million and a tickle to the runner-up, as again we put together 2 7-figure scores at the top of the payouts. 52,000 will be the min cash, and Kiat Lee has found a real hand for a change.
Yeah, Kiat been raising it up very frequently, sometimes min, sometimes all in. Now when he has a monster like this, you put in the small raise, you hope someone behind tries to take their rejam opportunity.
Catch up respectively or something, so like that one plays 3, the others play 2 and 1, and everyone, and then we start again.
She said we will soon be in the money.
Okay.
And you will soon get us there.
Joseph with a sporting pause. You're going to see a little bit of this. To be fair, it isn't egregious. And on the occasions where it does feel like somebody's going a little bit harder at the stalling, they will be forthright about it, you know.
Yeah.
And Nacho making a good fold there, in my opinion, with ace-6 of diamonds. Only 7 big blinds in his stack. He's almost never going to get Kiat to fold.
I'm sensible.
Sensible, reasonable, fair chip leader.
Nice not have to worry about it so much.
I'm giving you guys a chance to jam. Like,
Yeah.
look at him. Pick up some chips. Doing good deal.
Where do you think Nacho begins to draw the line and consider
Not fair. You're
the
too
all-in?
good. You're too
Ace
good
10
with
plus?
chip
Yeah, my mind went
like you're playing
about
perfect.
there.
Last time I
Maybe
played-
ace-10
played
suited.
Malaysia, not like-
Even ace-10 offsuit,
I'm
not
poor now. Bitcoin going down, bro.
that exciting.
Yeah.
Everyone's poor. Why do you think I folded ace-9? If Bitcoin was 100K, I'm looking in there.
And even with pairs, don't always want to get it in
You guys
with
think it'll
pairs when you're
still
flipping
keep
every
going
time.
down? So much hype after the election, or
It seems like it hop up a bit.
Nah, I think the bottom was
Went
80.
back
The
to
bottom was
86
80K.
now.
you better pray that.
Where are we at now? We're like 85?
You better pray that
86,
the
I
bottom was 80.
Yeah, it was 80.
I feel like it's my
See?
fault.
I'm giving you a
See
chance
just how
again.
light Kiat's going after it. Not quite that light.
Conversation at the table centering around the pullback in Bitcoin. Obviously, a lot of these super high rollers' net worth is tied up in the crypto streets, predominantly in Bitcoin.
And there again, you just saw Oganyan fold a hand that could normally go all in for 7 big blinds. He really wants, I was going to say he really wants to sneak into the money. Not that much value in doubling up, but there's plenty of value in doubling up when you have as much equity as Pocket Kings has.
Well, Barbero, all too happy to get this one in contrast to the ace-6 suited, which he didn't chew on at all.
And this is ugly for Joseph. You're getting such a good
You
price.
wanna know exactly?
Nacho didn't even use a time bank. He's got,
Like 415.
415.
yeah, he knows it's ugly.
Pretty bottom.
You don't normally raise fold for 7 blinds, but King 10, a bottom open.
415.
I mean, as we can see, it's a whole lot uglier than Joseph realizes.
Yeah, I mean, he's expecting to run into ace-queen sometimes, maybe pocket 9s. But when Nacho doesn't really expect fold equity, he's not just going to flick it in here with pocket 4s. We don't have that much equity with King 10.
Well, Joseph does make the call, and it's oopsie.
Yeah, okay.
There's Barbero looking to put a dent in the Prada budget.
I mean, if he knew I had kings, he can't.
I could fold against that.
Yeah, it's obviously not the hand you want to see right now, but
I feel good.
Well,
you got a couple flushes.
I
almost
feel
a
really
million.
good about this one. Yeah, it's good.
in the middle, and Joseph says he feels good about it.
For you.
I don't think you're gonna.
The
hit.
10 leaves Barbero a little
was
bit
gonna be a
sick
cool- you
as he
could've just
knows
called,
the
it would've been
threats linger.
Yeah, I know.
If another 10 shows up, Nacho's going to feel rugged.
I folded
And
You folded,
instead,
have you folded then? You did?
it's a clean
folded a 10
run
now.
out.
Oof. One out.
415.
Yeah, you were saying. I had 10 jack actually.
It's kind of close, that one, actually.
To call? Yeah, I definitely like to 8. It's like easy fold.
Yeah, eight you fold. That's
Yeah,
it's so
easy.
insane.
Yeah.
You got like
7.3, I probably fold, and then 6.9.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
I mean, it's impossible. I mean, it's hard to fold anyway.
Joseph claiming to have incredibly precise mental
But you
math.
know, my hand there is like,
But I know what he's
I mean,
referring
what do
to.
you do with 8s?
I fold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I fold 8s, 9s.
saying he would have folded pocket 8s.
Well, I wouldn't put too much stock into whatever chirping is going on out there. There's some leveling. Meanwhile, Martirosian with a couple of 10s over at the other feature as an overpair on a 9-high board. After flatting the Leon Sturm King Jack open, he was able to put the 120 out there in the face of no follow-through from Leon. By the way, is this corduroy on what appears to be the kind of hat that spent several years in one of Grandma's seat cushions
I was wondering
on the
what
sofa
era
before
of
being
the
resurrected?
Vikings.
I mean, is that like the 1982 Vikings playoff hat? There, that is. And by the way, I'm here for it, Sam. Because that thing there, that you don't see that kind of. Can we get another shot of it? Because the bill alone, I wouldn't walk outside in a windstorm with that thing. It's like a sail. Did you see the length? Look at this thing. I love this hat. I'm dead serious. Look at that thing. You can't iron a hat. You just got to rock it. Fantastic stuff out of Greenwood. Diogo Coelho of Portugal. 5-4 offsuit, obviously not interested. This is his first ever Triton Festival. Same story for Ryuta Nakai.
Ryuta opening the button into a big blind of Leon Sturm with basically the same stack.
Kazuumi Furuse with the suited connector, direct left. Says no thanks.
And another one of those, yeah, we'd typically defend this hand, but are we trying to tangle for a small amount of chip EV? It's against a button raise, so we might see Leon defend regardless. Against an earlier position raise, I think we're out.
I know I'm not feeling well, but every time we take this shot of Leon Sturm, I feel like I'm on an acid trip, and I've never even been on one of those.
It's quite a get-up.
Once upon a time, my often partner in the booth, including last year here in Jeju, Nick Schulman, described a Jason Kuhn get-up as making him look like he was a drug dealer from the year 3000.
I think I remember that.
And this get-up here for Sturm has similar vibes. Nothing narcotic about Queen 10 deuce when we're holding 9-3 of clubs. However, he concedes to the 80K C-bet from Nakai.
You think he was skiing this morning, perhaps? Quick flight over to Japan and back?
You know, that would be an ambitious morning, if I'm being honest. I'm not really sure what Leon's been up to, but it's a different look.
He might just be headed that way after the trip, and he only brought a few sets of clothes, so.
Sure.
You just wear the ski outfit every fourth day.
It does have X Games undertones to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Duan Bin, by the way, getting collared, placed elsewhere in the field as fluid rebalancing efforts are conducted. Oh, we got to run out there and flip the pin right side up. Did you see that sometimes? You know. I just got PTSD. We used to have to wear pins when I was pledging my fraternity back in college, and if the pin was ever off, there would be hell to pay. I don't think we haze our dealers here, though.
20.
Something worth considering for what it's worth. Unless that's fallen out of favor, hasn't it?
I think, yeah.
That's not a great platform for me to run on.
No, that's been, I don't know that anyone was ever publicly like pro hazing. I think it's just kind of.
You know who generally is pro hazing is people
lower.
That aren't in the class of individuals that still need to be concerned about being hazed. The hazers tend to be pretty okay with the hazing, I feel like. But you know what? You're right, Kevin.
I don't think they'd, get on camera and.
No. No, they wouldn't.
Try to get others on board.
Coelho unable to get anybody on board with ace-8. He's okay with it. Raise and take. Polarized poker. That's a patch I've not yet seen.
Yeah, Diogo, I think I saw putting some content on Instagram.
Okay.
He's here for a purpose.
Well, the good folks at WPT Global are here for a purpose as well, and it's to help you find your way to a future Triton Super High Roller Series, where you can qualify online for our next WPT Global Slam. Win passport dollars and use them to buy into future Triton events, only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
I didn't know what the reroll was. But so the push doesn't count. I was watching Alex, and it was like, get it together quick.
Greenwood hoping there that the blinds would have stayed at the previous level before he had to pay.
I'm always curious when you see a couple of newcomers, as we are observing right now in Nakai and Furuse, both from Japan, whether or not the market is mature enough and big enough for a couple of guys capable of buying into a 30K not to be familiar with one another. Did they come out here together? Are they part of a crew? You know, there's a lot of contingents, you know, that maybe aren't as well represented. And so the assumption is that, hey, these guys all play poker back in their, you know, native lands.
My understanding is that those social poker clubs in Japan are huge. I mean, there's a big, big poker market.
You know, Shaman O'Dwyer was mentioning to me that he was playing some poker out in Japan. Now, granted, it's tournaments, not cash games, but the Japanese, I don't know if it was this past summer or a couple of summers ago, there was that one summer where all of a sudden they seemed to show up en masse. I don't know if there was some sort of packages that had been won through satellites or whatever, but it was like the year that they announced themselves to poker, and they have continued to do so impressively, as the announcements here are brought to you by Ace King of Clubs, Sam Greenwood, targeting the Sturm Open, smothering the clubs.
And the graphics showing just 40 remaining right now. Stone Bubble and Leon Sturm is at risk. We normally don't want to call 3-bets, just at all, really, when we're in that kind of situation. We could 4-bet all in with some bluffs and some good hands. We could fold, and that's pretty much the way you want to play these spots. Good fold from Leon.
I can't get over this hat, man. This thing is incredible. How do you, I mean, excuse me, how do you even come upon that thing in 2025? They're not manufacturing, you know. You remember when jeans with holes in them first started being marketed? I remember my parents were just like, why are you paying more for raggy looking things, right? You think a premium is collected for the distressed corduroy versus, you know.
Could be that it kind of operates like a collectible. You know, vintage fan gear.
That feels legit vintage right there.
Yeah.
Producer James has gone down the rabbit hole and apparently just found the hat online. Talk to us, Producer James, about the asking price for that particular lid. Wow. Now, I hate to break it to you, Producer James. I don't know when your last trip to the optometrist was, but the hat that you just showed us, not at all the one that Greenwood is wearing. Just look at the script. Look at the font. I know you said Etsy, $84. That one there is not it. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to one of the outer tables. Mr. Wilson, I believe, upon whom the action rests. He's going to activate. Haji Evan Nicolaitis out of the way. This, by the way, the table to which Duan Bin was relocated. And I'm sure he's thrilled to have found himself plunked right into a trip through the blinds. Sitting just 6 bigs.
Following this hand on Triton Poker Plus app, table 2. So Brandon Wilson open from the hijack. And a round of folds.
Well, it looks like producer James has gone back down the Vikings hat rabbit hole. And it would appear that for somewhere in the neighborhood of $100, you too can own that corduroy 1990s, pardon me, vintage Vikings hat. $50, but then you got tax and shipping.
That was the era I was going to guess. I have a 1989 Cubs hat from the year that I was born, actually, but the year that they were in the division series. And it has that kind of crinkly,
well, they're all
low
crinkled
structure
at
look.
this point.
It could
that
be
old
from deterioration.
Sure.
Just the slow death of the materials used to make that hat. But
whose idea was it? Because corduroy, you know, that's not exactly performance fabric, you know, on your head.
I was wondering about the function.
It is Minnesota, though, and you know that, you know, most of the year it's basically below freezing in Minnesota.
It's not
as
even,
everyone knows.
Not even touching his ears. It's just kind of perched on top of his head.
I'm telling you, this thing is incredible. If he nods up and down continuously, he's actually going to cool off the entire table just from the windstorm that could be created by the bill. Uh-oh. Bads has just joined the fun, and it's a lot less fun when you got to deal with him. See, here's an example, by the way, of one of the guys that cost me a couple of dimes.
Looking at the fashion
on
statement
the
that he tends to make.
Yeah. And then, of course, I'm the clown that decided I needed it in white and black. Never getting that back. You know what the worst part is? I just happened to decide to go online and see how much you could get them for off of like the real after having paid retail. Albeit in Europe, you know, where you get the tax back and all of that stuff, but still punting. And they don't really hold their value. Not a great investment. Unlike that Minnesota Vikings hat, which somehow is retailing now for way more than it did in the 90s. I just can't bring myself to do a used hat, though. You know, like someone else's head was in there.
I'm with you. I don't know anyone who's cleaned a hat just ever.
I mean, have you ever put a hat in the washing machine? Because don't they have cardboard elements that don't really perform well in that spot?
I haven't tried, but I don't think it would hold up.
Well, Sam's Vikings hat doesn't have any reinforcement in it. I'm willing to bet on that. That one you might actually be able to spot clean with, you know, carpet shampoo or something. I'm not. Anyhow. I love this thing. I really do. I would love to come back to the booth wearing Sam's hat. If producer James would be so kind as to go out and just interrupt Sam at the feature table, tap him on the shoulder, and just be like, hey, psst. While he was wondering, Mr. Chip Leader at the blue table, whether or not in between, you know, the next couple of orbits he could borrow your lid. But then I just talked about how you don't want to wear a hat that someone else has worn. I mean, my head lice days are behind me. You know, that was kind of an elementary school thing, so that's not really a concern. Between significantly less hair on my head and also just better hygiene and not being around a bunch of kids who are... The hell am I talking about, Kevin? It's happening again. But that's what, you know, when you give me a protracted chip count, what do you want me to do? The picture tells the story. Kiatli, chip leader coming into the day, sitting up top at the red table, 44 bigs deep. We go to 40 and 80. Cale Burns, second in chips overall.
Diogo, one of those tightly packed rather, stacks around the 20 big blind mark at this table.
You know, for a second, Kevin, I thought you were commenting on his physique, and I was wondering what prompted this. Because I confess, through the quarter zip, I wasn't really able to clock it, nor was I trying. But he's looking to clock some gains in the form of chips if anybody wants to splash around with them. 2 kings loaded for bear.
Oh, and Greenwood's going to do something with this hand. Now he covers by a good margin. So sometimes we see flats if we're worried that we're not going to get enough hands weaker than ours to call off, facing a 3-bet. Oh, but this is interesting. Instead of flatting to keep weaker hands in, Sam's deciding to 3-bet small to keep weaker hands in.
Now walk me through that choice.
Maybe, so sometimes with these bigger suited aces, let's call it ace-jack suited or better, we're thinking, well, what if Diogo had opened ace-7 suited or ace-5 suited? If he opens and we 3-bet small, these are the types of hands that tend to go all in as a bluff in these tight range scenarios. So when we do run into those bluffs, we're going to perform pretty well. Sometimes it's jacks, sometimes it's 10s.
And Greenwood knows that that 3-bet was never with the intention of stepping aside in the face of the 4-bet jam from Diogo. Of course, the players are
I'm guessing you don't have aces.
being told not to reveal their hands just yet until action is completed elsewhere in the room. 40 players remain. It's the stone money bubble as Duke Anwin finished in 43rd, Yulian Bogdanov showered in 42nd, and Evgeny Tereshchenko in 41st. The covering stack is Sam's. And for Diogo, obviously, you're not really looking for potential scenarios in which sitting with 1.3 million in front of you in the presence of so many shorter stacks than your own here on the Stone Money Bubble, you're playing for your tournament life. And here we are. Face up. Coelho recognizing the threats. $2.8 million in the middle, and the ace just magnetizes its way to the flop. A really ugly sight. The spade works, and all of a sudden, upon the arrival of the queen of spades, it finds a ray of light. Can Diogo go runner, runner? Can he find a third cowboy? He cannot. And that is such a painful exit for Diogo Coelho. Really no choice, of course, Kevin.
Yeah, making the right play.
I mean, you got to scroll up quite a ways before his elimination to where he was in terms of chips coming into that one. I mean, he was a top 15 stack
Do I get extra effect?
with 40 remaining, and somehow his mug is the one that you see walking out of here.
And we do often see that,
No, so like
you know, players playing for big money.
if I use these,
That's a chip lead pot
if
for
I use
Sam
these now, when
Greenwood.
do I get them again?
Diogo would have been 5th in chips had he won that hand.
you know, nobody's more excited than the folks down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. As you see, Greenwood now minted with 49 bigs, 3.9 million. New chip leader overall. As we're in the money here in event number 5, a guaranteed 52,000 is a flat payout from 39th all the way through to 32nd, which of course is nice insofar as it discourages any stalling from those looking to chisel modest pay ladders.
Yeah, and there's so many players sitting under 10 blinds right now.
6 bullets, 3
This could really...
That's not great, it's okay.
You would see the tournament drag on quite a bit if we put too many pay jumps in there, because those players would just keep jockeying for one little spot here and there.
Oh, we could see this field melt away in a hurry.
Yeah, relatively quick we made the money here, and
I say 160.
all the way up to 23rd place, I'm seeing 10 big blinds or less.
Especially now that I look at these big boys.
We should start seeing stacks fly.
No, I heard them. I heard them, especially after I saw this hand.
All in. Feels so good.
Joseph,
So good.
all too happy to get it in now without any of the pressure of making the money upon him.
Have a good hand though.
I have natural 9. 8. Sorry.
Natural
8.
Okay, we're flipping.
Ace Jack versus 2 9s, 820K pot.
3.
3.
Yeah.
And down with 3.
I think so too.
Thank you. Natural.
But it's small. I need a chance.
Off to the races we go. Joseph at risk, and the risks grow greater
Yeah, I agree.
Take a
in
time.
the absence
Yeah, fuck it.
of an ace or a jack.
Okay. It's kind of like
Picks
a
up 4 outs as the Broadway gut shot is added to the equation. Can he keep his seat? No, sir. Well, it's an exit, but it's one that comes with 52K versus the one before it for Michael Joseph.
You want these?
Can I have that?
What do you need them for? Natural 8, hard to beat.
Natural 8.
When is the page jump at 31?
Never. Natural final table is page up.
Never. Like literally never. I'm
so
looking at that. It's
We're gonna take off.
Yeah, let me
like
take all.
literally never. That's what I tell people. You guys just have to play for first.
That could be a
No, it's
fun
at 31.
format. You know, there's
Eight
just one
Eight
payout
nine.
for the money, and then one jump at the final table. And that's it. Actually, I guess that's just a shootout.
It's gonna be huge.
I think I've just invented shootout tournaments.
As you re-examine.
Everyone showered me.
Yeah, never mind. I don't have any original ideas.
Yeah.
I doubt this.
So I gotta win this if I want to stick around.
You know, false modesty is the height of conceit.
Huh?
That's a good motivation though.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they say every thought you've ever had, someone else has had before you.
I know, that's crazy, but have you ever said something? And you know what? I would believe you if you said no. But given
I've
as
never asked anyone for
much
anything,
babbling
you
as
know?
I can be guilty of,
The 2 people seems like all your
sometimes I'll say a sentence
Put on a show on this one
and then
so
stop
people
and go,
will,
in the history of the world,
people will know.
it's
how good you are.
possible no one ever strung those words together,
No, it's just luck.
which is saying something.
25 is starting 2 o'clock today?
It's all luck.
You know the wild
Yeah.
one?
In a literal sense, yeah.
When you shuffle a deck of cards, they tell you that no one's ever
Better be lucky
dealt
on it.
that deck or shuffled it into that sequence before.
I mean, I'm very
That's
lucky.
staggering. In
It
theory,
is. It is.
that no one's ever shuffled a deck into that.
So as long
One
as your
before.
sentences are 52 words long,
It's tilted one guy that
you could probably recreate it with words.
That's my plan.
I don't know if we're dealing with the
After he
same.
said no, I was like, you know, I'm not asking nobody.
There's
This
more
shit
words
hurts.
than there are cards. I'm getting lost in figuring this one
Go
out.
perform.
I mean, I think there might even be two-word, not sentences, but combinations that you could get out there that have never been muttered.
Why do you think I'm trying to? Yeah, it's the same for me. Why do you think I'm asking?
In fact, I aspire to deliver those to us every day we come into this booth.
She's so strong there when I defend with the only people.
Apologies in advance.
That wide.
Ace king for Kiat, as though he needs the help.
Yeah, coming in with the chip lead to start the day, Kiat's been dealt a lot of premium hands.
That's crazy. Hard to do that.
And Nacho has a somewhat playable one in the cutoff. Some players willing to flat off of this 9 big blind stack
So aggressive.
if you suspect the opening range is loose enough.
I had a good hand. I wanted to play.
I've had the same 2 cards.
I would have wanted to play too, but
I think.
it can't be worth a lot. It's a
I
fine
had a
fold.
good hand. I wanted to play.
Any of these 8s double up, they can win this bitch.
And Kiat knifing his way through as he
Big
has
blind stacks double up, they're like in contention to win the whole tournament. That's so sick.
since the onset.
If for chips, you have a chance.
Yeah.
Chris Moneymaker win it with 1 big blind.
I was there, man. I remember. Oh, you bubbled, right?
Yeah.
Fuck my life.
Fuck's sake.
You said fuck my life. I remember. You're like fuck my life.
I was like 10 big blind, and he just grind the shit and forced me to like folding every single head.
It was tilting. I was at the same table as you. I was so tilting that day. Oh my god. That was a rough bubble.
For a second there, I thought
I think it was more than Nego.
they had all played together in the 2003 World Series. main
Yeah,
event,
right.
And then I realized what year we're living in right now.
What
and I
happened?
don't
He
think
was super
that's
short.
the tournament they were talking about.
1 big blind.
Less than 1 big blind, yeah, and won the tournament.
He won the
On
tournament.
the bubble too, like, and I think he got it in like ace jack versus queens and won with 1 big blind.
Oh yeah.
Jack
Renji Mao decides Jack 10 is as good a hand as any. From the cutoff, he does cover
Yeah, and then spun it.
those behind him.
Went on a sick heater too. He was on a sick heater coming in. I think he like said he placed like final table of the Venom.
Yeah, he did find a table. The Venom that.
You find a table at 25K in Bahamas as well.
Yeah, he went on a like a super like sick little mini heater for him.
Yeah.
Sure, he picked up like 2-3 million.
All in
I know it's a
Bitcoin,
little
and
bit
you're
on
safe.
the
Bet
nose,
for life. Boom.
Kev,
I'm not sure about that.
but
Tough, yeah.
I'm super tempted to christen Renji with a nickname.
I feel bad for whoever
Sick
got in
for life
Bitcoin
is
at like
strong.
110K.
Yeah,
What if we were to call him
Yeah, but Bitcoin reaches
Chairman.
1 million. You said. How much money you need?
You know.
Don't be
I-
greedy, bro.
I follow. that
the
name-
Chairman Mao, Renji Mao? We call him Chairman.
That nickname's
a
not
great
taken.
nickname.
Is it not occupied by?
Oh, you know what? You're
It sounds familiar.
There was famously a chairman. We haven't seen him for a long time around the Triton parts. Not since my arrival multiple years ago.
Yeah.
Unclear whether or not he'll grace us again. But you're right. There is a chairman. Bummer.
You'll come up with something better.
Look like a 700.
I'm not sure I will. I really like that one.
690, I think.
665 all in as Oganyan activates for the first time. Ooh, does Kiat Lee want to give him a spin? Queen 10 offsuit versus under the gun.
Yeah, it's legit close. I don't think we would have seen Oganyan put in a weaker offsuit hand, but definitely some weaker suited hands than Queen 10. All the pairs, some ace rags. I think I would fold as well. Might call for 7 blinds, not to claim to be as precise as Joseph was just a
Big
few
win.
moments ago when he was making that differentiation against Nacho.
Yep.
I do think it's right around there.
I really enjoy Aram Oganyan, by the way. He just
Look at this.
has this incredibly
he's
affable
really
personality. He
insane, bro.
just
There is
seems to
21 with
always
9
be
big
wearing a smile when he's out there.
Under 9 big
Like
blinds.
King Jack off.
Still treats poker like the business it is for him.
It's like 50.
Oh yeah, he takes every spot very seriously, you can tell.
I think I got to shove that right.
Has a really high standard for his play.
I think so, yeah.
It's bottom low, but I don't think we're doing anything different for 9. Or less than 9.
So how much you have?
So
What will happen if you use up this and still need time for pre-flop?
Just use that one.
Use that one
For 20.
and
For
only get
30.
5.
No, for 30.
Oh, for 30 seconds.
Ace king suited for Reiner.
785.
Don't think we'll see anything other than
785.
all-ins. I mean, perhaps the fake all-in,
All the cheese.
You can have it.
Where you
but
just
off of
keep
6 blinds.
5 or 10K back.
Yeah.
Thing, yeah.
That's
Not
your
going to
eight.
be any min-raising for Kempe here.
And there's not going to be any action either. As Kiat and Aram both mug.
Extremely short this table in the aftermath of the bubble. Only Kiat and Renji Mao with more than 10 blinds.
$620, yeah. It's a lot of chips, bro, for you. Watch out. I would be very, very careful.
Now you see the hoodie off to the right being worn by Manuel Fritz. There's that one, and then there's the other black one with the Triton cursive on it. And I was having a tough time yesterday choosing between the two of them.
So you got both.
I don't want to get both. I don't have enough room in the suitcase even. I may
Fair.
not even have enough room for one. But
All in.
the one that Manuel's wearing, as we see Ben Heath putting his last 450 forward, has no pockets on it whatsoever.
Oh.
And I couldn't tell what the GTO would be. Was it go with the other one with the cursive that I don't love it as much. I love it, but I don't love it as much. But it has the pockets and the other, anyway.
They both have like the standard pouch now.
No.
Oh, no,
Zero
no pouch.
pockets of any sort.
Yeah, when you fold like that, I can like see the
not
bottom card almost. When you fold like that, I can almost see the bottom card, like at this end of the table. It's all right.
Ben all in right now with 30% equity and also doing his table-mate a favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to
I'm on
factor
your
in this spot where Barbero has the red kings and has Heath ever so slightly covered by a couple of big blinds and far more than slightly covered in terms of hand. 9-7 deuce.
Complain me, I'll
A
please you.
million in the middle. The Brit would love a sweat here. No wheel card, no 5. And it's down to 3 outs one time for Ben Heath. Can he spoil Nacho's kings? No, he can't.
Yeah, but take your heart. One side of red.
So it is Ben's turn to offer up the GGs.
Yeah?
Yeah, even through me.
Key little pot there for Nacho.
What do you have?
Trying to keep his head above water.
Oh, why? That would have been so much better.
I
That would, you had clubs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I would have sweat so much.
It would have been a fun ride. You would even if he falls, you slept through me. I had jack 8 off.
Present dealers in event number 6, the 25K.
No matter what, you had to sweat.
Top lines of 500.
What's more of a sweat, your hand or my hand? I had jack 8 off.
My head.
On the turn, I got top pair, gut shot, 2 pair.
Thank you,
I
bro.
might have more out.
I have
Tack $52,000 onto his $14.5 million in career Triton earnings. Is somebody else headed for the exit? Yes.
What?
Boris
They might have lost a
Angelov
big party.
had king-queen suited, it looks like. Not enough. When the hand came down, for him to keep his seat.
Yeah.
And we suspected that this room would thin out in a hurry as we looked at the stacks on the back end of the money bubble, and sure enough, we've already lost Joseph, Nick Petrangelo elsewhere in the field. We just saw Ben Heath and then Boris Angelov. Showered by the King Jack of Artur Martirossi and a dog pre. Managed to hit a gut shot on the river to spoil the party for Boris Angelov. So the Bulgarian suffering a blow. As you look at the two current feature tables and how they stack up. Look at the logjam down at the bottom half on the red table there, jockeying our Oganyan, the newly arrived Fritz and Kempe. Furuse, 10 bigs. I mean, the setup's kind of nice for Sam. Kevin, over at the blue table to accumulate. Although, now that we're in the money, obviously, you know.
It is, but that advantage is quite a bit smaller right now.
Yeah, it is the money bubble that really is what adds that kind of invincibility sensation to a big stack.
On me? You
The
got
spot probably a example of that. Maybe playing any two from the small blind just a few hands ago on the bubble, but
I think like
no longer viable. And a good chunk of chips for Artur Martirosyan on his left.
Yeah,
If I have a
Martirosyan,
completing, if I have a bad complete, I want to see like
very
you know,
experienced.
Like, you know, like King 5
Triton
suited
player.
or something. You know, 10 play off. I'm not seeing a flop.
$5.5 million in career earnings, 25 cashes, 2 titles on the Triton Super High Roller Series. He did finish 53rd in the 15K. Granted, that one was super top heavy, so the haul was just 26,500. He finished 30th in the 100K main in Paradise in December. Now Bads, black 8s, folded around to him in the cutoff.
Raise.
Raise 160.
Declares raise.
Yeah, Makita using proper verbal procedures there to get a min raise in quickly. Didn't have time to grab all the correct chips, so just said raise before the clock expired.
Roll in. All in.
Oh.
10-9 suited.
First a cutoff open. A little bit light, but fringy for sure. Jack-10 suited, very standard.
I mean, this feels like left brain activity out of Artur here. Is Bads' stack at a depth where he has to be concerned about some of this?
Honestly, I think Bads just puts this in. I think 8s is really strong from the cutoff for less than 20. Martirosyan will have weaker pocket pairs, like kind of a lot of them. Maybe
Well,
not deuces, but for sure 5s.
He's got 2 overs. And I wonder if Makita's going to feel like this was an unnecessary spot for Artur to take.
Yeah, it's light, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of what's relatively normal. Martirosyan.
Oh my God. This is relatively abnormal. The joint versus middle set. The good news for Makita is he's not drawing dead, Crab, but he needs the board to pair and do so in a hurry. Not happening on the turn. And this is a bit foul. If it all goes awry. Which it does. And you know, when there's sort of spots that Artur didn't necessarily need to take, and you end up on the wrong end of them in that fashion, those are the exchanges that can haunt us a little bit. Is you're like, why? Why you do me like that, bro?
And, I mean, for Artur, that's the style of play that's going to have you often atop the leaderboard and often at the rebuy desk. Not that you would have the option this late in the tournament, but
If he has ace 10, he opens.
it's perhaps his choice to play to his strengths, playing with a chip lead or playing with a deep stack.
Ace queen, ace jack is opening.
Ace king and ace jack squaring off here. You see Duan Bin shaking his head.
It's whatever.
Not drawn dead.
Honestly, probably the EV of calling is probably easy.
He is going to have 30K left, but he seems a bit disgusted. And who can blame him, as he was dominating pre-flop versus Fritz. It was just a jam for the 660, and then a 30K rejam up to 690, and that is painful. You know, when you got to round it down to 0 bigs, that sucks.
I haven't seen that one yet this series on the graphic. 0 big blinds. but you can still spin that up.
Boy, I've definitely been in that spot there on more than one occasion at a poker table. Just wondering, what is it going to take? Am I ever going to find a spot? Will a hand ever win at Showdown?
One.
Manuel Fritz, by the way, playing his first Triton. Pretty dangerous player I've seen around the U.S. circuit. MF Poker,
Swap 10,
I believe.
100K difference.
Does a little bit of content himself.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Bin doesn't waste any time. Under the gun, King 8 suited is a qualifier. He'll get his 30K in there. This is shy of a big. So the main pot will be complete.
And this is a weird one for Rainer. So when 30K goes in from Duan Bin, you have to kind of recalculate how much dead money is actually out there. You know that that 30K is going in pretty light. But you also know that if you raise here, you can only take down the amount of the blinds that Bin couldn't cover. So the difference between the 80K big blind and 30, plus the difference between the 40K and 30. Little bit going back if you take this down pre-flop, but a lot of it, you just have to run it and show down the winner.
Kempa has 660. Is this ace-deuce just worthy of this time being taken?
I mean, I would like to see a fold here. I don't think it's good enough. And honestly, even, you know, as a quick rule of thumb, even if Bin had folded under the gun and we were in this spot, we might just open fold. So the situation didn't get better. Got a little bit worse.
Right.
So I think we just have a clear fold here.
We are not on a pay ladder either, so I'm struggling to understand exactly what it is that Rainer...
I mean, the only pay ladder argument I could see is that if Bin has eliminated this hand, which he often will be, next hand, Rainer Kempe is going to be posting the big blind and the big blind ante. And maybe there's some opportunity here to delay that hand from happening, where Kempe knows that once he plays that pot, he's very likely to bust during that hand. There's a pretty significant chance that that's the sequence of event that's coming up. So I think Kempe's looking one-handed in the future right now.
Excellent insights there, Kevin. I confess that nuance was one that I was glossing over, but these guys are so surgical about taking into consideration every eventuality, every situation.
And you know, it makes sense from an EV point of view, but it's got to be a little frustrating for Bin to sit here waiting on his last 30K. This is definitely part of the game, and it's important to...
No, that's only if there's no action, that one has to get used.
Oh, okay, got it, thank you.
Important to do what's in your best interest in these competitive environments.
And now you see Oganyan perhaps having observed Kempe's procedures with an almost identical stack, exercising the same sort of sporting delay.
Yeah, a few seats over. Not worthwhile for Oganyan to actually use time banks to extend here, but he's allowed 30 seconds in that spot because the pot's been opened.
Mm-hmm.
And now for Renji, I mean, your hand's good enough to limp in the first place. If this was just a heads-up pot, I don't think much about that has changed here. We can definitely start with a limp.
Fritz with 10-6. Does check back. So the side pot will be 100 grand. Bin all in 3 ways for the 170 in the middle. Performing well against Renji Mao. As he dominates. Flop comes 7-5 deuce, however, and Renji has bottom pair and backdoor hearts for the bulk of the equity. No club on board either is bad news.
And I think this is a pretty straightforward lead. You often see this when there is a player all in on the side. If you have a hand of some value, it makes sense to just kind of put chips forward and be a little bit honest and straightforward with your play. But Fritz being sticky with just some overs and backdoor straight draws.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that 80K barrel from Renji Mao did get called. And even more surprising is that Duan Bin has found an 8 to take the lead. That 8, mind you, does provide Fritz with some of the equity that maybe he sought as he floated.
And this spot is a little bit strange now for Fritz. Under normal circumstances, and I think we might still see it here, a lot of times you would bluff when you get this good card for your range in position, but the challenge is he knows that for the main pot, before making this straight on the end, he would have had a hard time winning the pot against Bin for the main pot with this just 10-6 high. So choosing to check behind and see if he can make the winner before he starts to put money in.
Gut shot just rolls right in. Granted, it was open-ended, but to the 10 high straight.
Oh, it is.
Like 10 minutes ago, and they said
Four-liner on board. He has fifth pair, does Renji Mao, and yet he's barreling 250. This is almost full side pot. What is the thought here?
Such bad timing, but I actually really like this play. So the interesting dynamic when you're bluffing with someone all in on the side is that you kind of want a little bit of something when you're bluffing, because you want a chance to beat Bin's hand at showdown for the main pot if Fritz folds. So if he can get Fritz to fold a pair of 5s or a pair of 7s, and Bin has king-queen, win-win, right? We take down the side pot and we take down the main pot.
920.
Oh, and you see immediately Renji Mao thrown off by the raise announcement, and boy, Duan Bin.
I like even double checked whether it's
GG, sir.
From high to low, but I obviously didn't.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
And obviously really fortunate to make a hand that big with the 10-6 offsuit after floating the flop, but I do just like to be sticky in these blind versus blind situations. There's a lot of ways to take it down later in position. He was getting such a good price on the flop. I don't blame him.
Pocket 10s now sees David Peters' final 550 in there versus Martirosian's ace 7. Artur open to 160. DPete's 3-bet to almost all of it. Martirosian said, give me that last 5K, and we are off to the races. 1.25 million in the middle. The 10s holding on. Same story on the turn. Let's just keep this an ace-free environment is the thought on DPete's mind, and he successfully manages to find a board that has 3 overcards on it, and yet 10s are good.
50.
But a flush moon for Martirosian. Obviously, he would have preferred to have been winning that pot.
What? If you just call, track it down, you save 10K.
That's true, probably.
Wow. I don't know if you caught Greenwood pointing out to Artur that he could have flatted.
He had like...
They're giving him honest advice.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a big pot.
It's kind of needly.
This guy just rejammed 10-9 suited and flopped the straight, you know.
Yes, he did.
So you're saying it's personal?
That was me. It was Makita. Maybe I wanted
Maybe add some.
Is this my sensor or is this my sensor?
You think Makita swapping in 30K is?
I mean, it was for any time. Didn't get the cards.
Yes, you haven't. That is true.
Something brewing elsewhere in the field. Oh no. Is that Zobian?
I believe that's Stoyan Mandazov. And Danziev. Apologies.
Danziev. Showered. Seeking the particulars. Vyacheslav Balayev there, the ultimate victor, opened to 160. Stoyan made it 890. Balayev called. It came King, Queen, 5. Jam from Balayev. Madangiev called his final 100K. Run out was 10 and 7, and the ace queen could not find a chop or another queen, falling to the aces. Back now at the feature. The Martirosian show is in full swing. On his feet, looking over at Ryuta Nakai's remains. 740 back. 5 1/4 is meaty enough to presume that if we do 3-bet this, we're getting called. So he piles.
Yeah, Ryuta, no plans of folding heads up there.
No.
Only if a few players had gotten involved.
He's going to be a 3-2 dog as the hits keep coming here in the 30K. Is that a low-riding pony? You know, generally speaking, the chassis of a horse is supposed to have a little bit more clearance on it. 10-9-7.
I think he's possibly a Parks and Rec fan. Could be a little Sebastian figurine.
Okay. Wow. Oh, look at Kevin with the pop culture references all of a sudden.
I had to eventually. Got to take my chance.
Well, it's going to take a king, queen, or a jack on the end here for Nakai to remain intact. Oh, and there it is. Never a doubt, it would seem, for Ryuta. As he's going to help himself to a mighty pot. 2.7 million. Oishi. All right, flipping back over, it looks like Ike Haxton has run into Renji Mao. Sevens were always in a bad way. A lot worse one now on the ace-4-3 board. Can he find backdoor equity? No, and it's a wrap. Ace is full. Renji Mao showering Ike Haxton on the heels of Madangiev's exit.
I had ace-9 off. I mean, I tanked, right?
Had barely just sat down at that feature table, Ike,
better than yours.
before getting dealt out of the tournament.
He definitely had 9s or 10s.
Chinese aces? 8s?
Well,
Seems
Renji
like
is surging.
8-8.
I mean,
speculating as to what Kiat folded there as the original razor when it got back to him. Looks like it didn't show down.
Yeah, Kiat made it 225. Ike made it 840. Renji Mao jammed for the 1.8. Ike was the lone customer as Kiat bowed out. Now then, is this Dietrich fast on his feet?
Packing his foam roller.
I'm going to have to borrow that thing. Although I'm not going to ask him for it right now, as the disappointment of being showered in the 30K might leave him not in the mood, and one wouldn't blame him. He made it 320 from the button. Emilian Patavi had him covered, called the modest sum. 6 queen, 3-4 ace was the full run out, and Patavi's jack 6, which was dominated by Fast's jack 8, made a pair.
They were both black. I don't remember.
Brought us
the spade
to an
or
even thinner
That'd be
field.
sick, like, if you wanted to do like a stalling tactic on the bubble, just be like
28
flop and be
remain
like,
now.
I swear to God, I had the ace of spades in my hand. Counted every card in the deck.
Oh, that's
Madangiev was the first recipient of the 59K payout. Banned. Haxton the second. Fast now the third. Next ladder won't be coming our way
They just spilled a drink on the table.
until 27th. Nakai, by the way, newly minted. Going to work with the king queen.
Yeah, Leon only 12 big blinds. We'll see him pretty happy to put the money in here. It'll be awkward for Nakai when it gets back to him. Unless somebody else enters the pot.
So a 5x 3-bet from Sturm is a declaration of war, given he only has 155 back. Normal circumstances, maybe Theologus feels fonder of this ace-3 suited, but raise and then 3-bet committing sized 1 million from Sturm in front of us. And yeah, it shrivels.
King Queen, such a close hand. He might even be more inclined to call because you've been given a 1.5 big blind discount on your flop. Not that there's many spots where you could actually fold for the last 150, but it happens from time to time.
So Nakai says, let's see the rest as he goes for it against Sturm. Can we fold for 200? Never a consideration for Nakai? I mean,
Leon
can he let
might
go of it?
make that argument if the tournament director came over and told him to hurry up. He'd be like, well, I could fold. But
No,
no,
I'm talking about Nakai. Did he have an option to step away from the King Queen?
Sorry. I don't think I would find a fold for this price. My only concern is if we should put the additional 150 into the pot versus a call.
Yeah.
I think I would have preferred to call. It is a fractional difference we're talking about because the last 150 goes in the majority of the time, but...
Oh, wow. A queen in the window was deflating, and then all of a sudden, a reinvigorating 10 of hearts leaves Leon Sturm with a stranglehold on this one. 95% with 2 to come, 2.5 million in the middle, and it's 10s full, but somehow it ain't over yet. A queen on the end, and Nakai could bring Sturm's joy to an abrupt halt. No such luck.
To be honest, I didn't see the 6 paired. I would not have done this.
I thought yeah, no, I could tell from your body language that you thought
Leon got nervous there.
Have you drawing dead thing, and I was just looking.
That was Ibinger-esque, by the way.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing it intentionally.
No.
1000%.
No, I mean, you know, it's still a probability thing. He increased the chance by 3% or whatever, but it's still it's like a 6 out instead of a 2 out. Yeah, 6 out instead of a 2 out.
Greenwood, a calculated but superstitious person, I'm gathering.
Yeah. There really should be a solver that factors the superstition in. Meanwhile, a rumble at one of the outers.
Boom.
Oh, goodness.
Boom, king. King. Yeah, king is live. Chop.
Efforting the particulars here. But we've yet another casualty, and I believe yet another pay ladder as well.
Everybody I want only boom for me.
Poseidon Ho in the big blind. Called off with the ace-king. Always had Alex Boyka in a way, as Boyka had ace-5. Board came 10-jack-10. Queen on the turn. No chop for Boyka on the river.
Did you have a big spin up from nothing?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe some, but no, he wasn't talking about me.
I mean, I did that. There was a 2019. That was kind of my move.
Okay.
66,500. The next pay band.
With, Jeremy Osmus also, right, with his kings.
Yeah.
Go to 74,000 once we reach 23 players.
That's what you got to try. You got to try.
Oh, he missed it yesterday? Yeah, he wanted to 3-bet or jam or something with kings.
Misclick.
And he ended up
kings instead of open raising. And then aces raised over his limp, and then he 3-bet. He limped 3-bet, and aces trapped.
Is that what happened? Okay, maybe
yeah, and then the flop came ace high.
Yeah, okay.
He didn't stack off.
Matas.
But if he raised, he would have
Simbolas.
he wanted 25 blinds or something, so he would have just.
Wow.
Sitting this one out.
250.
Not so for Coach Greenwood as he draws up a play.
And for Theologus, only 5 big blinds against a late position open. I think any ace is good enough to go. Maybe just verifying the pay jump situation has been cleared.
Just to make it sure.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
All in.
Theologus rips the ace-6 from the small blind, recognizing that Greenwood is deep enough to be up to no good, but he anticipates he will be off to the races, just given the modesty of the re-raise sizing, 305K more. Promptly called. Greenwood figures he's a dog, but he does have 45% equity. Things could be worse for him, and they could be a whole lot better for Theologus. Never expecting to be a much bigger favorite than this, I would imagine, with the ace-6, but a favorite nevertheless, and he will take it.
That's fair. I mean...
Oh, boy.
That's not so fair. Even the diamonds. Okay.
King, Queen, 10. Greenwood with a pair and an open-ender.
Give him a, yeah.
Theologus
Queen is
hunts
fair.
a jack that is blocked to make Broadway.
Yeah, now it's not fair. Yeah.
Now it's, now I can't even do... Yeah, good game, guys. Nice play.
Do all kind of like... Oh, face car.
Yeah.
And the right suit.
So that'll do it for the Greek.
GG.
As Greenwood spinning it up over 4 million, pardon me, in his stack. Second in chips. As Theologus can do no better than 27th. As mentioned, 66,500 will go his way. And we go to Reiner Kempe's last stand. Ace King. Cutoff jam. Ryuta Nakai. Ace 10 off. He has 1.3.
Well, good enough to put in the call, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
And it's going to be Muzokashi for the ace 10. Kevin, which is Japanese for difficult. 24%. 2.2 million in the middle, and the challenges grow deeper. Albeit 2 spades would otherwise be helpful, except for the fact that Reiner has ace of spades. Now all of a sudden, opportunity for Nakai to really spoil Reiner's fun. Running fives. And Reiner's patience is rewarded. He was sitting 6-something not long ago. Now he's going to sit 2.2. And conversely, for Ryuta Nakai, he is going to be left with a pretty lean little Maki roll. 405,000, just 4 bigs. That's 2 orders of nigiri.
So she's the reason why all these records are being set.
Yeah.
Were you studying Japanese, Ali?
Yeah, I actually took a year of it in college. You know what I love about Japanese as a language? It follows the rules, which is more than I can say for English.
Like, it's a procedural language.
Super, a consonant and a vowel combined. That's what makes up the alphabet. You have a handful of consonants, a handful of vowels, and there's a grid. And then I learned hiragana, which you have to write in a particular order. There's stroke order. Then they have a second alphabet for non-native words. That's katakana. And I was like, okay, this is getting a little bit into the weeds. And then day one of my second year of Japanese, the teacher introduced us to kanji, which is Chinese. And I walked right out. It's basically Chinese. It's hieroglyphic characters. And I was like, no, that's it. Exit stage left. It's been real.
Too high level.
You know, when we bust
It was too tough.
Yeah.
It takes a lifetime to learn enough characters, you know, to really, like, never be stumped. King 5 suited. Gonna have company here. Kempa wasting no time going to work from the hijack with these newly minted chips. And O'Ganyan's hooks. Make noise for all of it. Uh-oh.
And for 2 sub-4 big blind stacks, just absurd hand strengths. I mean, even when Ryuta puts this 355K into the pot, I think Kempe comes along to try and knock out both of them.
So Ryuta decides to play it as a flat, and that's a little awkward for Reiner, but it's only another 90 that Nakai has, pardon me, back, and we've already got 200 invested.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting 10 to 1 right now. I don't know that we can pitch any 2 cards.
No, we hate our hand, and we're going to hate it even more when kings are revealed.
Maybe we have to take a second to figure out how much is behind, and if we want to put in the remaining, that's what Kempe does do.
Yeah, this is just a numbers game for him. And of course, Nakai is thrilled. Unfortunately for him, the bulk of his chips were lost just a pot ago. But the prospects of a triple, things could be worse. For Oganyan, they're awful.
Now you know you hit your jack.
And for Kempe in turn, save for the fact that he covers these 2 so handsomely,
I think you're gonna
his spot is disgusting. But hang on.
Wow.
Ace deuce 4, and maybe the deck has different ideas about who's supposed to win this pot. A 3 would be catastrophic for Nakai. Oh my goodness.
What a life.
A tray rolls off, no waiting, giving Reiner the straight. A 5 on the end, and all 3 can carve it up. Wouldn't that be righteous? An 8 on the river, and Oganyan could do nothing but chuckle about the ill fate. The run-out really wasn't what caused him a problem. It was more being up against the kings of Nakai, who had him covered ever so slightly. And in turn, Nakai covered by Kempe, who just claimed a double knockout. 2 pelts there at the feature. 66,500 ahead going to those 2.
200? 200.
200, sorry.
Jack 10 suited for Greenwood. Ace Queen for Kazuumi.
Only 8 blinds in the cutoff. Pretty clear hand that wants to go with it, and there's going to be so many weaker hands than this as well. So when it gets back to Greenwood, I think he's just getting the price.
Like 800?
See a lot of this with how short most of the field is. Not a lot of opportunities to raise fold right now.
820.
All right, let's spin the wheel.
Spin it.
All right, Greenwood. Doesn't look like a man who enjoys roulette, although maybe at a small Midwestern casino, given the headwear. 1.9 million chip pot here. Furuse likes the spot. 3-2 favorite. Japan hasn't fared well of late over at the other table. And a 6-5 deuce with a couple of hearts on it could leave Kazuumi suffering a similar fate to Nakai. Just look at all of those outs. The ace-queen has to fade. The turn is safe, and could it be a case of too many outs for Greenwood? That man right there certainly hopes so.
It's been a PO table.
Ace of hearts would be the
Nah, it's a PO table. People are always making POs on the river, not flushes. Yeah.
Oh boy. An ace on the end, but the wrong suit as Greenwood makes the flush.
We were both right too. I said it was a PO table, not a flush table. But
and
wow.
Furuse-san.
Video like a highlight video of me guessing the card.
On the wrong
Always
end
correct.
of a sumo bout there.
Guys, please don't leave. Okay, gonna have a redraw.
Boy, Greenwood just can't put a foot wrong, it seems.
Hello.
GG's issued. Nice to see it from the Triton first timer.
820. 820.
820.
You take note.
Field now down to 23. Furusa out in 24th. He collects the last of the $66,500 payouts, as everybody that remains is assured $74,000. And given that we have less than 24 players left in the field, it's time for a redraw. Apparently these guys need to catch up and play a hand before we get there. And for Kiat Lee, he's thrilled that they do, given that it's a hand where he's got 2 aces in the cutoff. He takes it up. Min raise open. Come get some.
Just keeps getting dealt the top of the deck since we've started play today. And Fritz now up to 17 blinds. Too short to do anything but just call here.
Baby suited connector turns into a pair on an ace-high board. Top set for Kiat Lee. And for Fritz, maybe an excuse to continue. Lack of a club on board.
Yeah, could have been a candidate to think about check raising if he had a backdoor flush draw, but Kiat going to be coming after this flop texture with almost anything he opens in the cutoff. Don't want to discount the possibility of a check raise from Fritz. It is a popular play that I've seen in recent tournaments, clear out some equity.
Yeah, on board textures that are maybe a touch drier without the suits.
Yeah.
10 on the turn. Fritz draws dead.
Avoid facing pressure on turn cards like this. You know, when Kiat just opens 2 Broadway cards, or even suited over cards to the 6. We would see a lot of double barrel bluffing on this card, but here we can see that if he allows Fritz to get away, that's a good thing for the big blind.
How much?
Yeah, just a quick fold.
So an uneventful turn leaves Kiat Lee continuing to add to his stack. However, it's a stack that's no longer good for the overall chip lead. At present, Kiat Lee currently running in 6th. Not so much because he's given it away, more because others in the room have performed far better than he during that frame. Looking at you, Sam Greenwood, but looking now at the chip counts at that particular feature, which will be redrawn along with the other 2 tables, as just 3 in total remain here in event number 5, the 30K. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR. We're going to bring you back to the desk as the redraw is going to take a little bit. And as we do come back to the desk, as per usual, I turn to you, Kevin Rabichow, for the notable highlights from that particular frame, stuff that stood out for you, stuff that maybe some would sooner forget.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a relatively quick bubble happen. So many short stacks came into the feature table, and Kiat Lee was in the driver's seat to start the day. Not a lot of situations where those stacks were able to get in, and we saw a pretty big stack going out in 40th on the bubble. That confrontation put Sam Greenwood up to the top of the leaderboard where we see him right now. I mean,
the victim of that one, by the way, Diogo Coelho.
Thank you for reminding me.
With the 2 kings.
And we're now seeing, I mean, all the way down to 23, the field thing out really, really quickly, going for the top prize. I mean, we're going to get down to the final table in a hurry by the look of it.
One would think, especially if the gear that we saw engaged by many of these guys continues to be the one that they employ. You saw the Japanese delegation knocked out back-to-back 25th and 24th, as the shortest stack in the field right now belongs to Jinlong Hu. We're going to step aside for about 15 minutes. We're going to come back, and we're going to work your way down to a final table and eventually to a champion here in the 30K as Randy is going to relieve Kevin. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from the Triton Super High Roller Series comes your way after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
When Fedor Holtz was taking the poker world by storm, Stefan Sondheimer, Reiner.
So I don't know how you could say it.
I want to say Dominic Nietzsche
I'm buried from peak.
was a part of that crew.
Yeah.
Stuck from peak.
We,
how do you know that?
Rankenmeyer, Tobias Rankenmeyer.
I feel bad if you can only
running with them.
Stuff at peak.
But
a little bit before my tournament days,
I love
but
going shopping when like the crypto is up. Crypto down, never going shopping. Never in my life.
I think a lot of those guys successfully made
Crypto go down, everything just seems more expensive.
enough wealth in poker to take a little time off.
Lucas has made enough of a hand to
Yeah,
take
you
off
might feel better.
for 755.
Because then you learn, you like understand that you should appreciate your money. So then you play better. It actually might be the wisest choice.
Yeah. You know what I did now? I put here that this. I left the ticket to remind me that I spent 30K in the summer.
755.
Yeah. So to remind
Renji
me,
Mao
I really value money.
has ace-king. This is a spoonful of medicine. He's asking for a count. I don't think there's a world in which this ace-king does anything other than hop in here.
1800 and just know that you'll never
It's just a cutoff open.
Yeah, definitely Renji. Just doing a little bit of verification, but also he is in the small blind. He's got a player behind. Doesn't want to reveal his eagerness to get these chips into the pot.
Yeah, comes piling in there. Played it as a flat. This is obviously still going to look plenty strong. Was hoping that maybe the big blind would find some trouble. Instead, it is Lucas Greenwood who has found trouble early here. Smothered in a 1.63 million chip pot. Back up against the wall. Will Lady Luck pay him a visit here on this flop?
Yeah, this is a chop of the board, sort of. 2, 4, 4.
This is tough to trap.
4.
This is like the
Not so far.
Where did that ace go?
Ask for the queen. Be greedy.
Yeah, be greedy. Ask for a queen.
Oh, hang on.
Deuce is good. So now we
A
need the
duckling
4.
now presents an opportunity for generally regarded as unlucky around these parts. It would be very fortunate for Greenwood on this occasion. Queen would be better. And instead, it's the 10 of spades. And with that, we have our first casualty of today's coverage.
What a life. That's a 4. What a life, huh?
I think I had a 4 too. I'm not sure.
Again, 39 will be paid. So with that elimination, we are 5 away from the money.
What about that guy that his last name is Poseidon?
I would have loved for you to open shove on this one.
Bella, Bella.
Boy, it's looking thin out there.
Diogo, one of those tightly packed rather, stacks around the 20 big blind mark at this table.
You know, for a second, Kevin, I thought you were commenting on his physique, and I was wondering what prompted this. Because I confess, through the quarter zip, I wasn't really able to clock it, nor was I trying. But he's looking to clock some gains in the form of chips if anybody wants to splash around with them. 2 kings loaded for bear.
Oh, and Greenwood's going to do something with this hand. Now he covers by a good margin. So sometimes we see flats if we're worried that we're not going to get enough hands weaker than ours to call off, facing a 3-bet. Oh, but this is interesting. Instead of flatting to keep weaker hands in, Sam's deciding to 3-bet small to keep weaker hands in.
Now walk me through that choice.
Maybe, so sometimes with these bigger suited aces, let's call it ace-jack suited or better, we're thinking, well, what if Diogo had opened ace-7 suited or ace-5 suited? If he opens and we 3-bet small, these are the types of hands that tend to go all in as a bluff in these tight range scenarios. So when we do run into those bluffs, we're going to perform pretty well. Sometimes it's jacks, sometimes it's 10s.
And Greenwood knows that that 3-bet was never with the intention of stepping aside in the face of the 4-bet jam from Diogo. Of course, the players are
I'm guessing you don't have aces.
being told not to reveal their hands just yet until action is completed elsewhere in the room. 40 players remain. It's the stone money bubble as Duke Anwin finished in 43rd, Yulian Bogdanov showered in 42nd, and Evgeny Tereshchenko in 41st. The covering stack is Sam's. And for Diogo, obviously, you're not really looking for potential scenarios in which sitting with 1.3 million in front of you in the presence of so many shorter stacks than your own here on the Stone Money Bubble, you're playing for your tournament life. And here we are. Face up. Coelho recognizing the threats. $2.8 million in the middle, and the ace just magnetizes its way to the flop. A really ugly sight. The spade works, and all of a sudden, upon the arrival of the queen of spades, it finds a ray of light. Can Diogo go runner, runner? Can he find a third cowboy? He cannot. And that is such a painful exit for Diogo Coelho. Really no choice, of course, Kevin.
Yeah, making the right play.
I mean, you got to scroll up quite a ways before his elimination to where he was in terms of chips coming into that one. I mean, he was a top 15 stack
Do I get the extra effect?
with 40 remaining, and somehow his mug.
There's so many players sitting under 10 blinds right now.
6 balls, 3
This
cents.
could really.
That's not great. It's okay.
You would see the tournament drag on quite a bit if we put too many pay jumps in
Let's see
there,
who
because
was
those
above
players
the
would just keep jockeying for one little spot here and there.
Oh, we could see this field melt away in a hurry.
Yeah, relatively quick we made the money here, and
I said 160.
all the way up to 23rd place, I'm seeing 10 big blinds or less.
Especially now that I look at these big boys.
We should start seeing stacks fly.
No, I heard them. I heard them, especially after I saw this hand.
All in. Feels so good.
Joseph.
So good.
All too happy to get it in now without any of the pressure of making the money upon him.
Have a good hand, though.
I have natural 9. 8. Sorry.
Natural?
8.
Okay, we're flipping.
Ace Jack versus 2 nines, 820K pot.
3.
3?
Yeah.
And down with 3.
I think so, too.
Thank you. Not sure.
But it's small. I need a chance.
Off to the races we go. Joseph at risk, and the risks grow greater.
Yeah, I agree.
Take a
In
time.
the absence
Okay.
of an ace or a jack.
Okay. It's kind of like
Picks up 4 outs as the Broadway gut shot is added to the equation. Can he keep his seat? No, sir. Well, it's an exit, but it's one that comes with 52K versus the one before it for Michael Joseph.
You want these?
Can I have that?
What do you need them for? Natural 8, hard to beat.
Natural 8.
When is the patient, but
Off to the right, being worn by Manuel Fritz. There's that one, and then there's the other black one with the Triton cursive on it. And I was having a tough time yesterday choosing between the two of them.
So you got both.
I don't want to get both. I don't have enough room in the suitcase even. I may not even have enough room for one. But the one that Manuel's wearing, as we see Ben Heath putting his last 450 forward, has no pockets on it whatsoever.
Oh.
And I couldn't tell what the GTO would be. Was it go with the other one with the cursive that I don't love it as much. I love it, but I don't love it as much. But it has the pockets and the other. Anyway.
They both have like the standard pouch now.
No.
Oh, no.
Zero
no pouch.
pockets of any sort.
Yeah, when you fold like that, I can like see the
natural.
bottom card almost. When you fold like that, I can almost see the bottom card, like at this end of the table. It's all right.
Ben all in right now with 30% equity and also doing his table mate a favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to factor in this spot where Barbero has the red kings and has Heath ever so slightly covered by a couple of big blinds and far more than slightly covered in terms of hand. 9-7 deuce,
complain me, I'll
a million in the middle. The Brit would love a sweat here. No wheel card, no 5. And it's down to 3 outs, 1 time for Ben Heath. Can he spoil Nacho's Kings? No, he can't. So it is Ben's turn to offer up the GGs.
Yeah, even through me.
Key little pot there for Nacho.
What do you have?
Trying to keep his head above water.
Oh, why? That would have been so much better. You had clubs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I would have sweat so much.
It would have been a fun ride. You would have, even if he falls, you slept through me. I had Jack 8 off.
There's a dealers in event number 6, the 25K.
No matter what, you had to sweat.
Top lines of 500.
What's more of a sweat, your hand or my hand? I had Jack 8 off.
My hand.
On the turn, I got top pair, gut shot, 2 pair.
Thank you, bro.
I have
TAC $52,000 in December. Now Bads, black 8s. Hold it around to him in the cutoff.
Raise.
Raise, 160.
Declares raise.
Yeah, Makita using proper verbal procedures there to get a min raise in quickly. Didn't have time to grab all the correct chips, so just said raise before the clock expired.
Roll in. All in.
Oh.
10-9 suited.
First a cutoff open. A little bit light, but fringy for sure. Jack 10 suited, very standard.
I mean, this feels like left brain activity out of Artur here. Is Bads' stack at a depth where he has to be concerned about some of this?
Honestly, I think Bads just puts this in. I think 8s is really strong from the cutoff for less than 20. Martirosian will have weaker pocket pairs, like kind of a lot of them. Maybe not deuces, but for sure 5s.
He's got 2 overs. And I wonder if Makita's going to feel like this was an unnecessary spot for Artur to take.
Yeah, it's light, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of what's relatively normal. Martirosian.
Oh my God. This is relatively abnormal. The joint versus middle set. The good news for Makita is he's not drawing dead, Crab, but he needs the board to pair and do so in a hurry. Not happening on the turn. And this is a bit foul. If it all goes awry. Which it does. And you know, when there's sort of spots that Artur didn't necessarily need to take, and you end up on the wrong end of them in that fashion, those are the exchanges that can haunt us a little bit. Is you're like, why? Why you do me like that, bro?
And, I mean, for Artur, that's the style of play that's going to have you often atop the leaderboard and often...
Go to 74,000 once we reach 23 players.
That's what you got to try. You got to try.
Yeah, he wanted to 3-bet or jam or something with kings.
Misclick.
And he ended up
kings instead of open raising. And then aces raised over his limp, and then he 3-bet. He limped 3-bet, and aces trapped.
Is that what happened? Okay, maybe I misread
and then the
hand.
flop came ace high.
Yeah, okay.
He didn't stack off.
Matas.
But if he raised, he would have
Simbolas.
Like, he wanted like 25 blinds or something, so it would have just.
Wow.
Sitting this one out.
250.
Not so for Coach Greenwood as he draws up a play.
And for Theologus, only 5 big blinds against a late position open. I think any aces.
Back in Jeju, Ali Najad joined now by Randy Liu for continuing coverage of event number 5, the 30K. We are down to 3 tables in yet another event, Randy, where 2 seven-figure scores are available up top. At present, however, we're talking about considerably less than that up for grabs, as I'm going to scroll you down to what the on-tap payout is, $74,000. The next three bust-outs will be claiming that amount, and as I clear out the payouts, you're going to get your first look at this redraw, the two feature tables. We haven't done a whole lot of this, Randy, so I'm going to give you a chance to look at this zoomed-in blue featured table and tell me what, if anything, stands out to you as 23 remain.
Well, at this table, we have two micro stacks. We got a 5 big blind Jin Long, a Patavi sitting on 7. So usually that kind of dictates the action a little bit. People are tending to raise a little bit less into them because they're going to just reshove pretty relentlessly. And obviously, there's a lot of known names at this table.
Yeah, Kiat Lee, by the way, chip leader coming in on the day, has since slipped considerably off the pace. Not because he was doing anything wrong, but just others were performing a little bit better. Among them, Baliev, by the way, he isn't covering Kiat Lee, but he is sitting 30 big blinds plus, having just showered someone before the break. Red table now. Got us zoomed in on that one. Unpack this one for me, Randy.
Well, Foxen is a very dangerous player, but he only has 6 big blinds. On the other hand, we also have the chip leader at this table. Sam Greenwood is sitting on 52, and apparently the god of the sea is at this table, Poseidon.
Yeah, the Taiwanese delegate. And by the way, he's not going to be thrilled that he drew this particular table because 42 bigs would be good for the chip lead elsewhere. Unfortunately, when he finds himself sitting with Greenwood at the same table, it is not. As Greenwood runs number 1, Poseidon Ho number 2. Not to be overlooked, Brandon Wilson in there sitting number 3. We're just a little ways away from getting back down to the action. Kiat Lee in 4th place, $3.5 million in front of him. Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Playing host to the Triton Super High Roller Series yet again after a large hiatus. And you get a look at the original 252 strong entries. 23 remain.
So you're telling me every single one of these Triton events is just going to have massive prize pools?
I mean, I think it's the dawn of a new era at Triton, Randy, and I really mean that. I think the word's out. This is no longer a best-kept secret, and, you know, obviously maybe the fate of the field sizes is tethered a little bit to things like the crypto markets, where there's a lot of exposure in the high roller community, such a convenient way to move money around the world for the purposes of these tournaments. But even in spite of that, I think these Tritons are just going to get bigger and bigger, and obviously no complaints from this end, as we are set to get the cards back in the air. Blinds of 50, 100,000, 100K big blind ante, $250,000 in orbit, the price of poker.
I took your advice. I play like you. I'm your student.
7-8 suited for Reiner.
You know, Reiner's one of those original Germans that crushed really hard back in the day.
I brought it up. He was with that crew that included Fedor, Stefan Sontheimer, Dominic Nietzsche. I think Tobias Rankenmeyer might have been running with them as well. Am I leaving anyone out? Pardon me. These are the names that I came up with.
The one with the beard.
That is Nietzsche, isn't it? Dominic Nietzsche?
Oh, there's another guy with the beard. Oh, he has a beard now. Man, what's his name? Gosh.
You trolling
You'll
me?
know when I'm talking about him.
You know your tablet is equipped with the internets.
Yeah, but how much
Randy,
is a Google German poker player?
Yeah, and then it'll bring up like a bunch of little thumbnails. Meanwhile, Cale Burns brings us up to 225,000 with Ace 8.
Using fast section?
Same kit that Winfred has. Yu takes a pass. Chinese representation not nearly as robust in this particular event as it was in our 15K kickoff.
Pretty much priced in to defend the big blind given his stack, and does flop a pair. Great news.
Shortest stack in the field. This was the idea. Defend and flop anything whatsoever. Get it in. Cale Burns calls because it's math.
Yeah, pretty much priced in.
Ace high ain't doing so great.
That's it.
Jacks up.
That's not fun.
As ace-8 draws dead.
I have exact same energy. I was thinking. 佢都 call 緊。
都套晒詞啊，大佬。唔係你懟嘅話，佢未必講。
Nice start to 3-table action for Jin Long Hu. I don't know that he can loosen his collar, but
0 用呢個比賽我用最撚多 time bank 嘅地方，其實用唔撚到咁多。其實可以懟嘅，我煙敗佢個 folding accuracy 好多。
佢冇 fold 啦，對住你點 fold 啫？都有嘅，但係未必有咯，因為我喺度嘛，佢開個牌唔會太核突。
我就係咁諗。
Patavi.
Only 675,000 chips left.
And a trip through the blinds is going to cost him a third of that stack, unless he gets in there. Baliev with the Christmas sweater. And the ace-king, which is definitely a gift, especially if Cale Burns gets himself into trouble here with ace-10.
It's a hand he can certainly 3-bet and fold to resistance. Might be a little excessive to outright 3-bet rip, especially from these positions and 22 bigs. He's actually going to go for the flat.
You surprised at that choice?
I think a lot of players tend to take that hand at 3-bet fold. I know Kale loves to play post-flop. He's very confident in reading into bet sizes and things like that, so maybe that's why he opts for flat. Does have position. Reiner's got 3s. Great hand to throw one more blind in there.
Yeah, obviously. Getting 5.5 to 1. Call it 6.5 to 1 with 650 in there. So Vyacheslav has himself company in 2 spots. But what he does not have himself is any improvement. Same story for Cale Burns' ace-10, as Reiner says no set, no bet.
And the ace-king probably checks at a pretty high frequency on Jack 6-5 because the flats have a lot of pocket pairs in the middling range. It looks like he will bet, which is probably good news for him because it would have got pretty tricky if it got folded over to Burns, who might stab the ace-10.
Yeah, he doesn't expect Burns' kit to contain 5x, 6x, so the question is, do you have a jack or not, really, that Baliev is posing? And then, of course, it'll come back around to Kempe, who he knows with the math Reiner was getting, he could be in there with a wide variety of hands, and it's tough to flop a pair.
This is actually kind of tricky for the 3s because the bet is so small. If he can rely on calling here and expecting a lot of checkdowns from ace highs, this would be a pretty good call. But if his opponent is prone to multi-barreling, then he may want to just get away now.
You know, the thing is, a barrel out of Baliev, if it were heads up, is a different proposition than a barrel into 2 other players in a 3-way field. And so Kempe, lacking clarity down the way, does lay it down. Very well served was Vyacheslav not to tense up, as the little 150 that could.
It's actually a really big pot for just a 150K c-bet. I must thank you for the drink, Ollie. Don't want to...
The iced mocha that I've delivered to the booth?
Yes, appreciate it.
It's no brown bull.
I know, but...
Those things we used to take off like rocket ships. This is a watered-down version. This is a poor man's brown bull.
Oh, I didn't drink it yet, so...
For those that have no clue what we're talking about, by the way, in Vietnam, the iced coffee was so strong that, and I'm not even joking, it sent one of our staff to the hospital after he drank them like they were regular coffees. I haven't seen that guy since then.
Yeah, maybe don't laugh then.
No, I don't think he died, Randy. I think it just, you know. I think he might be permanently different. But, you know, he's alive.
Okay.
He just can't work anymore.
Yeah, stop laughing.
Sorry.
7 Dewey into the muck. Okay, you know the name that I was thinking of? It was Fabian Quast. Do you know who that is?
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Is he still rumbling?
You know what funny thing is? I was randomly looking at like the poker news at a Merit event. He was there.
Really?
The thing that you do on occasion.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Triton returns to Cyprus at some point. Just given the geography is key for the Euros, and that poker room, which hosted the EPT recently, is...
Oh, he's mashing.
Definitely. But is that Leon Sturm just...
Jesus, like,
oh, my God.
He really doesn't listen to what we say.
There's good commentary in there, Leon. Slow down.
Wow.
Dominicus Michaelitis, Queen Jack suited, has kicked this one off. Fox, and he can be patient.
Well, is there any point of us talking anymore? Because clearly everyone just...
Not everyone.
Randy? He's still smashing.
You know, isn't there a slider where you can just kind of... If not, maybe we should program that in just for Leon's joints' sake.
He'd be really good at those Mario Party games where you just mash one button.
What, Super Smash Brothers? Is
no,
that
Mario Party.
Oh, that's
you know,
the actual
keep on
game?
pushing it. Never mind.
I don't know. Are you Nintendo? You secretly, like, grinding Nintendo games? Is that on a Switch?
Are you serious? You don't know what Mario Party is?
No, man.
Oh.
I don't. I know what Mario is. I'm OG, man. You know, the first Super Mario Brothers on NES, I had that.
That was really old, my friend.
Yeah, I know. I'm old, Randy. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. Meanwhile, what's happening here is Sam Greenwood, who's been all over everybody, is targeting Michaelitis on this occasion, using Ace-Jack to do so. Boy, this Queen High lacks the durability, and you see Dominicus just conceding. Don't feel too bad. You were dominated, sir. And Coach Greenwood with yet another W. You know what completes the look here is if I run like a whistle on a lanyard out to him. That would really do it.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
50, 125, 125. And you see where we're going. Up.
I gotta admit, I'm not sure which sport the Vikings is in.
Oh, my God. Are you joking?
Well, would I say that out loud then?
You know, Randy, it's really alarming sometimes for me. Because it speaks to you having been locked in a windowless room for a large part of your youth. You know, pre-internet even.
Yeah, but what? At least I knew it was sports related. Mainly because you said coach, but you know.
Congratulations on that, Randy. Way to whittle it down. Foxen, by the way.
I think 4-3 is priced in.
A7 goes spinning as Fritz wants to be the Reaper. For Trey. Not pretty, but numbers are numbers. 825,000 in the middle. Foxen did bubble his last event here. And so far, in the money and looking to keep his seat on a Queen 10 deuce board.
Gonna be tough.
Oh, no. The 4 rips right off the deck, and now all of a sudden, Foxen, the man in need of help. Can 1 6-outer return the favor? The answer is no. And sympathetic GGs being delivered.
Yeah, but absolutely nothing you can do when you're that short. The big blind is practically priced in to call 82 cards.
You know, lest you think that this task here is for the faint of heart, imagine grinding through an entirety of a day one, working hard just to stick around, fade the money bubble, get yourself into this payout band, and then get yourself into that spot, and then realize it can all come crashing to a halt mercilessly. Meanwhile, might the same fate be awaiting David Peters over at the other featured table? Pre-flop stats suggest yes, as he is dominated. Kempa with the ace-king. All too happy to get it in there. 1.75 million in the middle. And Peter's hopes in the 30K along with them.
Oh, or is it?
Jack 7-6. Rabbits and hats all over the place for the time being as Peters finds the side card in top pair. Holds on the turn. Just needs to maintain an ace-free environment. Which he does. Improving to top 2 for good measure. And D. Pete says, you're not going to get rid of me that easy, my friends.
And now he has 1.75 million. It's a playable stack now.
And maybe one less friend, given Reiner isn't going to have a taste for that L. Worst hand performing well early in this frame. Jack 10 offsuit now for Winfred. Under the gun is too early for him to participate.
King Jack should be looking to participate off of 5 bigs. And the hijack. Got most of it in there.
Saving 25K in case of emergency.
Counts.
Is Cale Burns genuinely interested? TBDs, we don't know what he holds.
He generally is. A6 is probably a very close spot. Because it's also very detrimental to his stack if he goes with it and he loses.
Not much.
He is going to commit correctly.
So that final 25,000 is going to be required of Pitavi. And he is in no hurry over here. You'll see little situations like this break out. As with Foxen eliminated, 22 remaining. Not an immediate pay ladder, but maybe somebody at one of the other 2 tables.
7K difference.
Yeah, 2 people.
Yeah, but
goes broke.
2 people off the bus, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep. It's
So,
a little
yeah.
bit ambitious, so.
He shouldn't waste time banks in the spot.
Ultimately, Emilian does make the call. $1.6 million chip pot. And the King Jack once again puts the worst hand pre in front post. Kale's got clubs working. Take him off the board, though, after that 4 of diamonds rolls off. And once more, like D. Peters before him, Pitavi, a man trying to keep a board ace free, and he does so. Kings and jacks for good measure. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying for Cale Burns. Now he's got that kind of jam or fold type of stack. Doesn't really have in raises off of 9 bigs. Obviously great news though for Pitavi. Moves up to 13 big blinds.
So there's a look at the State of the Union at our 2 feature tables right now here in event number 5, the 30K from Jeju. Sam Greenwood, 40 bigs. Dilution evident after that last blind increase. Balayev, chip leading with just 27 bigs over at the other table, and both of those guys have a lot of company. Poseidon Hone nipping on Greenwood's heels. Kiat Lee on Balayev's. Cale Burns now part of the sub 10 big blind stack crew. Looks like Sturm interrupted his shuttling through the replays in search of some intel and some scouting to pick up a pot.
He got the data points he needed. Expect him to raise rather than open jam. He wants to induce reshoves from worse aces, some broadways.
And the him you speak of, Manuel Fritz with the ace-king in the hijack. Konstantin Maslach squeezing pocket tens. He's sitting similar depth, covered by 250K, thereabouts.
Pretty much a standard all-in spot for the 210s. Gonna have another coin flip incoming. Oh, this is interesting actually for Michaelitis. There's a raise in front from a shortish stack, a reshove from a short stack, and nines performs all right.
You know, it was a couple of nines that Matthias Eibinger decided to hop in with in search of a triple in a similar situation, not identical by any stretch. This was at the final table of the 25K, ultimately won by Jeremy Osmus yesterday.
Yeah, I would say he does relatively well against the short stack reshove range because he beats all of the smaller pairs that probably would reshove. He knows ahead of ace kings, ace queens. Of course, he fears like tens, jacks, queens, kings, and aces, but I don't think he also expects the original raiser to always get it in if he commits. So he gets a little overlay sometimes. But we are going to go three ways, and nines is in terrible shape.
Michaelitis put in the 2.5 and hates to see Fritz call, as all of a sudden his problems are very real. The 210s of Maslach performing oh so well. He's participating in a main pot, which is where the bulk of the biscuits are. 5 million roughly. Just 400 on the side. And this is a disastrous spot. Michaelitis certainly wants to use his one time to spoil the fun for Maslach. And instead, it is Fritz who flops top two, but the tens, now a gut shot. Konstantin on his feet. A 9 would obviously be a problem for Fritz, as well as the queen or 10. Decent amount for him to fade, which he does on the turn.
You have one more try.
One more try, Michaelitis.
Yeah. He covers both parties.
It's just the nine of spades.
And the clean run out
1.8.
will leave Manuel Fritz to take down a massive pot. 5.5 million, let's call it. Most of Michaelitis' chips lost in the fire. And, of course, not to be overlooked, the fact that Maslach, who had the best hand pre, is showered.
Yeah, Maslach going to cash for $74,000. Michaelitis might be joining him soon because he's on vapors.
Yeah, 700K. Back over to the other feature as the accounting gets done. Another ace-king has been delivered.
Yeah.
This one to Cale Burns.
Yep, you should put chips.
Leaves himself 25K back.
Jin Long Hu's got King Jack suited with 950,000. This is kind of interesting because Burns's range probably contains all of the pocket pairs, some like ace 10, ace 9s that King Jack does all right against. Yeah, it seems like he's going to commit And he gets an overlay from the big blind ante.
You cover me?
I will cover. No, you cover me.
You all right with this choice?
I cover you.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not folding order, but I got ace king.
high variance,
How about
I
here?
would say.
More than 1 million, right?
Yeah.
What he says like it's already all in.
So calm.
We are on an immediate pay ladder. Burns milks a little bit of clock. But what he's really focused on is milking this 2.25 million right into his stack. Dominating. 70-30 favorite, let's call it. Ace-7 deuce. No heart on board for Jin Long Hu. This is a tall order.
That's it.
It's an impossible one now.
You want to make sure?
Patiently waits for the river to be delivered before wrapping the table and making his way
Yeah, 1.1.
out of here.
So pay jump confirmed, is that right, Ollie?
Yep, 81,500 now locked up by the remaining 20 players in the field as the most recent elimination of Jin Long Hu after Foxen and Maslach before him brings us to that point. Next pay jump will be at 17th, where we go from 81.5 up to 92.5.
It's the exact same. Right.
Been a little bit of a roller coaster for KO, but back to where he was. Actually, a bit more.
Ace Queen for D Peats.
Yeah, D Peats is playing a 16 big blind stack, so it's a bit too much to outright open jam as you rarely get called by worse. You want to provide the opportunity for your opponents to play back with weaker aces. And of course you don't mind if the big blind comes along. When you're holding ace queen.
$250,000 to skate. Not sure that Patavi's going to have an appetite for this 4-5 offsuit sitting 1.4 back, but only he knows. And the answer is no thank you.
Yeah, I think you tend to see players defend out more earlier in the tournament, but with pay jumps, 3 tables remaining, you got to just play a little bit tighter because your tournament life just means so much more now.
Yeah, I mean, let's not overlook the 2 7-figure scores up at the top.
A glass of wine?
Let's get some espresso martinis going over here.
Uh-oh.
Carrot juice. You can get carrot juice in Asia.
Whiskey sour.
You can't get that in Australia. You probably can, but you never see it. It's quite refreshing, actually.
Carrot juice with a shot?
With a shot. Oh, you first, buddy.
I'll get a latte.
That don't sound great.
I've been waiting for my latte for ages. My food is here, but my latte is
You a barista at all? Go help Winfred out?
What's that?
Winfred's waiting for his latte. You a barista? On the side, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you can help
You know,
him.
our mochas got here pretty quick. I'm not sure what Winfred's issue is. Maybe it's because we had ordered 4 mochas that Winfred's order is taking so long.
Pocket eights and big blind. It's a hand that often reshoves against 20 and less big blinds. If there was a case to flat, it would be because KO is raising from early position. But let's take a look outside. I see Vogel saying tapping the table.
Yeah, we're going to put a pin in that situation over there where the pocket eights are being mulled over.
But he sat back down. So what's going on?
Did he think he was dead and then caught a river?
Going to assume that because
I feel like it
Nacho
was the
paid out.
reverse, yeah. Christoph all smiles.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Nacho raised to 275. Christoph called a c-bet of 125 on the King 8 deuce board. Christoph jammed. Nacho called. It was 7-8 against King 9. And trip 8s for Vogelsang would ultimately end up victorious. Meanwhile, trip 8s here in the form of a set after Balayev did flat, looking over at the depth of Burns' stack. He has checked bottom set, and Kale looking at this board texture, thinking it's mine to represent. C-bets 175,000, Balayev trapping. Flats, another 350 into the middle. Pot north of 7 figures. Uh-oh. Spade draw acquired.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, of course. Definitely gives Burns an excuse to shoot out a second barrel. Pretty much attacking the Queen X's. Maybe like the gut shots, like 10-9 that picked up a pair, but wouldn't be too strong enough to call it again. Maybe even some of the ace rags if he's looking to jam river as well. But that's a great check.
Yeah.
King 6.
Looking to realize the equity, not get himself jammed up. And also, it's not as though he can't still bluff at the river, which does present a potential opportunity to do so. Unclear, pardon me, how many 10x combos exist in Burns' early position opening range off of this stack, but Balayev doesn't love this card. Now, do we block with a set here?
Yeah, that's interesting. It seems like he is. He put in, what, 300, 30% pot. I just don't think he has that many bluffs in his range. So block is never like a pure bluff, I suppose.
But it could very well be a hand that can't take the heat, and maybe, just
maybe it opens the
Kale,
door.
Yeah, Kale Burns sniffs this out and turns his hand into a bluff. Obviously, there's nothing else that it can be, given it's just king high.
Just thinking about it, it's just a bit tough to bluff raise in this spot because it's not unreasonable for Vyacheslav to put in a kind of milking value bet with a 10 in this spot. Just trying to get a crying call out of like random 2-pair like Queen Jack, some ace highs that paired. So it's a bit. I wouldn't really expect KO to bluff this spot, just because he can't take the 10x out of Vyacheslav's range. But he did get to realize equity with that turn check through for cheap.
That he did. As Balayev surging here. Well, Club WPT Gold is where online poker in the U.S. lives once again. They've opened their doors to all eligible players in America, packed with non-stop action, from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today. At Club WPT Gold, no purchase necessary, void where prohibited.
啲人再短啲嘛。
Reiner's got Jack 9 offsuit. Looks like he's going to attack.
250,000.
Taking us up. Uh-oh.
Good luck getting through 2 kings.
Not going to happen. This much we know.
You can see him eyeballing Peter's stack. But we do have action on the outer table once more.
That we do. It looks like it involves Matas Simbolas and Brendan Wilson.
1 chip back.
Yeah, Wilson the covering stack. So this was a raise to 1 million from the small blind, a call from Brendan Wilson. You see Simbolas with just 1 chip back, allowing him to take a little bit of time, grinding the tournament clock right now in pursuit of the particulars.
There's the last chip. And we see an ace.
On our backs, looks like Symbolis has it locked up on the turn. So Matas will stay intact here.
The life of Matas.
No, he wouldn't fall.
I love how anytime Barbero's at a table, you can never just win a pot quietly, right?
And he doesn't even need to be in the hand.
No. Yeah. He's going to make sure you get an earful.
No, he's watching himself.
Story checks out. Good old Nacho. Now then, Coach Greenwood pictured here after a particularly difficult triple overtime loss. He's doing so good, I can't even say that. I mean, 37 bigs, 4.7 million by our tally right now in front of Sam. Though you wouldn't know it.
Don't they do those post-game interviews? What do you think Sam would do?
There was a particularly epic one where the Vikings were leading and beating a really strong, I believe, divisional rival Chicago Bears team once upon a time, and then they punted. Not literally, but proverbially. And somebody asked some kind of question, and the coach went ape. And he started saying, they are who we thought they were, and he was just screaming. Believe Dennis Green was the coach at the time. Anyway.
Well, that's why Coach Greenwood's in now.
Yeah, that's right. Martirosian in, ace-jack of hearts, ace-jack offsuit in the big for Michaelitis. He says, let's play for more. Arthur practically beats him into the pot at this size.
Scare him.
Yeah, that is a little bit spooky. You kind of have some concerns with ace-jack when the call comes in that quick, but the two can smile.
There's a little bit of concern, more of a free roll for our Martirosian. Come on, just throw a heart out there.
Wow, what's wrong with you, Randy?
Sorry,
why are you rooting for violence?
Okay, there we go. See, heart.
Oh,
just
boy.
one. Do you see it, Michaelitis?
Oh, he sees it. And the one heart is all there is. Ooh, if Dominicus had a spade, would have been a different story. But they're going to carve up and re-rack.
Looks like KO got a walk, the Jack Deuce.
Slides into the small blind after a free orbit.
Hello.
Winfred Yu has been quiet to this point, but he's going to be heard from now with two aces under the gun. Sitting 1.1 million, sub 10 bigs.
250.
Once upon a time, 10 bigs and fewer. It was just sort of regarded as an all-in only pre-flop. Game's come a long way since then.
Yeah, you're 100% right about it. The game has changed. People realize they can get away with some raise folds with decent blockers, and it also helps them balance when they've got the aces and kings when they want action.
Kale doesn't rate to be a customer here, but we are held up on his king 4.
Yeah, no immediate pay jump at the moment. Over to Kya.
10-7 offsuit. Doesn't want a piece. Winfred's like, what happened? Why'd you get shy there? Come get some.
Okay.
I heard yat yat. Pretty sure that's 1-1.
Yeah, he's got
Cantonese.
Aces, aces. Ace, ace.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you figured it out before me. I didn't know what he was saying. I can't translate Mandarin or Cantonese.
That one summer grinding mahjong after the poker games would wind down.
Pong.
In the Bay Area. There you go, Randy. You know, I almost brought my mahjong set out here, thinking we could get a game down. Meanwhile, it looks like Ramin Hajiev has got his chips down. Ace-Jack is what he's working with. Looks like a King-Queen is involved, as well as King-Tray, is it? King-High flop, or Ace-High flop? Ace-High flop. And Barbero is on his feet. Board reads 8-4, Ace-9, Queen. Anatoly Filatov had just 300,000. Barbero 2.4. Hajiev 4.3, the covering stack, and I believe he's claiming a couple of pelts. Symbolis was not involved. And perhaps the silencer has been put upon Nacho Barbero.
Yeah, definitely has. Hajiev had Ace-Jack, Barbero had King-Queen, and Filatov was just priced in with the King-3 offsuit. So, double elimination.
Rest of the field loves to see that going down.
You think Winfred likes this?
From aces to queens. All of a sudden, he's heating up with Kiatly's eights. 3-bet jamming in front of him. He doesn't use a time bank, just gets it in there. Easy release for Patavi, and Kiatly recognizes he covers by a wide enough margin not to make a meal of the decision. Not that there was one. He had already jammed.
Won't be happy to lose, but lose it to my friend if something happened. Something bad happened, I should say.
So a win-win situation.
Well, it's a win-Fred situation for the time being in a 3 million chip pot, but things could change. If not just the snowman, but the 6 arrive. Oh, wow.
That's why you don't say that, Winfred.
2 ball corner pockets. 6 for the chop, queen for the W. Winfred not drawing dead,
I got that
but the
feeling.
pulse is faint.
How can I fold?
Of course you cannot fold.
Oh, my goodness.
How's the bad feelings now?
Just when you thought Anne Boleyn was under the guillotine, the queen is resurrected on the river.
They get done twice in one hand.
Yeah, 1, 2, 75.
You did it the fun way. The entertaining way.
Good man. After you put the 8, he feel guilty.
Yeah. That's where he went wrong.
Boy, that was a whipsaw there.
呢個得就上咗去啦，你而家頭10個月上唔上？
我唔想係對住你嘅，不過
冇辦法啦呢啲，最緊要冇打錯啫。聽天由命嘅呢啲真係聽天由命，呢個位都係聽天由命。
一個要推，一個要拖，我哋講呢。
75, 150.
包死咗我哋兩個，盲對盲你，啲唔打晒。
150 discounted.
Kiatly, by the way, now sits just 10 bigs after chip leading coming into this one. You know, I touched on the idea that, as you well know, Randy, Kiat has been a groomsman on so many occasions, but never the groom. So many second place finishes, denied on so many occasions, but showing his ability to have a nose for an FT. It's going to take a little bit of work from this point forward to secure that position as 17 remain here. Cale Burns is King Jack. Chattering. Ace 5. Promptly binned out of the big.
Looks like we're moving.
Is that Pitavi?
I think so.
Eight.
Yep.
Is redraw now or no?
Is
redraw or no?
17. No, 17. I just had to close the clock because we had too many going up at the same time, and that's why I
16 redraw.
At 16.
No problem.
Can continue now?
Patavi, by the way, had just 7 big blinds. And obviously losing that particular stack might change the dynamic a little bit here at this table.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit, but in general, this table is relatively short. Only one player above 20 blinds, which is Vyacheslav. Peters with the Jack-7 of clubs. You know, you see him tanking here, and I'm pretty sure the reason is if someone busts, they get a full redraw with 2 tables remaining of 16 players. Therefore, he can maybe miss the big blind next hand if someone busts on the other table, for example. And he deems it worthy enough to use time banks for that potential possibility.
Every little bit of value, every nuance studied thoughtfully by the likes of David Peters and his cohorts.
Yeah, so he spent all his red time banks and a regular time bank as well. And Kale might have the same idea as well.
The immediate ladder is $11,000 between 81.5 and 92.5.
Do we get more of these at 16 or no?
I don't know exactly when.
Next bust out, we do redraw to 2 tables.
We don't know exactly when.
We'll find out.
Pretty one here for Reiner.
Good spot to jam.
You mean more time banks or the
No,
red?
the red ones.
Especially against the bigger stack, as he's got more incentive to attack you if you limp.
For time banks.
Great.
Let's see, what does Vyacheslav got?
1.7, including this.
1,675 is the rate. 1,675,000.
Well, he's committing it.
Uh-oh. Don't know what Baliev's
I'd
got.
look if I was you. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't think it is.
15 is the next jam.
I'm pretty sure it's 15. I'd look if I was you.
I'll say it's better than 10-9 suited.
Well, you know, the guys are kind of misinforming Reiner here because the jump is here and now between 18th and 17th. Kale did
Do we get more of these
say
at
I would
16 or
look
not?
if I were you.
At 10 you get more of the red ones?
No, 17 and 16 is the same, Ali.
Oh, okay. Forgive me. Yes,
Okay,
we already
these should
did
get deleted.
lose
At 10 these just go away. No problem, thank you.
Michaelitis in 18th. Oversight on my part.
We're good.
Well, we're not good. If we've got 10-9, especially
Still pretty close.
when the ace high stays in front post flop. Pair of 7s, now aces up. So it's just the gut shot as the 9 and 10 fall off the board for Reiner, who wants to be a part of these last 2 tables, but it's going to take an 8 to keep him there. And instead, it's one pair of 9s in the end as he issues the GGs.
You did it,
And
just
the
not the way you
deck
were trying.
issues Baliev a
Not
$3.5
way.
million chip pot
You probably
and a
they'll
stack
probably need to catch up.
of over 6
Well, it's a red
million.
anyway.
Yeah, but if we are
My
slow,
goodness.
like couple hand, we have to catch up still.
Is that how they do
He
it?
was, yeah,
Not really
he
sure
was
exactly
using
how
the
it
time bank, so I don't want to like.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. They didn't say anything. I don't know.
But usually,
see what
like
they do, so-
if we play slow, we have to like catch up 1 or 2 hands. Like,
Believe it or not, by the way,
We can't
that's
be
6
behind
million
on the
plus
hand.
in front of Baliev as we see
Cause like what
Kempe
happened over that table, he was
collecting his
We
belongings
could have even been
and
ahead.
ultimately a 17th place payout of $92,500. But back to Vyacheslav, that ain't good for the chip lead. That 6 million is actually overshadowed elsewhere in the room by Ramin Hajiev, who is your overall chip leader. One last look at these 2 tables as we will consolidate the field down to just 2 in total. Redraw time upon us here in the 30K. 75, 150 are the blinds. Racks being delivered to the boys. Shouldn't take too long to get things sorted. Producer James suggesting that perhaps there's action that needs to be caught up at one or two of the other tables before things are made official, and sure enough, there is a hand. It involves Matas Symbolis as you get your first look at the heaps in front of Hajiev. And the particulars here, Renji Mao was in the big blind. Hajiev opened to 300, Symbolis jammed to 2.6. Mao called for 2 million. He woke up with ace-queen and outflopped the 2 6s that Symbolis decided to go with. Obviously aware that Hajiev to his direct right would be opening a broader than average range of hands. Renji Mao correctly identifying that in turn, Symbolis would be jamming a broader range, and unfortunately for Matas, while he will be a part of the final 2 tables, it won't be with heaps. We'll have just 4 big blinds when the dust clears there. Conversely, Renji Mao, 31 bigs.
So now we're good for the redraw?
I believe so. It's official. Redraw time. No further delay. So with that, we are going to bring you back to the booth here in Jeju. Ali Najad and Randy Liu prepared to just briefly discuss what we observed moments ago. What was the highlight or the low light for you there in the last frame?
I think mainly at that stage it was basically all the short stacks kind of trying to double up. A lot of them just busted. You know?
I mean, right off the top, it felt like having the best hand was a bad place to be. I mean, the dog won over and over and over again.
Yeah, therefore I would bet on the winning hands now by statistics.
Well, you always want to bet on the winning hands, Randy, if you know what they're going to be. I mean, that's not a hot take, is it?
No, it's not.
Thank you for that,
Well, I mean,
Randall.
your comment wasn't exactly the greatest either.
Let's not. I'm on your team, Randy.
Okay.
We're friends.
Can we reset?
You want to hug it out?
No.
Fine. Let's go to a break. But I want you to know I'm going to try to hug it out during that break.
I really need to go to the toilet now.
All right. It's going to be about, pardon me, 3.5 minutes. We're going to get this redraw done. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about things as that redraw is going to create some storylines, no doubt. Ramin Hajiev, your chip leader with 16 remaining here in the 30K. Keep it close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun, and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Welcome back to the desk. Ali and Randy back with you at this 30K. We're just 2 tables remain. We talked about Hajiev being up at the top of the leaderboard. What we didn't talk about just before the break is who's down toward the bottom. Just get a load of Mata Simbolas, who we saw suffer a big blow just before the break to get us to this point. 4 bigs in front of him, and Emilian Patavi also 4 bigs. So we could whittle away down toward the final table in a relative fast and brisk pace. It will be contingent upon, obviously, some somewhat deeper stacks taking a more aggressive approach. Your first glimpse now at the redraw. Randy, like I did at the top of your frame, I'm going to zoom in on the first of the 2 remaining tables and ask you what your takeaways are from this one.
I think it's very clear when you look at this table, you just see the 3 biggest stacks on one table. That's Hajiev, Greenwood, and Baliev. And, you know, that really changes things up, right? Because they don't really want to play a big pot against one another, and it doesn't let one player just do all the damage.
By the way, Renji Mao, what a brutal spot for him, too, to have all 3 of those covering stacks out there, because 31 bigs is a decent helping. 4.6 million, not when you're rumbling at that blue table. Zooming out of the blue table and taking us over to the other one, which is the red table here in the Triton Poker Plus app. You, too, of course, have this app available to you free of charge. Just download it in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. What jumps off this page?
Well, if all of the big stacks are on the blue table, all of the short stacks are here. We have both of the 4 big blind stacks seated right next to each other, and so many other short stacks, right? 10 big blinds for Kiat Lee, 12 from Artur Rosen, even the 15 big blinds. They don't really have much room to wiggle at the moment.
I would imagine that for the likes of Poseidon Ho and Manuel Fritz, this is actually great, because 29 and 24 bigs, unlike the 31 bigs, which is the 4th biggest stack at the other feature table for Renji, these guys get to be chip leading.
They have the opportunity to just steal chips, and it's especially great for Manuel because he has position on Poseidon.
Yeah, and he does have a 5 big blind advantage over Mr. Ho. A number of Triton first-timers still remaining in this particular field, by the way. So the Cinderella slipper story continues to be something that percolates right now. We're looking at Baliev. We're looking at Renji Mao and Manuel Fritz. Poseidon Ho as well. Average stack at present, 3.1 million. That's good for 21 big blinds. Scrolling down, believe that's the end of the first-timers. Do want to take a quick peek here, if you'll indulge me, at Brendan Wilson. He, too, Brandon Wilson, first-timer. 0 for 3 so far. It's been an unwelcome first 3 events for him. Obviously making the money over here. This will be an important result to try to not get yourself deep into the red. Blinds at present, 75, 150, and 150K big blind ante, 375,000, the current price of poker. If you're handicapping this one, Ramin Hajiev, who won a Triton Invitational once upon a time, he knows how to get it done. Not widely regarded as a pro, but obviously in terms of rec players, I'll put your Triton recs up against the rest of the world. Will Hajiev be able to get this done?
Yeah, he certainly has the chops. I've got to witness him play that Triton Invitational that he did win and other events. He's actually very good.
Yeah, no question about that. As we send it back down into the arena for the resumption of play. Landing Casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Action brought to you by WPT Global. There it is, all on one screen. Red table. A dream for Fritz and Ho relative to the blue table, which is where the big stacks will be jockeying with one another. And here is that blue table where we will begin things.
It shows the stacks. But stacks you can see there.
Yeah.
So probably just solvers.
Yeah.
Who supports it? Who knows? Would you like the rule?
It's fine.
Yeah. But would you rather have the phone or not have the phone?
I mean, of course I'd rather have it like for my own purposes, but it's a fine rule. Also, like Triton is fine, but like
I understand.
In the event, there will have been other streams, you know, where like people have been getting signaled or whatever. So I think as like industry standard or whatever, it makes sense.
150, so 300.
Raised to 300,000.
You're aware of this conversation?
Yeah. Walk us through it, Randy, because there is a new little wrinkle at this particular Jeju Festival that the folks over at Triton have added once we reach the final two tables.
Yeah, the final two tables, now all phones are confiscated, quarantined, and they're unable to access it even in between hands. So it's not like, oh, I just folded, I can go check my phone, get some data. They actually have to wait until the actual break.
And obviously that means they're not able to grind the Triton Poker Plus app, which is such a useful real-time instrument when you're out there for keeping your bearings, but all of the information contained therein is on screens above each of the tables as a substitute. Meanwhile, on this screen, we see Winford use Queen 10, which was ahead pre, staying that way, improving to aces and tens, with 8 1/4 in the middle after the 300K open. Greenwood defending for the extra big blind, and it's doubtful that he'll have any ideas other than a muck, which he does promptly in the face of the c-bet. So first pot here at this table going to Winfred.
But I'll say this, I actually really like the new rule. I find that players are a bit more focused and, you know, they don't get extra data to kind of make their adjustments. At 2 hours, it's just pure rumble.
Yeah. Meanwhile, purely bad is the spot that Brandon Wilson is in here against Poseidon Ho. Jack, Jack 5, he's got a piece. Maybe he finds a way to win this one as the backdoor flush draw arrives.
This is really nice for Wilson because he turns the flush draw, gives him outs, but also because Poseidon's hand is unlikely to double barrel this turn, so he should get to realize his equity and see that river card for whatever's in the pot. Wouldn't expect another chip to come in on the turn. Oh, never mind. He's just ripping it in, saying, if you got it, you got it. How awful is this for the 5?
I really didn't anticipate this from a couple of black 7s. Maybe a cheeky bet, trying to rep the ace, and unconvinced that a jack lurks, but to simply rip and ask for the 1-1 in total.
Wow, this is disgusting now for Wilson.
I mean, he's almost positive his hand is no good, which is an issue. But he also knows that a diamond could very well bring him to a double.
Yeah, I mean, if he is ahead, he's probably up against like a king, queen of diamonds or queen 10 of diamonds, something like this. That's a big combo draw. I don't believe he would expect Ho to just jam like king, queen offsuit. There's already a lot of chips in the middle too. This is like a 60% pot jam, given the effective stack. It's just an utter disaster if you fold and you actually are ahead. He is going to fold.
Boy, I want to rabbit hunt that one badly. 7 of diamonds on the end, Randy? Just for filth?
You think everyone should be awarded 1 rabbit hunt per tournament?
I wouldn't be mad at it.
Okay.
Since we got new policies with the phones and whatnot, maybe you get a little rabbit. You got red fast action time banks, blue regular time banks, and then you have like the
rabbit.
Squid Game. You have a few rabbits, and you can just kind of redeem a rabbit for a peek.
Because he said maybe it's not correct.
That's not even
like when I'm moving, I'll assign.
I think the rabbits can only be given to the VIPs, though. You don't give any rabbits to the pros.
Okay. Well, then I'm not registering. Oh, wait, I'm a VIP.
You're not a VIP, Nano.
Hey, man. You would get extra rabbits.
They'd give me a hare, a rabbit. They give me one of those stuffed capybaras. Hello, ladies. Fritz with queens. Randy, do you have any idea what that is next to his time banks?
Yeah, it's a huge slug.
It is?
No, I have no idea what
Is it a turkey, maybe?
Seriously, a turkey? That's what you're going to go with?
Is it a fish of some sort? 300,000 to go.
Okay, now I really want to see a zoom in, but we have Kiat with 3s, a real decision.
Yeah, he's sitting just 1.1 back, a couple of bigs invested.
I don't know if he's got much fold equity off of this stack. Yeah, that's why he's going with call. If he had a couple more big blinds, he's probably going to reshove, but here he's just going to try to hit his 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. Too lean to expect that the jam is going to earn him the pot with no further incidents. He does call, and he does look up at a favorable board.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble here. He is very likely to just check jam because of how shallow he is. It makes sense that he's checking because he wants to induce a continuation bet and, you know, pick up that continuation bet. If it's just high cards, that's stabbing. I just would be pretty shocked if he doesn't check jam in this spot.
Yeah, I know. Pardon me. In a way, it's sort of trapping Fritz for the full 975 to allow him to put this 150 in there, provided the Kiat comes with the jam now. Every chip is so precious. 2 7-figure scores are still in here, but Kiat's all done being passive. He jams, and of course, he's beaten into the pot by the queens and has just 2 outs.
Did he just look at the dealer like,
yeah.
Huh, really?
No, he was a little bit embarrassed about the 3s, which pale in comparison to the might of these 2 queens, but a red 3 would fix all of that in a hurry. And with 2 to come, it happens 8% of the time. Now just 4% of the time as he fans on the turn. Can Kiat Lee's hopes of a first Triton title stay alive? No, they can't. As Manuel Fritz takes care of the chip leader coming into today.
Another deep run, but can't convert for Kiat. Still seems to be in good spirits, though.
$92,500, the last of those payouts being issued to Kiat. $104K now to the next 2 bust outs as we break the 6-figure seal.
Okay, take a look. What is it?
I can't tell. Is it like a frosted glass cat or something?
There's
What is
definitely a
that
head on the left side, right? But what's on top? Is that a foot?
Nothing is definite about anything I'm staring at there to the lower right of your screen. Chat, talk to us. What's your read?
The body's like a chicken, but not the face.
I can't see from this angle. It feels like a turkey.
I know, but you think the top is the head, but it clearly wasn't. From this angle, it looks like a turkey. I know what you're saying. But it transforms when you get a different view.
Randy, do you think this is what they pay us for?
That's what they pay you for.
Well, obviously it's where I think I normally have an opportunity to excel, but I am befuddled. Symbola's not befuddled. He's ready to go. 8-9 suited. Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's going to get against ace-jack, but he's live, he's suited, he's connected. It's not the end of the world.
All in.
So short stack confrontation. Here we go. As you can see, 41% for Matas.
2 clean cards with $1.5 million in the middle, roughly. Brandon Wilson looking for a bounce, as is Symbolus. Matas at risk. The 7-5-3 board does give him a gutter, so add 6s to the mix. No heart on board is disappointing. Wilson hoping that the upper crust of the deck shows up. This deuce will do just fine by him. Can he fade the 10 outs? Yeah, he sure can. Ends up with a wheel. And Matas has his run come to an end. So the first of the 6-figure payouts promptly going Matas's way. One more 104K bundle remaining.
And pay jump acquired for everyone else.
We're behind.
Was that the 14th place finisher there? No, that's 15th.
Oh, did I get it wrong?
Randy, yeah, we have one more bust out before we pick up an extra $11,500 for making the top 13.
To do push-ups. I don't know why.
Oh, we got the food to go.
It looks like it's untouched, so, you know, good on him. What are we working with there? Broccoli, fish, some fries, maybe?
Yeah, but why is that going on? I don't understand.
I mean, definitely not chips.
No, he's all out of those.
Exactly 3 big blinds for Patavi.
Not enough.
6.
Yeah.
That's enough for the button. Wilson might even open jam rather than raise.
Well, he's got 1.9 now.
All in.
Does rip it.
This kicker is a pretty big issue for Archer, so he's not going to call, as all of the better aces will be jamming the button.
Is that right? Wait. Did I underpay? Yeah. Sorry.
Nice try.
I was the one who corrected it. Yeah.
Wilson doesn't get any takers.
It's a good
as
guy.
he continues
Guy
to
offers
wet
me
his
his
beak.
charger the other day, then pays for his massage.
What do you mean?
Let's see if there's any karma. So far, no proof.
For whose massage?
I mean,
I operate as if it exists.
1,000, 2,500, 2,500. Starting complete.
Go time for 3 bigs.
King 10 suited. Feels like it qualifies. Sure enough, all in declared.
That's nice for Burns. Opportunity to get involved with the 3 big blind stack.
Ace Jack piles atop Patavi's 450 as things get a whole lot more serious, but accounts being requested here. Unclear if this is just posturing to try to stall a little bit.
I'm going to guess it's a real decision, like maybe in like an ace-9, ace-10, king-queen suited, some medium pocket pair.
If it is 109 million Is that it's 1,000,000?
Okay, never mind. Just queen eight suited.
975.
Then you would call.
Then I will call. 2,000,000 is just at my threshold.
Okay, Poseidon is obviously
Can fold,
posturing
can
now.
fold.
He's trolling everyone.
He got me.
That one chip is like so sneaky. Good luck.
It's a fairish fight.
All right, so we're on our backs now. Kale's going to pull back 155. And the roulette wheel comes to life. 1.2 million in the middle. And the hopes of the Frenchman. Rest on a king 10. 2 clean cards, but a dirty ace 3 deuce flop. Monotone. Neither player with a heart. Patavi on his feet for good reason here.
I was like, any second now, bang.
That's it.
And it's official. No sweat whatsoever for Emilian.
You got it twice.
As
You
alongside
had 1,975,000. Nah, you were going to fold anyway, yeah?
Symbolus.
I have to fold. I have to fold.
He too will collect 104,000 and leave the remaining 13. Assured 115.5.
You have.
I have queen 8 suited.
Pretty, but cannot.
Pretty cannot?
It's pretty, but you cannot.
Yeah.
Too much.
I cannot. At the moment, I thought you're just like less than 1,000,000. What?
Not hearts?
No hearts. Mine is like
No heart,
both,
nothing.
both clubs. Both of them are club suited. Yeah.
All right, so now we wait. And there's 14 or 13? 14.
It's 13 now.
It's 13 now.
Yeah.
What did you have that hand?
Hmm? He said already.
No. He was asking about.
Okay, 13 left.
Vogel saying shortest stack in the field was 7 bigs. Just about a million in front of him. Ball stack continues to be Ramin Hajiev. As we are 4 eliminations away from the final table here in the 30K, where we will crown a champ eventually. Though the boys have been on a brisk pace, I would imagine once there's additional consolidation, stacks will deepen, provided that they can outpace the blinds.
Yeah, at the moment right now, since the 2-table redraw has just been the short stacks getting in and crashing. Jack 8 for Burns. If he raises this button, he would be raising into the table chip leader. And he actually limps the button. Something we don't see too often. You can hear Poseidon pointing out like that's a weird call. But Kale just trying to play the spot in position.
You know, it isn't often that somebody openly comments on a on a player's decision whilst a hand is in progress, but that's precisely what Poseidon did. I'm not sure Kale is going to have a taste for it, but he's on to the matter at hand, where he has been outflopped by Fritz on the King 7-4 board. Bottom pair leads Jack high.
Yes, so clearly Fritz's range is extremely wide, given he got a free chance to see a flop. So he actually has many more hands that will be looking to just check fold. Pair of fours should be enough to see a turn card, assuming Burns will auto bet almost any flop.
$150 a man, bring us to the turn, which is exactly what Fritz wants to see. An innocent-seeming 3 of clubs after Kale limped the button. Are there ever traps in Kale's range?
Yes. So he should have like aces, kings, and some of these garbage hands to kind of balance a bit.
Obviously, against the aces, 3s and 4s are doing just fine. Against the kings, not so much. But the check back from Kale will leave Fritz feeling quite confident his holding is good.
Yeah, I don't believe Fritz will think Burns has many King X's because King X will have a lot of incentive to bet the turn when the little gut shots show up on the turn. Seems like main target is like 7X or some medium pocket pair. Seems like he's going polar, near pot. Exactly pot, actually.
Easy escape for Jack High. Fritz now has himself up to third in chips. Maybe even second? No. By 150K, he still trails Sam Greenwood. Hajiev still in front.
Seven, 6 suited. Gonna activate.
Pocket sixes for Poseidon, who doesn't appear to have a comment about Kale's decision on this occasion. Seems to be more in keeping with the expected protocol.
No,
a click from the cutoff.
Should have said, that's a strange raise.
650.
I do like this.
650K. This is a small 3-bet.
Yeah, I probably would have preferred another 100K, but maybe it just saves them a little bit more because queens show up right behind them.
2.8 million behind for Winfried. Now, this isn't aces and it isn't kings, forgive the obvious, but those hands might be a little bit more inclined to do something a little bit trappy. Granted, cold calling a 3-bet is always going to look big, but Winfried just keeps things straightforward. Single decision point as he rips it in, and of course Poseidon is disappointed. He's going to ask for the count. Are sixes durable enough? One would think no, and credit to Poseidon for finding 3-bet sizing that will allow him to bin these sixes without further incident.
Yeah, it's good that he didn't make it too big where he would be forced to kind of call it off. This is a 20 big blind cold jam, which is very strong.
If it is over 3 million, I will call.
This guy.
He's like the proposition is just not good enough. So I like this trolly little guy here. Especially given that it's a first time for him at a Triton.
You saved me?
Making himself right at home.
I was going to see a flop. Not all in, just flop.
But he fold, I put you all in.
Okay.
And that's the same. Good bet, good bet.
Maybe save me.
Maybe.
I can always get lucky.
Remember the table that we were at in the first day? All the come from behind.
Yeah. Person ahead never win.
The guy ahead never win.
Ace Jack for Poseidon. This time an opener. Fritz. Ace 4, granted offsuit, but heaps in front of him. And maybe the sense that Poseidon's not supposed to be opening in front of him.
Yeah, I'm sure it's crossing his mind. Maybe how he can attack Poseidon a little bit.
Sure. Got Martirosian out there with 10 bigs.
Couple threes. Do like that fold. Just hard to play post flop, and it's a bit excessive to rejam with.
For Brandon Wilson, very different setup. Already has the big blind in. And King Queen, plenty of kit.
It's a decent chance he just jams it.
Yeah.
Yes. Lots of fold equity. Good cards to block strong calling ranges.
I'm going to look into a crystal ball and just suggest that
Oh god, I know what you're
Poseidon's going to say if it was 2.1 million, I could call this. But 2.125 is too rich.
Joke 3 times.
It's a real decision here, though.
No, I mean, I mean.
Kale got out in front of it, by the way.
Yeah, he's at a loss for words because he's not actually sure if he should be raised calling in this spot. Ace Jack, it's often good.
Is it often good against Brandon's jamming range that deep?
Well, Brandon's jamming how many blinds? 15? And he's already invested one of those blinds. I don't know.
It's cuspy, yeah?
It is. You're not like slam dunking it, but against some players, this ace jack is definitely a call, but he's going to lay it down. That's great news for Wilson.
Yeah, it sure is. So aggression, providing yield for Brandon Wilson.
I can say you cannot make the same joke 3 times in a row? Ah.
Oh, really? Because I was about to say,
You think
if
I'm
it is
trying to
less than
influence
2
the
million, I'm about to make the same joke. Yeah, it become my slogan.
Was Daniela putting the kibosh on Kale saying that?
Can't say that, Kale. Didn't realize that was
That's
the case.
weird. I didn't think it was out of bounds. Meanwhile, we flip back over to one in progress at the other feature. Vyacheslav Balayev made it 300. Sturm with queen 10 suited, flatted the button, and now has second pair on an ace-high board where Balayev is following through for 250K. On the strength of a Broadway gut shot and this ace-high flop texture where he's suggesting that he's got top pair. And Sturm knows that Balayev, as deep as he is going to have quite a bit of opens and follow-throughs that don't have to be interacting. 8 on the turn. Isn't interacting in any real way with the board.
Balayev has a really reasonable candidate to barrel off in this spot. Sturm started to hand with about 20 big blinds, and 20 big blinds actually reshoves a lot of the hands that hit hard, like ace-jack, ace-queen. He's going to check it on over, which is great news for Leon. But I wouldn't have been surprised if Vyacheslav kind of double-barreled this one, especially blocking the very best ace, which is often ace-jack. So as played, I would like to see Leon check this one back, play the river card.
That's exactly what he does. 10 would have been particularly pesky for Sturm. But instead, it's a 7, and let's see if Baliyev's all done with it. It would seem like he is.
Yeah, it becomes, it's not really credible now if he was to fire, I would think. And he's also not expected to fold out kind of the weaker aces as played, just because, you know, Leon can just call and see a showdown. If he could see the queen 10, of course he'd be more willing to bet, but once you check this turn with this hand, I basically give up. And Leon's going to be able to scoop this pot with the queen.
I will say this,
trouble.
If all of a sudden Balayev fired like 1.8 at that river, no draws complete, Sturm's got a real decision.
Yeah. But then again, it's also very hard to do so because you're like, man, what am I repping?
Yeah.
Like
a slow played sort of huge hand, or maybe a set of 7s.
Sure, but that's a very narrow range,
Sure.
right? We don't really want to rep narrow ranges when
Yeah.
we're bluffing if possible.
Yeah.
Especially not against a guy like Leon Sturm, who will try to play as close to game theory optimal because he doesn't want to be exploited. That was a throw.
One, 2, 2. As it now costs $500,000 a round. To keep your seat here, you can get gobbled up in a hurry. Bad news for Christoph Vogelsang, sitting 950. Sub 5 bigs, suited 1 gapper, early position. He's going to have to take a trip through the blinds in just 2 hands.
Yeah, I think this is the one. The reasoning is his hand is all right when he gets called. He's often just both cards live. Plus, he needs to try and steal the blinds now while he can when he has fold equity, because 4.5 blinds can still get the big blind to fold. As played, Greenwood's in an interesting spot, ace-6 suited. It could call if he expects the players behind him to fold. Very often, he'd get a nice overlay on his ace-6. But he is going to lay down, which is great for Vogel. This is very bad, though, for Vogel.
Renji Mao.
Ace-10's not folding.
Over 5 million in front of him. And fold is far from on his mind. As you see, the calling chips delivered. Relieved, of course, that Hajiev steps aside. But
Still quarterback.
No relief awaiting Christoph Vogelsang for the time being. 6-6-5. And now Renji makes it official. Let's get on our backs. Backdoor hearts and some straightiness for Vogelsang. An 8, a path to victory for the time being. Things aren't great, but they could be worse as he's got 19% with 2 to come in a 2.3 million chip pot that he needs to win. Not happening on this turn, as all of a sudden the 8 of spades is no longer good. Can Christoph pull off a magic trick? No, is your answer. And that'll do it for the German. On his feet as the most recent casualty here in the 30K. Payout for him will be a cool 115 and change.
Another short stack down. Vogelsang won't be adding a second title to his Triton resume.
Yeah, good game.
Does add to his 6.3 million in Triton earnings, though.
Yeah. We are far from seeing the last of Christoph Vogelsang. I really like Christoph, by the way. You know, he gets a little bit of heat because he's on the slower side in terms of pace of play. But he's been nothing but gracious in victory and defeat. Incredibly polite and well-mannered. Just all you could ever hope for in terms of etiquette and decorum in a professional poker player. Never makes anybody feel bad out there for any decision, no matter what side of it he ends up on. A model to be followed.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. I do randomly have chats when I see him out there, and, you know, just happy to be here playing high stakes. We'll see him later in the bigger binds. Now we have 12 remaining.
Well, we're seeing Renji Mao right now as he absorbs Vogel's chips, puts him to work with ace tray. Deep beats, doesn't want any.
Yeah, that raise and take is going to push Renji Mao to the chip lead, just past Manuel Fritz.
So Hajiev has been dethroned in not 1 but 2 spots now. But that might be a rich way to categorize it, just given he's not trailing by all that much. Renji, however, has broken the 7 million chip barrier. Average stack, 4.2 million, good for 21 bigs. Martirosian, shortest stack in the field now, followed by Cale Burns, 7 and 10 bigs respectively. One more $115,500 payout available. $17,500 the jump if you make the top 11, where you'll be assured $133K.
So Peters is sitting on a 10 big blind stack. It's definitely very possible he just jams this one in. He's going to try to play as a flat, and he's not going to get to see a flop.
Pocket jacks for Baliev. A spoonful of medicine here. Not that Peters is proud of Jack-7.
So Baliev should be raising, but not all in. He should make it like 2.5 to 3 big blinds. He wants David Peters to limp jam some very weak hand. Jacks, of course, is crushing in these spots. So it goes for 2.5x. Doesn't need to make it too big given how short David Peters is. It's always tempting when the price is so good, but then you also have to ask the question, is Vyacheslav doing this with some junk? Would he go for the sizing? And that's a great laydown because he was in deep trouble.
Yeah, he was. Scrolling back through the chat, by the way, Rishi Asher. Actually, it's Toy Soldier right beneath a comment from Rishi Asher about Poseidon. I believe is referring to Mr. Ho as an MIT genius and expert in cryptocurrency. Interesting.
I think you're right about that because for some reason on my social feed, I think I saw Poseidon's name in something related to cryptocurrency.
Yeah, Rishi says he runs his own fund. You know, I don't know. I was scrolling socials this afternoon, and I came across something to do with the Argentine president, Milei. I think Jason Calacanis of the All In podcast. You know about this dude, the Argentine president that put his cat into cabinet? His actual pet cat, maybe his dog, is in Congress. It's a dog, says producer James. He's an expert in cryptocurrency as far as I'm concerned because he came up with this coin, told the whole country to buy it, and then rugged them for like $24 million.
Ollie, I know about it.
You didn't buy Libra. Get out of here.
Just saying I
you
know
got
about
rugged?
it.
Randy, you got rugged, bro.
I got a little degen in me, buddy.
You're so sick. Maybe you rugged them. What do you got? You got an inside line, Randy? Is that how you're staying rolled? That's how you're supporting the blackjack habit? Rugging crypto meme coins?
No, it's not me. It's not
you
me,
know
guys.
the Haktua girl might be going to jail over rugging her coin. And she tried to say she didn't, too. And they're like, guys, you understand how this works, right? It's in the blockchain.
Yeah.
It's on the ledger.
She's going to be spitting a lot in jail, I suppose. So I don't know.
Sorry, Randy, I'm not feeling well enough for you to make that joke. Oh, my God. Can you imagine being famous for that? My goodness. Mom and Dad can't be proud. You know, it's funny because for many of the guys that you see on your screen over here, the journey traveled to get to this point in their poker careers probably, well, I don't say probably, but at times contained parents that weren't so proud of the choices being made. It's a tough sell to any mother or father to say, hey, I'm going to play poker. Unless they, too, were professional poker players, which is seldom
I know
the case.
about that, but we do have a confrontation here. 9s versus ace-10.
Yeah, Greenwood saying, I'm your daddy. The 2 red 9s. Peters left himself $25K back. So we'll pause.
Yeah, because we're on a stone pay jump bubble right now. 12 would get 115,000. If Peters can survive and someone else busts, he'll get up to 133,000 apiece. But cards officially on their backs.
2 overs for Peters. Happy not to be up against a dominant ace, but unfortunately for him, he is behind by 12% in a 4 million chip pot. He's already staved off elimination once. Can he do it again? Greenwood's rooting against the outcome. And King 7-6 is advantage Greenwood. 6 outer 2 times for Peters. Oh, hang on.
There's additional outs.
10 outer now. It's a decent number of ways to get there and stay involved here in the 30K for D. Peters. Can he make it happen? Yeah.
There you go.
He did it the hard way with the 10 as he pips the 9s. And, you know, it isn't personal, but I don't think anybody sitting at the table was particularly thrilled with that river card other than D. Pete's. And, of course, Greenwood definitely didn't have a taste for it.
You think Coach Greenwood's going to be all right?
I would love it if he took the hat off and just slammed it into the table. You know what I mean? Just posturing.
The referee made a bad call. In this case, the dealer. So Peters and Greenwood have the same stack now, 4 million apiece. Good for 20 bigs.
Seven suited, not enough for Peters to put the newfound stack to work. Ace-7 in the cutoff, though. Different proposition for Baliev.
Starm's got ace-jack. Should see him reshove this off of 20 big blinds. I saw him flat queen 10 suited not too long ago, but ace-jack is the type of hand I would always see kind of just rip it in, expecting fold equity. I don't really feel that 3-bet small is a thing off of this stack, just because you want to maximize fold equity against some small pocket pairs and not give them that incentive to maybe rejam. So yeah, practically all in.
3-bet over half of his stack, making it clear that he's not going to be moved off of it. And the timing was right for Leon Sturm. Baliev, of course, cannot take that heat. Sturm's been steady. No surprise there. The German. I always forget just how young he is, Randy. And yet, every bit a veteran. Yet to win his first Triton title, but does have 2.4 million in career Triton earnings across 12 caches, one of which he picked up in the 15K. 16th place finish for 59.
Yeah, Germany just keeps spawning these strong poker players. Like, you would think, we were just like, oh, we got rid of the old school age, and then like these new ones just come out.
It is weird. It feels like there's a factory of some sort in Vienna and somewhere in the German countryside where they're just churning these guys out.
You know, like Fedor, we're like, all right, we thought he was like the end boss, and then they just got like Mario Mosbach now, you know, Eibinger. Like, Jesus, can they just stop?
It's the new way.
Tournaments tough.
Yeah, it's the prodigies. Now Sam.
So he's on the button of ace-9. He's obviously looking at the stacks to see, can he open rip it? Probably not, because Renji has got 34 bigs, and Hajiev also has 34 bigs, so it would be too much to jam 20 bigs. So he uses a red time bank, goes for min raise. Renji's got ace-7 offsuit. I'm sure he's contemplating a 3-bet. Fold is the default play. He is going to use one time bank. He might be reading into Greenwood's hesitation and then min raise, maybe as a hand that's on the cusp, perhaps. Thinks better of it, but probably would have worked if he 3-bet, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much heat Greenwood was in the mood to take. But what he will take is 2.5 bigs from the blinds. Have you ever owned anything corduroy, Randy? You ever have a pair of pants mom put you in during the holidays that were maybe a little bit too tight? You walk too fast, you start a fire between your legs?
Why are you mentioning this?
Because Greenwood's hat, now granted I explored this with Rabbit Chow and I forgot that you weren't here for it, is made of corduroy.
Ah.
Which is a lesser explored material, but
It's
mom and
not
dad
really-
never put you in
it's
anything,
not really-
anything corduroy?
No, it's not really my thing.
Yeah, well, what if Givenchy came out with a whole corduroy collection? You telling me you would pass on it? You'd buy one piece. If it was at the outlets.
Do I need to answer this? Like, I like
You're
to
in.
keep this business to myself, buddy.
It's between you and Givenchy.
How about 9-7 versus 9-7?
Yeah, Hajiev limping here. Peter's checking back. These pots can get a little bit interesting. See if this will be one of those occasions. King Jack 6 doesn't rate to make it that. Maybe an 8 on the turn.
There could be a stab, though, from Hajiev, especially with that 9 of diamonds. High card texture. Yeah, let's just take it. Why give Peters a chance to steal it from me?
So Hajiev takes that one down. Rest assured, chat, by the way, we're well aware that Vienna is in Austria, as we talked about the German pros. So many of them live in Vienna, however, which has become a bit of a think tank.
Thanks for saving me, buddy.
Got your back, Randy.
I tried to hide from that.
I'm the one that said it. 6 is against Jack 10. Meanwhile, at the other table, Poseidon Ho with a 1% edge heading to the flop. The covering stack over Martirosian. 2.3 million chip pot. Artur
Ouch.
open jammed and got rejammed on, and now he finds trip 10s. And rates to take a bite out of Poseidon Ho's stack, and it's official. 4 10s for good measure. Quadzilla stamping out $1 million from the Taiwanese delegate stack. You been to Taiwan, Randy?
I have. You don't
Oh, yeah,
remember
we
the
talked
stinky
about
tofu
the night
conversation?
market.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Anything else you want to mention about Taiwan?
Did you only go to Taipei? Or did you take the train down south to Kaohsiung?
I don't know that city. Just Taipei.
Did you know that the island was once referred to as Formosa by the Portuguese who had colonized it?
Thanks, teacher.
You know,
I'm trying to write me a letter of recommendation.
Yeah, for Del Taco.
It wasn't my proudest moment.
Be honest, did you hook any of your friends up with free food?
I hooked myself because the burritos were too big.
Randy gained 25 pounds in 3 days working at Del Taco.
They kept speaking in Spanish about me, though. I didn't like that.
How do you know it was about you?
I don't know. What does Chino mean?
Yeah, it was about you.
Have some free chips, Winfred.
Got something nice.
Who's going to show an ace?
I was thinking, no, not aces.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like aces.
I said, no, everybody fold. Like you were thinking last time. But it is you were more exciting. You got action.
Yeah, all in, all in. Will be a good time. Not if you make squats, though.
Artur, freshly doubled after the quads. Tempter for Kale, sitting 4.9. He's not afraid to splash around a little bit. He kind of has that Adamo-esque attribute to him. The two Aussies can get down into the weeds.
I think it's a good description of Kale. Yeah, he's willing to get in there. No, just sometimes overshadowed by Adamo, but I think he's an amazing player. Brandon's got the 9-8 suited. Trouble for him as he's dominated.
Which he really doesn't expect to be.
Yeah, especially from the earlier position opens, the hijack. It contains a little bit less of this 8-9x stuff, which is actually working out brilliantly for Burns. Oh, I did not see this coming.
Brandon pouncing upon Kale, and this is heat that Jack-8 suited cannot take.
That's an amazing find.
I mean, you know, he's risking his tournament life here. With a 9-8 suited, there are two shorter stacks than his own remaining in this field, and we're on an immediate pay jump. So, ladies and gentlemen, meet Brandon Wilson.
That was a player-adjusted play. You know, that was specifically for KO, realizing he's got wider ranges off that kind of stack. Nicely done. Not a lot of people could find that spot.
How many hands are we having?
We're up 1.5.
老板，我刚
Oh, yeah?
我刚那手那个650也是66，这手也是。
1.5 hand?
啊？对啊，当然。
Well, while we're briefly paused, we do take a minute to acknowledge those of you that are streaming us live. Let us know where you're doing so from. Get a little bit of a roll call in there. And if you like what you see, not just today, but in general, when it comes to our coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, let us know by mousing over and clicking like and subscribe while you're at it to help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all for free.
I feel like I can take the risk.
Let's get those likes up. Let's get those subs up.
Oh, yeah,
You're your own boss. You'll probably be safe if you go quick, but up to you.
And this table's thinking, let's get these cards back in the air, but obviously...
I go to the restroom, come back, you guys already merged the final table. I already...
The other table, I would imagine, needs to catch up.
Okay.
Although one would think that we would be over there watching the proceedings if that were the case. So not entirely clear to me, Randy, why it is that we've got a little bit of a break in the action.
Unclear for me, so I'm reading chat, and they're talking about tacos, and I really want a taco.
Are you referring to the comment from Story, where he refers to his order at Del Taco, where you famously worked at UC Davis? 3 chicken soft tacos, a carne asada fries with guac, and a steak and shrimp burrito. I got to tell you, that's a lot of food.
It's a lot of food.
I don't know what kind of plumbing Story has at his house, but I would hope it's industrial strength because,
Yeah, can I just walk over there and have a
you
look?
know, out of the back end, that's a mighty stool.
You can't walk. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to walk out there and start, you know.
That's a great comment.
I'll take the under on great, but, you know, it's a comment. Not the last I'll be making from Jeju. Here we go. It does seem like these guys need to catch up. So we're finally back over to the other feature. Mucked around to the small blind of Sturm.
I'm curious to see if he wants to limp this into Greenwood, who he respects. Yeah, he's just saying the deuce is going to be a bit too much trouble, even though his hand is suited.
Coach Greenwood gets a walk. And on that note, we have a chance to call out some of those who are streaming us live. Samuel O'Kane out in New Zealand. Chris Arthur, 2 a.m. in Montana. JC in Australia. Brian Liu in New South Wales, also down under. Alex and Maui.
It didn't look like everyone at their table was standing up.
I
It
in
was just like a,
Kansas City, JG in Melbourne.
You gonna read the guy from Taiwan's name, or not?
I didn't see the guy from Taiwan's name.
You put the flag?
Well, first I see Incredible One in Bangladesh, and second I see Ace Jack in front of Vyacheslav Balaev of Russia. Cutoff open as he clicks. Beta in Sweden. Stevie in Arizona, thank you for being a part of this. Predwards, 3 a.m. in southeastern Tennessee. Nate Bargatze country.
That's commitment, and this is committing a re-raising. Amount of chips, 950,000.
You know, it's funny because conventional wisdom suggests that we don't want to mess with the schoolyard bully. But Sturm understands that the schoolyard bully isn't always going to bring bite, but he's going to have a decent amount of just bark. And he's hoping that this will be one of those occasions. Unfortunately, as you and I can see, it isn't, but Ace Jack. Let's see how Balaev feels about it.
You know, it's definitely a candidate to just 4-bet jam it in. He should know that Leon is the type of player to attack in this spot even with 20 bigs. Yeah, this is really nice from Vyacheslav. Knows his opponent. Isn't scared. Well done.
This is not
well
how
deserved.
Leon drew this one up, is it?
You said the bully is, you know, what happened? He still
sometimes
fought.
he's ready to scrap. And this was one of those occasions, unfortunately. As we get back to the matter of acknowledging those of you who are with us live, Lurki in Estonia. Dead Money 42, Santa Rosa. What up, boys? Chris Van Gelderen in Holland, below sea level.
Yeah, that's it.
And as a result, he says he's worshiping Poseidon.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Even though it's sweet to not to pay it, I gotta be. Oh, sorry.
It's not your turn.
Now, I finally got down to the person who's watching from Taiwan, and of course, Randy is trolling me because the screen name is in Chinese.
Thank you.
Well, you know, between the two of us, I'm not the favorite, but neither are you.
Yeah, that'd be trouble. But we acknowledge you. 2 Chinese characters. Couple jacks. It's got a bit less chips now, though.
400.
Raise to 400,000.
As he did burn 950,000 last hand with that 3-bet fold. And Renji Mao's got ace queen.
2 overcards.
Let's go.
Covering Sturm, who's got $2.5 million back. And the all-in is announced. So it'll get back over to Sturm. He double checks. Indeed. Those 2 cards are matching. But they've got concerns. As Renji Mao is looking to spoil the fun for the German delegate.
Key pot 6 million in the middle. Sturm at risk.
He knows it. As you see the tension in the pursed lips of that young man. Can he clear the first hurdle? No. Queen of spades. Downing the jacks as it stands. Sturm would love a sweat here. The ace is actually a good card. But instead, it's a 7, as no 10 to be found either in this unenviable spot. 2 outs, 1 to come is where Leon Sturm finds himself. Can it happen? No. And that'll do it.
Disappointing.
Renji Mao claiming the pelt of Sturm. And you're right, Randy. Disappointing. Not one of those situations where Sturm should feel like he's done anything that earned him the departure, other than play a hand and play it the way it was supposed to be played. The deck not cooperating, quite conversely, China rising up, as has been the case here in Jeju, where they have so many runners across our first few events.
Funny that the app.
But
the
for
app
Leon,
and the
there's
clock
no more
are
running.
like,
There's just a walk. Over to the payouts.
Yeah.
He's going to
don't
snatch
have,
the
like,
last
the big blinds
115.5. 11 players remain, all of whom are guaranteed.
You know,
133,000 now.
Blinds are up
The
in
next
app,
two bust
not on the
outs.
clock.
Blinds up. 125, 250.
Whatever. You know what I mean.
Brought to you by Bet ACR.
5 seconds. Raise to 500,000.
We're getting close to that final table. 2 players with sub 10 bigs, 1 exactly at 10 bigs. Play does resume. Vyacheslav, King 10 offsuit, will be raising the hijack.
Hajiev doesn't want to fight with the ace-7. No criticism there.
Relatively standard. 10-5 offsuit also will be folding. So next pay jump will be if you can get to the final table. 11th and 10th will be paying the same amount, $433,000.
Valiev doesn't get any customers. As I pick up where I left off, Ronnie in Pensacola, we see you. Good to have you with us. Sammy in Brooklyn as well. There's a fantastic pizza place.
Which one?
I want to say it's Paulie G's, where they have a hot honey pizza. And it's in like this little old warehouse. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about, Sammy. Had a great slice, a great pie for that matter, once upon a time out there, years ago. Jeremy in Nashville, Hanger in Connecticut, Sean in Central Oregon in the wee hours. Glad to have you with us. Renji Mao, glad to have Queen Jack and a whole host of chips as he gets after the boys from the cutoff. Powerless is everyone around to Baliev. Now, powerless is not the way to describe him, given he's got 7.3 million in front of him and perceptions that Renji is going to be speedy right now.
Yeah, he should be defending this. This is has a lot of playability. He's got the stack to play with. So in comes the call. As we do play heads up. Single raise pot.
Jack 4 tray, a little piece for Baliev. Unfortunately for him, a bigger one for the protagonist.
Pretty easy C-bet with Queen Jack at the moment. Need to charge some ace X's. Vyacheslav with the middle pair. Needs to continue for now.
$400K ahead will bring us to the turn. Baliev doesn't find any equity.
Would love to see Renji barrel this one once again. He rarely gets raised on a turn, just given how deep they are, as Vyacheslav doesn't have much reason to all of a sudden make the pot very big when he's the covered stack. But this is nice. And then just decide if you want to bet the river if you do get called once more. Now for Baliev though, it's a bit tricky because the 4 unblocks the hand. 6-4 blocks unblocks all the draws that would multi-barrel, so like the Queen 10, 10 9s, the spades. So I understand why he's calling here.
All of a sudden, $4.5 million in the middle as this 1.2 gets called. You see a furrowed brow on Renji Mao. trying to deduce what exactly it is that Baliev did this with. Now that Jack of Diamonds is a heart, and we got ourselves a different story, but instead, a sort of disastrous river card for Baliev. Renji Mao very content to check back and see what's what, and he'll be beyond content to show Queen Jack and continue his trajectory.
Too fast?
Yeah, that will be short-handed. Yeah, we'll be able to.
That's taking a little bit longer than it should.
Okay.
What do we have going on here?
Looks like Cale Burns had a gutshot Broadway draw, turned a royal flush draw after pairing the 10, but it is Winfred Yu who has the flush, and now he's jamming. The road traveled was a Winfred open to 400.
King or 3 jacks or something. How much is it?
Cale defended. Check called a 300K C-bet on the flop. Check called 800 on the turn.
This would be very, very, very light.
And you see what's going on here on this river.
Yeah, just given the line, sure, KO has the nut flush blocker, but Winfred can easily value bet much less than a flush, so does have to just let that go, and Winfred did have the best hand.
Oh, yeah, bring me heart.
Well, there weren't too many hearts left, Cale.
We'll give you the blinds up, though, KO. How do you feel about that?
Jam on the turn, you call?
You got all in on 10, no? Cannot. Just hoping for a heart or a king. Maybe 10 good. Maybe not. Probably not. Oh yeah, can I just get a carrot juice, please?
Carrot juice as well.
Yeah, I'll take one as well, please.
What's up
I'll
with the
take one
carrot
as well.
juice? Is it that good? Or
Everyone just jumped on.
It's the only fresh juice.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty good.
老板，你要点喝的。
Expensive.
I'll tell you what.
You want one?
I made it to breakfast so late that they ran out of the carrot juice smoothie, the detox with the ginger. Maybe if I would have had that, I wouldn't be so
11 now?
Thank you.
respiratorily challenged today.
I go in on the turn you call? I go in on the turn you call?
How you doing on that ice mocha?
It's
Randy?
not finished.
You showered it?
I wasn't really
It's
thinking
not,
about it anyway.
Yeah, it's
Are you going to revisit it? You want to cheers it, buddy?
Maybe all in on the river.
sure, but I'm not really proud of it. I would prefer a ginger
Then you have to
carrot
Wow.
juice thing.
Okay, I'll be sure to give you a ginger carrot juice thing next time then, Randy.
That's so ungrateful.
I'm trying to caffeinate you in here so you don't fade on me. This isn't all altruism. It's functional.
Jam on the river, probably I burn all the time banks.
King 9 of diamonds now for Brandon Wilson, who showed us a lot of moxie, risking his tournament life with an all-in jam. Here he is in the cutoff, and he's jamming with King 9 of diamonds. Martirosian asking for a count. He's covered, but he's got ace-jack, which is a good bit of hand.
Definitely not folding, just formality of asking what the count is. But he's always calling in this spot. Martirosian just needs to, you know, he's short his stack. He has to look for a spot to double. And this is as good as it gets as he makes the call.
So Martirosian.
Oh, it's three ways.
I was going to say rates to get himself a heads-up appointment with Wilson's King 9. Instead, Poseidon Ho is playing spoiler. Granted, Martirosian does cover by a couple of 100,000. But the news is bad for our tour. It ain't great for Brandon Wilson, though obviously he'll still have plenty of chips if things don't go his way, which they'll only do 26% of the time, 22% for Martirosian. And Poseidon looking to rise, pardon me, looking to rise from the depths
Is it mine hand at round table?
and lay claim to 4.5 million and change. 400 on the side between Martirosian and Wilson. It comes queen 4-4. Ace king holding on strong. Ace jack in the lead for the side.
Oh, seriously?
Gut shot and a straight, and a flush draw. For Brandon now, he could really disappoint some folks as Martirosian makes the pair of jacks. He could scoop this thing if it comes clean, which it doesn't.
Wow.
Brandon Wilson runs King 9 into Ace King and Ace Jack and goes runner, runner, backdoor diamonds. And a double donkey kick.
Oh, he can make it happen.
GG, bro.
Good game.
That good.
And you can see the hoof prints on both Martirosian and Poseidon. Ho victimized there.
Yeah. It's no break?
No, because you're still behind one hand.
We're behind one hand? Okay.
Double elimination.
1, 4, and 6. So
And we got to play one more hand?
We have to play one more?
yes, you do. Because we were catching up here.
That's brutal.
Is it 9?
They're shell-shocked.
They played
That was a
Randy,
big one to win.
Arthur and Poseidon are just milling about.
Do they get to watch this hand play out?
Well, they do get a parting carrot juice from the looks of the side table.
Win for.
Now, Arthur had slightly more than Poseidon going into that particular pot. There is no pay jump, though. So while Martirosian will technically finish in 10th and Poseidon in 11th, they will both collect 133,000, and that means we're down to 9, Randy. It's final table time.
It is final table time.
If you're short, I'm still not jamming, I don't think.
But we'll play one more hand to
jam pre-flop,
balance
maybe you
the number of
double up,
hands
I'm not
first.
sure.
And this
I think you
hand will
double
be
up.
played four-handed.
We just play one hand, right?
How much? Is he just big blind by himself?
We do have a king-jack.
He was big blind last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a fairly rare sight, by the way, to have a four-handed non-final table. It'll be just one hand, which Winford you will open.
Do have queen 10 for Brandon Wilson. He's going to stay out of the way. Officially at the final table, as will KO Burns. And Manuel Fritz has ace-jack. Very reshovable spot. And the thing is, he already knows he's at the final table, so he's already collected the immediate pay jump from the two original bust outs, so he can definitely just go hard here.
All in.
And hard he does go. And Winford
Try to go
lacking
for 8-hander final table.
durability, needling Fritz.
Yeah, you might be the one going out if you make this call, but this would be a bit too loose.
I don't think Winford has a call on his mind here for his tournament life.
Nah, he's trolling us.
Give some of Burns.
I mean, he does cover. No, he doesn't. Forgive me. Fritz at the
I think we
5.5
draw
million
anyway,
back.
so
Yeah, for sure.
maybe they
gotta
will,
go as well.
I think maybe can we ask to do the break now and come back for the final table after we do the sealing? Only a few minutes, only 20 minutes to do.
Alright guys, please don't leave. Come to the redraw, go over the pictures, and then break. We're not gonna stop.
So a seldom seen double knockout swiftly brings us to the final table of the 30K, event number 5 here in Jeju, where a couple of 7-figure scores await 2 out of our final 9 players. David Peters was all in on a couple of occasions, hanging around with 8 bigs, 1.9 million, but the lion's share of the chips resting in front of Renji Mao of China. 11 million in front of him. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app ever so briefly as we're about to get to a break, you can see him there in front of Brandon Wilson, who's got 6.8 million. That's a good gap to hold, especially because max ICM pressure applications will be available to Renji when we come back after the redraw.
Yeah, he is in that spot where he's the clear chip leader. He's going to be driving the action. He should be raising a lot, especially because David Peters is very short, sitting on 8 big blinds. There's also KO Burns with just 11 big blinds. So everyone between KO Burns and Renji Mao has to play very snug at this point.
You know, Kale's chips were very much in motion. Not so much in motion, Ramin Hajiev. He just kind of hung around. He's third in chips right now, wait for him, because obviously there's going to be a point at which I anticipate we will see him strike. What we're not going to see is me back at the desk. I am tagging out, giving these pipes a rest, bringing Griffin in. He'll take the final table along with Randy when we come back in about 3.5 minutes for the conclusion of the 30K.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Hello and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Jeju 2025. We are covering the 30K final table now. We're here, Randy. That's Randy Liu. I'm Griffin Benjer. Yeah, pretty exciting here going into this final table. There are 9 players left. David Peters. Oh, there you go. A little falling there. Sorry. Just getting going here. First shift of the day. Give me a break.
You got it.
It's okay. Talk.
No,
come on.
No,
we're watching.
We got enough time. We can watch you try
and
do this Tetris puzzle. Oh my God.
No, I'm not good with this stuff, man.
Are you serious?
I'm deadly serious. Come on, please talk. Talk about the poker.
I can't not look at this.
Okay,
this is
fine.
ridiculous.
Yeah. There we go. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, David Peters only has.
Do you ever play those toys when you were a kid?
wasn't very good with toys either. Legos, nothing. Mao Renji, significant chip lead, only 44 big blinds, but you look at him with the 11 million chips, no one else more than 7. So that's quite a significant lead coming into this table of sort of a who's who of what we're used to seeing. Sam Greenwood in there in 4th place, Cale Burns, who's really been lurking around in a bunch of events now. So what do you think?
Well, right now I believe that Renji Mao has got the massive chip lead. He's going to raise relentlessly. We got 2 micro stacks out there, David Peters and Cale Burns. But these micro stacks, you know, they know to get it in there. They're very well experienced. They have a lot of, you know, they played a lot of Tritons in their time. They've got tremendous results at Triton, outside Triton as well. So it's some tough competition here. And if you look at the rest of the players, you know, Brandon Wilson is a newcomer, but Ramin Hajiev is someone who took down the Invitational for $4 million over in Cyprus.
Incredibly accomplished player. And really, yeah, when we were looking at those stacks, you know, between second in chips, Brandon Wilson, all the way down to really 7th place in Winfred Yu, we're talking about, you know, a difference of 8 big blinds. These guys need to play, you know, pretty cautiously, ensure that the likes of Cale Burns and David Peters get eliminated, get those significant pay jumps, because they are quite significant as we look, you know, between 9th and 8th. There's a jump of about 30,000, but then we get into sort of the big jumps, Randy.
Yeah, big jumps. Obviously, there were so many entries in this tournament, 252 to be precise, and 1.5 million up top. Also, another 7-figure payout if you do happen to get 2nd place. So I'm expecting a lot of caginess from the middling stacks, like I mentioned before. Big stack is going to just drive the action, and everyone else is going to wait for Cale Burns and David Peters to hopefully bust.
Yeah, and you got to be really careful if you're the likes of someone like Sam Greenwood on those 23 big blinds. You get dealt something like Ace Queen, you got to be really careful if Mao Renji, you know, decides to put some pressure on you or he's in the pot. So there is going to be some caginess, like you said. This is really, you know, where these super high rollers make their monies, of course, on final tables, but trying to navigate these sort of awkward stack sizes, trying to make sure you get those pay jumps. It's really important to the bottom line if you're going to succeed on the Triton Tour.
Yeah, mainly, and you know, the big money decisions are at final table. Sure, you want to study spots, you know, early levels, but it's about the final table decisions that's the most important.
Yeah, and do we know much about Mao Renji? I mean, you've been covering all day. You've been watching a lot of the hands.
No, this is his 2nd Triton stop. Mainly just comes out to Jeju, but you know, China's been a dominant force here so far.
Yeah, very dominant, and it's always interesting to see how these, you know, super high roller regs are going to be able to react. And you know, you have a responsibility as the chip leader to really put a lot of pressure on. Let's see how he does that. Let's get Luca to introduce the players now. Here we go, final table of the 30K.
Event 5 here in Jeju, the 30K No Limit Hold'em event has seen 252 entries. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for more than $1.5 million on top, the glory and this beautiful trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to them. Seed number 1 from Australia with 2.6 million. Please welcome Cale Burns.
Cale Burns, a regular here at the Triton Stops. 1 title, almost $4 million in earnings. He's no stranger to the big stage.
And he's in number 2 from the US with 6.8 million. Please put your hand together for Brandon Wilson.
Brandon traveled all the way here for Jeju, his very first Triton stop. Hasn't cashed yet, but this will be a big one.
Our seed number 3 is from Russian with 5.5 million. Please welcome Vyacheslav Balev.
First Triton stop here in Jeju, already cashed for 41,000 in event number 2. Now definitely 2 for 4. Let's see if you can get a big score out of this.
Seed number 5 from Hong Kong with 4.8 million. Please put your hand together for Winfred Yu.
Winfred, one of the Triton OGs, has 2 titles in short deck. See if he can pull one in No Limit Hold'em.
Our seed number 6 is from Austria with 5.5 million. Please put your hand together for Manuel Fritz.
It's exactly what Manuel's been on the Fritz when it comes to cashing. 0 for 3 in his first 3 ever Triton events, but this one hoping to make it a big one.
In seed number 7, we have our chip leader from China with 11 million. Please welcome Mao Renji.
Renji Mao looking to continue Chinese dominance here as he's the table chip leader.
He pointed at me. You see that?
Our seed number 8 is from Canada, 5.8 million. Please welcome Sam Greenwood.
What can I say about Sam Greenwood? One of the most accomplished Canadian players. Incredible success, not just on the Triton Tour, where he has earned over $14 million.
6.3 million for our seed number 9 from Azerbaijan. Please welcome Ramin Hajiev.
Ramin Hajiev does have a title under his belt, which was the Cyprus Invitational, winning $4 million.
And last but not least, closing our final table is seed number 10 with 1.9 million from the US. Please welcome David Peters.
David Peters, one of the most accomplished players in the world, one of the best American players. He is coming in as the short stack, 8 big blinds, but
The
don't know
button
how
has
to
been
work
drawn in
that.
seed number 10 on David. We still have 21 minutes remaining of 125, 250, 250. I wish you all the very best of luck. Don, shuffle up and deal, please.
There is a look at our chip counts here on this 30K final table. As Randy alluded, Renji Mao with the chip lead, 44 big blinds, 11 million chips, quite significant compared to the rest of the field. And those stacks between 2nd and 7th really have to be careful. Try to outlast our 2 short stacks in Cale Burns and, of course, David Peters. There are the payouts. 159,000 guaranteed for our 9th place finisher, all the way up to the staggering 1.5 million. Every single event here at Triton so far offering 7-figure prizes. And in this one, 2 people being awarded over $1 million. We are going to get live any second now. And that is cards in the air. Let's go. Let's joust. You will notice some tighter ranges in early position now that we're playing full 9-handed, which is, this is the only situation we'll be playing 9-handed is at the final table. So you see something like ace-9. When it's 5-6, even 7-handed, we might see an open under the gun, Randy, but in this case, not going to happen. Especially because of that ICM pressure Baliev is under. Need to try to wait for those shorties to bust, get those pay jumps. Sam Greenwood, though, going to be happy to play pocket jacks.
500?
Raise 500,000.
And this is exactly the kind of sort of sticky situation you would prefer to avoid when we're playing 9-handed and there are those short stacks. But sometimes it's just a collision effect situation and you get these premiums. You might have to play for stacks. Greenwood on 23, but there also is a case for Hajayev maybe to mix in some flats because you don't want a 3-bet fold. Shove seems like too many chips with 3 people behind.
Yeah, I actually can see him play this many ways, whether it be flat 3-bets fold or even 3-bet rip. The chip lead is already out of the way, which is good for him, so it may make him lean towards ripping it in. And that's just practically a jam for half the stack.
Putting in half the stack in case, you know, the likes of Brandon Wilson in the big blind, say, wakes up, puts in the chips, and you know what? There it is.
500 was the raise, right? 500?
And I think Brandon Wilson's going to have to find a very big fold here. You know, were this cut off and button, maybe it would be a bit different. But, yeah, he knows that it's just an ICM disaster. And Greenwood knows he just has to probably just go for this. It's tricky, though, because he has to be reckoning with the fact, Randy, that this isn't going to really be 8s, 9s, maybe mix in some calls. So I guess 10s, ace, queen plus, which you're not doing that great against.
This is actually very difficult. There's huge ICM implications here.
Yeah.
This is number 4 versus number 3 in chip counts.
Yeah.
He is covered here.
Yeah, exactly what we alluded to, Randy. Just how stressful this is when 2 big hands clash around this 20 to 25 big blind mark when you really want to wait for those short stacks to bust.
Yeah, he has more incentive to fold because 2 stacks are at the 10 big blind and lower mark.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he folded.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Queens just feels like a sigh snap.
Yeah, Queens will always get it in.
Yeah, and then Jacks is just like, man,
This
it's
is
tough. Yeah, he goes
very
for it.
interesting, actually, because he's opted to call half the stack, and he will be looking to commit chips if no ace or king come, I believe.
This is very intricate. You know, if it does come something like, oh, but that's a tough one because so often the combination of hands that you expect to be in the range, as we discussed, the ace-queen, sure, but all those ace-king combos, all those pocket 10 combos that we assume might be a part of Hajayev's shove. Oh, this is tough for Sam Greenwood.
I'm actually curious how Hajiev should approach this spot. Should he
I think he might
bet
want to mix in some
small?
checks.
I don't know about check.
Because I just don't know if he would be betting small with ace-king. You know, would he be sort of maybe, okay, he has bet about 40% of Sam Greenwood's stack. And maybe that's, you're right, maybe that's just a balancing thing, Randy, of just like, listen, we've already put in 6 million in the pot here. You only have 3 left. I'm not folding ace-king. I may as well stay balanced with a bet.
Yeah. So Greenwood right now has to ask the question, if Hajiev had ace-king, which is a big part of Hajiev's range, does he bet still? He's going to check call.
Wow.
I'm guessing he's looking to check fold if another bet comes in.
That's wild, though. Almost 9
guess.
million in there. But yeah, if he assumes that Hajayev is never going to think he has fold equity, and the turn is like,
That's so good for
Now he can
Greenwood.
get away. I mean, I don't think Hajayev has pocket 10s here and just puts the last 1-8 in, right? So you can actually wiggle away here with 8 big blinds. This is like really, I mean,
if Hajiev had 10s, jacks, 9s himself, he would probably check here, expecting a queen to not fold given how big the pot is. He still has reasons to consider just shoving it in to deny equity. Yeah, I like this because ace-king probably would have reshoved on him pre, and king-queen is definitely not in Greenwood's range.
I think, you know, Sam Greenwood is obviously frustrated here, but I think he should be very proud of the way he played this hand. Most people, including myself, would have already busted in this situation in 9th, and feels like disastrous, right? When you consider the pay jumps, when you consider the shorter stacks. This is a great example for, you know, us in the booth and the viewers at home of some of the things that separate the best in the world.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, this should be a fold, especially because how heavy Hajiev's range is ace-king and probably not much ace-10 or ace-jack that's semi-bluffing, just because those hands probably wouldn't go for 3-bet rip pre.
No.
Yeah, this is just so annoying, but I feel like Greenwood has actually found an out to save the last 1.8 million in chips. You have to be very imaginative to find a hand you beat with the action.
Quite a decent price he's getting here, but yeah, it does let it go and find the fold.
What a pot for Ramin Hajiev. And Greenwood he's still around. New table captain.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, guys, that pod got you excited and you feel like betting on some sports. What better place than BetACR? A plethora of sports you can choose from that you can fancy to bet on, whether it be football, tennis, basketball, whatever sport you can think of. Go ahead and check it out on BetACR. Get the best odds. You can deposit easily, cash out. I'm sure you can use crypto as well if that's your thing. So do check out BetACR.
And that big pot for Ajayev, it really changes the dynamic here of this final table. Really a co-captaincy between himself and Renji Mao. They both have exactly 11 million, good for 44 big blinds. Greenwood head in his hand a little bit, falling down to the bottom of the pack with D. Peters and Cale Burns, but you know, I think, especially when he gets the information, he's going to feel pretty vindicated in how brilliantly he navigated that spot. Peters now with a great 8 big blinds cutoff shove. Not much to lose when it comes to worrying about outlasting anyone. I mean, you're basically last in chips. You're going to get some folds off this stack size as well.
Yeah, he's just looking to out-chip the other short stacks. Ooh, a couple 8s for Vyacheslav. And he's going to make the call. Peters is at risk.
Yeah, big time at risk. One of the hugest deficits you can have pre-flop. Pair over pair. But, Randy, the devil is in the details. And there are 2 red 6s out there, and he only needs one of them to take a huge lead.
Kind of like the snowman, to be honest.
Num num.
Here we go.
Ace of spades is a good card, but no more spades to speak of.
Where's the devil at?
And I can't help but think right now about the 31,000 that Sam Greenwood just gained by finding a way out of that pot as one of the most decorated players in Triton, David Peters, falls in 9th place. But by all accounts, he should have gotten that pay jump had Greenwood gotten into that big 25 big blind flip, but refused to bust, and then he takes home 9th place money, good for 159,000. Which takes the edge off in these first 4 events. But it's also just one buy-in for the main.
Yeah, so that's going to be the end of David Peters, who has 6.2 million in Triton earnings, won title back in Jeju of 2018 when he won the 6 Max. And also, actually, his cashes date back to the Philippines in 2016 and Macau in 2017. So a long time Triton OG out in 9th.
Now that we're 8-handed, Manuel deciding to open this King-9 suited. Should be sort of the bottom of his open range, and this is exactly the reason why. Actually, going to be quite an annoying spot once Greenwood commits those 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
So you're going to feel pretty committed. You've put in 500. It's only going to be 1.8 total. You'd be burning money if Greenwood has something like an ace-queen, ace-jack. If you don't call it off.
It's actually a pretty rough spot for Manuel.
Yeah, it's actually the one thing that he really doesn't want to happen, right? It's the only player he'd be potentially committed to calling the shove with. Can play quite perfectly if there's any more pre-flop action. You know, you're really just raising this as a blocker slash, you know, playing in position against the blinds.
Yeah, gonna get an official count, so it's 5 more bigs?
Yeah.
Ugh, these 5 bigs are so important at a final table, though.
Yeah, I mean, ace, queen, ace, jack is really best case scenario, right? There's no, I mean, if he gets dealt pocket eights, maybe he moves in. It's the one hand you're flipping against.
Looks
But
like
often, yeah, you're going to be up against queens, jacks, ace, queen, ace, king. So going to need some clubs or a 9. Or Greenwood is just going to find his way back into this final table. How does he do it? Good start. No clubs to speak of. Backdoor straight draw for Fritz, but that's a long road.
It's a great card for Greenwood.
Yeah, it kills the 9 of spades. 3 outs become 2.
So the upswing has started for Greenwood.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, he's your man, isn't he?
We don't have a great deal of representation at this Triton stop this year, Canadians, but the ones we do have out here are some of the best in the world, in my opinion.
Doesn't bother you he's not wearing like a hockey cap?
It's a bit, yeah, it's a bit jarring to me. He's wearing a Minnesota Vikings hat. I mean, I don't know, man. If you want to go with like a purple hat, could have gone with a. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there's not a purple hockey Canadian team.
So you'll allow it?
I'll allow it.
Chip leader time. North of min raise, trying to dissuade the big blind from defending a bit more. Fritz has got king-queen offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, arguments for both, I think. Going to have a decent amount of fold equity as Hajaya is going to be opening up his range in this co-captaincy with all the ICM pressure.
He's more likely to reshove if Ramin had raised from late position.
Yeah.
Plus,
yeah,
there's
don't want to
that
run the
10
risk.
big blind
Yeah,
stack
don't
out
want to.
there,
I mean,
you know?
it would have folded out this hand, but
there's a lot of risk premium, of course,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
At final tables, so playing passively. Top pair should be able to end things quickly against the king-queen. Should be it. Should want to try to, you know, maintain his stack as he still outpaces Kale Burns at the bottom. We got ace-10 for Greenwood. Will be first to act. Pretty solid hand to open raise. Gonna go for min.
That's what we said, right?
Wouldn't expect them to get involved with Jack-8 suited. Suppose he's just balancing his timing.
All the way around to Renji Mao, who doesn't want any part of Jack-6.
Greenwood getting close to what he had prior to that Jack-Jack confrontation versus
Yeah,
Adiev.
he's a boss, man.
I mean, that's amazing that he's still in. Like, so rarely do we see players kind of call off half their stack and see what the board develops, you know, whether to commit. It was a very cool play. I feel like I really learned a lot there.
Yeah, I've remarked on this before, Randy, but it's one of my favorite things about covering these Triton events is as we hypothesize between different options these players might take and say we offer 2, maybe 3 options, and then finding them take door number 3 or 4 that we didn't even really consider. That's it helps remind you what separates them on the Triton Super High Roller Tour.
Yeah, he like opened like the 6th door on that one, you know what I mean? Like that was the one I didn't really see coming.
You know the old cliche, Randy, there's no right way to play jacks. I always found that a funny expression and kind of ironic, of course, right? But to see that hand and then to see Wolfgang's big fold yesterday that, you know, helped propel him to get to that final table, I think.
Jacks is tricky.
Yeah, jacks are a tricky hand.
King Jack suited should be.
Jacks are like, you know, the fringe friend of like the really cool group at school, you know? Where it's
decide,
like it's technically in the premium like cool kid group, but it's just like, you know, they don't invite him to every party. The other ones are like way cooler. Sometimes you think that, you know, the jacks maybe should just be hanging out with the 10s and the ace queens and not really try to be hanging out with the kings and aces.
We've got a unique
You know what I'm
mind.
throwing down.
Little queen 10 suited. These actually 2 solid hands, and Greenwood's going to take the free flop as he doesn't want to play a big one all of a sudden with the short stacks out there. 3 big blinds.
Yeah, huge hands. I like that they're just seeing a flop here. So under-repped here.
Slightly better for Renji that he's got backdoor flush draw, king high, often his best. 2 overs to the middling stuff. Starts with check.
Oh. Four hearts on the turn, not really changing anything.
King Jack has a lot of high card like showdown in itself that it shouldn't need to turn itself into a bluff. Wouldn't really perceive Greenwood to stab the turn. There is a chance if it breaks out he goes for a river bet, as Queen High doesn't win that often. But it's very hard to navigate if he bets a turn. He's not really sure if his opponent's on some kind of weak pair or like a draw.
I think in a way, after 2 checks, the board might favor Greenwood a bit. right? But it's tough to just. There's so many other hands that you might find yourself betting there, you know, like an 8x or a 6x. If you start mixing in queen highs, hoping to get out, fold out king high, you're really, you know, you're pushing it too much.
Look at this value bet with king high with strong kicker.
I mean,
because I don't think he ever thinks a pair would fold with the action.
No, I know. I mean, it might work. He's targeting this exact hand. You know, if Greenwood expects his opponent to have, and does call, you know, expecting his opponent can just have something like Jack 9.
That feels owned.
Yeah, but impressive bet from Renji Mao. Wow.
Well deserved. Who finds value with King Jack high?
I would have found it.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You
totally.
and Renji from the same,
well, against
same
Greenwood
playbook?
too. I mean, I got to read against him. I was getting queen high energy from him, so.
That was slick.
And blinds going up. 150,000 small blind, 300,000 big blind. 300,000 big blind ante. 8-handed here in the 30K. No loan hold 8-handed. If you're just joining us, I'm Griffin Benger, joined by Randy Liu. $1.5 million to the eventual winner, and a cool badass Triton trophy. David Peters was our 9th place finisher, running into the pocket 8s with 2 6s.
Let's see if Winford wants to play Queen Jack in the hijack. I wouldn't fault him if he just steps away. It looks like he will be raising this one up, hoping this gets through. Does have blockers through hands that can continue.
I was just taking a little peek at the the YouTube comments, Randy. And yeah, listen, I've covered done commentary for a lot of poker events and taken peeks at the comments and that kind of stuff. I'm impressed by what the chat is focused on right now. They're really deep diving the King 9 suited raise call with this very you know, intricate, nuanced spot, and talking about this happened 2 orbits ago, almost it feels like. I think it's a really indicative of quite a sophisticated viewer base.
Yeah, it's good. The chat's engaging with each other, you know, and they're discussing and learning. I'm all for it. I mean, if you guys are chatting with each other and you're typing away, you might as well do that exclamation mark survey.
Oh, yeah.
While you're at it.
Nice segue, Randy. But seriously, if you type in the chat, exclamation mark survey, we would really love to hear what you think about the stream, what we can do, improve on. If you think something is too good and you want us to make it a little less good, I don't know if we can do that, but we'd love to hear what you like.
So Fritz is on King 10 offsuit with 9.5 blinds. Not going to play. It's not really looking to open jam there with stacks that cover behind him.
Yeah, with the blinds going up here, 13 blinds on the button. Jack 9 suited for Sam Greenwood. You know, I think in a lot of different tournament circumstances, you might just take the equity of this hand, try to get it through, maybe get called by something and win a 40-60. And he does it anyway on the FT.
Yeah.
Into Jayev's 38 big blinds, who's really hoping to see a fold, and then he's happy
okay
to take. Yeah, this is great. Because of Cale Burns' 8 big blinds, he goes for it anyway. I love that.
Yeah, because in the worst case scenario, if he got in with Burns, is he just loses like half his stack, so it's not the end of the world. Just want to fade Haji out there.
Can I ask you a question, Randy, and test your offhand knowledge, Triton knowledge, as someone who's been at almost every one of these spots as far as I can tell?
Hopefully it's not obscure, but go ahead.
How many Triton titles does Jason Kuhn have, the leader of all title wins?
10.
Okay.
That's right?
I don't know. I was curious. I didn't actually know. I just wanted to know. 10 titles. Wow. No, I was just looking at Sam Greenwood's profile. Surprised to see he only had one, despite having $14 million in earnings.
He has multiple runner-ups. So,
yeah, multiple close calls.
And, you know, he was running very deep in the tournament. In Monte Carlo, where Santa, he was a big chip leader, and then he somehow went out first.
Ironically, sorry to cut you off there, Randy, but ironically, all this talk of King 9 suited, we get one right here for Sam Greenwood.
Run it back.
Run it back. 15 big blinds effective. Really hoping to get through all three of these. Cale Burns, we saw him take pause with Jack 8 suited, so Ace 3 might need a minute, but no, he knows. Little to no fold equity. Brandon Wilson now. A good candidate to call. We saw a pretty ballsy, protective sort of shove with 9-8 suited facing an open at the final table bubble from Brandon Wilson, but he knows Queen Jack is a risky proposition in this situation, so just calls. Pretty fair fight going to the flop. Wow.
Still fair on the flop.
Still very fair. But this is absolutely beautiful for Sam Greenwood. Would expect to have heard, of course, from an ace-king and probably even a king-queen sometimes. So I was expecting that he's going to have the effective nuts here, and he's going to hope he's going to be up against a worse king or perhaps a 10x, or get value from hands like this, hoping it doesn't improve.
Yeah, extra relevance. He's got that 9 of diamonds, blocking one of Wilson's
Yeah.
outs. Wants to charge that middling stuff, you know, the Queen Jack, the Jack 10, 10-9. Because this board tends to smash the pre-flop raiser, Wilson should be playing this one passively.
Mm-hmm. And in the reflection of the glasses, you see the flick in of that 500K chip and the 100K change. Artistic camera work from our great team here. Jack of Spades makes things more interesting. Actually gives him 2% more towards potentially winning that. It was 70-30 on the flop.
Could be crossing Wilson's mind to lead
Yeah.
here. Kind of price set. He knows he has usually outs with this type of hand. It's unlikely if he bets he'll get jammed on the turn.
And we do see some, you know, sort of that leading strategy implemented on sort of bottom or mid-card pairing turn cards in these scenarios. The 3, I would say, is less relevant most of the time in this situation, but certainly Brandon Wilson going to have more 3s than Sam Greenwood in this situation. Maybe something like an ace 3, ace of spades, maybe even ace 3 off.
Yeah, definitely there are some 3x's in
Yeah.
Wilson's range. Wilson could have flushes as played, maybe even some kings. It's actually kind of a tough spot for Greenwood.
I agree, yeah. And it's representing, I mean, over a third of his stack. And it gets very, very tricky.
All.
Says call.
I said call.
And now the pot ballooning to over 5 million. Greenwood with just 40% of the pot left. And the river pairs the 10, which I don't think is especially relevant to Brandon Wilson's range, because I don't think he would be leading the turn with a 10. So Brandon Wilson still representing the 3 or a flush. Does he have the gumption to pull the trigger to put the king 9 and all those other kings in an incredibly tough spot? You know, think of all the spade combinations Brandon Wilson could have. He could have 7-6 of spades here and take this line. He could have queen 4 of spades, all the different spade combos, and then the 3 combos. It's just tough for Greenwood.
Yeah, Wilson needs to ask the question, would Greenwood call with like king, queen, ace, king if he was to jam? The 10 makes it a little bit less credible for his line because maybe not all flushes will jam right now.
I think they would. I mean, I see what you're saying. The board is double paired. He does wave the white flag.
There you go, Greenwood.
Yeah,
7.3 million.
Big win.
That was nice. Look at
Yeah.
Greenwood. He's got more chips than he did prior to that Jack's hand.
Yeah, and I have to say, Randy, I'm really appreciating, seeing the fruits of the labor of just like these great storylines that have emerged in the last few events. As we see Greenwood, 24 big blinds, 7.275 million. I mean, the first one was all about the Chinese players coming down. 23% of the field in that first event. They finished 1, 2, 3. You think about event number 3 with Jeremy Osmus, that incredible kings to aces hand where you just think he should have been eliminated. Now he can come back and make a run at the final table. He wins. And now the first hand of the final table here, Sam Greenwood, by all accounts, most people in that situation would probably lose that 50 big blind all in with the jacks of the ace queen, finds a way to wiggle out with 8 big blinds, and here he is, just fourth in chips with 8 remaining. Pretty amazing stuff.
Little ace queen suited. China's Renji Mao. Vyacheslav, 9-8 offsuit. Let's see if he's got the appetite to play. It's a bit dangerous, just given that KO's on 6 bigs and Manuel's on 9. Hasn't been shy of giving action. Is he cutting out more? Wow. This Vyacheslav's got game.
Yeah, I mean,
holy.
We saw a very, very big ace-queen offsuit fold yesterday at the final table. This situation, I just think when it's suited, I'd be very surprised to see Renji Mao fold this hand, but it looks very strong, this play.
Yeah, it is common for the big blind to attack very polar. Yeah, I would expect.
Oh, did you see that?
What?
His like the swallow, the deep swallow of the Russian, being like, "Oh, I kind of thought you would just fold ace-10 there, not call." But look at that, a hand that had equity against the particular range. And of course, Baliev's going to be a little nervous. Would hate to be up against the 2 hands that might trap in this situation, aces and kings. And again, hands that might flat, maybe 10s, maybe jacks. But he's got to feel pretty damn good about this board, Randy.
I mean, he had 9 high, now he has top pair.
Yeah.
He has to commit chips at this point.
And 1 diamond to speak of for Renji Mao, so sizing dictates, if it's small enough, might consider peeling. This is a bet of, 20%.
Yeah, it's interesting because he has, ace queen high, which might be good. He has a little backdoor, but the thing is, the 9-5-3 actually connects with some of the 3-bet bluffs. Like the ace 5 off, the ace 4 would have gut shots. These are things
really
that kind of attack
Andy,
from the big.
I think that the reason why we need to continue, even though we can see that Baliev has gotten there, is that if Baliev is prepared to do this with 9-8, he's going to have a lot of other hands that haven't hit a pair here yet and will continue for that 1 million. And, our queen or our ace might be live as the 10 of clubs comes in on the turn.
There's so many chips in the middle. Now, it is a little bit scary for 9-8 because there is a chance he is just being slow played by aces, kings, maybe even like a set of 10s now by Renji. I think it's very unclear how to navigate here on a turn. Like, does he just check fold to get away from traps? Or does he just bet to protect because he bets so small on the flop and he invites floats? It looks like he's going to go for check. And I believe if there was a bet to come in, probably would just give up the 9-8. That's my read.
Yeah, but I don't think Renji has any intention of turning this hand into a bluff and getting there are no real better hands. I think he can expect better premium pre-flop hands to get to fold. So
Yeah,
does
I like check.
elect to check back and just praying for that ace or the queen. And I'll tell you what, hopefully the camera sticks around on Renji's face when he sees this 9-8 offsuited showdown if this goes check, Randy. Because that is a very, I'll say it, obnoxious pot to lose, right?
Yeah.
By most accounts, it should just be yours.
I do think there is merit for Renji to at least think about turning his hand to a bluff if a check does come in, which I think should happen. Because he could technically blow out like Ace King high.
Yeah.
He has slow plays in his hands. His range is actually still relatively strong, even checking back to turn. It's not unreasonable for aces,
yeah.
kings, and tens to check, right?
I think that the important thing, though, is that, like, what am I credibly repping here? The two trap hands in aces and kings. Pocket tens, which I think would check back the turn. But am I value betting pocket jacks on the river? Probably. Because we would have heard from queens plus on the turn of the river. So, oh, but that looks like a give up. And, oh, Renji's not going to like it.
Show him. Everyone's like, really, guys? Look at Renji Mao.
The camera does linger on the man from China who came in here with a significant chip lead. Started the FT with 11 million to the next closest being 6.8. Suddenly, fortunes reversed as we take a look at the updated chip count. Sajayev, 38 big blinds in the lead, and Baliev comes all the way up to second. Renji's still very healthy there with 28 big blinds. Sam Greenwood playing the most brilliant FT of anyone here so far, finding a way, wiggling away with those pocket jacks. Winfred Yu hasn't played a hand yet here on this FT, 17 big blinds. Wilson with 12, and then Fritz and Burns in the danger zone. There are the payouts here for this $30,000 no limit hold'em 8-handed event. David Peters, our 9th place finisher for $159,000. We got prizes all the way up to $353,000 for 6th, $737 for 3rd, $1.5 million for 1st.
That's
It's
right.
a lot of money, a lot of cheddar.
It's a lot of money, and we got people going hard.
Hope you guys like cheese. It's a lot of cheddar.
That was a really cool hand.
Yeah, that was. But I don't think Renji thinks so.
No. But he's like, this guy, I'm going to get him later. But no, that was a huge deviation from Vyacheslav. It goes to show, like, don't pick on his blind. He's ready to come out swinging. It's going to be Greenwood's turn to swing.
I'm noticing some comments in the YouTube chat suggesting Mao should have just 4-bet pre-flop, and you know, I don't really agree. Obviously, we see that he had 9-8 off, that it would have worked. He would have taken down the 2 million, but the range that Baliev is repping there actually quite crushes ace-queen suited, so you need to just sort of keep those bluffs in and not just, you know, get 7 million in against kings there.
635. 635.
Fair fight between Greenwood and Winfred Yu. But advantage to Greenwood, not only because he has that flush draw, but because he has the aggression lead.
Looking at the phone.
I don't remember this type of situation.
Got the pre-flop initiative. Queen 10 of clubs. Great candidate to put in at least 2 barrels. Starts off with 300K.
Yeah, he decides to go as low a bet as possible, which I quite like. He wants to give himself as much room as possible if Winfred decides to misbehave with a check raise. Of course, Winfred, you can represent a 5 much more credibly than Greenwood can.
There's a dinner break in 1 hour. Somebody knows, no?
I think so.
Huh?
Don't know.
King 7 suited. Hajiev might decide that this is a fun little mid-position blocker to
700.
make a raise with as the co-chip leader, but isn't going to get past the 6 big blinds of Cale Burns. So we will have an all-in and a call here unless there is, well, I mean, if there's more action behind it, would still be an all-in and a call. But, yeah, I don't think Raman is getting away from this.
No, it's only 1 million more. He's already invested 700,000.
Like
Yep.
1.4.
1.7 something, I think.
Priced in.
Oh, yeah. He knows it.
He's doing all right with 40% equity.
And the lone Aussie on this final table, Cale Burns, hoping for a double back into contention. Hajiev would love to win this to maybe create some separation from him and Baliev. Not like that. No clubs to speak of.
Ooh, that's a dagger.
Yeah, that stings.
Gotta do the stand up, soften some equity.
Try it.
Fucking ace of
That
spades there.
is the basilisk sting right there on the turn.
GG.
And Cale Burns is done in 8th.
Gotta be disappointing, but when you get short, gotta expect King 7 to still call your shove, given how committed Ramin was.
Yeah, we've had some drama to get to this point 7-handed, but everything ended up being a bit status quo, Randy. I mean, David Peters was 9th in chips. He finished 9th. Cale Burns was 8th.
Yeah,
Finishes in 8th for just shy of 200,000.
You know, this is Cale Barnes' 3rd cash this festival. Has improved. First cash was 25th for 41K. Then he cashed 25K, 16th place for 101,000. Now finishing in 8th in this very event. Also does have one title under his belt back in Cyprus 2022, where he won the 75K for $1.7 million.
Yeah, but overall, you know, quite a successful player on the Triton circuit, going all the way back to Macau in 2017, where he finished 3rd place in the main event out there for 1.3 million.
Not planning to leave yet.
The stand-up, like people intentionally standing up is like, it's gone the other way, you know? Now it's like jinxing them. People are like...
Is that the new meta?
Yeah, but like the double espresso when short, that's like the next level of play. He knows how to get the universe working in his favor.
Sam Greenwood joking about the different sort of meta of jinxing or anti-jinxing when you're all in. I believe, if I understand correctly, something about ordering a double espresso when you're short, sort of trick the universe that you're supposed to be playing for a while. I mean, the things these guys must come up with, playing at the highest level, joking around with each other.
I mean, there is a machine there, so the bus doesn't go get espresso. It's not like you're staying without espresso.
What's your jet lag like for Asia?
I mean, I'm so fucking jet lagged.
No, but how did the jet lag work for you? Are you staying up late or waking up early?
Oh, the problem with me is like at like 10 p.m. I feel so tired, but then when I finish playing at 2, I feel so energetic.
Yeah,
that's
like
that's
crazy.
yeah, I know that. Yeah, same with you.
Yeah.
And then I cannot sleep until like 5:30 and 6, and then I realize, oh, there is like 1 p.m. restart, and then I have to take a sleeping pill, which I every day was saying I'm not going to take it.
Last one.
Last one. But today I will switch to melatonin.
To the connector for Winford Yu. He's going to stay out of the way in the cutoff.
Good instincts, you. Ace King on the button for Manuel Fritz.
Might just open rip it to not force a big blind defense. If he comes in with min raise.
All in.
Yeah, plays it nice and clean here. 9 big blinds. Greenwood with the complicated queen jack off. The kind of hand that, you know, for chips, you might be okay with playing 9 big blind all in earlier stage in the tournament, especially if you had much more than the 25 or so, 28 blinds you have here.
3775.
But you're not exactly crushing the range here. You're just sort of right on the line. And look, he's putting them in. He's taking the equity. He's hoping to see queen 10 or jack 10. And if he is up against an ace, hoping he can just win that race. I mean, it isn't such a detriment to his stack if he loses this pot. Yeah, he goes down to 19 big blinds, but an opportunity to eliminate a player, get a pay jump, and then get his stack up to near 40 big blinds.
So Greenwood makes the call, 6 million chip pot. He'll win it about a third of the time.
It's a good start with the 10 of clubs. King, 8. That straight draw blocked, of course, by the ace. But still 7 outs. And a little bit more. 2 jacks now play.
Let's see if Greenwood can get there to eliminate Fritz, and he cannot.
Triple espresso, please.
Triple espresso.
Only works one time.
That was a good joke.
So Greenwood stack going in reverse now.
Have like 100 grams of cognac. Thinking maybe alcohol will like put you a little help.
Oh, before sleeping, you mean?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like you know, after a full day of playing, to relax a bit. And
Yeah.
but it didn't help. I just got more energetic.
Sometimes I think Sam Greenwood kind of wears his computing on his sleeve. You know, like he's thinking, I think maybe he's, I don't want to speak for him, of course, but he's thinking about that spot maybe having, it having not gone well there. Like, maybe, did I need to call there?
He seemed very
So
confident
close.
in his call, though.
Yeah,
You know,
at
giving
the
you
time,
some
for sure.
back.
Yeah.
So
Maybe just lamenting that he didn't get lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Like, it seemed like a no-brainer for him when he made
Yeah.
that call.
Yeah. Maybe he just realized that he should have ordered the triple espresso before he called, you know?
Timing was off.
Yeah.
Free chips for Hajiev.
You know what? Price of poker going up. Big jump to 200, 400.
So average stack right now is 18 bigs.
But not an average hand on 10 big blinds. Winford Yu, I'm sure, recognizing he needs to play for it all here. 10 big blind shove.
Gonna get through.
Not good.
Brandon Wilson now our short stack with just 7 big blinds after having had to pay the big blind and the big blind ante just there.
All right, let's see if got a shop spot. 6-3 offsuit is god awful. Yeah.
I go.
And Valiev just letting him know
6-3.
he had what he considered to be good enough for 7 big blinds. Pretty Jack 9 suited. Kind of hand you want to take home to mom and dad, you know. Jack 9 suited is a real.
Jack 9 suited? Really?
It's a pretty hand, you know.
You wouldn't take aces home?
Yeah, I would, but aces would be out of my league. You know, they would never go home with me.
Yeah, but I want to know what the bottom of your range is. Is it like a 4-3 offsuit?
No.
You taking home 4-3 offsuit?
No, you know. The odd Jack 3 suited, maybe, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you seem like an offsuit type of guy.
An offsuit kind of guy. You might be right, Randy.
Mao, is that your water or mine?
Do have King Jack for Hajiev. Chip leader, so he's definitely going to open from the cutoff. Makes it $1 million, which is 2.5x. The big blind in this hand is Winfred Yu, who's playing a 10 big blind stack, so he's trying to dissuade him from defending. Interesting decision for Wilson because he doesn't have fold equity, especially when Hajiev makes it $1 million. Kind of sucks because it's not unreasonable for Ramin to be raising just an ace-x and then he's getting slightly as a dog from crying calls.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also on the button, so he does have a few more free hands he can get if he wants to stay away, but he's going to click. Winfred's got 6s too. Man, I really wanted to see, had it gone over to him, what he would do with this.
I think he would have put it in his
eye. He has to fold.
Yeah.
Because there's a good chance Wilson's going to be all in against the chip leader, and maybe he gets a pay jump, and 6s, of course, isn't going to perform well with heavy action. Would be such a crazy all-in if Winfred was to find it. Obviously, it would be great if he could.
Yeah,
if he folds.
if you knew the hands.
That's a race. You're not all in, right?
So 575,000 chips remaining. 1.5 bigs.
It's like pulling teeth getting these super high rollers to put all the chips in, eh?
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. There could be some interesting spot where maybe some bet goes in, but they both make a pair of jacks, so
Yeah,
let's get it in.
Let us not stand on ceremony, Mr. Wayne.
Okay.
It's Dark Knight Rises. that was my bane.
Shot, right?
Thanks, buddy.
Impossible, right?
Yeah. I don't think anything gonna happen, man. I'm just shot.
Can I have a sip?
You want one, actually?
I don't want to get too
Carve it up.
hype.
Wilson wins 500,000 chips.
Jittery.
You can have some.
Thank you, though.
Might be lucky.
Oh, I'm glad that he opened.
What's that?
I'm glad he opened. Join. Snap call.
Oh, I go all in, you call, and you win? Oh.
Lucky for me.
You expressing a little gratitude that he didn't have to be in an all-in against the King Jack, would have lost with those 2 6s. Shout out Dylan Jensen, who seemed to like my Bane impression. I do more quotes if you want.
You guys
Maybe
can
I'll
you can get his number if you want and just kind of send it to him privately instead.
Oh, I've gotten a second request for more Bane. So I might have to do a little bit more Bane. Ah, you think darkness is your ally. But I was born in the dark, molded by it.
I haven't seen that movie in a
You
long time,
haven't
so I don't
seen
know
that
any
movie
of
in a
these
long time.
quotes. But cool. Well, what does Alfred say to Wayne when he falls in the well, whatever, when he's a kid? What's that line?
1,850,000.
Something about getting up.
I think that line's more
When we
famous. You
fall?
can't remember it? Serious?
We get back up.
Oh, we got a tens versus Queen Jack suited. They're going to get it in.
Oh, yeah, an effective shove from Brandon Wilson here for 3 million chips at 400k big blind. Winford Yu, very happy to get this in.
Equities are going to be very close with tens versus Queen Jack suited. Yeah, look at that, 53-46. Slight advantage to Winfred.
You sure you don't want to sip?
I got to stick to my guns at this point. I mean, sip in spirit.
Kind of an espresso hand combination too. Like the last hand, King Jack, that done it.
Anybody got a reasonable flop?
Service.
Silence.
Does it work?
Service.
Ace King is a fun one.
Big flop coming up. King, an interesting card. 8 and deuce, not so much. Brandon Wilson going to need a lot of help. Sucks, too, that the 10s block potential straight draws. One more card to come. We may have our 7th place finisher in the American. Brandon Wilson looks a tiny bit dejected because he knows how unlikely it is to win, and he's going to have to settle for that 7th place prize of $259,000. Not a bad showing, all things considered.
And that'll be making up for the rest of this festival. This is his first cash, his very first Triton as well. This is the 4th event he's played. Definitely in the black.
Yeah.
Really just took some key spots and attacked prior to making this final table. But when you're short, you gotta make a move, and Queen Jack of Hearts unable to down the 2 10s.
You know, Brandon Wilson, I was wondering, what would break first? Your spirit or your body? Okay, that's my last one. I'm sorry. I'm getting good reviews in the chat. I can't listen. I'm just.
Wilson's gone, by the way, already. Don't think Wilson wants to hear this anymore.
I think he'll appreciate it, you know? Classic American type. Sure, he's seen the Batman movies. Ajayev under the gun, 14.3 million. He's going to be happy to play this now that we're 6-handed, especially. Might even open the Queen 10 off here if he was feeling a little cocky. with this chip lead. I mean, that's really his job now, is to put the pressure on these middling stacks as we get into the really hefty prizes. Nearly 100K jump just between the 7th place finisher, Brandon Wilson, and our next exit. And after that, 113,500. So we start to get pretty big money. Renji, 16.5 big blinds. I think he knows that this is going to have to be everything, and does it.
Yeah, it's a solid reshove, and under the gun is under the gun for 6-handed play, so still more like a middle position open. And a nice bonus in the sense that you got an extra small blind as well, given the larger sizing from Ramin.
You got something to jam with?
Hey, the ace-8 suited.
Huh?
Ace-8 suited. I don't know if I was going to jam. It's close. Between jam and call.
Strategy with Samuel Greenwood. Don't have to pay for it, you know? It's all
He's the
free here at
coach.
Triton. Ace, king. You love to see it.
He would love to see Fritz reshove on
Yeah.
with ace-8 suited. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, though. Although Winford's chipped up a bit where he probably has some raised folds off of this stack for sure.
Yeah, I mean...
It's not unreasonable.
Ooh, nice. Good fold.
Saved himself.
Yeah. How'd you have with the little frown? A frown and a muck. How have you been eating out here, Randy? You've been mostly strictly Asian, Korean, Chinese, or have you been dipping into some of the American stuff?
There's American choices here.
There are a couple, yeah. I had a clubhouse sandwich.
Oh,
at
okay.
the pool. The only time I went to the pool.
And
it was okay. And I had the fried chicken sandwich at the little spot up there.
Is this a 5-star review? Or
Fried chicken sandwich was pretty good. It was like a, it's like a...
It tasted like KFC?
Yeah.
A zinger
it
burger?
did. Yeah, and they had a bunch of different options for it. I got the spicy burger.
Spicy McChicken?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know what it's called here.
It's pretty cheap, too. It's only like...
How much is cheap for you?
It's like $8,900 for everything, with a drink and fries.
8,900 USD.
No, won, which is like $5 or $6 Canadian.
All right, what do we have here? Winford opening ace-king once again. Vyacheslav gonna defend.
Balia very protective of his big blinds, as we saw with the 9-8 off, but oh my goodness, where does it come from?
Set.
The Russian just licking his lips.
Could see Winford just start with a c-bet here.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Dry texture.
Yeah, you know, you really don't want to just start checking hands like this and allow a hand like 7-6 off to turn a free pair. Or, I mean, you're feeling great about your hand here.
I kind of like slow playing this spot.
Yeah.
With Winford's image, not really the type to look to bet call with some high cards. So this is nice.
Doesn't really consider leading. Maybe feels he's too loaded. Sometimes we would see leads here to sort of represent a deuce or...
Yeah, I don't think he needs to do it with pocket fours.
Yeah,
because he doesn't want to blow out a hand that's drawing dead.
And Cautiously, Winfred Yu checks back. Now, I think, and Randy can help me with this, I think it's a tough call for Winfred Yu because I don't think we should expect a lot of 3-5, 3-6, 5-6 kind of combos in the big blind call against the end of the gun. Maybe a handful of them that are suited, right? Ace-3, I don't think we really expect Ace-5 to really turn into a bluff. I guess maybe some Queen-Jack backdoor flush draws might be calling the small bet on the flop and now turning into a bluff.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot more of that backdoor high card stuff that's lower than ace high because Winfred only bet 500,000 on a flop. Those hands have a lot of incentive to chase, especially this player type of Vyacheslav. We've seen him 3-bet 9-8 offsuit, and Winfred's seen it, so he knows he's a bit looser. He's got 2.7 million, polarizing his range to, like, I suppose a really strong 10x would be the weakest value he would go for with the sizing. Yeah, Winfred knows that his small bet has definitely invited Vyacheslav to put in some floats. So it's actually kind of tough. And he's actually blocking like ace-10, king-10 that might be able to go for this big polarizing size, which is a bit problematic. It wouldn't shock me if he called. But he's going to pass.
Fold.
Great
Good fold, Winfred. Of course, ton of 10x combos you have to be worried about, right?
Yeah, it's just, I feel like it's a really strong 10 only with the huge
the big
polarized
sizing,
bet.
yeah.
And the thing is he kind of blocks that a little bit. I don't think he feels good about it though, that fold. He's not sure.
GTO Wizard, you want to play like a Triton champion? GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. Now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. I have to say, Randy, it's not your average training app, GTO Wizard. It's really great. Go check it out.
Because you can beat the rest and crush like... I forgot the line already. It was close, right? Ooh. Not bad. Not too shabby.
Killbane for Manuel Fritz.
Killbane. Is that what we call kings these days?
875.
I had Bane on the brain. And then I thought about Killbane.
Oh, how about more Killbanes?
Wow. This is actually a bit concerning because as far as the space-time continuum is concerned, you really shouldn't have more than 2 Killbanes. Right now, so, yeah, with these two clashing, you don't want to cross the streams with your Killbanes. This is going to be electric, but by all accounts, will probably end in a very big chop.
All right, there's the 3-bet. Which one are you rooting for? You think someone's gonna get 4 flushed here? Gonna pick a side?
Yeah, I'll take Renji. I think he got 1.9. Pretty screwed earlier, and I want him to win. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but I don't know.
You would. I like how you go. You want him to win. He could have stayed neutral there.
You're right. No, I mean, listen, Fred seems like a joy. I'm just teasing.
Does he? Because you did say Renji Mao.
No, but look, Renji got a little unlucky. I would like to see him maybe. He doesn't have to get lucky here. I'm more worried about, you know, the space-time continuum as we established.
Come on. Heart spades. One time I want to see you sweat.
I have a pocket pair too. I mean, hit mine, they all joined that.
But they have an ace and a pocket pair.
You have an ace?
No, the fair thing is everyone goes home with 5 million.
Diamond's live.
Fritz is going to get that backdoor flush draw.
Boom, boom. Our pocket pair joined.
Full house versus full house. 500K a piece in profit.
So happy to call.
Yeah, it seemed like you was
yeah, you saw, yeah. What you thought you had aces? I don't know. You were like, okay.
When's the last time
The
you
handle
played the under the gun +1 doing this?
I know. The handle I busted.
Not very often.
Yeah. I called ace queen suited.
I know.
Yeah, and the guy kings, but when I called, I was like, yeah, call like him, and he was like aces, and I'm like, no, aces is.
Yeah. Who was it actually? It was somebody.
Portuguese guy.
Okay.
So everyone technically over 10 big blinds now, but Greenwood's suddenly found himself at the bottom of our leaderboard with 10 big blinds. Gets the kind of hand he might consider min-raising with, but yeah, it's a bit too loose.
I would say it's probably better to have like the ace X offsuit for blocking, you know, those hands than the king X off of 10 bigs.
Valiev considers it with the 10-9 suited. Things have been going pretty well for the Russian at this 30K final table. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar earlier with the 9-8 off against Renji Mao, but came out with quite a few chocolate chip, peanut butter deliciousness.
Yeah, he got caught, but he still walked away with the cookies. He didn't have to put them back.
He got caught, but they were already in his mouth, and the crumbs were already all over his face, you know?
It was like too
and
late.
Renji was like, dude, no, what, come on.
Actually, I would have lost against both ace, king, and queens.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you had the kings.
True.
Ramin continuing to do his 2.5x sizing.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough to defend against that, too.
Yeah, very intentional. What's going on here?
Free chips. It's been smooth sailing for Hajiev.
One-time banquet? Really?
Before free betting, maybe.
Probably for balance purposes.
I like it.
Counting out my bluffing range.
0.
I'm going to give you one time bank now, and you're going to give me kings. Your trade?
Oh, 25-minute level, sorry.
Ace-4 suited. Seems like a pretty mandatory open jam off of 11. Want to close out the option for your opponent to re-attack you.
Give me that all-in triangle. 11 blinds.
See if he can fade some calls, and he does. 5.5 million, the new stack for Fritz.
I was rooting for him there, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a momentary lapse in bias.
What? What was the announcement? I think said if you want to order some food, the food ordering stops in like 5 minutes. So.
Because of that. Okay.
Ace 10 off for Winford Yu here at the hijack. Probably wants to start as a min raise.
It's been his standard protocol in terms of sizing.
Yeah, and Manuel Fritz once again with a low medium, this time low suited ace, facing a U open, and once again finds the correct decision in fold. It's going to go all the way around to the big blind to our Azerbaijanian chip leader. Is that how you would say it? Makes sense, right?
Makes sense.
Does hail
Can't
from
confirm.
Azerbaijan. $5.1 million in Triton earnings, an incredibly successful super high roller.
Curious to see what he's got on his mind as he bleeds into a time bank. Is he going like 3-bet route potentially? Yeah, he's cutting out oranges.
Yeah. He's doing the one high, one low, not good enough to peel move. Going to pop it up to $2.5 million and really puts hands exactly like this in a real pickle, right? Because you're absolutely crushed by the value range because you're expecting your opponent to be doing this with sort of ace, queen, jacks plus. But, you know, Winford's going to be aware that Ajayev can just do this with random hands to put ICM pressure on, and nothing really you can do except be very brave and shove, but feels disastrous with these short stacks, and that's why it's so effective. I mean, Manuel Fritz on 13 blinds, Samuel Greenwood on 13 blinds. Are you really prepared to put in your 20 big blinds here with ace-10 off?
Well, that's why Ajayev 3-bet that spot.
Yeah.
And I knew he was very good. Playing very sharp. Realizing that Winford can't really contest and is just opening a range that he is supposed to open, but
yeah,
and I'm not looking to reshove.
And I don't want to speak to, you know, the way that a super high roller's confidence may or may not waver over the course of each Triton series, but you know, Ajayev had a very tough Monte Carlo. He didn't cash a single event, only cashed one event in Montenegro. So to come here and cash 2 of the first 3 events for a total of over 100,000 and now have this significant chip lead playing for 1.5 million, I think it'll be a nice relief for him to come out of here with a really big score.
King Jack can take this to work. He's going to go for $1 million as the blinds are 255. Greenwood's got ace-10 suited. He's only got 6 big blinds.
Yeah, and just from the cutoff open, this money's going in. I don't think that the Canadian is going to expect to see a fold, but is going to be ahead of that opening range.
Yeah, I'll probably push in like 3 million chips, leave a little back just in case.
2,075,000.
So he's actually made it 2,075,000. He's left the million back.
2,075,000.
Yeah, I think the utility of that is just if the 2 players behind both go all in, he can save, you know, 2 big blinds and stay in instead of, you know, half a big blind or something. If you keep in 250, right?
Very interesting now for RNG Mao. I believe the 6 big blind kind of stack. Did he just say all in? I'm curious to why he went that route rather than call and see what happens. But maybe just keep it simple. Avoid making a mistake post-flop. But we do have an all-in confrontation. 7.45 in the middle. Greenwood is at risk. Don't pick a side here, okay, Griffin?
Yeah, this is tough because he's a fan favorite for me is Renji Mao, but Sam Greenwood's my my brethren, fellow Canadian. So I don't care who
got
wins.
the lead. Greenwood's in a lot of trouble. 5 outs.
Yucky.
Only
Straight
3
now
outs.
for Renji Mao. Just needs to dodge one of the 3 remaining kings.
That's it. Rough final table for Greenwood.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Probably should have been out in 9th place, but found a way to get out of that hand with 8 big blinds and then ladder up to 7th. I mean, obviously he would have preferred to run a little better after that scenario, but did find 2 pay jumps, which is significant as we get towards the bigger buy-ins. I mean, look at the difference between, 9th place and 6th. What am I saying? I said 7th before. 6th place, that's a huge jump. That's a huge jump of almost $200,000.
Yeah, so no second title for Sam Greenwood. Does add to his $14.3 million in Triton earnings. His 1 title does come in short deck. Didn't find a no limit hold'em title just yet. And we're down to 5. Short stack duties belong to Manuel Fritz. Ramin gonna jam the 6s. Relatively standard.
Yeah, into the 21 big blinds of Baliev and the 20 big blinds of Winford Yu. You would hate your opponents to wake up with something really big, but it hasn't happened this time.
It kind of does feel like a really smooth final table, though, for Hajiev. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
Like, he's gotten in the ace, queen versus jacks, obviously the big hand, but he went into the final table with a lot of chips, and ever since then, I don't really see him having any difficult spots, just grinding.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think it's important to take stock of the fact that he won a pretty big flip in the first hand of the FT. Well, now, it didn't end up being for the full 25 or so big blinds of Sam Greenwood, but it did come at the expense of about 13, 14 of those. And those are very significant when we're only playing, a certain amount of blinds on the table. But hasn't really made a wrong move since and has chipped up all the way to 16.3. Very well could be his moment to get back into the winner's circle here at Triton.
Gonna go 1.2 with ace-10 suited. Vyacheslav currently in 3rd place. Has an average stack of 21 bigs.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something to the tune of 2.8 million or just like a fold. It feels too tight to fold.
I kind of feel like he's itching to play a hand because he hasn't been able to get involved ever since he kind of forced that 9-8 offsuit.
It feels too tight to fold. It's far too loose to shove.
It seems loose to flat, too.
Yeah, so I think maybe mixing in some small 3-bets between that and fold, and yeah, it does take the cautious route.
Yeah, even though it's okay to just fold and just let people just bust. He's so healthy in 3rd place. I mean, look, we're guaranteed 467,000 right now. Survive another, you get about 130K more. Like, these pay jumps are massive. It is over to Manuel Fritz, who's got 6-4 suited chip leader opening. Problem here is that the open size is a little bit larger.
Yeah, it's annoying, right? And it's part of why he does go with this.
It's already 3.15 in the middle. Slightly north of 1 SPR remaining. Ramin with ace-10 high. Paired board is good for Hajiev, just less things that Manuel can hit. should be betting just to deny equity.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Gonna cool down. One gapper for Vyacheslav. I just feel like he's itching to play a hand, don't you?
Yeah.
He's like, come on. It's pretty tempting to play this one, actually. But he's like, gotta play conservative.
There's just little to no post-flop play right now. So when you raise something, you want to kind of like, I think, have a blocker at this stage. 9-7 suit, obviously so pretty, but what are you hoping that the big blind maybe calls with something that...
Can I count, please?
Wow. I actually think this is probably a call with Jack-9 suited. As you can see, even against King 8, the equities are so close.
Yeah, 7.5 blinds.
It's not that
Jack-9
detrimental
suited.
to his stack either.
No, I think we can anticipate a call, but it's not easy. It's like right on the line. If this was 4.5 million and representing about 40% of Renji's stack, I think he would just fold. So we're pretty close to that amount, but 3.8 is going to be good enough for him.
Here we go. Yeah, because even if he's up against like an ace rag, like he performs really well.
Yeah, look,
with Jack-9 suited.
46%. You know, you already have $1 million out there between the blind and Annie.
$8 million
Gotta
chip
realize
pot.
your equity, yeah.
Let's see. Jack-9 looking good. Fritz needs a king or some clubs. Ah, you see that? That's exciting.
No dice. Manuel Fritz is going to be our 5th place finisher.
What does he get?
Gets a lot of money. And going to increase his Triton cash total from $0. So nice to get the monkey off the back, and it's going to be in the form of $467,000. I mean, that's a nice little score. You know, even if that's all he gets from this series, I think he'll be very proud to have come out here and put up a performance like that against some of the best players in the world in a $30,000 buy-in. 252 entrants. Congratulations to Manuel Fritz.
It's been a profitable trip for him because this is his very first Triton stop. First cash. Always nice to get a final table under your belt. That's going to leave us with 4 players remaining. Short stack duties now belong to Winford Yu. He's at the bottom by himself with 5.5 million. Good for 11 big blinds. Hajiev still on top.
But after that big Jack-9 suited win, Renji up to 16.2 million, good for 32 big. So
this is a fun hand already, actually, because it's number 1 versus number 2, and Renji's actually opening slight north of 3x into Hajiev, who has ace-jack suited.
yeah, I mean, Hajiev can't really do anything else other than call here, I don't think. I mean, I guess he could shove, but if somehow Renji, you know, what Renji's repping here with this raise is something extremely strong. He should really be playing this spot more as limps.
4.9.
Wow, he plays it as a 3-bet. Amazing. I really didn't see this coming.
There we go. I mean, clearly the intention there was probably 3-bet fold, given how deep they were to start that hand.
Yeah, but that's why it's so surprising to me is that it.
You don't want 3-bet fold a hand like that.
Yeah, just I mean, I don't know, like effectively turning that hand into a bluff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Haji is amazing, so accomplished. There's so much reasons behind what he just did. I would just hate the idea. I think the other thing that I like, and I'm being, I guess, you know, there's argument to it that really helps the cause, is that I like the idea of keeping in something like a worse ace or a worse jack.
You know
going
what I
into the
think
flop, you know?
maybe some of the mindset for Hajiev is I kind of want to keep this dominance, right? Like, if I call, I let my opponent outflop me, I lose the chip lead. Like, he likes the pace it's going right now.
Yeah.
You know, and I suppose that's probably why he opted to 3-bet and likely take it down pre. He is going to attack with 10-3 offsuit. Vyasheslav's got 7-6 suited. It is 2 more blinds to invest, but he does have position, relatively deep stack that he can continue. And we all know that he's not shy of giving some action.
Yeah, over 3x is not ideal.
I mean,
But this
part of him
hand-
was thinking, what, Winfred's sitting on 11 bigs? Do I just wait him out? Doesn't really strike me as someone that's going to lay down this spot, though.
Yeah. Let's see 3.
You never know how many orange chips he's going to grab, you know. But call is the standard play. 3.7 going into a flop. 7's good, but that texture is pretty rough.
Yeah, I imagine it's not going to be easy for him to find a bunch of bets here, and I think we can imagine that Baliev is going to call on the flop. So I think this hand is made or break on the turn.
Yeah, if he's defending this, he still needs to call with a pair
Especially
with
with the
backdoor
backdoor hearts, yeah.
He also knows that Ramin has probably got like a polarized range to raise into him pre, and that is a wonderful card for Vyacheslav, as he has an auto continue pretty much against any bet.
Yeah, and one that Hajiev will just see as, okay, well, maybe I've just jumped ahead of Queen 10, of Queen 9, so won't necessarily utilize this turn card as a bluffing card. So Baliev doesn't need to call a big bet here. Can just take that free card.
Yeah, we should see often a turn check back, just because he doesn't want to open a door to get chips in.
10 of hearts would be something.
It's running out great for Vyacheslav when it's up against this 10-3 offsuit, because 10-3, it's got that sliver of showdown. And with the action, Ramin is unlikely to turn his 3 into a bluff, because it's very hard for him to represent a good hand, because King X probably just keeps betting the turn. So key pot is going to go over to Vyacheslav. 10-3 offsuit also going to be shown.
Тоже хороший поехал.
Ну да, я думал префлоп еще.
又對他不打。
Понятно, префлоп.
我當我 AK 我應該 call 他。
Жалко, что пару я купил бы. Так мог бы на ривере выиграть.
This is a candidate to open rip it. However, Vyasheslav's sitting on 26 bigs now, so it's a bit dangerous to do so at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh. I like reshoving here with ace 4. I think you got fold equity off of this stack. Ramin has shown that he's raising very loosely. If you just flat here, you tend to lose the pot very, very often just because of the limited playability ace rag has. Let's see what Winfred thinks. So Winfred is thinking about this. Just wondering, is it enough big blinds to have fold equity? It should be.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I mean, I think we'll just see a call with the deuces for 9 big blinds. I mean, it's representing a decent percentage of his stack, but...
Good. I like this.
Yeah, I think Ajayev's going to call his 10 big blinds.
It hurts, though.
It does. It stings so much. It really does. You know you're always flipping it best. But it's not like you're facing a 6.5, 7 million chip all in. You know, I think it's the most that we're going to consider calling. I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility that he folds.
I think that Hajiev might be able to read into Yu's timing.
That it's probably a hand like this as opposed to...
Like an unpaired hand.
Something like 2 queens. I mean, maybe Winfred's balanced with this as well, but it's hard to know. We're biased. We can see the cards. So
yeah, but I don't...
We know his hesitation was real.
Really recall Winfred taking as much time in some other spots.
Yeah.
Like, say Winfred had, like, standard reshove, like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 5s, you know, like...
Yeah.
Might have not have gone that deep. He really did seem like he was a bit unsure.
So I think one of the things that he's going to have to consider is that if he does call this and lose, he will suddenly be third in chips and lose his ability to, you know, like he's going to have to start deferring to Renji, and I don't know. It's tough. I mean, they'll all be pretty close in chips, right? I mean, Renji has 14.6.
He's going to lay it down.
Yeah,
what a great play for Winfred.
Yeah, that's a great result.
Fold the pair.
Fold a pair?
You got overcards?
Flipping.
Huh?
Flipping them. Flipping. Okay.
Yeah, and look at how aware Winfred Yu is saying flipping then, because he knows he would have definitely just called with pocket fives or better.
Just he has too much. then you face the decision.
Not calling.
Huh?
Not calling.
Let me make the decision.
Not calling.
I know.
That's the basis.
Yeah, I know.
But if it snaps, then you're dead. You know?
No, but he has a lot.
I like how they're trying to influence each other. Like, yeah, you should jam. He's like, but he has a lot.
And you can see how those top 3 stacks are a bit jumbled up together now between 32 and 26 big blinds. Winfred Yu still are short stack, but not as significantly. There are the prize payouts for the remaining 4 players. Our 4th place finisher will take home just shy of $600,000, all the way up to the 1st place prize of $1.5 million.
Winfred with an ace. Can pretty much jam any ace. This stack depth and even deeper too. Oh, but he goes for limp. Very surprising for him to not take the aggressive line. Just take the raw equity of that ace high. And Renji actually has a hand that could consider the ISO. Yeah, he's going to try to attack the ace 4 offsuit. Now how does Winfred respond? Is it with intention to limp jam? I like limp jamming more than limp calling.
I mean, it would be, yeah, this is a bit soft on 14 blinds. I think you just need to play this as a pure shove. So I'm a little disappointed by you taking that line and getting taken advantage of there. But if you do find the limp, yeah, definitely limp shove. Because you've just, you know, you found a way to get more chips out of this hand you rightfully probably shouldn't have. So, yeah, I didn't like that option from Winfred Yu.
Okay, maybe he just felt like, ace 4 again?
Yeah,
Are they
yeah,
trying to get me out of this tournament? But, yeah, a little bit of a misstep there from Winfred, taking passive line.
I mean, he's played great all final table. That's like such a, you know, it's a bit of a micro moment. I think a lot of my, I guess, disappointment in him taking that line is he is the last in chips by quite a bit. You know, you can't start bleeding chips and allowing yourself to be getting taken advantage of like that. But hey, you know what? Why don't you just wait for ace-king, right? Very next hand, Baliev.
Free chips.
Opening the 9-8 suited.
On.
Hanging in there. Got a 17 big blind stack now. Keeps getting ace 4, doesn't he? Imagine he's just going to lay this one down. Giving his first act.
Dinner break.
Hadjiev going to play the 6-3 off as a limp. And Baliev with the suited ace.
It's pretty tempting to just outright rip
Yeah,
it.
to shove in for 22 bigs. But running the risk of, you know, the small
Running
percentage
into
of the time of being up against a trap when, you know, you really want to outlast Winfred Yu.
It's going to be high card versus high card, and 6-3 is going to bet. How much? 700K. A little bit more than min.
Yeah, I don't anticipate the Russian to be going anywhere. Ace high still going to be good a decent percentage of the time. Your backdoor to the nut flush, backdoor wheel. I mean, he might be hungry and thinking, oh, let's just go eat, but no, I don't think so.
No, does Vyacheslav look like someone who's just rushing a dinner break? Let's see. Turn card. Kind of bad for both players.
Yeah, difficult continue here.
But it's not really the type of card that Hadjiev can just start blasting away.
It's just, the problem is, it's just if you start bluffing with 6-3 off here, you're just bluffing with like way too many hands. Like if you're trying to get to fold out an 8, yeah, you would probably fold out an ace high here, but you're not necessarily thinking your opponent has them. Oh, he finds it. So
He's
badass.
sick, man.
Good for you. Good for you. I mean,
Too many bluffs, I don't care.
Yeah, look, a 4 is going to snap fold. You know, a 5-7 is going to have to snap fold.
So 4 remain as we go into the dinner break. Hajiev still the chip leader with 28 bigs, 16.6 million, followed by Renji Mao, Vyacheslav in 3rd, Winfried in 4th.
And welcome back to the desk. So they're going to go on dinner. We're going to do something with the timing here so that it's only a 30-minute break. So if you want to go get some food for yourself, maybe go get a coffee, I don't know, whatever time it is for you out there. For us, it's about, 8:30 at night, so it's good for dinner. But yeah, 4 left. Pretty great final table so far. Sam Greenwood right at the gate. Incredible hand there with the pocket jacks against the ace-queen. Finds a way out of it, with 8 big blinds remaining. Ends up finishing 6th. I think that was pretty impressive. D. Peters we lost right out the gate. Cale Burns we lost right out the gate. And now we're down to the final 4. Not playing particularly deep, but a lot of players that are looking for, those 7-figure scores that come in the form of a 1st or 2nd place finish.
Yeah, that was kind of the frame where we just had a lot of eliminations. Average stack is 25 bigs, 4 remaining, 1.5 million up top.
Yeah, so stay tuned. In about half an hour, I'm going to tag out, and we're going to get Ali Najad in here, and he's going to take the coverage here for the Final 4.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
When Fedor Holtz was taking the poker world by storm, Stefan Sondheimer, Reiner.
So I don't know how you could say.
I want to say Dominic Nietzsche
I'm very from peak.
was a part of that crew.
Yeah. stack from peak.
We-
so you know that.
Rankenmeyer, Tobias Rankenmeyer.
I feel bad if you can only
running
do
with them,
stuff at peak.
but
a little bit
Very
before
true.
my tournament
I
days,
love going
but
shopping when like the crypto is up. Crypto down, never going shopping. Never in my life.
I think a lot of those guys successfully made
Crypto go down, everything just seems more expensive.
enough wealth in poker to take a little time off.
Lucas has made enough of a hand to
Yeah,
take
you
off
might feel better.
for 755.
Because then you learn, you like understand that you should appreciate your money. So then you like play better. It actually might be the wisest choice.
Yeah. You know what I did now? I put here that this I left the ticket to remind me that I spent 30K in the sauna.
755.
Yeah. So to remind
Renji
me,
Mao
I really value money.
has ace king. This is a spoonful of medicine. He's asking for a count. I don't think there's a world in which this ace king does anything other than hop in here. It's just a cutoff open.
Yeah, definitely Renji just doing a little bit of verification, but also he is in the small blind. He's got a player behind. Doesn't want to reveal his eagerness to get these chips into the pot.
Yeah, comes piling in there. Played it as a flat. This is obviously still going to look plenty strong. Was hoping that maybe
I'll take a
the
chop.
big blind would find some trouble. Instead, it is Lucas Greenwood who has found trouble early here. Smothered in a 1.63 million chip pot. Back up against the wall. Will Lady Luck pay him a visit here on this flop?
Yeah, this is a chop of the board, sort of. 2-4, 4.
This is top of trap.
4.
This is like the
Not
We need
so
a
far.
4.
Where's that ace from?
That's for the queen. Be greedy.
Yeah, be greedy. That's for a queen.
Oh, hang on.
This is good. So now we
A
need the
duckling
4.
now presents opportunity for generally regarded as unlucky around these parts. It would be very fortunate for Greenwood on this occasion. Queen would be better. And instead, it's the 10 of spades. And with that, we have our first casualty of today's coverage.
What a life. That's a 4. What a life, huh?
I think I had a 4 too. I'm not sure.
Again, 39 will be paid. So with that elimination, we are 5 away from the money.
Open shot.
What about that guy that his last name is Poseidon? Poseidon.
I would have loved for you to open shove on this one.
Bella Bella.
Boy, it's looking thin out there.
Diogo, one of those tightly packed rather stacks around the 20 big blind mark at this table.
You know, for a second, Kevin, I thought you were commenting on his physique, and I was wondering what prompted this. Because I confess, through the quarter zip, I wasn't really able to clock it, nor was I trying. But he's looking to clock some gains in the form of chips if anybody wants to splash around with them. 2 kings loaded for bear.
Oh, and Greenwood's going to do something with this hand. Now he covers by a good margin. So sometimes we see flats if we're worried that we're not going to get enough hands weaker than ours to call off, facing a 3-bet. Oh, but this is interesting. Instead of flatting to keep weaker hands in, Sam's deciding to 3-bet small to keep weaker hands in.
Now walk me through that choice.
Maybe, so sometimes with these bigger suited aces, let's call it ace-jack suited or better, we're thinking, well, what if Diogo had opened ace-7 suited or ace-5 suited? If he opens and we 3-bet small, these are the types of hands that tend to go all in as a bluff in these tight range scenarios. So when we do run into those bluffs, we're going to perform pretty well. Sometimes it's jacks, sometimes it's 10s.
And Greenwood knows that that 3-bet was never with the intention of stepping aside in the face of the 4-bet jam from Diogo. Of course, the players are...
I'm guessing you don't have aces
being told not to reveal their hands just yet until action is completed elsewhere in the room. 40 players remain. It's the Stone Money Bubble, as Duk An-Win finished in 43rd, Yulian Bogdanov showered in 42nd, and Evgeny Tereshchenko in 41st. The covering stack is Sam's. And for Diogo, obviously, you're not really looking for potential scenarios in which sitting with 1.3 million in front of you in the presence of so many shorter stacks than your own here on the Stone Money Bubble, you're playing for your tournament life. And here we are. Face up. Coelho recognizing the threats. $2.8 million in the middle, and the ace just magnetizes its way to the flop. A really ugly sight. The spade works, and all of a sudden, upon the arrival of the Queen of Spades, it finds a ray of light. Can Diogo go runner, runner? Can he find a third cowboy? He cannot. And that is such a painful exit for Diogo Coelho. Really no choice, of course, Kevin.
Yeah, making the right play.
I mean, you got to scroll up quite a ways before his elimination to where he was in terms of chips coming into that one. I mean, he was a top 15 stack
Do I get the extra effect?
with 40 remaining, and somehow his mug.
There's so many players sitting under 10 blinds right now.
6 bullets, 3
This
cans.
could really.
That's not great. It's okay.
You would see the tournament drag on quite a bit if we put too many pay jumps in there,
who was
because
the
those
bubble
players
boy.
would just keep jockeying for one little spot here and there.
Oh, we could see this field melt away in a hurry.
Yeah, relatively quick we made the money here, and
I say 160.
all the way up to
He
23rd place, I'm seeing 10 big blinds or less.
Especially now that I look at these big boys.
We should start seeing stacks fly.
No, I heard him. I heard him, especially after I saw this hand.
All in. Feels so good.
Joseph.
So good.
All too happy to get it in now without any of the pressure of making the money upon him.
Have a good hand though.
I have natural 9. 8. Sorry.
Natural
8.
Okay, we're flipping.
Ace Jack versus 2 9s, 820K pot.
3.
3?
Yeah.
And down with 3.
I think so too.
Thank you. Nacho.
But it's small. I need a chance.
Off to the races we go. Joseph at risk, and the risks grow greater.
Yeah, I agree.
Take a
In the absence
Yeah.
of an ace or a jack.
Okay. It's kind of like
Picks
a 10.
up 4 outs as the Broadway gut shot is added to the equation. Can he keep his seat? No, sir. Well, it's an exit, but it's one that comes with 52K versus the one before it for Michael Joseph.
You want these?
Can I have that?
What do you need them for? Natural 8, hard to beat.
Natural 8.
When is the base on, bud?
Off to the right, being worn by Manuel Fritz. There's that one, and then there's the other black one with the Triton cursive on it. And I was having a tough time yesterday choosing between the two of them.
So you got both.
I don't want to get both. I don't have enough room in the suitcase even. I may not even have enough room for one. But the one that Manuel's wearing, as we see Ben Heath putting his last 450 forward, has no pockets on it whatsoever.
Oh.
And I couldn't tell what the GTO would be. Was it go with the other one with the cursive that I don't love it as much. I love it, but I don't love it as much. But it has the pockets and the other, anyway.
They both have like the standard pouch now.
No.
Oh, no.
Zero
no pouch.
pockets of any sort.
Yeah, when you fold like that, I can like see the bottom card almost. When you fold like that, I can almost see the bottom card, like at this end of the table. It's all right.
Ben all in right now with 30% equity and also doing his table-mate a favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to factor in this spot where Barbero has the red kings and has Heath ever so slightly covered by a couple of big blinds and far more than slightly covered in terms of hand. 9-7 deuce, a million in the middle. The Brit would love a sweat here. No wheel card, no 5. And it's down to 3 outs 1 time for Ben Heath. Can he spoil Nacho's kings? No, he can't. So it is Ben's turn to offer up the GGs.
Yeah, even through me.
Key little pot there for Nacho. Trying to keep his head above water.
Oh, why? That would have been so much better. You had clubs?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I would have switched so much.
It would have been a fun ride. You would even if he folds, you slid through me. I had jack 8 off. No matter what, you had to sweat. What's more of a sweat, your hand or my hand? I had jack 8 off. My hand. On the turn, I got top pair, gut shot, 2 pair.
Thank you, bro.
I have
Tack $52,000 in December. Now Bads, black 8s, folded around to him in the cutoff.
Raise. Raise. 160.
Declares raise.
Yeah, Makita using proper verbal procedures there to get a min raise in quickly. Didn't have time to grab all the correct chips, so just said raise before the clock expired.
Roll in. All in.
Oh.
10-9 suited.
First a cutoff open. A little bit light, but fringy for sure. Jack-10 suited, very standard.
I mean, this feels like left brain activity out of Artur here. Is Bads' stack at a depth where he has to be concerned about some of this?
Honestly, I think Bads just puts this in. I think 8s is really strong from the cutoff for less than 20. Martirosian will have weaker pocket pairs, like kind of a lot of them. Maybe not deuces, but for sure 5s.
He's got 2 overs. And I wonder if Makita's going to feel like this was an unnecessary spot for Artur to take.
Yeah, it's light, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of what's relatively normal. Martirosian.
Oh my God. This is relatively abnormal. The joint versus middle set. The good news for Makita is he's not drawing dead, Crab, but he needs the board to pair and do so in a hurry. Not happening on the turn. And this is a bit foul. If it all goes awry. Which it does. And you know, when there's sort of spots that Artur didn't necessarily need to take, and you end up on the wrong end of them in that fashion, those are the exchanges that can haunt us a little bit. Is you're like, why?
Yeah.
Why you do me like that, bro?
And, I mean, for Artur, that's the style of play that's going to have you often atop the leaderboard and often...
Go to 74,000 once we reach 23 players.
That's what you got to try. You got to try.
Oh, he misclicked yesterday? Yeah, he wanted to 3-bet or jam or something with kings.
Misclicked.
And he ended up...
Kings instead of open raising. And then aces raised over his limp, and then he 3-bet, he limped 3-bet, and aces trapped.
Is that what happened? Okay, maybe I
Yeah,
misread
and then the
hand.
flop came ace high.
Yeah, okay.
He didn't stack off. But if he
Matas.
raised, he would have
Simbolas.
He wanted like 25 blinds or something, so he would have just.
Wow.
Sitting this one out.
250.
Not so for Coach Greenwood as he draws up a play.
And for Theologus, only 5 big blinds against a late position open. I think any ace is good enough to go. Maybe just verifying the pay jump situation has been cleared.
Just to make it sure.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
All in.
Theologus rips the ace-6 from the small blind, recognizing that Greenwood is deep enough to be up to no good, but he anticipates he will be off to the races, just given the modesty of the re-raise sizing, 305K more. Promptly called. Greenwood figures he's a dog, but he does have 45% equity. Things could be worse for him, and they could be a whole lot better for Theologus. Never expecting to be a much bigger favorite than this, I would imagine, with the ace-6, but a favorite nevertheless, and he will take it.
That's fair. I mean...
Oh, boy.
That's not so fair. Even the diamonds. Okay.
King, Queen, 10. Greenwood with a pair and an open-ender. Theologus hunts a jack that is blocked to make Broadway.
Yeah, now it's not fair. Yeah.
Now it's, now I can't even do. Yeah, good game, guys.
Yeah. Do all kind of like. Oh, face car.
Yeah.
And the right suit.
So that'll do it for the Greek.
GG.
That's Greenwood spinning it up. Over 4 million, pardon me, in his stack. Second in chips. As Theologus can do no better than 27th. Kanji, which is Chinese. And I walked right out. It's basically Chinese. It's hieroglyphic characters. And I was like, no, that's it. Exit stage left. It's been real.
Too high level.
You know, when we bust
It was too tough.
Yeah.
It takes a lifetime to learn enough characters, you know, to really, like, never be stumped. King 5 suited. Gonna have company here. Kempa wasting no time going to work from the hijack with these newly minted chips. And Oganyan's hooks make noise for all of it. Uh-oh.
And for 2 sub-4 big blind stacks, just absurd hand strengths. I mean, even when Ryuta puts this 355K into the pot, I think Kempe comes along to try and knock out both of them.
So Ryuta decides to play it as a flat, and that's a little awkward for Reiner, but it's only another 90 that Nakai has, pardon me, back, and we've already got 200 invested.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting 10-1 right now. I don't know that we can pitch any 2 cards.
No, we hate our hand, and we're going to hate it even more when kings are revealed.
Maybe we have to take a second to figure out how much is behind, and if we want to put in the remaining, that's what Kempe does do.
Yeah, this is just a numbers game for him. And, of course, Nakai is thrilled. Unfortunately for him, the bulk of his chips were lost. Just a pot ago. But the prospects of a triple, things could be worse. For Oganyan, they're awful.
Now you know you hit your jack.
And for Kempa in turn,
Secure your win.
save for the fact that he covers these two so handsomely,
I think you're going to
his spot is disgusting. But hang on.
Wow.
Ace deuce 4, and maybe the deck has different ideas about who's supposed to win this pot. A 3 would be catastrophic for Nakai. Oh my goodness.
What a life.
A tray rolls off, no waiting, giving Reiner the straight. A 5 on the end, and all 3 can carve it up. Wouldn't that be righteous? An 8 on the river, and Oganyan could do nothing but chuckle about the ill fate. The run-out really wasn't what caused him a problem. It was more being up against the Kings of Nakai, who had him covered ever so slightly. And in turn, Nakai covered by Kempa, who just claimed a double knockout. 2 pelts. There at the feature. We're going up.
I gotta admit, I'm not sure which sport the Vikings is in.
Oh my God. Are you joking?
Well, would I say that out loud then?
You know, Randy, it's really alarming sometimes for me, because it speaks to you having been locked in a windowless room for a large part of your youth. You know, pre-internet even.
Yeah, but what? At least I knew it was sports related. Mainly because you said coach, but you know.
Congratulations on that, Randy. Way to whittle it down. Foxen, by the way.
I think 4-3 is priced in.
A7 goes spinning as Fritz wants to be the Reaper. 4 tray. Not pretty, but numbers are numbers. 825,000 in the middle. Foxen did bubble his last event here. And so far, in the money and looking to keep his seat on a Queen 10 deuce board.
Gonna be tough.
Oh, no. The 4 rips right off the deck, and now all of a sudden, Foxen, the man in need of help. Can 1 6-outer return the favor? The answer is no. And sympathetic GGs being delivered.
Yeah, but absolutely nothing you can do when you're that short. The big blind is practically priced in to call 82 cards.
You know, lest you think that this task here is for the faint of heart, imagine grinding through an entirety of a day 1, working hard.
Expect him to raise rather than open jam. He wants to induce reshoves from worse aces, some broadways.
And the him you speak of, Manuel Fritz with the ace-king in the hijack. Konstantin Maslach squeezing pocket 10s. He's sitting similar depth, covered by 250K, thereabouts.
Pretty much a standard all-in spot for the 2 10s. Gonna have another coin flip incoming. Oh, this is interesting, actually, for Michaelitis. There's a raise in front from a shortish stack, a reshove from a short stack, and 9s performs all right.
You know, it was a couple of 9s that Matthias Eibinger decided to hop in with in search of a triple in a similar situation, not identical by any stretch. This was at the final table of the 25K, ultimately won by Jeremy Osmus yesterday.
Yeah, I would say he does relatively well against the short stack reshove range because he beats all of the smaller pairs that probably would reshove. He is ahead of ace kings, ace queens. Of course, he fears like 10s, jacks, queens, kings, and aces, but I don't think he also expects the original raiser to always get it in if he commits. So he gets a little overlay sometimes. But we are going to go 3 ways, and 9s is in terrible shape.
Michaelitis put in the 2.5 and hates to see Fritz call, as all of a sudden his problems are very real. The 2 tens of Maslach performing oh so well. He's participating in a main pot, which is where the bulk of the biscuits are. 5 million roughly. Just 400 on the side. And this is a disastrous spot. Michaelitis certainly wants to use his one time to spoil the fun for Maslach. And instead, it is Fritz who flops top 2, but the 10s, now a gut shot. Constantine on his feet. A 9 would obviously be a problem for Fritz, as well as the queen or 10. Decent amount for him to fade, which he does on the turn.
You have one more try.
One more try, Michaelitis.
Yeah. He covers both parties.
It's just the last spades.
And the clean run out
1.8.
will leave Manuel Fritz to take down a massive pot. 5.5 million.
Well, then I'm not registering. Oh, wait, I'm a VIP.
You're not a VIP, Nano.
Hey, man. You would get extra rabbits.
They'd give me a hare, a rabbit. They give me one of those stuffed capybaras. Hello, ladies. Fritz with queens. Randy, do you have any idea what that is next to his time banks?
Yeah, it's a huge slug.
It is?
No, I have no idea what
is it a turkey, maybe?
Seriously, a turkey? That's what you're going to go with?
Is it a fish of some sort? 300,000 to go.
Okay, now I really want to see a zoom in, but we have Kiat with 3s, a real decision.
Yeah, he's sitting just 1.1 back, a couple of bigs invested.
I don't know if he's got much fold equity off of this stack. Yeah, that's why he's going to call. If he had a couple more big blinds, he's probably going to reshove, but here he's just going to try to hit his 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. Too lean to expect that the jam is going to earn him the pot with no further incidents. He does call, and he does look up at a favorable board.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble here. He is very likely to just check jam because of how shallow he is. It makes sense that he's checking because he wants to induce a continuation bet and, you know, pick up that continuation bet. If it's just high cards, that's stabbing. I just would be pretty shocked if he doesn't check jam in this spot.
Yeah, I know. Pardon me. In a way, it's sort of trapping Fritz for the full 975 to allow him to put this 150 in there, provided the Kiat comes with the jam now. Every chip is so precious. 2 7-figure scores are still in here, but Kiat's all done being passive. He jams, and of course he's beaten into the pot by the queens and has just 2 outs.
Did he just look at the dealer like,
yeah.
Huh, really?
No, he was a little bit embarrassed about the 3s, which pale in comparison to the might of these 2 queens, but a red 3 would fix all of that in a hurry. And with 2 to come, it happens 8% of the time. Now just 4% of the time as he fans on the turn. Can Kiat Lee's hopes of a first Triton title stay alive? No, they can't. As Manuel Fritz takes care of the chip leader coming into today.
Another deep run, but can't convert for Kiat. Still seems to be in good spirit. The body's like a chicken, but not the face.
I can't see from this angle, it feels like a turkey.
I know, but you think the top is the head, but it clearly wasn't. From this angle, it looks like a turkey. I know what you're saying. But it transforms when you get a different view.
Randy, do you think this is what they pay us for?
That's what they pay you for.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, where I've jerry-rigged a face mask, not because I necessarily think that the distance between Randy and I requires it, nor that it's actually doing anyone else any favors as the mic is inside of it, but we're going to try to get through this final table. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, 30K, the conclusion of is upon us. Ramin Hajiev, the chip leader, 16.6 million. Not a ton of runway between he and Renji Mao as four-handed action is set to resume momentarily. And Randy, I know you were giving me a little bit of a primer as we take a peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app, but as you described it in the Cliffs Notes, smooth sailing has been the order of the day for Ramin Hajiev so far.
Yeah, you know, after he won a key pot against Greenwood very early into this final table, he's just been raising relentlessly, you know, and taking down pot after pot. He's been attacking in blind versus blind situations where he kind of steals pots that, you know, most players won't be able to find a double barrel. So he's playing well, and he's won a Triton title before.
That he has. Looking for number 2, of course, the man in second behind him from China, looking for number 1. Here at his first ever Triton Festival. Average stack currently 13 million. That's good for 21 bigs with the blinds at 300, 600. Winfred Yu, 8.6 million down at the bottom. That's good for 14 bigs. You know, Winfred just kind of slithers his way up these payouts without necessarily getting his hands dirty.
He's a grinder. I don't know what to tell you. Like, people kind of know he's tight, and he'll step out of that occasionally, but he's guaranteed top 4. It's pretty good.
You would think, by the way, that when you have an image that's tight, you're able to exploit it, right? You could actually step out. The trouble is, the minute that somebody gets a data point that suggests, wait a minute, this guy's not as snug as I thought, it all comes crashing down. But for Winfred Yu, nothing to complain about, as he and the remainder of the field are guaranteed $595,000. You look at the ladder, it's about $140K between 4th and 3rd, and then the first of our 2 7-figure payouts, not unlike the record-breaking $25K before it, won by Jeremy Osmus, $1 million and a tickle for second, 1.5 and a tickle for first. Not to mention the bragging rights of a Triton trophy. As we get ourselves back underway, it was Peters, Burns, Wilson, Greenwood, and Fritz in that order that conceded to bring us to this point. Obviously, it wasn't a voluntary process for any of them, but they did give it all they had. Brandon Wilson in particular, he wasn't afraid to take some risks. In the end, could manage no better than the $259,000 for 7th place, as the cards are back in the air. And there is Renji Mao. Going to work promptly.
Over to the shortest stack in the big blind. He's out. What do you have, Ali? Tell me.
If I knew, I would, buddy. I'm not so sure we got a scan on those. And I'm not so sure that this field, other than the time that they have spent with Renji here in this event, has much of a scan on he and the rest of his delegation, who have performed very well, including all top 3 spots in the record-breaking 15K event number 1. Going to China. It feels a little bit like the Olympics these days at Triton, does it not, in terms of medal counts, right? How many trophies does your country have? How much in total cash have they earned at the festival? It does make it kind of fun.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool because we usually see poker as an individual sport.
Yeah. And look, at the end of the day, if the whole final table was Chinese players, it's not like they're not going to go hard at one another, as we observed. Especially when we're talking about pay ladders, the likes of which the average poker player will never experience. Stakes cannot be overstated, even in what, it must be said, amounts to a prelim event here in Jeju at 30K.
I think that's why a lot of players do venture out to the Triton series, because a lot of times you're like, other tours, you play one event where you can play for that $1 million and that's it. Here you can just play one every single day, you know, like it's what, 7 to 10 no limit chances at huge prizes. This is why it's very attractive, as well as, you know, the experience.
8-3 suited. Now, conventional wisdom is that all suited combos are limpable. Renji knows this. Hajiev, King 10 offsuit. Let's see if he wants to wag a finger. No.
Yeah, it's a good hand, of course. It's just one of those hands where it would be very painful if you had to raise, fold to a limp re-raise. And it's going to let the 3 take the lead.
No club in hand. Hajiev is going to, I thought, face a little bet. I wonder what he's going to make of that balk there from Mao.
I think Ramin usually will take that as a tweener to cup of hand, so maybe that kind of pair of 3s or like a little club. So he probably shouldn't expect Renji to fold, I would think. But he's still going to try to stab, but Renji's not folding a 3.
700,000. Just north of a single big. And Renji will peel, but obviously a second barrel on the turn, if he's unimproved, would really put a lot of pressure on that 8 tray. The 4 of clubs is sopping wet. Now, Hajiev does have the ability to credibly represent a club as played.
Yeah, but it's not all clubs that would bet the turn, so it's actually very polar if he was to bet, so check is pretty standard.
And interestingly enough, a 5th club on the board means at showdown, these guys would carve it up.
Unless someone wants to steal it, take it all for themselves.
Does that seem to you like the look of a man who is content to share, or will greed creep in? As the action is on Renji.
I think it's very reasonable for Renji to have a solid club in this spot to play as check call. And you saw that hesitation too on the flop. Maybe that was like one of those decent clubs, like a jack or queen of clubs that went for a check call. It would be, I'd believe it if he bet it.
He who speaks first does right to just take this one down, although, if you'll recall, that unbelievable multi-raise bluff that Yo Viral got himself involved in at the World Series of Poker at a final table.
That went viral.
Rightfully so. If you don't know what we're talking about, get into the Google streets and find that clip. It was baffling. Just an incredible hand, the likes of which we'd really never seen on a stream. Meanwhile, we have seen bluffs when playing the board, which is exactly what we're observing here out of Mao.
Yeah, and if Hajiev was to call, he's only playing for half the pot, right? Given there's a flush on the board and he doesn't have one in hand. So price is clearly not so great.
Listen, is Hajiev thinking about a flat because he doesn't buy that Renji has a club, or is he thinking about a bluff raise?
I'm sure both things are on his mind, but he goes for fold.
Yeah.
Nice steal from Renji Mao.
Tepid enthusiasm. Muted but present from the rail. See the double thumbs up there, top right of the screen from somebody who's here to sweat. Unclear who.
Renji's going to take the chip lead too with that pot.
So Hajiev dethroned by 4 million, let's call it. That's nice for Renji, who obviously hasn't loved being to the right of Hajiev here. Sort of limiting his opportunities at the final table from a positional standpoint.
And Renji actually came into the final table as a massive chip leader, so back to where he was. King 4 now, gonna attack.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung and is currently swinging in the right direction. If you're Renji Mao. You know, it's funny. I didn't recall seeing him last year, Jeju, but as I peek into the Triton Poker Plus app once more, this is actually his second festival. He only played a 3-event docket last time around, 15, 20, and 25K events. And I don't recall ever having him on a feature table. Obviously, these were huge fields. And when you don't cash, you're not around for a lot of the coverage. So apologies to Renji, as he has one festival under his belt, but he didn't have a cash until the 20K, where he finished 16th, and now he's finishing at least in the top 4 here, and likely better than that. Meanwhile, Hajiev, pocket 7s from the button, covers and jams, no takers. Now, you'll recall, Randy, that for a number of years now, you and I both have a standing invitation to come out to Baku, Azerbaijan.
We do.
Where Hajiev has offered to take us and show us around. Patrick Antonius told me it's a fantastic little place. He's been out there. Obviously, they have a Formula One race. That would be an amazing time to go. Really a developing nation in Central Asia, where there is tremendous wealth, I believe, the product of some natural resources. And that is a part of the globe I've not yet traveled to. Would love to take them up on it at some point. Maybe we get Triton Baku somewhere down the streets.
He'll have home court advantage. Yeah. He just wins every event.
Like that Ali G movie, The Dictator, where he was racing, and then instead of crossing the finish line, he had a gun. and he told them to bring the finish line closer to him, and he shot the other guys in the race.
Okay, obviously that wouldn't happen if we did have Triton Baku, but yeah, okay. Let's hit him up again. He's doing pretty good in this tournament.
Oh, you only want to go to Baku when he's all pumped up
well,
off
I mean,
a
we're
big
more
cash,
likely
Randy?
to be pampered a bit more, you know what I mean?
Scummy. Ace 4. I like where your head's at, though.
King Jack is the pre-flop raiser. So dry that he can just stab so small. And what's Renji Mao going to do? Nothing.
Yeah. Gotta let this one go. You can tell he's got fight, though. Randy. Renji isn't one of these, you know, gotta have a hand to get involved type of players. He's looked slick.
I agree. You know, he's definitely been getting involved. You know, he's he comes across quite good from what I've observed. He definitely has what it takes to finish this one with a W.
Hold it around to Winford on the puck. 7-8 off. Doubtful. 7 tray off. That's not going to cut it.
Yeah, Renji actually has kind of a difficult seat, having Hajiev to his direct left. So he often is involved in these potential blind versus blind confrontations because Winfred's so short. He just ends up folding a lot of buttons, and you know, Renji does need to play relatively cautious, just because Hajiev doesn't let players run him over.
You know, if we're going to talk about involvement, I feel like here on day 5, shame on me for taking this long to do so. It's time that we tip our hat to the tireless efforts of our super mod in our chats, Ghost of M, who honestly may be surviving on Red Bull and caffeine pills, because I don't know what time zone you're in, Ghost, but anytime we've got this stream cooking, you are right there to keep everybody in line, and he runs a tight ship. So our thanks to Ghost.
Thank you. I highly recommend you clone yourself so you can, you know, spend half the time working.
Well, with AI, I mean, eventually Ghost's time will come, and, you know, we hate to see it, but the end is near, Ghost. Actually, you could really throw AI for a loop in a chat if it was a mod. Depending on the programming, of course. I don't want to see humans become obsolete, I'll be honest. As Baliev doesn't want to see a flop. 6-3 suited. Decides to wag his finger at the limp.
Nice
Shoots
timing.
a little look over there. Saying, hey, buddy, I'm not going to let every flop come out for free when you try to slide in for cheaps.
But you know, speaking of humans being obsolete, have you seen those little robot cats walking around with the serving the food?
Let's unpack this. What Randy is referring to is something that we first bore witness to last Jeju Festival. They are electronic mobile waiters that are basically multi-tiered trays with like an iPad and an animated like 8-bit cat face, and they deliver the food to various parts of the casino automatically, and they'll like move around you, and then they like blink, then they stop.
Yeah, but they travel far, and they turn and everything. There's no operator.
I tried to ride one.
Oh, God.
It didn't like it.
Of course you try to ride one.
I mean, just, you know, I just want to see what's the load capacity on this thing. Meanwhile, Hajiev deploying a 1.2 million chip load from the button. Ace 10 for Winfred, and he's going to rip. Hajiev not going to be able to take it. 3.8 more. Too rich.
You know, Winfred's sleeve is bothering me.
It's so funny. I'm glad you went there, because I feel like too often I'm the one that just brings up the obscure stuff. But does that mean we're OCD? Like, I want to run out there and zip that thing up, especially, who knows, maybe there's some big chips in there.
Yeah, okay, you unzip it. I'll put my hands under in case I catch the chips.
Wait.
And we'll split 50-50.
How did this go from us wanting to help Winfred out to robbing him? What's wrong with you today?
It's a tip for fixing the sleeve the wrong way.
I'm sure he would really appreciate that. Hey, I'm going to zip this up to make sure no chips fall out of it, but first I'm going to empty it of the chips. King 9 for Baliev.
Looks like he's going to be raising. Not a reshove hand for Winfred. So let's see what Renji's got.
Not a lot. Enough, though.
He's like, all right, I'll take you post-flop. Can't make it this easy for you. 3.3 already in the middle. And we see a flop of 10-7-5-2 hearts.
Neither player connecting. 3-3 in the middle.
Let's see if he can find a C-bet with King 9.
Randy, is that Porky Pig and Bugs Bunny on a two-person bike? On the shirt? It looks like it.
You do notice obscure things.
Well, I mean, it's right there.
It's Porky Pig. It is.
Maybe it's a scooter. And in scoots a little C-bet, 1.8 million. That's 3 bigs.
It's a big bet.
Yeah.
And that's going to shake out this kind of backdoor potential, which is quite nice.
Yeah, that's why the sizing is actually solid from Baliev. He didn't really have much to speak of. No heart in hand, no pair.
Yeah, the more you risk, the more fold equity you have. But of course, you know, on the flip side is you risk more chips in case your opponent does actually have a piece. Pros and cons.
Well, there's the pro of winning not just all the beautiful cash, but truly one of the most prestigious accolades in all of poker that apparently has our autofocus on the fritz.
Yeah, it's on the wrong one.
Ooh, that was cool. Got that little lens flare going. It is Porky and Bugs, confirmed, by the way. And it is a raise, confirmed by the 2 8s. Ace 4 on the button for Winfred. Baliev has felt V-Pippy. He's not ready to challenge with 11 bigs. King Jack of Clubs most definitely has some fight available. Is someone in a tux back on the rail? Did you see that?
I did not, but I will be looking next time. For now, King Jack is the nuts.
The joint. No waiting for Hajiev. 8 of diamonds for a backdoor flush. The dummy end of a gutter as well. Under pair to the board, though. Not clear what Baliev's sentiments are going to be. He does knuckle back. And now all of a sudden, Vyacheslav may have some stronger emotions as the straight becomes 2 ways in the event a 6 rolls off.
Sneaky.
And 2 checks in front of him. Hajiev really doing his best to get Baliev to step in it. No bite. Oh, wow.
Jesus.
2 streets of checking in front of Vyacheslav Baliev. And he's made the 10 high straight. Randy, is it showers for the Russian?
It just depends on how Ramin approaches. If he bets out big, maybe Baliev doesn't think a worse hand would ever call and not raise. That's a huge bet, 3.2 million.
You know, is it big enough that Vyacheslav is looking up at this board and thinking to himself, there's really not a whole lot of upside to raising? I think maybe if Ramin sizes down, then Baliev would feel compelled to seek value.
Right.
But at 3.2, unfortunately for Ramin, Vyacheslav did not have the raise available to him on that board.
Yeah, you're right about that. But the thing is, Ramin also wants to try to make his hand look like a stab. So he might get hero called by like ace 10, for example. And obviously, if you bet small, that type of hand's never raising. So you got to think about how the payoff, of the range pays based on price. So I think he played it really well. Had he bet that turn, he probably just sees a fold from 2-8s.
Yeah. So he did find value on the end. And in doing so, he's found his way back to the top of the leaderboard. 36 bigs for Hajiev. Renji back to second. I wonder what happens if Ramin comes with an overbet there. He still gets called, right?
Yeah, he still gets called. But the problem is he has to depend on Vyacheslav having an 8 there in the cutoff, and there's probably not that many 8Xs, so he might just be burning the opportunities, if Vyacheslav calls a smaller bet.
Yet to get called by lighter.
Yeah. So, sure, if he knew his opponent had an 8, he would have gone massive or even just check raise. But
yeah, my intention isn't to be critical of Ramin's choice, but rather explore all of the ones that were available to him in search of whether or not there was one that you feel may have been more profitable.
Yeah.
Of course, we know that he's up against 2-8s. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's the mindset you do want to have when you're just studying in general. Like, how can I figure out how to play ranges versus range, sizing? Your mind's in the right place. And that's a nice steal there, queen 6 off.
Yeah, the chips heading to the right place.
I feel like he's in
Ramin
the
has
zone.
anything to do with it, yeah.
Like, really high confidence is what I'm getting from Hajiev right now throughout the whole final table.
He's grown and developed since the first time that we laid eyes on him as a player. And we could say that about about every one of our VIPs or, people that aren't playing for a living, no matter how enthusiastic they are about poker. Their eyes are open to a depth of a game that some had no clue was out there. And you square off against literally the world's best for 2 weeks straight, 4 times a year, you just pick up a thing or two.
No, and actually, he's demonstrated some really cool moves. I've seen him 3-bet queen 4 offsuit into big, something you really only see pros do, you know? Like, he's sharp. And this is a hand that can jam.
Yeah, the ace-queen, sharper than the ace-5. Interesting that a single chip was sought by Balayev before declaring the all-in. Winford's pocket fours shriveling. And now Renji Mao. Okay, this is interesting. I'm not a huge fan
This is better than count.
of providing an unsolicited count because unclear how much Renji's going to be influenced by Vyasheslav's affect. But you know how it is when a guy all of a sudden is trying to make you think, oh, it's only 5,100,000. You're like, well, time out. Why are you trying to undersell it?
Yeah.
You must really want the call here.
I hear you. That's a good point.
Wow, and he does end up folding for an extra 3.9. Is he allowed to do that for that price?
But I think maybe coupled with what you just mentioned, it became a little bit easier for him. Hence, he didn't even use any time bank. I just wouldn't expect Vyacheslav to have too much dust. Ace-5 suit is the type of hand you want to be aggressive with, not necessarily call it off with.
By the way, a few questions in the YouTube chat with respect to whether or not we're going to have bonus coverage on the evening once this one wraps up. The answer is yes.
Don't we always give you bonus coverage, guys?
Not always. It depends on how long the final table goes, but the 25K WPT Global Slam will be covered for a few levels after we put a bow in this one.
Let's see if Winford wants to jam. He's going to go for a limp. He's actually already limp folded to Renji off of this similar stack size, but Renji not going to stab with Queen 4 this time. It's a little post-flop spot incoming.
Diamond draw acquired. Note that the Queen of Diamonds is present in Mao's hand. And Winford not going to lead. Mao wastes no time checking back. Neither player improves.
I really would like to see Winford bet now, but he's checking again because he has so many perceived outs against a random hand and can just take it down with a bet. I think he has to bet now. He just has 6 high, and his opponent has so many random hands that's just going to lay it down.
What's the story that we're telling if we do lead here, though?
Big slow plays.
I mean, you don't expect ace high and king high to be barreling. And if that's the case, you could see a world in which Renji looks over at this 1.1 and wonders, would I not have heard from 3x or 9x on the turn? Quads is tough to produce.
Winfred's got big pairs in his range, though, too, right? To limp 10 big blinds. I can see aces, kings, queens having it.
From a frequency standpoint, we have to believe that that's
a small
less
part of the
often
range.
to be the range. Yeah, but nevertheless, Winford getting credit. Maybe that's an example of leveraging the tighter table image, as I get these vibes from Renji that he's the kind of player that could sniff that spot out and maybe would be willing to do so against a different opponent, but giving Winford the benefit of the doubt. So Yu picks it up, and on that note, the blinds going up to 4, 8, and 8. Balayev and Winford separated by just a couple of big blinds. And you know that Renji Mao, from an ICM standpoint, is supposed to just be kind of laying back and awaiting one of these two guys to presumably get showered.
He doesn't follow that script.
No, just rips an ace-3 from the small. I mean, are these irresponsible choices, Randy? I know the sheer value of ace-3 in the small blind playing four-handed poker is what it is, but when we factor in the ICM, are these choices that are being made?
I don't think he's being irresponsible there with that shove, because he's jamming, what, 17 to 19 big blinds. sure, Ramin has him covered, but Ramin actually has to call very conservatively. Because if he calls and he's wrong, you know, Ramin becomes the shortest stack.
So he's sort of first to leverage the ICM equation by open jamming into Ramin.
Like, I wouldn't have liked it if Renji was to, like, open raise, for example, in that spot.
Gotcha. Just jam it and know that it would take so much hand. But obviously, this sword is double-edged. Every now and again, you hear a guy say call and promptly turn his hand up, and then you're just sitting there shell-shocked because you never expect it to happen.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a guarantee that Winfred and Vyasheslav's going to bust. You know, like, they could double up, so you can't pass really good spots. You still kind of want to chip up while you can and, you know, tread water a bit.
It's like when you put a chip on every single number on the roulette felt, except for the 0. Just for the story.
You know, for me, it's also the double 0. I don't put it on.
Yeah, you're playing double 0 roulette, man. Go into the high limit pit if you're going to do it, where they have single 0. You know they have triple 0 now? Disgusting.
I probably would play it.
Well, Hadjiev's going to play the ace-7. What's wrong with you?
Just kidding,
What
man.
are you, like 6-5 blackjack? You're into it?
All right, so Hadjiev jams the button of ace-7 off. Now, keep in mind the blinds did go up recently, so Winfred is actually quite shallow of his suited king. Might be pretty close. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
King 8 suited is where Winfred Yu draws the line. And he will be displeased that Hadjiev happens to have the part of his range that's in the lead heading to this flop. 13.2 million chip pot. Far more critical for Winfred, who is covered. Ten, 5, 4, no diamond on board, and things look grim for the time being. For the man from Hong Kong, they stay that way on the turn. 6 outs, 1 time.
Can he get it?
Nope.
Good game, Winfred.
It comes to an abrupt halt for Winfred Yu.
Good game.
You see Renji Mao showing a little love along with Hadjiev. Obviously, they know it's a painful moment. Winfred would have loved to hang in there and keep fighting.
But it's a very respectable finish in 4th, you know, considering the talent in this tournament. And he's the guy who's been around the Triton scene from the very beginning.
Yep. His last title came in Cyprus in short deck in 2022 for Winfred Yu, a 2-time title winner. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer for number 3. But a very fine performance turned in by that man there, and one that will be rewarded handsomely. $595,000 hauled in a 30K as 3 remain, and Hadjiev puts a gap between himself and Renji Mao, who really should have the cuffs on, looking over at a Balayev stack of $5.5 million. Almost $750,000 secured by all parties, as only one 6-figure payout remains, and then it's the good stuff. 7 figures, if you can get down to heads up, which Balayev will be fighting to do, but it's going to take a little run good. Hadjiev, ace-6.
Stack of oranges.
Yes. All in announced. King 3 ain't the one. Nor is Queen 5. You know, that look on Renji's face is like, I know what's coming, man. I know. Don't tell me. All in. Okay. Surprise, surprise. As we can see, it was a legitimate holding to do it with, but I don't think Hadjiev needed ace-6 to begin the process of pounding this mallet onto the heads of the opposition. Like Donkey Kong with the barrels. That's Mario in Donkey Kong,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, I know. That game is hard.
You know, there was a documentary about that game where people like solved the formula. It's called The King of Kong. They had like grease pencils on the actual machine on the outside, and they would
to tell you
follow
when to
these
jump?
things. Yeah, pretty wild.
They had the GTO back then.
Think about how much time you have to have on your hands as you see Balayev taking his turn with an ace high. These are important moments for him. What video game were you best at growing up, Randy?
Street Fighter.
You know, it's funny. I felt like you were going to say that.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 2? Or the OG?
A little bit further. I've played many different versions of it.
Turbo Champion,
yeah,
Hyper,
Turbo. I played
Capcom
so you know 'em.
versus whatever.
Yeah, I played them.
With the cutscenes, the parries, the points.
Yeah, I was pretty good, all right? I was pretty good.
How were you at Mortal Kombat?
Fatality on you would be my dream.
Thank
in
you.
real life.
So much. How kind of you, Randy. Who'd you used to use? Scorpion?
No, Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero was good.
Like to shoot the ground, you know?
Yep, and then you do the uppercut.
Yeah.
And then later on, Reptile with the little orb, the energy orb. Meanwhile, Hajiev deploying an orb with Jack 3. Queen 7 suited for Balayev? He knows VPIP's going to be real high across the way. How close is this, Randy?
So how many blinds is this? It's 7.5 back. He's invested a little bit more. It's probably really close because he's the clear short stack. So Renji's going to kind of wait for him. So he needs to find a decent equity spot. I'd imagine Ramin is jamming like super wide here. Maybe not the pure dust, like the very bottom of his range. He would happily call off Queen 10 always. Queen 9 suited, I wonder if that goes in. Like, you can tell he's definitely on the cusp here.
Now, his feeling about the hand is that he's on the cusp, but objectively, do you feel like it is that close? Are we right at the threshold as we see him bin it? And what great shape he would have been in, by the way.
Yeah, I think I'm around that Queen 9, Queen 10 area, personally.
Or like what, King 8 plus?
King 8 I'm for sure calling.
Which king do we not call?
Probably like King 6.
King 6 not enough?
It's just that you want that other card to be high enough such that it's possible you have like 2 overs to your opponent. It changes the equities a lot. But when you kind of have like that 1 over, like that kind of middling thing, it doesn't give you as big of an edge.
Guess who? This time it isn't all of it. A raise to 1.7. And even that is enough. I didn't get a peek at Renji's holding, but what we know is that when he's sitting 16 bigs, and we're talking about $360,000 separating third and second place prize money, he just has to sit back and wait Balayev out. For him to go out before Vyacheslav, no matter how good his hand is, would be a disaster.
Yeah, so he's only going to take the highest equities reshoves. He's not going to 3-bet pure bluff, you know. Yeah, and I like that Ramin kind of went with the little raise to kind of test the waters a bit, because if he doesn't have to go on every time, why risk the max? And Balayev, he's got ace-king. Let us risk it all. Hope to get called, actually.
This is the dream, to have all our chips in with a hand as strong as ace-king.
Just the blinds.
Yeah, no takers. Now, Randy, we do have some feedback.
Go on.
With respect to the Mortal Kombat streets from Profion in the chat.
Okay. I'm excited.
Who stepped in to remind us that the preferred character is Shang Tsung, who could shapeshift into whoever he wanted, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember all the different moves to turn into.
No,
the character.
I know.
I only turn into Sub-Zero, so might as well just pick him. You know what I mean?
Could you ever pick Goro? Remember that like multi-handed Sasquatch?
I don't remember if you could turn into him.
I liked Raiden. Raiden was good. You get the little zappies.
Da 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 da.
I don't know what just happened. That was the noise Liu Kang made when he did the kick.
I thought it was the
Which,
left,
by
right.
the way, don't take this the wrong way, Randy. You look a little bit like Liu Kang.
Seriously? All right. Hunted his hand. We do have a ace jamming the button.
Now, you suggested moments ago that King 8, you're in there. King 9 suited, then, you would think would for sure be in there, and yet Balayev folds, Randy.
I'm going to step in here because it's actually a different situation. Because
How so?
Randy's on the button, so he actually jammed into 2 players, one that covers him. Therefore, his range isn't the same as if it folded to him small blind versus big blind. It's a big difference.
Interesting.
You know, like, for example, Renji's not jamming the Jack 3 of clubs on the button like Ramin did in the small blind.
I mean, we just talked about what an ICM suicide it would be if he were to bust before Ramin. So the presumption is he's got to have a great hand, at least from a 3-handed standpoint, to be willing to risk his tournament life with Ramin to his left. Hajiev, on the other hand, doesn't need a great hand at all. All he needs is the action to be on him to open, and piles will continue to be deployed. As you see.
Just look at those chips. Like, every time he jams the button and they fold, he wins 2 million in chips. They're going to run out of chips eventually, right?
Well, Jonathan Jaffe is on the rail, part of that GTO lab crew, and one wonders whether or not Ramin may have enlisted Jaffe's tutelage.
Yeah, I think it's unclear. I think Ramin's a pretty good choice, if I had to guess. Jack
You mean
deuce.
Jaffe's a pretty good choice for a coach. And for that matter, Ramin has looked every bit a great choice as a student. He's been executing out here.
Do see a jam incoming for ace-7. Oh, snap called. Wow, this is the disaster you were talking about.
Ace-9 against ace-7.
Boy, the facial expression on Renji Mao suggests that he was a little bit surprised at the speed of the call and then the holding that was revealed. Randy, is this all right? From Hajiev's standpoint, is ace-9 enough hand?
It is enough hand. This is definitely enough hand, especially with how often Renji's been jamming as of late. It's just one of those, I can't believe you have it. Now I need to try to hit the 7. There's a 9 in the window and followed by a 7. He's only got 2 outs, or we're heads up.
Well, running diamonds would be a thing as well. 23.8 million chip pot. Nobody is anti-sweating that A7 harder than Vyacheslav, who'll be thrilled to look at this 3 of spades. Renji Mao looks like he doesn't know what just happened. Can he find the hockey stick and keep this match 3-handed? He cannot.
Very
Hajiev
good game.
Good bluff.
issues the GGs.
Sorry.
And immediately Mao complimenting Vyacheslav, but looking up to the sky.
I feel the pain. I
do
really
too.
do.
I do too. And so does Israel, by the way. You know, this is just not supposed to happen. You really do have to get coolered in a way to be hauling in $737,000 instead of giving yourself a chance at one of these 7-figure scores. It's going to be a rough night's sleep for Renji Mao, but there is definitely the fact that you can snuggle up with $750,000 that maybe will help. So it'll be heads up between Ramin Hajiev and the first timer, Vyacheslav Balayev. Look at that chip lead, just astounding for Hajiev. I mean, I don't know if this one even goes on the board at the book. Randy, that's a mighty chip lead. $5.5 million for Balayev with the blinds where they're at is just 7 bigs. It's going to take some spins.
If I was a betting man, I'd be betting on Hajiev right now.
Okay, thank you for that hot take, Randy. Here's the thing. When you say if you were a betting man, I just want to make sure everybody understands. He is a betting man. He's a betting animal. He's a betting machine is what he is. And maybe Hajiev's going to be a machine as well when things get underway, heads up. With a chip lead like that, do you at least for the first spin close your eyes and just get it in? Or is he going to chisel?
No, I mean, like, of course he's going to look at his cards. He's going to play proper poker. Like, if he gets, like, the bottom end of his range, he's going to fold, like, the 3 deuce, 4 deuces, things like this, because he knows Vyasheslav's got nothing to lose. He's just looking for a higher equity spot to call it off and try and double up.
Keeping him under 10 big blinds obviously would be wonderful. I confess, I've seen heads-up matches where a chip lead like this was reversed. Hajiev hoping, of course, today will not be one of those days. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes, then we're going to come back, and we're going to crown ourselves a champ here in this 30K. Don't go anywhere.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Pack with D. Peters and Cale Burns, but you know, I think especially when he gets the information, he's going to feel pretty vindicated in how brilliantly he navigated that spot. Peters now with a great 8 big blinds cutoff shove. Not much to lose when it comes to worrying about outlasting anyone. I mean, you're basically last in chips. You're going to get some folds off this stack size as well.
Yeah, he's just looking to out-chip the other short stacks. Ooh, couple eights for Vyacheslav. And he's going to make the call. Peters is at risk.
Yeah, big time at risk. One of the hugest deficits you can have pre-flop. Pair over pair. But, Randy, the devil is in the details. And there are 2 red 6s out there, and he only needs one of them to take a huge lead.
Kind of like the snowman, to be honest.
Num num.
Here we go.
Ace of spades is a good card, but no more spades to speak of.
Where's the devil at?
And I can't help but think right now about the 31,000 that Sam Greenwood just gained by finding a way out of that pot as one of the most decorated players in Triton, David Peters, falls in 9th place. But by all accounts, he should have gotten that pay jump had Greenwood gotten into that big 25 big blind flip, but refused to bust, and then he takes home 9th place money, good for 159,000. King 7 suited. Hajiev might decide that this is a fun little mid-position blocker to
700.
make a raise with as the co-chip leader, but isn't going to get past the 6 big blinds of Cale Burns. So we will have an all-in and a call here unless there is, well, I mean, if there's more action behind it, would still be an all-in and a call. But, yeah, I don't think Raman is getting away from this.
No, it's only $1 million more. He's already invested 700,000.
Like 1.4.
1.7 something, I think.
Priced in.
Oh, yeah. He knows it.
He's doing all right with 40% equity.
And the lone Aussie on this final table, Cale Burns, hoping for a double back into contention. Hajiev would love to win this to maybe create some separation from him and Baliev. Not like that. No clubs to speak of.
Ooh, that's a dagger.
Yeah, that stings.
Gotta do the stand up, soften some equity.
Try it.
That is the basilisk sting right there on the turn.
GG.
And Cale Burns is done in 8th.
Gotta be disappointing, but when you get short, gotta expect King 7 to still call your shove, given how committed Ramin was.
Yeah, we've had some drama to get to this point 7-handed, but everything ended up being a bit status quo, Randy. I mean, David Peters was 9th in chips. He finished 9th. Cale Burns was 8th.
Yeah,
Finishes in 8th for just shy of 200,000. Ah, you think darkness is your ally. But I was born in the dark, molded by it.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time, so I don't know any of these quotes. But cool.
Welcome back to Jeju, where I think I'm ready for this desk. We got a couple of minutes before we're going to get to heads-up play in this 30K. Hajiev against Balaev as they will square off. Ramin, obviously, already with a title to his name, but Vyacheslav here at his first ever Triton Festival. 1 cash in 3 attempts coming into this one. And just how handsome will cash number 2 be? Handsome regardless of outcome, as the payout will be a minimum of $1 million for each of these 2 players. Let's start with Balaev, shall we? As I'm going to go into the Triton Poker Plus app for a peek at the body of work he's put together thus far here in Jeju. You see that 34th place finish, good for 41K in the 20K max, failed to cash in the 15K and the 25K. Randy, if you were in Hajiev's corner and your job was to give him a little bit of a scouting report, independent of the fact that Balaev really doesn't have a lot of chips, just 7 bigs, what would you be telling him based on what you've observed? Things to look out for, kind of maybe an approach, something to that effect to kind of help Ramin.
If Balaev does happen to kind of chip up a bit, and we do have a real heads-up match going, I would remind Hajiev about the hand when he was aggressive with 9-8 offsuit against Renji. He 3-betting that. So it's clear that Balaev is just a very aggressive player, so he might have to, look forward to that in the future.
It's also clear that Ramin can all but taste title number 2 as I give you a quick peek at his resume at Triton. 9 cashes, $5.1 million in career earnings, 2 cashes already in 3 attempts. This is 3 out of 4 now for Ramin, and it may very well come with an almost $2 million payout. He is sitting 45 million, 56 bigs to 5.5 million, 7 bigs, and we are just about set to see what Ramin has in store for Vyacheslav, and for that matter, what Balaev is going to try to do to work his way into a playable stack depth as the cards are set to get into the air once again here in Jeju. The rail filling out. Trophy placed on the table. There's the chip counts brought to you by GTO Wizard.
This is a $500,000 heads-up match. So an all-in from Ramin with the 2 queens.
Well, he was
ready to go.
Are we just going to do this as a one-hand ordeal?
So this hand, Vyacheslav will be on the button. Needs a jam. This, of course.
Jack 5, though?
I don't think Jack 5 is calling.
Doing his best to make it seem like it's a cuspy choice.
Alan.
And not unlike Hajiev, with the queens before him, he'll be disappointed not to get any action.
Yeah, at this point, given how shallow Vyacheslav is, it's just going to be all in or fold.
All in.
10-6. Makes the cut for Ramin.
Jack deuce shouldn't. That deuce is a big problem there.
You surprised at the 10-6, or just given how lean Balaev's stack is, it would take something really down in range for Hajiev not to jam?
No, I'm not surprised because if he doesn't jam relentlessly, he's going to let Balaev just get back in there to like 10, 12 blinds or so. And plus 10 high could easily be the best hand against some random little cards that are just going to fold. Even Jack Deuce, he downed that.
Yeah.
So obviously this is the high variance heads up portion.
I mean, limping is not a thing for either of these players as it stands.
Shouldn't be at this stack depth. That's why you saw Ramin jam queens like the first hand. Just given how shallow. Around the 9-10 big blind mark, you can definitely reintroduce the limp maybe.
But for that matter, a min raise?
Min raise, I don't think that's a thing.
No.
It's mainly just limp or jam or fold.
Hajiev trying to steady himself. Not get out in front of his skis at all.
Ramin, first to act. Another Jack Deuce. He's getting short. I mean, he's got 1.9 back? He's just saying,
Wow.
side call. He's ahead.
Already has a couple of big blinds of the very few in total that he brought into this particular pot invested. And he will be pleased to at least have the better hand, but take a look at the equities. That 8-6 of hearts is going to be a winner 47% of the time.
Yeah, and Vyacheslav didn't want to fold the big blind ante as well, so let's see. Can the Jack High hold?
Oh,
that's going to be tough.
It is technically the best hand right now, but you see the two hearts, and so does Hajiev. He could ice it with a flush on the turn. By the way, it's a pair of deuces. I stand corrected on this board, but that's not on Balaev's mind. Anti-sweating an 8-6 or a heart for the time being very much is in a 6.2 million chip pot. And the turn hits Ramin. One card away is Hajiev from another Triton title and 1.5 million. Can Vyacheslav find the deuce or the jack? The Russian camp certainly hopes so, but it isn't to be. As Ramin improves to the flush, and once again, tastes Triton glory.
Oh, so impressive for Ramin to have 2 Triton titles. Really has evolved as a player since winning his first in the Triton Invitational for 4.1 million. Now cashing here for the second title for 1.5 million. That's just amazing.
Igor Yarashevsky, the first to congratulate him, as he's not going to waste any time waiting for Luca to hand him the hardware. He reaches out and grabs it himself.
Now you can.
A little over $1 million.
Bro, can I have a favor? Can my face will be this trip or next trip better?
For you?
Going to Balaev. Luca on hand for the particulars, as it didn't last very long, and you wouldn't be faulted for thinking that's about how long we would have expected it to go. Just the odds were it was going to be a short-lived affair for Balaev. No reason to hang his head. He has performed very handsomely thus far here in Jeju, but the performance tonight was that of Ramin Hajiev, turning in another title-winning performance. I mean, what a body of work now. Cash number 10, title number 2, slap another 1.5 million onto the 5.1 that he brought in to this particular event as he continues to grow as a player. Third cash in 4 attempts here in Jeju.
Yeah, and he doesn't put like full volume as some of the other players out there. So to win 2 Triton titles is an amazing feat. I've seen him play across events, and he's definitely the best version of himself in poker playing here. So I think it's very well deserved. I think he was the very best player at this final table today.
Well, congratulations to him. We are going to send it down for his thoughts as our Marianela Pereira is standing by. However, don't step aside. Listen to that interview and then come back and see us. No waiting, as we are going to pick up coverage of the 25K Global Slam. Randy's going to check out during that interview, and we're going to bring in Kevin Rabichow. Keep it close. We'll be right back to the desk in a moment with more Triton Super High Roller Series. But for now, let's send it down and hear Ramin's thoughts on title number 2.
Ready. Standing alongside our champion, Ramin Hajiev. Ramin, your very first cash at Triton was Cyprus 2023, where you clinched your first title in the 200K Luxon Invitational. Monte Carlo didn't really go your way, but here in Jeju, you've cashed 2 of the 3 opening events. Do you feel like you really had momentum on your side as you're here, last man standing in this 30K? Tell us.
Yeah, it's true. Monte Carlo didn't go well, and last year Jeju also was good. I think I had 1 final table, 4 cashes, so Jeju is a good place. I like it. And yeah, I cashed first 2, and this one went pretty well. Actually, I had 3 big blinds yesterday at some point. So.
Yeah, and speaking of going pretty well, things going pretty well, 2 titles in 3 final table appearances. Is it safe to say that you feel pretty comfortable center stage, like on this stage?
Not too bad, huh? Yeah, I mean, just lucky. Just running good, yeah. I mean, actually pretty honored to be on that wall, because with these fantastic players, after winning the first one, really want to be there. So now, I asked Luca whether he can put me this trip, so he said yes. So I'm getting there tomorrow.
Now, you made it seem quite easy. You know, you won a really big pot against Sam Greenwood, and to us watching at home, or at least to me, it seems like you were coasting as you had a nice little mountain in front of you. But honestly, walk us through your experience of this final table.
Yeah, that was very first hand, and Sam is a fantastic player, very strong, so I was actually happy to win the hand, and especially against him. I mean, it was basically a flip, so yeah, luckily won that hand, and since then I think I didn't lose any major hand, maybe just one. Basically won all the spots, got lucky hands when I shoot, holds. I mean, you need this to win a tournament, right? I mean, and I think I played pretty well.
And you mentioned to me earlier that you had a tune that you were jamming to pretty much since you got to Jeju. Tell me. Just take the microphone from me. Go.
Oh, okay. If you want to hold it. Okay. Yeah. As I said, after registration closed yesterday, I had just 3 big blinds, and I was in my headphones, and this song came to me from my favorite artist Solomon. And it's new song just released, Tout le monde est fou. And I was listening to it non-stop, and then I just had so much energy from it. I don't know, like 70 players left. I mean, I cannot say I knew I will win, but I felt like something is good gonna happen. So it was giving me so much energy, and like I was getting all in, and I was just, I'm gonna win this, boom, 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 and here we are. So shout out to Solomon.
I was going to say...
Mladen, thank you.
Very focused there. And you had a little more incentive to win the second title. Another piece of information I know, somebody lost this hat, right? Yeah. Tell us that story. I'll hold it for you.
After winning the tournament in Cyprus, I lost the champion hat. And I mean, I couldn't find it at home. And I was shy to ask for it, so I said, I mean, you don't go and say, I lost the hat, give me another one. So I said, okay, I need to win one. So now I will not lose this one.
Well, I don't know. We got the best tournament director here, so he might have hooked you up. Luca Vivaldi, speaking of...
One more thing. Can I say... I want to say hi to all my friends. I want to say hi to my lovely wife. She was watching, even though she doesn't understand much poker, but she was watching everything. At the dinner break, my brother told me, if Ramin wins, we are partying tonight. So I would like to have I would like to be with them now, but I can't. So hi to all my Azerbaijani friends, everyone. I wish to be with you, but yeah, still have some more tournaments here.
He's got a lot of work to do.
I want to say, Luca, congratulations being the best tournament director. We cannot...
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, bro.
It's a
ceremony, not mine.
All right, let's hand over the hardware. Ramin, here we go. You got one last job. You got to hold it high.
Do I get at the end the best interview award or no?
Of course.
Okay, okay.
It's a tiny trophy, though.
No problem. The one, the small one. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 30K champion, Ramin Hajiev. Amazing, sir. Amazing. Well done.
Well, if you lose a Triton champion hat, you can ask for another one, or you can just earn it. And for Ramin Hajiev, $1.5 million plus a hat to replace the one he lost. Ali Najad alongside now Kevin Rabbitchow. And Kevin, I'm not sure how much of that last run of things you saw, but I would imagine you would agree as well with that performance that Ramin Hajiev turned in here at this particular final table in that 30K, being sort of I'm not going to call it a coming out party, obviously title number 2, but just solidifying and cementing that he belongs and he can get out here with some of the best and look every bit a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen Hajiev not only here, but at stops in Las Vegas. I've seen him playing in big WPT events, the World Series and the like. He shows up to tournaments expecting to win. He shows up to tournaments playing a seriously high-level game. And you could see from that interview, I mean, I admit I didn't see a lot of the lead up to that, but I just watched him looking very grateful to take down a trophy. This is a meaningful win to him.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. In particular, you know, let's face it, there is a point at which you can just dream that maybe one day you too could work your way not just into the super high roller streets, but specifically Triton, where the upper crust, the absolute best of the best globally, when it comes to tournament poker, MTTs, ply their trade. And for Ramin, once upon a time, I'm sure that was the dream. And now he's lived it not once, but twice as a champ, which is a pretty incredible thing. You just saw how much it meant to him over there. And Mrs. Hajiev, back at home, I'm sure you're proudly listening. And what a moment for him. Congrats. Now, we are just moments away from getting down to our very next tournament, the 25K WPT Global Slam, which should be an interesting one. We only have one feature table, but listen, one feature is better than none, as we're going to keep this gravy train rolling in delightful high-stakes poker coverage. Current chip leader, Ehsan Amiri. He's sitting $1.5 million. That's good for 151 big blinds, and let's get it right down to the action. Shina Okamoto, 238,000 in chips. Far cry from the chip leader, but 24 bigs is a serviceable hand, or stack rather, forgive me. Sheena rocking some of that new Triton merch. Punap Punsri at this table, as well as Barak Visbrod. Visbrod a pro, playing under the Israeli banner. Min Rays. Yuta Nakai coming off of a final table. Or was it a feature table? I don't think it was the 30K feature table. He was enjoying a deep run in that one. Ace-Jack of spades being enjoyed by Okamoto on the button. She's going to flat it, though.
I think this is nice. She's playing almost 25 blinds, facing an under-the-gun raise. This is a pretty strong range to start. Keeping in these dominated hands with just a flat. And maybe Hopkins thinking about, okay, he just goes with the call, but hands like this could have 3-bet all in. Gets back to Okamoto, maybe she calls.
There's a look at Jeremy Osmus, who tasted glory yesterday. Crown champ in the 25K.
Isn't necessarily a standard call, but he's playing so short. Some of these weaker offsuit hands can still come in as the fourth player.
3 of 4 aces present and accounted for. Apologies for the interruption there, Kevin. 10-8-5 offsuit. Visbrod, who started this party, has 2 overs and a gut shot here.
Barack is a true poker tactician. Plays some of the biggest cash games online. Really, really talented player. I think whatever plays he makes in these situations are worth paying attention to.
Just 20K into 90, and he knifes his way through 3 players. I'm not sure he expected that to be the outcome, but he'll take it.
Yeah, definitely not the typical outcome.
Yeah, usually at least 1 player will peel. Visbrod, by the way, first joined us back in 2022 at Cyprus. It took him 9 attempts across 3 festivals before he found his first cash. It was a deep one. 4th place finish in a 25K turbo. Didn't manage to cash in the Bahamas late last year, and he's 0 for 3 so far on this trip, looking to turn it around, but it's still early. Ace 4 suited for James Hopkins.
11.
And with a hand that doesn't want to get rejammed on, Hopkins just opens the action all in himself. Jeremy a bit short in the small blind, just 11 blinds, and I think ace-9 is, I mean, you're not thrilled, but it's an automatic put the money in kind of hand. It's very rare. Shouldn't say it's very rare, but there's not a lot of hands that Hopkins just open shoves that are ahead of ace-9. There's a lot of hands that are flipping with ace-9, a few hands like this, a few hands that are live.
I mean, this would be a best case scenario for Osmus. But as the covered stack, sitting just 114,000, he isn't sure what to expect. Ultimately, works his way into the middle.
Nines? What is it?
The only good news for James is he's got Jeremy out-chipped, but in turn, Jeremy has him out-kicked. The dominant ace with a little north of $250,000 in the middle, heading to a flop. Monotone Jack 8-6, ace-9 still performing well. Trend continues on the turn, and it's just a sailboat that Osmus has to keep off the board. Does so successfully, ending up with a pair of 9s and 258,000. Conversely for Hopkins, he's going to be left with just 91K. There's Punsri to the right of Theologus. 7-handed action here in the 25K WPT Global Slam. 338 entries. 192 players remaining in the field. Shortest stack out there belongs to Webster Lim, just 3 bigs, and a host of people have sub 10 bigs.
That registration is still open, right, Ali?
That's correct.
Was expecting this to maybe be the largest event in terms of entries. A little surprised to see it, you know, only at 338 right now.
Now, I'm not sure, maybe producer James has the particulars, but whether or not registration is going to close at the dinner break or if you can hop in top of day 2 in this one. Apparently dinner has already been served. So this is the last level, and given that we are 52 re-entries away, I'm not sure if this Global Slam is going to best the 25K that Osmus won before it. Meanwhile, King 8,
Check.
top pair. Good bit of hand here for Theologus, who made it 20 to go. Nakai defended the big, but fans. Checks it over to Alex. Really talented player.
14.
Love his game.
Yeah, another top poker mind at this table.
Online MTT legend?
Yeah, I mean, not only as a player, but as a coach, really respected for, I would say, like the deliberate and organized approach that he takes to studying the game, to playing the game. Alex is prepared for really, really high level play.
Theologus keeps some pretty good company in terms of the folks I see him roaming around the resort with at any given Triton festival that he has attended.
Hopkins has that look. Does pass. I think that one was right on the edge. Thought he might be going for it there.
20,000.
Instead, he lets V-Sprod on the button do a little bit of leaning with a suited one gapper. Punsri, a customer out of the big. Ace King 8. No pair anywhere. Punsri, knuckling.
I can almost see your cards.
V-Sprod with the 15K C
I have
bet.
to try not to-
And it's a wrap.
Yeah, even with the best hand there, Queen High, no real potential to improve on future streets, and that's a board Barack was going to go after.
Fold. Fold. Raise to 20,000.
Ace 4 suited for Osmus. Getting his feet wet once more.
I wouldn't hate to see the occasional 3-bet on the button with a hand like this. You don't want to do it too often. You could get really out of line using these hands every single time, but playing relatively short, forcing Osmus to kind of play a jam or fold strategy with a big chunk of his hands. And Ace 4 suited oftentimes does fall into the jam category.
Will Osmus react with all of it? Yes, as you suspected. And for Nakai, the 3-bet to 65,000 on the button with an Ace 7 inbounds?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, he sized up just slightly, maybe more than he needed to. Osmus only on 25 blinds. Could have saved maybe 5 to 10,000 there, but otherwise, you've got the right kind of hand to go after a hijack open playing short on the button.
So even with that short stack, we expect that Osmus is going to have some click folds.
Yeah, he
to
might
the
even
3-bet.
open Queen 9 offsuit in that spot, and he's not going to continue. Maybe even Queen Jack offsuit. So there's a big chunk of hands we can clear out with our kind of one high card, one low card bluffing combo. Theologus is playing effectively 20 big blinds here with Okamoto, blind versus blind. And I would say this is the normal procedure for a couple of mid-strength suited hands.
Don't sleep on Miss Okamoto, by the way, as word has come down for those that don't know. This young lady finished second in the World Series of Poker ladies event a couple of years ago, and there was only one slot available to which she could improve the following year, and then she did just that, winning it, beating Jamie Kerstetter heads up. So chops in that seat.
Yeah, and I remember watching a bit of that win that Okamoto had over Jamie Kerstetter. I wish I could remember the hand. There was a huge hero call against a bluff from Jamie. She showed really impressive play. Maybe someone in the chat remembers. Remind me what I'm thinking of, because it was a noteworthy one.
Well, if you want to talk about noteworthy, how about this diamond on the turn as Sheena makes a flush. Theologus, of course, with really no further interest after stabbing for 10K on the flop.
Yeah, Theologus with a couple of clubs, wisely slowing down. If he was going to bluff on the turn, it's kind of the last thing he wants is two clubs. These are the kind of cards that Okamoto might float, which totally brick on the Jack of Diamonds. Those are the hands he's hoping to fold out, so having that same hand himself, it's wise to just give it up.
Simple and straightforward. Okamoto wouldn't have minded action, of course, in that spot. Osmus getting a yawn in there. Obviously, he had to put in the full body of work in the prior 25K.
Yeah, Osmus kind of has the look of someone who's regretting his choice to wake up on time today for this event after bagging $2 million, kind of thinking like, why didn't I just take one off?
Because he's not getting cocky. He's not thinking that all of a sudden he can stop putting in the hours. As Punsri puts in the chips, all of them.
Yeah, this is
25 plus bigs.
A large amount. I'm surprised to see this, but I think heavily influenced by Hopkins' stack size there in the big blind. Because the concern from Punsri, I believe, is the normal procedure is to make a large size open, maybe 25 to 30K. But ace-4 suited, once we size up, is so awkward to get jammed on. I think it might have been a bit of an over-adjustment, though, to that idea. I think we can just make our 25K raise, and we're not going to get jammed on that often by Theologus.
So Punsri faces no resistance.
Raise to 20,000.
Sorry.
This time, Punat coming with a very different approach. A click to 20 with ace-9. Hopkins, 66,000 behind.
Yeah, pretty automatic with any suited Broadway here. Chips just fly in.
All conclusions were somewhat foregone as we're on our backs with James Hopkins back against the wall. Still early going of this one. And re-entry is available to him if this one doesn't work out. He is a dog, but has 46% equity. Finds a gut shot straight draw. Queens, 10s, and 9s would all do the trick for him as he slips to 36%. Punsry blocking one of the 9s, and yet the 9 rolls right off. However, it isn't over yet. A third jack or a second 9 on the board, and Punsry fills up and ruins the fun. And exactly that happens. What a tease on the turn.
You did the trick, prepay.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Hopkins showered.
See it open on 16. He knows all the tricks.
That one hurt. If you have the choice, Kevin, between get there on the turn and then get showered on the river or just get no sweat at all, I have to imagine you're taking the latter.
I think the no sweat. You don't want to have... Nobody wants their dream shattered.
It's
let alone twice in the same hand.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting toyed with by the deck. Whereas never having the hope at all is just kind of
I didn't have 354.
a more stable way to experience the departure.
Probably, yeah.
No, obviously not. I thought the blind was...
Yeah, I understand now. I understand it. Now it makes sense.
Now, this is another opportunity that we're getting to
but yeah, that also makes a lot of sense.
observe this trinket in front of Nakai. Let's focus. That is a horse, right? Yeah, that's a horse.
I remember this from the previous feature. I was proposing that it might be a Lil Sebastian figurine. I don't think it is upon further inspection.
I continue to marvel at how that's like the El Camino of horses. That thing is low riding. Ace-6 suited, Punsry V-pipping. As we can see, there's been valid reasons for it. V-Sprod will take his turn, and he finds bottom 2 pair. On a queen-high board, promptly checks it over to Punsry. Punat does have backdoor equity prospects.
Yeah, I'm curious how Punat approaches this type of hand, because it's not clear to me if we have the type of backdoor hand that wants to run a bluff or the type of backdoor hand that wants to check behind and try to improve in some way. This gets a little awkward if Barak comes with check raise, and I do think that's the typical play when you're 35 big blinds deep and you have this 2-pair hand. Really deep, we'd always check raise. Really shallow, we'd always trap. I think we check raise here.
18 becomes 60. And
it's a real decision for Punsry. We have a good backdoor here, like not just any 3 clubs. We have the 6 that connects well with the bottom of the board. We have ace high.
Yeah, and we also, if we're Punsry, have the benefit of position. This is not what he had in mind, of course.
Interesting turn card to play as the check raiser. We often give up a lot of bluffs on this card just because our range hasn't improved at all. All those low gut shots, low pairs, low backdoors that we bluffed with, they all bricked on this card. So we got to slow down a lot. Yeah, and sometimes we see good hands slow down as well for that same reason. This might get ugly for Punat if he decides to use this type of hand as a bluff, and honestly, if I was in his shoes, I often would.
Yeah, you could understand that there's a decent amount of King X that would maybe be floating. And V-Sprod doing very well to recognize the board development and grant Punat an opportunity to get himself into further trouble. He can't be blamed for his perceptions that this 56K would be fruitful. Pardon me.
Yeah, I think Punat's looking to get a few types of outcomes. One would be if Brock bluffed the flop with 5-4 of diamonds, he's hoping to fold that hand out. Another might be if Brock has 8-9. He check folds right now, but if Punat tried to show down in position, he probably gets bluffed off his hand on the river. So he might... Oh.
So Wiesbrod actually chose to flat this turn.
Yes.
Kevin.
So this is kind of the most common combo-wise hand that's going to check raise the flop for value is some queen. Queen-jack, maybe as strong as ace-queen. I kind of doubt it at this stack depth. I think it just 3-bets. But queen-jack, queen-10, queen with a backdoor. There's a lot of these hands that check raise flop, check call turn. So he's protecting his range with 2 pair. I mean, this is a trap. And it's so hard not to bluff in position with the ace-6 when the 8 comes.
Well, because you can close your eyes and convince yourself that 6-9 has just arrived? Would that be a credible part of the hijack opening range for Punsri?
No, it's not. It's not so much representing 6-9. It's just that as cards around your hand start to come in, he does give it up.
Yeah.
As those cards around your hand start to come in, you have the important blockers that maybe Brock would hero call with. Maybe Brock's a little more likely to call the river with queen 6 suited than queen 10 offsuit. And this is sort of specific combo stuff, but Punat's going to have more 10s in his range than 6s. So when he bluffs the river, he's more likely to have a 10 than a 6. And it's hard to resist the temptation when I'm in those spots to have the good card, the good side card, and not run the bluff with it.
And yet that's precisely what Punsri managed to do, as the second feature table has been activated after playing host to the 30K, won by Ramin Hajiev. Marius Kuzmanis getting after it with King Deuce on the button. Santosh defends. Doesn't interact with the 5-4 deuce board meaningfully. Kuzmanis with bottom pair.
All low card flop, usually a situation that favors the big blind's range. But when the wheel is present, kind of swings that advantage back to the button.
Yeah, you could see Kuzmanis opening with an ace and then not barreling at that particular board texture. Now all of a sudden, with a second check in front of him, a bet feels quite nice into 55,000.
I like this check, though. We have a deuce. We have showdown value. Now we have a lot more than that.
King's up, in fact, although Suvarna doesn't rate to be a customer in any world.
Yeah, I think good patience from Santosh to not try to stab at this pot. The turn is so tempting when you have a gut shot. If you're just thinking about, oh, I have 9 high, I can't win if I don't bluff. But you do have to be a little bit patient in these spots because it's just so easy for the button to have the ace. You don't get to bluff every time.
So Kuzmanis couldn't get any value. Firing 25K. Taking it.
You gonna do something?
We have to do, bro.
Looking at Marius's Triton resume. We first observed him late last year, prior to Paradise, which he skipped over in Monte Carlo. He had 2 final tables in his first 4 ever Triton events. 6th in the 30K 8 max, 3rd in a 50K 8 max.
20.
He's played 4 events here in Jeju, yet to cash. Looking to write that here. 1.2 million in career earnings. Yuyakita. Queen 10. Under the gun. Perhaps a little liberal. Or still early and we've got chips.
It's on the loose side, but 8-handed play, relatively shallow. We like the Broadway hands. Any Broadway hand is a reasonable open.
Suvarna, by the way, flatted from the small with this ace-7.
He did, and while it's a touch loose, again, when we're playing this shallow, it's a lot closer than normal. I think a lot of players would fold here, but I think this is extremely close to neutral. And good bluff choice, I think, from Kita. You don't want to bet that often on the low card board, and you do need to size a little bit bigger to discourage the small blind. Cleared out ace high without much thought.
30K got it done. And as much focus as we've been placing upon the Chinese delegation, clearly, the Land of the Rising Sun has delivered quite a few faces to Jeju. Ace-9 suited. It's got Marius's attention. There is Emilian Patavi. Sitting this one out. Santosh as well. Left of your screen there, that's Ethan Yao, Rampage. Huge fan favorite.
Oh yeah, had
Nosebleed stream games down in LA.
YouTube chat a moment ago, wondering where Wolfgang's at. We'll go for the next best thing, Mr. Rampage.
Jack-9 deuce. Is Kita defended. Second pair and backdoor not flush prospects for Kuzmanas warrant the 18,000. Unfortunately, 10 high does not warrant any patronage. Kita departs. Feels like just the casual part of the program right about now in this particular 25K. Obviously, re-entry period is still open. Far from the business end of this event are we at present?
I don't know, you say that, but I remember playing this series, and it never felt easy. Just from hand one, it seems like everyone's paying attention. All these players are so... I mean, they're not always focused, of course. You only have so much bandwidth, but they really do take it so seriously.
Well, Suvarna getting serious with Queen-9 off. He is such an exciting player. He, too, not unlike Hajiev, who he laid, rather. Tremendous praise upon for having come a long way since we first saw him. Suvarna is far from the player that he was. First time he graced Triton. Putting in the work. And putting a lot of people in blenders in the super high-stakes cash games that go down. Kuzmanos' big blind defense yielding a pair of 7s, more than we can say for Queen-9 high. Trip 7s now for Marius. Santos drawing dead, unable to pick up any equity.
Pretty good lead spot for Marius. It's very credible that he's check called a 7 on the flop, and this is going to lead Santos to check behind a lot of hands, bluffs, and value alike. So we kind of want to steal the lead, and now Marius would get to bluff a hand like King 10 that floated, or some gut shot that didn't check raise the flop. Pretty straightforward pass from the Queen-9.
Henrik Hecklin in the one hole. Former Triton main event winner. Like Punat Punsri over at the other feature table, can almost always be found wearing his main event champions watch with pride. The same one that you see Santosh Suvarna having swapped the band on, but he too tasted main event glory at Triton once upon a time. Ripping 13 blinds, 12 and change with the ace deuce.
Yeah, not only a slightly out of bounds all in from Servana with the ace deuce, but a pretty snug fold from Kita on the button with ace 8 suited, allowing that to work out. Looked like the reaction of a card flashing or something, I thought, but I guess we're all good with these ones.
20,000.
Rampage is all good with suited King Salmon.
So this is a polarized open from Rampage. He has a lot of open jams, and that makes it a little weird for Marius. He's not sure there, giving some thought if he could 3-bet.
Sixes for Hecklin.
Yeah, I mean, sixes should play in some way. If we were only playing 11 blinds, maybe he just goes all in, but the big blind, Pitavi, has 500,000 next to Hecklin, same stack. So Hecklin's a bit limited in his options. Looked like he went for, don't see it listed there, but I heard 70?
Yeah, 3-bet.
So he did go for
most of Rampage's chips.
Yeah, just an isolation 3-bet. Setting a pretty reasonable price where if Pitavi wakes up with something, he's not committed with all of his hands.
By the way, I stand corrected earlier. I was suggesting that Hecklin would have his main event Triton Champions watch on. Something very similar looking gracing his wrist, but it is not, in fact, that particular timepiece. That one's looking like an Hublot Big Bang of some sort.
You think you'd just wear it to every Triton event for the rest of your life if you had one?
I mean, listen, Stephen Chidwick, not really a guy that's into flair.
Yeah.
Mustache notwithstanding.
Yeah.
And yet even he, at Tritons, wears with pride. Punat. You saw Suvarna.
It does somehow, it feels a little more appropriate than the gold bracelets that they give out at the WSOP.
It's a bit more functional.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a brag, but it's a tasteful brag.
Now, don't take this the wrong way, but if one were to smelt their World Series of Poker bracelet, what's a gold fetching these days? I mean, that's multiple ounces worth of the precious metal.
I will admit I don't know the weight because I haven't held one. Don't have one of my own.
You know, that wasn't where I was trying to go with it, Kevin.
I could look up the weight, I suppose, and figure it out.
Of a WSOP bracelet. They're not all the same weight. I mean, that main event bracelet.
Oh, that's...
That thing's encrusted with...
You don't want to melt down all those diamonds.
Right. You want to remove those
This
one by one and then find yourself Adam Sandler's boutique somewhere in New York from Uncut Gems. Get yourself a nice price there and maybe even get yourself some picks on whatever the Knicks game action is that night. What a movie that was. Were you? That's been a really polarizing one in conversation, by the way. Were you an Uncut Gems fan, or did it hit a little bit too close to home?
It feels like you just laying this up knowing I haven't seen the movie, but
Kevin,
I'm just going to disappoint you once again. I'll just give you the honest, straightforward, haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Well, Pitavi going to flat this king-queen after Kuzmanos opened with the ace-9 suited. I got to say, Kevin, honestly, that one in particular, that was a poker player's kind of movie. And for Suvarna, this is typically not a poker player's kind of hand, but perhaps he's trying to make the last seating at a nearby restaurant. King 3 suited.
Well, I'm just glancing down at the Triton app. About 1 minute on the clock before that late registration deadline.
So you suspect Suvarna's looking for
a double
or triple?
It feels like a double or let's get a full stack kind of situation.
Yeah.
I think they started with 250.
I mean, to be fair, 128 is a good bit of the original 250. Granted, it's just 12 bigs, but most would not be treating the stack this way. And perhaps this is some of the upside of a high net worth, a type that Suvarna undoubtedly has. 296,000 in the middle, maybe some eyebrows being raised, but once King 3 is revealed, you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah.
And it isn't the pot leaning towards Suvarna on an 8-5-5 board, nor on this turn. And Santosh may very well be getting his wish here, as Kuzmanos hauls in a very handsome pot. And it's a bit of a gift, if we're being honest, delivered by Santosh, but he's not going to lose any sleep. He will be losing 25K though.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I thought.
I'm going to be honest, Kevin. There was once upon a time early in my poker career where you'd see thousands of players in the World Series of Poker main event, a $10,000 buy-in, which was the granddaddy of the summer.
Yep.
Before high rollers. And I used to ask myself, how are this many people in the world able to pay $10,000
yep.
to play a poker tournament? I'm 3 years plus into Triton. I don't ask that question anymore. Not even close. Characters that we have here, you just saw it there from Santosh. The 25K, he's like, hey, I don't want to play with 128. Let's just see if I can get lucky here and ruin someone's day.
Reminiscent of, you ever play like the $11 rebuy way back in the day? See people trying to spin up a stack. A lot of big name pros, a lot of well-respected professionals today. Rewind about 15 years and you would have seen some pretty irresponsible stuff happening in some of these tournaments. It's kind of relatively the same thing that we just saw there.
Now, is that $10 plus a $1 entry fee?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 10% VIG, by the way, on
the
buy-in. Is that
I think
standard?
that's pretty good on a $10 event. No? I don't really remember.
Tough to administer the event. By the way, collecting only $1 from every player. I mean,
And
obviously rebuys, but
I think they used to do rake-free rebuys. Like, they were true rebuys. You pay the $10. You even keep your chair. Like, you're in the same seat. It's just, oh yeah, load it back up. You could click a checkbox on the side. Auto rebuy every time.
there's nothing like the cast of characters that are taking seats at 10 a.m. at any given small poker room up and down the strip, looking at you, Orleans, maybe South Point, for the daily, you know, Omaha 8 or better. $10 plus $1. Man.
Those feel like the type of tournaments where you just have like 3 buy-ins in cash sitting tucked away behind your chip stack at the table.
Folded up, kind of origami style, just ready to redeem.
Same idea.
Average age? 68 years old,
It's going to go
I
64.
think.
Yeah.
64? Okay, we were in the same territory.
Yeah.
It is kind of the retiree special.
It's fun. I've done it once or twice. It's recommended.
Those dudes get pretty bent out of shape when you make moves.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, listen, I'm on a fixed income, Skippy. All right? I don't need you out here bluff, raise, 3-bet. Okay? I'm talking to you. Hey, sunglasses, hoodie, backpack.
No, it's not
talking
the place.
to you.
Definitely not the place.
You could see someone swinging a cane at one of these kids, you know. Anyhow. Sosia Jiang on her feet. The pause, by the way, is to allow those who want to max late reg to do so, those like Santosh who maybe took a quick spin to try to double or get polished off to get a fresh stack, and then obviously they've got to work their way around the room. There's Joe Chong. First time I've seen him. He is to the left of the great Phil Ivey. Javiera among the combatants there. Patrick Antonius, screen right. At another table, looks like Luca is trying to herd the cats, wrangle everybody back to their seats so cards can get back into the air officially. The announcement made that registration is now closed. It will take some time before we're able to tabulate the total prize pool and the payouts. But in the meantime, this tabulation is one we can offer you. The chip counts across 2 feature tables here at the 25K WPT Global Slam, where the blinds are now 6, 12, and 12. 30K in orbit, the price of poker. Fitzmanis has been active now, has himself 843,000. That is heaps.
Yeah, looks like we got a lot of chips at this table, and also keeping an eye on the field, way closer to the record number than I was guessing a few moments ago. I think we might even have a few more
It's okay, this will force me to play well.
coming in.
Thing up here.
Now, I just called Fitzmanis a stack heaps.
There's nowhere to hide.
But diving into the Triton Poker Plus app, as we see him flop top pair against bottom pair, Kita, the defender from the big blind, that 800 and change isn't even near the impressiveness that we find before Ehsan Amiri, and right behind him, Stephen Chidwick, 2.3 million plus.
Yeah, there's a lot of chips on the top of this leaderboard.
200 bigs for Amiri, 163 for Stevie. Kita, by the way, check folding. You know, a lot of times you'll hear people say, well, why would you defend if flopping a pair is a difficult thing to do?
Yeah, that
and then
one.
you get a piece only to check fold, but talk us through it.
It is a pair, but not all pairs are created equal. I probably do peel one street there myself, but we've got a king and a jack on board. We've got a flush draw on board, and we faced an under the gun raise. There's just some inherent disadvantage we got to deal with there.
Poker fan in general, so I like watch all the hours since Triton.
Very close, but I don't think so. I think the first one got
I
like
was trying to
91,
come
92,
now, but
96.
every time it was a stop, it was
I don't think
perfect timing, you know.
This one has more
And
starting
some of
chips
them
than
are in
starter.
Yeah.
one series.
Still impressive. I think it's really, really close. It might be the same.
This is
Could be wrong.
the only one I can.
Okay.
can
Just as long as it's ace-ace, it's
find
fine.
out.
Or she's sorry.
Listening in on Andre Marquez, by the way, of Portugal, here at his first ever Triton. He's suggesting he's been watching for a long time. He's been meaning to make it out to one, but the timing just wasn't right until this Jeju Festival, his first. He cashed 23rd in the 20K 8 max, 1 for 4 as he plays his 5th event. Patavi plays the Queen 8 suited, and I would imagine Marquez has designs on playing this ace-jack off.
Yeah, a lot of players from middle position against early position don't play a lot of flat calls. We normally see small 3-bet
55
as a pretty frequent play here. 55, very small, although the oversized open, by the look of it, 2.5x from Patavi. Maybe making the sizes that come afterwards a little bit awkward. Look at what Rampage woke up with.
She's going to be sorry for busting me.
Pocket jacks sitting just 68,000, so it's 13K atop Marquez's 3-bet. Kita with an awkward little spot. Couple of tens. How do you like it?
Yeah, this is weird. Are we closed?
Yes,
with
registration is closed.
Sorry, is the raising?
Oh, the action?
Yeah, because we've got Rampage moving
it's
all in for 13 more.
13K, I believe, is over 50%.
Yeah.
Of the re-raise amount, is it not?
Yeah, if those are exact, then we do have open action here. So Kita can't, I'm asking because maybe he has the option to just flat, and when it gets back to Marquez, he never has to worry about getting jammed on, but I don't think that's the case here.
And
so that makes it
a big consideration.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it less profitable to flat, basically. It's easier to make money flatting if you know that the action can't be reopened on you, but can't fault him for folding. I do think maybe we have to get in there, first hand after late reg closes. Don't necessarily want to walk out the door at the earliest moment.
No.
All right.
You know what's interesting is with the two tens,
Nothing relevant.
you can't really ask
Thank you for your input, Adam.
about whether or not the action opens back up because immediately people are going to
Yeah.
get the sense that your hand isn't nutted.
Yeah, these are the kinds of things that, you know, sometimes you need information. You know, you need to ask someone, how many chips do you have? You need to ask these things, and I think it's good to just get in the habit of doing it when you need it.
And what Marquez needed was an ace at some point in this hand. Unable to find it, though, as Rampage. Now, doubles.
Because just to finish that thought, like, you're potentially losing a lot of value if you restrict yourself from getting the proper information in the moment. And I think to some extent it's a bit of embarrassment or a bit of fear that you're going to reveal too much information, but there's nothing stopping you from asking those questions when you have aces. There's nothing stopping you from asking those questions when you have an easy decision. So anytime the scenario presents itself, I don't think you need to be afraid to just get the information that would allow you to make a complete decision and then make the right play.
Well, the information here is that Rania opened to 25,000. Nakai defended. Check folds to the 25K C-bet from the gut shot. Ace 4 not in the mood to peel. No spade in hand. Too conservative from Nakai, or you'll allow it?
It's always. I thought it was like 6.
Yeah, I think.
That's what I thought. His table took like 4 hours.
I'm always one who kind of argues for being sticky against a small flop bet. It's
You remember?
maybe a fault of mine in some scenarios, so I.
You were here to my left. You don't.
But again, I don't think it's making a lot of money, so I
went
have.
and rewatched the hand. Sick, man.
My
You
best,
should,
best
you should
dumb
play
thing.
it normal and you don't win a turn.
Yeah, miss out.
A couple of champions already here at this Jeju Festival.
The way it played out, I think King's 8. I was sure you had King's 8 as ace. I mean, that's what I thought.
Chat.
I agree. You and Fader both were like kings. And I was like,
Not taking too much time to celebrate victory in the 30K. Up right into this one before Reg closed, as Rania hops in once more with the ace-jack.
25.
Mystery hand time. Viesbrod on the button. Won't have his cards revealed, which will give us an opportunity to take a stab at exactly what it is he's working with.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Barack, a really well-studied player, high-level thinker. So from the button, 3-betting to 55.
Tired probably though.
Yeah.
We'd expect kind of a polarized range.
So you don't feel now.
I couldn't go to sleep last night.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sleep here anyways.
Yeah, same.
I'm like.
But do you think this is a reasonable flat from Nasruddin here?
Tired, but then I got 4 a.m.
So Rania's
not tired anymore.
hanging in there. Pot grows to 140,000. Queen 9-9 and a couple of diamonds. That is adequate texture, one would imagine, versus standard sizing for Rania to hang in. Let's see the number that Viesbrod dials up.
So of the hands that maybe bluff pre-flop on the button, Barack could have connected here with something like 9-7 suited, King 9 suited, maybe even Ace 9 offsuit.
I agree. Yeah, I'm always grabbing it also.
I think a lot of the broadways, a lot of the queens, normally flat.
So the check call of 30,000 brings us to the turn where Rania finds a jack. Two-tone, 200,000 in the middle.
And again, I like that Rania's sticking around to see more cards. She has the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I know.
Really small sizing from Barack.
I played
Be
a
too
lot
much hand to
last
fold.
poker. Like I said, it's just I was rushed and just like felt like I needed to do something right away. I probably misclick more than I should. I haven't for like quite a while, but like a year ago I misclicked like 3 times in a few months.
Okay, yeah.
And like I said, I got stacked like every single time somehow. It was like the worst.
That's how it goes.
All in.
Always how it goes.
Oh boy. So this is not the typical play, and it's hard to tell if this is a departure from theory based on some information that Barack has on how Rania has been playing, but
This is just north of 1 SPR, by the way. There was 200 in the middle. We're playing 208 effective. And Nasruddin is going to think to herself that Queen X isn't doing this. I've got a jack. How much 9X do I expect would have been 3-betting to 55,000? Even the overpairs?
This is your second one?
well,
It's
to be honest, I think
Talk to me.
King, Queen, or better is
Yeah.
plausible to me. One reason is that there's 2 flush draws on board now.
So charging the price would be V-Sprod in that
So
spot? Knowing that
maybe hesitant to size too small and allow those flush draws to continue at the correct price.
And there's going to be a decent number of flush draws for Rania, just given suited combos will open, raise, and then call the 3-bet more often.
Yeah. And if you have kings or aces, you're ahead of Queen Jack on this board. Queen Jack being kind of an automatic put in all the money hand right now, but that could change on a lot of rivers. So while it wouldn't surprise me to see King Queen plus for value, a bluff needs equity. Ace 10 offsuit comes to mind, but it's ambitious.
Trouble for Rania is she's got the ace. So that particular combo is interfered with.
Yeah, if I'm in Rania's shoes for what it's worth, I'm folding. I don't think it's an easy fold because we've improved and there's not a lot of money behind compared to the size of this pot. But we block ace high diamonds, which could bluff this way. We block ace 10, which could bluff this way. And we have no draw. We could just have jack 10 suited, and that hand we probably spin the wheel. Ace jack, I think we can let go.
You know, Rania doesn't appear convinced by V-Sprod.
The ace king of hearts.
And you just found out why.
Hadn't mentioned the ace king of hearts. We'll see if Rania has better reads than I do.
Okay, she lets it go. Was she correct?
No.
Hell yeah, she was.
Make everyone
V-Sprod.
happy.
That ace.
Yeah, and also note the lack of interaction with any flush draws. Black aces on an all-red board. I do think it was that flush draw texture that convinced him to go big.
He's pretty comfy that he's not up against 9X. For that matter, any king 10, 10, 8 kind of stuff. As he hauls one in, and we give you a glimpse at just some of what the crafts people over at Jacob & Co. are capable of assembling. Perhaps nothing more coveted around these parts than the Triton Epic X watch, the collaboration between Triton and Jacob & Co. that is being worn by multiple parties here in Jeju. A couple of them given out every festival. One to our main event long deck winner, and one to either the PLO main event winner or the short deck main event winner under typical circumstances.
Was the jack also of diamonds?
What?
Was the jack also of diamonds?
No, that's a different story.
Okay.
Then it's like, no, that's a different story.
Ace 8 of diamonds, Hajiev activating. Kai has shown some
You smell good.
Ace X
Yeah, was it
tendencies. Was it Ace
Kai
7
with the
small
Ace
blind?
7?
Yeah, I thought that was him.
Just a little while ago.
Yeah. On the button, you would think Ace 6 is not all that different than Ace 7. You'd be more inclined to get involved, but
I
he
mean,
does
you
step
do
aside.
want to exercise some frequency control with plays like that. If we did it every time, we'd be way out of line, but we can do it sometimes.
Well, Punsery doing it here, courtesy of King Queen off.
This one's close for Hajiev. 15 blinds against the small blind. You're going to see Punat move all in with most of his continuing range. There's a lot of suited broadways. There's a handful of weaker suited aces. I don't think there's any weaker offsuit aces, so that's a problem. Ace-9, offsuit or better. Probably all in here.
Hajiev does cover. 20-ish big blind. Starting stack.
117 or 170? 178. 180.
Important clarification there.
Yeah, sure.
Probably a bad fold.
And you heard Ramin say probably a bad fold. He was in the lead. It's Punsri with the rebuy period closed, showing his risk tolerance. Hat tip, by the way, to Rania, who really was worried about possibly having been bluffed with her ace-jack. Found the fold.
Should have told.
What a flip, no, no.
Okamoto will be in the big blind, Ronnie under the gun.
Really?
Pocket
So the
nines
poker guys have to also
for
go
her.
Oh, they
Pretty
do?
big hand, even from first
So they have to
position.
wear like a, if they wear like a hoodie? Okay, so okay, I see.
Looks like maybe taking a look at the stacks up on the screen to figure out if this is an all-in spot. And actually, this is
interesting. Live pro.
if she noticed, this was from one position later because Jeremy had already folded his hand.
Yeah, this was interesting. Yeah.
Open jam from under the gun. Nakai looks interested with this king-queen.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get away from this one. This is no weak open jamming range. We're under the gun, 8-handed. This shouldn't be a hand like pocket threes. It's not going to be Jack-10 suited. It's a lot of pretty good stuff.
Nope.
So ultimately, Nakai does show refrain.
You need ones too?
Yes, please.
Sure.
You have to remove it.
Move. You move that right? You got it.
I need 19 back, so I got correct. I
Okay,
didn't
okay,
count
okay,
the rest.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I thought I took too much.
4
Okay.
centimeters by 7 centimeters.
Was it 6K? I had 25. Only 19 back.
Yeah, how do the coin poker people wear their patches?
I think they have a hoodie, so maybe they don't
have a what?
It's not necessarily a patch. A lot of them wear just like clothing. That's
No, but it's just this tournament, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's just this one. Oh, got
It's
yeah,
this
yeah.
WPT
Okay.
tournament, so-
Okay.
Yeah, but if you wear like a T-shirt that says coin poker, what are they gonna tell you? Like, take off your clothes or?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
have a patch, you probably need to take it off. But if it's a,
Yeah, exactly. If it's the shirt, then
it's
what?
probably fine.
You sir have to play naked.
Turn inside
King
out.
Jack for Hajiev.
Maybe they gift you a Triton T-shirt.
Yeah, probably just
give you
yeah.
WPT.
Well, that could be a
strategy to get a free shirt.
Yeah,
sneaky
exactly.
way
We can try it
to
next
load up on the Triton gear. I'm going to start trying that here every time I'm opening the day.
How much is it?
Not a bad strat.
Find all my most offensive t-shirts.
I mean,
large block font.
Just be prepared for it to be kind of a one and done. If you do go that route, I don't know if shirts are really worth it. Crab. Theologus thinks King Queen offsuit is worth it, and he's got Hajiev in a way. Unbeknownst to Ramin, of course, as Alex chooses to flat the button. That allows Rania to take a price with the 8-9. Swing and a miss in all three camps on a 10-5 deuce, 2-club board.
And a lot of times the pre-flop raiser checks it over to that imposition caller when there's not a couple of broadways on board, just 10 high, flush draw. This is pretty favorable for Theologus. So I think standard procedure to start by checking things over to him.
Round of knuckles and trouble on the turn for Hajiev. Outkicked, unbeknownst, Theologus. Pipping the kicker. Sitting there in position. Wouldn't fault Ramin if he decided to barrel.
Yeah, his hand is...
Wow, he checks it.
I like him finding this check because it feels so granular, but the difference between King Jack and King Queen here is pretty large in terms of value for a three-handed pot on this board. He's open from early position. He probably doesn't have King 10. He definitely doesn't open King 9 offsuit. So this is kind of like his weak king to protect this checking range. And he knows Theologus is going to be capable of finding bluffs. Yeah, this is... I mean, he's saying I've got King Queen or better with this bet size.
62,000 into the 90, and Hajiev obviously recognizes that with 2 rounds of checks in front of him, Theologus could very well, on occasion, especially sitting as deep as he is, relative to the other participants, simply be trying to take this one light.
Yeah, and the only consideration, I think... Oh, he goes all in.
Finish the thought, though.
The only consideration for maybe Theologus not having enough bluffs here would be because he checked behind the 10-5 deuce. A lot of those bluffs would activate on the flop, so delaying to the turn. Maybe held for certain hand strengths.
You know, Theologus felt compelled to make the call, of course, given Hajiev only had a little north of 200,000, but while doing so, he looked pretty concerned.
Yeah, feels
Was
like...
surprised to see King Jack rolled over, I think.
Yeah, a little disconnection from how the two of them were seeing that spot. Hajiev thought King Jack was good enough to put stacks in, and...
Clubs, okay. Stop them.
Yeah, maybe an ace-king shows up from time to time in Ramin's range.
For sure, aces or ace-king could have shown up there, or like a big draw. And I don't think Theologus expected a hand weaker than King-Queen to go for value.
Yeah. So with that, Hajiev is eliminated. Flesh wound, given the capital infusion he enjoyed moments ago. Pocket sevens being enjoyed by Marquez at the other feature now, to the right of Adam Hendricks. All in declared. Sub 10 bigs.
Certainly the only move available, and runs into it. Rampage on a bit of a spin by the look of it.
Yeah, 315,000 in the YouTube chat. They were talking about how he had doubled on multiple occasions to work his way to this stack, and he is poised to haul in a little bit more. As he has Andre Marquez in an awful way in a $250,000 chip pot. Flop will bring us into focus. Ace, Queen, Jack doesn't provide any relief to Andre. Now the turn could present an opportunity for a chop if both parties were to get counterfeited. And that's not the case. Third Jack giving Rampage the slightly better boat.
Huh? I was hoping for
And
yeah, you ran too
Marquez's
good.
hopes
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
sinking. As he
I
too,
folded an ace
on the heels of Hajiev, is vanquished.
You fish. I know. Could have tripled up. I would have just peeled and then folded to your shove.
Why would you fold it? It would have hit the ace.
What did he say?
So the lonely walk
Which logo?
out of the arena
Oh, okay.
for Marquez.
Cool.
Even the most decorated of Triton champs, Jason Kuhn, knows that walk
I guess
very well.
WPT one.
In fact, that's the outcome more often than not for even the best in the world at some point.
Yeah, I've never seen that matter.
Happens kind of an unbelievable amount of the time, if I'm being honest.
This specific event's WPT.
It's shocking that given that's what you end up feeling
That's all I can come up
as
with.
the final outcome, pardon me, people still get up and go to work and try to do it time and again because the potency of that victory narcotic is something that once you get a taste of,
even if there's a chance,
it's just irresistible. Meanwhile, Kuzmanis, under the gun, can't resist the temptation of Queen Jack and is poorly served not to have done so, given Rampage is heating up. Pocket Jacks now in the small.
Yeah, now playing 50 big blinds effective. It might even start to feel thin to Rampage to 3-bet for value against the under the gun opener and get it in. I like that he's taking some time just to orient himself to the new stack size, to the new setup that he's got to play here. And maybe he will still find the 3-bet, but you don't want to rush through the decision and get the sizing wrong. He just goes all in. I mean, this...
Is this unnecessary?
It's a bit too much, I think. This would be the play
Playing an all-in game.
from small blind or from big blind, maybe for like 35 big blinds, give or take, on the high end.
I mean, this
looked like he had about 45.
Yeah.
I think a bit too much, but...
Well, you don't want to make a habit out of putting yourself in a spot where the only hands that are ever going to give you action have you crushed.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think that's the case there. If the under the gun opener had pocket tens, it looks a heck of a lot like ace-king offsuit. It looks occasionally like ace-5 suited. You could get called by a little bit worse, but...
It's a narrow range, though, is it not?
It's a very narrow range.
I don't think nines is chewing on it all that hard. 10 specifically,
as
you pointed out.
I think for
and then
45,
obviously the ace-kings are in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get it in slightly ahead against ace-king, but you would do that regardless. You go to 9 big blinds, they just jam, and we run it either way.
Tavi finds no customers with the ace-jack. Do the tanks feel a little bit empty to you right now, Kevin, energetically speaking? Obviously, we're drawing late into the day. A lot of poker has been played for some in more than one event. There's deep runs in the 30K.
You are seeing a lot of these players at the feature perhaps feeding their brain with a bit of dopamine, checking their phones a little more often than they might at a final table, certainly, since we no longer allow them.
Rampage has earned the nickname thus far here. King 9 suited. Yuyakita. Pocket fours on the button.
Most players going for flat, I would guess. Playing 32 big blinds effective. Too much to jam with, even if that might be preferred when shorter. And Hecklin has a close one to overcall. I think when he's playing this short, he could. Against these later position ranges, it's definitely marginal. Don't mind the fold.
So the min raise and flat bring us to a flop with 78,000 in the middle. It's a gut shot straight draw and backdoor diamonds for the aggressor. For Kita, he's looking up at 3 overcards. Rampage did not follow through.
A lot of players approach these cutoff versus button scenarios as heavy check, just lots of checking. The cutoff opens a lot of hands. the button flats with some reasonably strong stuff in position, so defer to the in-position player and gather some info. The 3 really blank for the check back range, so I wouldn't mind seeing Rampage start bluffing. Although King 9 does have a little bit of value, we can probably just get Ace 7 of spades, clubs, diamonds to fold right away. And we get 4s to fold right away.
Check back from Kita brought that 3 on the turn, and Rampage decides to speak up.
Nice size, by the
successfully.
way.
100,000
into 78, representing those top of range hands that he would have checked, planning to check raise. I like that bet.
You know, the most exciting players historically for me, and I hearken back to a young Tom Dwan, are the ones that take us into the darker corners.
Yep.
The ones that explore all of the various different options and deviate with higher frequency from what might be the safer space.
Yeah. And it often leads to success for those players because the more often they put themselves in those spots, the more comfortable they get kind of navigating uncertainty.
Well, nothing uncertain about Hendricks' choice from under the gun. Ace-Queen, good for 2 scoops. Vincent Huang having different feelings about his pocket 4s. Different circumstances, of course, to Kita's moments ago.
Yeah, I think that's a wise fold from early position.
Especially given that 1-4 was unavailable. Quickly glimpsed it going in to the muck. Ace-10 suited now for Hecklin. Trouble on the horizon?
Maybe. Could go as a jam, could go as a flat. I don't expect to see small 3-bet with Ace-10.
So he does flat, and, well, if it was trouble being dominated against the Ace-Queen, there's even more trouble lurking in the big. Pitavi saddling up here with the Cowboys.
Thank you.
And for 20 big blinds effective, you don't necessarily always just jam. He does decide to go all in. Certainly wouldn't with aces, but kings. He's okay playing this as a jam. I think Hendricks is just going to put this in.
237,000 covered by Pitavi, whose jam brought us here. It does allow an escape for Hecklin, so actually he did quite well to flat and then escape.
You folded an ace and you folded an ace? That's crazy.
510,000 in the middle. But no help to Hendricks.
In your favor.
And as we know,
Or maybe
1
not.
ace in the bin already.
Okay,
Oh, Hecklin would have had trip 10s.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Had Hecklin jammed, Pitavi goes in, Hendricks gets out of the way, and this is a very different situation.
No kidding. Note pocket 4s would have made a boat as the case 4 shows up. But in reality, the pot played out the way we would have expected. And Pitavi, the beneficiary, as Hendricks is showered. Adam, by the way, has got a nice little game on him. Of course, that game just coming to an end there. Plays a lot of the high roller stuff in the States. First ever Triton Festival for him, though. Finished 32nd in the 20K 8 max, did Hendricks, for 41 dimes. And I'm sure that he didn't fly all the way out here for an abbreviated schedule. So we should be seeing him in some of the other upcoming events. New arrival now to the table. Nick of time, given the loss of Hendricks. That'll keep us 7-handed. Efforting intel. confess I don't recognize the participant by face. Well, kings have become the hand du jour. Kita taking his turn with them from the hijack. Oh, Hecklin, king 10 suited. On the button, no less.
This could be dangerous. It's a pretty common 3-bet jam. This category. Yeah, against hijack open. Maybe he gets away if it was an earlier position raise, but
this is wild too, because if he hadn't gotten away from the last pot, he would have done so well.
Yeah.
Instead, he takes this spot and he's doing so poorly. Just 14% with 472 in the middle as Kita, of course, snaps. Queen 8-7 isn't a board that rates to keep Hecklin intact. Can he pick up a draw? Nope. Board pairing queen. And one less Dane in the field as Hecklin falls victim to Kita. Watch your head on the way out. There it is.
Seat open, table 2.
That is Will Chokro, according to our Triton Poker Plus apps, hailing from what appears to be Indonesia. Last time we saw Chokro was in Vietnam in 2023, an incredibly popular stop. Coming out party of sorts for more than one player. Played a limited schedule, but among that schedule was the 100K main, as well as a 25K short deck. Rampage opening the Jack-10 offsuit, getting leaned on by Kita, who started this one north of 600. Kuzmanos with ace-5 suited of his own. Might have had similar thoughts.
145. 145.
What did he say?
Race to 145.
Yeah, we've got a small cold 4-bet from the cutoff. I mean, I'm used to seeing ace-5 suited go for the 4-bet all-ins, and sometimes even the 5-bet all-ins against tight ranges. This one's kind of unique. You know, I don't hate it, just having good removal and having the right effective stacks to get away from a reasonable amount of equity. I mean, the other option is just fold, so nice timing there on the 4-bet.
Clean find as Kuzmanos, undaunted by raising 3-bet in front of him, took the spot as a 4-bet, hauls it in, and it appears added intel has come to our attention here in the booth regarding that man right there on your screen, who isn't playing on a stream table for the first time, or at least for that matter, a televised table. Kevin, as you pointed out just moments ago, recently appeared on High Stakes Poker.
Yeah, it sounds like he did not have the best time.
Well,
from what
he
I
played
was
pots
reading
against Andrew Roble,
Yeah.
and historically speaking, for most throughout the arc of time, that hasn't been
just not a good idea.
Yeah, a bankroll boosting exercise.
Yeah. They weren't ready for that, I don't think.
Looks like Roble cracked a couple of kings, according to a Poker News article. Spoiler alert, of course. Apologies for those who haven't yet had a chance to soak up that episode. Alex Ponikovs
You've been in Montenegro at the Triton?
slides in behind Jeremy Osmus, who slides in with ace-10.
Really good lamb chops.
Two blacks, right?
Like,
I love
I would say they were usually like in those countries they're like so lean that it's like I would prefer a little bit fat.
Okay.
Like not way more than it's like lamb fat is nice. Yeah, they have like very good, soft, juicy.
We have pretty good lamb chops in Israel.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
My friend showed me it's like almost wagyu.
That's easy.
Yeah, it's really good.
You getting hungry,
Like,
Ali?
the more
You know, it's
basic
crazy.
ones.
I'm listening in right now to this amazing discussion that Ponikovs has embarked upon with Barack Visbrod regarding lamb chops. He was suggesting there's a specific Triton stop where the lamb was excellent. I think he was saying Monaco, although obviously they don't do their own agriculture out there. Somewhere in the French countryside, I would imagine.
Perhaps just the expert training of the chefs in that region.
You know, Monaco, believe it or not, from a culinary standpoint, you know,
No.
there's a couple Michelin deals going on there, but it's not France, is what
they
I'll say.
They could have brought someone in.
That's usually what they do. But, you know, that's a ridiculously expensive Nobu out there in Monaco. But, you know, just whatever it is that you're doing in Monaco is ridiculously expensive. And they're unapologetic about it.
Mm.
They're like, if you can't afford it, buy.
I respect that.
Level and number 6 is WPT Global Slam.
Well, Ponikovs under the gun. He's too suited.
Should we only play 12?
Taking a pause from the lamb.
Announce it yet. Right? That's how we do it in the States. They don't announce it because we're playing different levels. What's that?
I agree with Stall.
Good luck.
Okamoto has wilted down to 41,000. This is sub 3 bigs. It is, however, a 3-bet.
5, yeah. Yeah.
Ponikovs, of course, never, pardon me, going anywhere.
He was looking at me, he's like, what are you opening?
Yeah, I saw the deuce and I was like, surely it's not deuces. The ace of diamonds was the only acceptable card.
Sheena dominating.
I've seen
122K pot.
4 of diamonds would be understandable.
Ponikovs can turn his attention back to the lamb comfortably.
Especially if you roll the low
Yes.
frequency.
No, I mean, my
Sorry,
eyes.
I kept like, did you see
This
me
pot's
counting?
not
it
going to
in?
bother him, regardless of how it
think we're
goes.
chopping this
And it
one.
could go his way. Backdoor diamonds and the wheel cutter.
I did
Never
this.
mind the
Do
deuce
this.
as you
I'm
see
choosing the
Okamoto
hardest way.
flashing a
Is there gonna
wise
be a
smile,
sweat?
recognizing things could have been worse
Like 4
for Alex.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, now it's chopping opportunities, right?
Yeah.
Now chop is very likely. Well, very. But
Very likely.
Very likely.
No chop.
So sick.
very likely. 50-50.
I ran so bad.
Sheena can get behind it.
It's okay.
I lost broccoli even.
Apparently Ponikovs
Like double pain.
has
struggling.
broccoli overboard.
It's having a rough go.
So loses the pot, loses a broccoli stalk. Running bad. Suppose ace-10 is supposed to beat ace-deuce.
You're rich now.
Would be
It's better.
hard-pressed
Yeah,
to
very
get
rich.
incredulous.
Please fold.
Are we allowed to muck up front with ace-deuce suiteds? Or is that just a little bit too snug?
I don't think Ponikovs personally is allowed. I think
Alex, what
it
do you
would
think
bring
is the
shame
line for
to
people listening today?
His talent?
his circle and his reputation, but it's
And
quite
the level
marginal.
We played this and
I
then
think the
more.
weakest suited aces.
100.
I mean,
they
obviously,
can get away with an open, but these are the kind of hands that, like, you know, you see a sliver on a chart because it makes you
Yeah.
no money, but you can do it.
what I was going to suggest is, you know,
I like 90
as
on
you
those, yeah.
sometimes do, Kevin, if you're
Okay,
coaching
slightly
students,
over, like 95.
you're trying to keep them out of murky water, and an ace-deuce suited up front open
Yeah,
puts you in
over
that
the-
sort of
Yeah.
pool.
97.
You want the crystal clear stuff to swim through.
Yeah, but I think for someone like Ponikovs, he wants the exact opposite.
But
It's like
some
anything
100
that's
and such.
And 18 levels.
Anything
right?
that's fringe, anything that lets me make more decisions, I'm going to do that thing.
Because he perceives rightfully that, on average, his decision-making will be more sound than the opposition. Meanwhile, Okamoto going to keep this one to a single decision point. Pocket threes. Could Panakov's
I might take over 100.
be the customer again? He's nodding his head.
We're playing 3 less levels.
Looks like he's calling here, and I think he should. It's a cutoff jam for
100% over 100.
8 blinds.
Also, average stake now 40 BB.
Well,
And the other one,
this time it isn't ace versus ace-x violence,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
rather the
yeah.
under pair to the ace
Big difference.
and 5. As Okamoto
We're not chopping this one.
trying once again to snack on Alex.
One of us
Guys,
should.
be creative. You can show.
We can chop, yeah. It's pretty hard.
7-4 deuce.
Is it a chopping
Yet again,
spot?
Panakov's with a wheel draw, but a couple of threes are occupied.
I mean,
Ace of 5 would still do the trick.
Spades that counts. That's the chopping one.
Nervy moments for Sheena with registration closed. The turn is comfy. She's not going to react until this one's all dealt out.
Look.
Oh my.
Too. I know it's gonna be
Not like that.
A set of threes when you didn't need it. That's going to be the way that Sheena Okamoto met the end of the road here in the 25K as Panakov's chips were on loan briefly.
The 5 would have been terrible. With an ace,
No, the 3 is the worst one.
You took it from someone.
Yeah, the 3 feels so much
the
worse.
3 is terrible.
Not copywriter.
It's supposed to be the Latin card for her.
Yeah.
It looks like you're in the bathroom trying to make it work.
I mean, this thing brings money, right? So. I became red as well. I became red a little bit.
Your face got
Yeah.
flushed. Like you were pooping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
That's the look?
Yeah.
Like you're about to poop your
I know
pants?
that sounded out of
Cards
nowhere,
come,
but
the magical cards
Barack
come.
had kind of steered things in
How
that
much did you
direction
pay, Ron?
already, if you noticed.
To be
Impishly.
honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't. No.
Yes.
Really? Okay, I will tell you later.
Later. Everyone would like to hear. He won his biggest.
By the
event
way,
in
the
bathroom.
No, it has nothing to do with the bathroom.
hate mail is going to be coming for Panakov's after
Yeah, but you
knocking
can try to
Sheena
keep
out
it
if
better.
chat
You're like,
is any
yes,
indication.
Ryan,
Live
get off
stream.
me.
Ace Queen. Three. Moving all in.
You know you're a big blind. Why you folded?
160.
Let's call it 11 bigs.
5.
Yeah, offsuit ace. Not usually one to mess around with the small raise to induce.
Sit open, table 16.
Yeah. Ace 10.
No, it's time you think and maybe fold.
Well, as Punat hauls that one in, we do flip it over to the other feature. I want to take a moment to remind you guys about something that we've come up with here at the Triton Super High Roller Series to help make the viewer experience even better than, dare I say, it is at present. If you type in !survey in the chat, you'll be given a link that you can click and then provide us feedback with regards to what you enjoy, what perhaps you don't enjoy as much, what you want to see more or less of here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Will Jokro's responses will be more queens, please. As under the gun, he goes to work. No action all the way around to the big of Patavi. Offsuit connector. Qualifies.
Patavi, as I understand, very talented online player. Snooping his Instagram a little bit. A lot of big numbers on there in the posts.
Just 458,000 in career Triton earnings for Patavi, although he is 2 for 4 coming into this one. 20th in the 15K 8 max, 14th in the 30K, and second out of 2 runners on a Jack 5-4 board. So easy check fold as the overpair follows through and takes it down. Well, we've still got a good bit of Triton Super High Roller Series coverage remaining this evening, but the run of it is going to be presided over by my man, Griffin Benger, as he is working his way to the desk. I'm going to leave you in his good hands and say goodnight, but I'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time here in Jeju. Enjoy the rest of the show as Park Yu-chung will be enjoying Pocket Kings Under the Gun.
And will he be enjoying it, Griffin?
Oh, yeah. You know it will be. Oh, my goodness. Never mind. As we get Ali out of here. What's that guy's deal? Aces, kings, my goodness.
Welcome to the action. Vincent Huang with aces +1.
I just feel like, wow, how does he leave during kings aces? It's amazing. Thank you for the tag in. I mean, I could be on like a YouTube clip right now, you know? It could have been him. But he's so gracious, and here we are. Big old cooler. Pretty deep, too, eh? This is about 35 big blinds effective for Vincent.
Blinds up to 10, 15, 15. Park Yu-chung wishing he misclicked and limped these kings.
Sick reference, bro. Everyone knows your references are out of control. That was great.
Thanks. Yeah. I really had to reach.
What a callback.
I really had to reach to call that one back.
Yeah.
It's way back in the memory banks.
Speaking of calling back, Park Yu-chung just decides to flat.
This is interesting. I mean, my. I was going to say maybe not someone who has those small 4-bets in his game playing more of like a jam or a flat kind of strategy and just throws this one into the flat.
Is this what you guys have been up to while I've been gone the last few hours? Just
yeah, everyone made a set.
Yeah,
just
sets,
every
aces.
Every pot.
Okay.
There's actually 12 players remaining. This is ugly for Vincent Huang.
Yeah.
And it is kind of typical to see a slow play when you have the board this locked up. We've got top set, king of diamonds blocker. Now we have a full house. If we're Vincent, though, there's still really no reason to be alarmed. We could be up against the nut flush draw. We could be up against pocket eights through jacks, probably. Any king that's willing to call the 3-bet, that would mostly be king queen suited, king jack suited.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking you have the best hand here close to 100% of the time. I mean, it's
just full houses, a couple of full houses, but there's a lot of value to get here with aces. Chung definitely has the option here to keep trapping, but if he reads Vincent as strong, he would just put it in now to avoid a potential action killer. Honestly, there's not that many.
There's not that many. Is the thing, yeah.
Even a diamond. So here, let's see how Vincent responds to a card like this. Yes, Park Yu-chung could have the ace-high flush or the king-high flush, and Vincent doesn't have the ace of diamonds blocker. It's not the heaviest pressure part of the tournament, but we are getting pretty late into day one. Nobody wants to go home.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a small percentage of the time here he might actually decide to check back.
Yeah, I think that's a genuine check of the cards
Ace
for the
of diamonds
diamond
would be
part,
easier,
part
right?
Of his consideration.
Because you take out the ace-x diamond combos that part can have, but because you don't have the ace of diamonds in your hand, your opponent can have ace jack of diamonds, ace queen of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds. All these hands would ideally call pre-flop.
I like that he's taking his time here. Because, sure, in theory, I think this hand goes all in for value, but are we getting paid off enough by the hands that we need to get paid off by, or are we just going to get snapped by the better hands?
Opponent to just have king, queen suited and be calling every time, and that's not necessarily the case.
Still a lot of time banks left. But Vincent's used, feels like a solid 2 minutes here. Oh, and he does say all in.
Oh, oops.
Quick check of the cards and snap.
Oh. Oh, cool.
Yeah, Vincent Huang sees the bad news. Sometimes, it doesn't matter how good you are, you just run aces into kings. Sometimes a king comes out.
Open on 2.
It can be a lonely walk when you get that badly coolered, but sure he's used to it. It happens.
Yeah, Vincent Huang, no stranger to Triton. Been playing since Vietnam in 2023. A couple of cashes already this series, including 18th in the 25K just a few days ago.
Checking in on the leaderboard, I'm sure you've probably mentioned already, Kevin, Stephen Chidwick, our chip leader, 2.4 million.
Yeah, previously he was about even up there with over 2 million, now looking like the lone chip leader at that mark.
Price 30,000.
Patavi thinking things over here with Queen Jack offsuit. Not a straightforward decision. It's a strong enough hand to call, but maybe we want to 3-bet sometimes. I did reference his high stakes familiarity from the online streets, probably doing a little bit of randomization there, or at least trying to remember what strategy he wants to come with in all these pre-flop spots. There's a lot to keep track of.
Depends where, and then Italy is like a little bit older people and like more chill. Yeah, that was my experience.
Say so. I was expecting more from the food though.
Yeah, it sucks because it's not actual Italy. Yeah.
We're still talking about food, huh?
I felt the same in Milano.
Oh, you weren't here for that, Griffin.
Yeah, Torino, Milano.
Ponikov's apparently a big fan of the lamb chops from Triton, Monaco.
I guess I haven't been there for long enough.
Rania, the EPT legend,
Shopping before my wedding.
has been having some really crazy results over there in Europe. Gonna get the shove through with ace jack.
Did I get the ante?
Yep.
Good? Okay. I trust you.
You got everything.
Did I get all the little chips? All right, so you guys do.
We changed you for something better.
You went
White
to
wine.
140K from that, so.
Mm-hmm.
Should be good.
Checking out my
Food-wise,
chips
rum.
too.
Gabon mo white.
Always like, go there, go there.
Yeah.
Noticing someone mentioned Rampage in the chat when I was watching a bit earlier. He was pretty short. Did he manage to double up? Is he still in? Or did he rebuy or something?
We gotta explore Italy.
You have him keep an eye on it for me?
Like wineries.
I figured these guys would keep an eye on him.
Not sure which side.
We did see Rampage winning some chips not long ago.
My friend always
It's looking like he's seated at the blue table right now.
Okay, there you go.
About 40 big blinds.
Yeah, that'll play. Jeremy Osmus, fresh off his incredibly unlikely and impressive victory in the 25K event. The biggest prize we've given away through the 4 events. Close to $1.9 million for that victory. And I believe something like his 6th 7-figure score. Like, just incredibly accomplished player, but hadn't had a lot of success simply by way of not really coming out to many Tritons until Jeju. So, big win for him.
Gaga Jr. has a number.
Gonna find himself in a big coin flip here against Theologus. Here comes the 3-bet.
Mehdi engaged in conversation there. I was hoping would keep track of the action as he looked down at King Queen and not just think Theologus opened really large into his big blind.
Another live throw.
Gets away now that he sees it's a 3-bet and they're going to run it.
No, it's not big enough.
We're all in.
Maybe like 100K main event.
I'm never optimistic about this, so I don't. But I don't really. I don't really care.
You don't care.
Of course, I would like to win, but I don't.
I always want to win them, I gotta say. I'm not that zen about it.
Theologus claiming to have surgically removed his emotions.
And his friends call him the luckiest man in the world. But this time, Jeremy Osmus, his luck has finally run out. Would you look at that? And that was the last we ever saw of the American.
Good luck.
Until he re-enters in this very event.
I was really not.
Oh, we're closed.
Oh, we're closed. We're
closed.
Yeah, I guess we are. Yeah.
It's
at the 150K, at the 15K blind level. You're right.
It's
Well, we'll see him tomorrow. We'll see him tomorrow.
We'll see him in the next one.
Oh yeah.
I can see.
Under 9, do you think?
Based on the way you play today.
Oh.
Plays really well,
yeah.
Wow.
Saved by the Bell.
Aggressive move.
Not just a TV show in America.
What is this?
And there's Ponikov's.
I don't know.
Widely considered one of the more dangerous players, regs.
Looks like Hitler
in the Triton fields.
Not sure.
Will definitely put you to the test.
You know.
No.
If you can ever get his cards.
He doesn't
He's
need
got to
it.
scoop it up. Yeah, he only needs one. Come on, let's be honest.
He'll open under the gun with just the 6 of clubs.
I've seen him do it.
That was fun here.
Lore?
Not particularly defendable Queen 3 there for Rania.
As we take a look at the next main feature table, Look at that. Bryn Kenny, Feder Holtz.
Look like Holtz and Sam Mueller at the same table. A couple of poker code brethren.
And the next red table. Look, some random Spaniard there.
Is that Pascal? Pascal Lafrancois?
Adrian Mateos. No, I don't think that was Pascal Lafrancois. Were you talking about the guy in like seat 2?
Green hoodie, sunglasses.
Oh, maybe he was there.
That was him.
It's more like a fake stone.
It was definitely Pascal. I thought you were looking at, forget hers, something seat 2. I thought that's
yeah.
I think it's because I was looking at him when you said it. Yeah, that I was just like, oh, I love watching Pascal play. He's one of the, really one of the biggest crushers of the last 15 years when it comes to tournaments. Not just his live accomplishments, not just winning bracelets and taking shirtless, sort of hot guy photos.
Forgot about that photo.
yeah. But really cutting his teeth in the online realm. Just
it's a really strong player.
Yeah.
She needs 5 more.
Cool. Offsuit 1 gapper. Facing the min raise from the button, still going to qualify for Ponikov's in the big blind. I think it's a good defend. And while you might see some weak backdoor flush draws try to take a shot at the pot every now and then, I think Ponikov's is likely to step away on Jack 9-9.
Yeah.
Connects pretty well with that button range. Little pump fake.
Wow, so many tricks. So many useless tricks.
Almost useless, yeah, exactly. I have a lot of them.
Looked like you did by mistake.
Huh?
It looked like it happened by mistake.
Well, that's the point. People shouldn't understand you're doing it on purpose.
There's something on the table, but don't touch it. Or maybe you can touch it. I don't know.
It's a very
I don't know who's that.
ominous statement from Ponikov's. What is on the table, Alex?
No.
Headphone or what is it?
It's just like an headphone or something.
It looks like a headphone, doesn't it?
It looks like an headphone or something.
What's that?
It's a what? A bug?
A jelly bug.
A bug.
Everyone really taking interest.
Oh, a bead. A bead. Okay, a bead.
What?
It's like a necklace, a bead from a necklace.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was like, it's too comfortable for it to be a bug. Like, oh, guys, look, it's a bug.
Yeah.
It's a bug.
Alex convinced there was either
More proper reaction.
some sort of micro camera or perhaps a venomous spider
35.
on the felt. No need to be alarmed, though.
Ponikov's with a decision here in the small blind, playing, about 33 big blinds.
Kind of leaning towards 3-bet, but flat is what he comes with. I thought this hand might be good enough to go, 7, 8 big blinds, and if you get jammed on, oh well, I guess we call. But we are getting... We're not near the money right now,
Yeah,
but
we're not
about
near the money.
40% left. You can see 151 out of 389.
I think Ponikov's would feel very comfortable, more comfortable at least, with that line facing certainly a button open, but a cutoff open as well. Maybe hijack. He starts leaning more into the call.
Allows Barack Wisbrod into the pot, and
Yeah, with a range advantage here, if this gets checked through, you could also see Barack potentially leading here, or, multi-way pots, Kevin, are so interesting because they're not studied as much, right? What do you reckon?
Not studied
here?
by some, but these 3 players we're looking at right now, I think perhaps have some of the best information in the world on how to play
Really?
this situation.
Awesome.
These are 3 extremely well-studied players, and
More next time.
And look, they just
No, I mean,
they just wave the white flag, even to
Yeah.
quite a small bet. They know that
That's his
he's going to
spot.
have, he's going to have exactly that kind of hand, and
Straight into it.
they don't really have
too long,
much of a
means weak.
defense without any backdoor flush draws. Even if they know they're folding ace high
I'm allowed
is,
to have
is the best hand at that
also
stage.
some,
Very
no?
interesting little micro pot.
Yeah, and if you have
well, we're certainly not playing for micro pots in the 25K WPT Global Slam. And did you know you can qualify online for the next one? Over at WPT Global, you can win passport dollars using to buy into future Triton events. Download now with that code on the screen, Jeju, Jeju, and you'll get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
Yeah, could be. Knowing this guy. That's folding 7, 10.
35.
Relatively loose +1 open, but Theologus is playing 100 big blinds right now. One of the top 5 stacks in the field.
Yeah, an example of why, you know, what can happen with a loose open like this. You know, you're ultimately going to be playing out of position unless you're up against the blinds. And sometimes people can just wake up with big hands. I'm seeing a lot of kings today, I've noticed.
Ah. Et t'as check back flop genre et après tu lui as fait un tir. Je suis mort, je l'ai défoncé mec.
Brock and Alex combined with Ryuta's Queen of Diamonds there. One had a straight flush. Unfortunately, that's not how the game works, and Ponakov is going to take down the
how
pot.
you do it. Control yourself.
I mean, no out of line.
Jack 9 of diamonds.
I checked the frequency.
You had Jack 9 of diamonds. I had 10 8 of diamonds.
You see what you're doing? I would have getting flush over flush.
And actually reveals the
Hard to get flush.
sort of loose-ish early position open.
Yeah, actually, that's a
I'm a bit
little
surprised.
I mean, he's being friendly and having conversation, but did leak a little bit of sensitive
I
info
think so.
there.
I think a little bit, yeah.
Really?
Knowing my
How you
folding.
know?
Knowing my folding.
Oh.
Now I want to call.
I mean, it's not an outlandish raise by any means, especially playing 100 big blinds, but it does skew on the looser side of how to use those chips when you're playing a, you know, super high roller event.
Yeah, you got a couple players at the table in Medi who maybe haven't played a lot of volume with you.
Yeah,
Maybe, you know, didn't have the right information, and now you've just updated his priors a little bit.
Yeah, and you can then sort of build a range around that hand, right? And say, if he's raising 10-8 suited, he's going to raise every combo of Jack-9 suited, 10-9 suited. Maybe even King-8 suited in early position, King-7 suited.
Brock just flatting on the button. 80 big blinds effective
broccoli right now?
with +1 and pocket jacks.
That's like commitment to like 11 o'clock veggies. Like, I mean, it's pretty good.
I need to start somewhere. You joining the club?
Pass.
I know.
It's beyond my dinner time. I don't eat this late.
He's fasting.
And a pretty
Every
sharp
day I was eating
fold
only
from
2
Punat
meals
in the
a day.
big blind. He has an ace that's tempting, but these are a couple of pretty strong ranges.
An ice cream doesn't count.
That's not food.
King in the window. Was it you I was having the conversation with yesterday about how the first card on the flop is both the door
yeah.
and the window?
Yeah, yeah. Did you
I feel like we should campaign for it to change. I think the first card should be the door, and then the other two should be like the windows on either side, you know?
The windows.
Yeah.
Mm.
So no longer will we call the first card. You and I are going to start a revolution.
We do need, I mean, all 3 cards on the flop should have unique names,
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Producer James
agrees.
Is nodding over there.
Yeah.
There's something here. Chat, what do you think?
It's a very sad flop.
People tend to say it differently as well, right? You say ace.
Very what? Very sad.
Ace in the window.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say ace in the door.
No, you wouldn't.
But you might
But
say
you would
door
say the
card.
door card,
You might
yeah.
say door card's an ace, right?
Yeah.
Two
I
different
don't even know
phrases,
if
two different
I have to
words.
bet my hand or not.
Exact same
I
meaning.
don't know anything. Just bet and I see what happens.
I can do
I
it.
just
Let us
bet
think on
and then I
this.
see what happens and then I try to figure it out.
Very sad.
What are we doing? Help us out, chat.
Yeah. Your BRT is insisting that the first card is the window card. So,
Even worse.
I mean,
No,
how confident he is feels kind of canonical.
Oh,
You might have to stick with that.
I mean, it does make
Different-
sense. It's the one you can
It
see.
is, yeah, no,
You can
but
see
I think-
through
yeah.
the window.
So
But
what
it's
are the-
also
Greedy,
the door to the remainder of the flop.
No.
Yeah, so maybe it's one of those things that is always
I
going to
won't have
be
S
both the
cards
door
also.
and the window,
Yeah?
That's why I
which
play
is
like
kind
this.
of like Lynchian. R.I.P. Could be a what? A French door. Okay, a French door. Interesting. Got someone saying first card is definitely the window. That's from Human on YouTube. Danny Craven. It's the card in the window. Leave it. Window card just sounds more aesthetic. I'm getting great pushback here because our original hypothesis was maybe we'd go with door, but yeah, no, people are passionate about window. Door card sounds clunky, says Mac No Nana.
So and after Argentina,
So get back to the action here.
home, ski home.
Ryota
Vegas.
make a decision with the A7.
Yeah,
At
he's
least a
thinking about a
thought.
small 3-bet maybe.
Yeah.
He's only sitting on 15 or so big blinds.
Austria or
Not a lot of room to raise fold.
How do you feel about it?
Maybe someday.
I called, so apparently
Yeah, it doesn't.
can't be that
I'm
bad,
at the
right?
age that everybody gets married now.
Good luck.
All of my friends.
Late in Israel.
It's 2 players in the pot with each other having a little
You're my age, right?
chat about the strength of Alex's hand in the big blind.
You're 32? 33. 33.
Wasn't as strong as he claimed at first, but he could get in trouble on this board.
A lot of my friends are 32.
You grew faster.
Yeah.
Mehdi comes with a big bet. I like this size. Rainbow 8-3 deuce. Hard for Alex to make 2 pair in the big blind on this board. If he doesn't have a set, we're ahead. So it's a good texture to size big on.
My friends are going to Mexico.
Oof.
Wow. And that could be really dangerous for Mehdi here.
Yeah.
Another big bet sometimes coming. Now 5-4 did complete,
1 month.
but Theologus is going to check raise the 5-4 on the flop pretty often.
The thing that's quite exciting to me about this situation is it's very rare in our coverage to be,
I can imagine.
you know, this deep in a hand, right? And I don't think that this is a spot where Theologus is necessarily going to be playing it as, you know, a trappy check call. Like, this is going to be either played as a check raise or as a lead. And it goes with the small lead, which...
This
I don't
invites
know.
some raising.
Yeah, it might entice Mehdi to just go for that value and then, you know, depending on what the river is, either go for more or check back. But if he puts in another bet here, that really opens up the door for Alex to put him in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I think some overpairs should be raising.
Yeah.
There's definitely value to get against the other 8x. And some hands that picked up a gut shot with their pair or a club draw with their pair.
Yeah, you can count it as second because I didn't play the schedule the last one.
Just an invitational.
maybe like
Mehdi definitely giving it some thought about whether he continues with call or raise.
still counts. You probably played the best one, so. Play like the first one I played.
And he does raise.
Yeah, and big trouble for Median. I hope for his sake he doesn't feel too bad.
Well, I don't
too
know
results
what-
oriented if another bet comes in here.
Yeah, I don't know what Theologus is going to react with. His hand is kind of vulnerable. It might be tempting to 3-bet, but 3-betting all in would be massive.
Yeah.
3-betting all in is 1.3 times the pot.
And by the way, 3-betting the turn here and then getting shoved on, let's say. Not to say that would obviously happen with the 2 queens, but 8-6 kind of does shrink up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
but
Alex is excited. Like, against an
no, of
under-the-gun
course,
range, he's really happy about his hand. He's just trying to figure out what's the best way to get more money in. Do I just call, represent something marginal, and try to get a river value bet from overpairs?
Yeah,
Or do I
mean,
rep like a combo draw of some kind and just pile?
Yeah, it's a great point. If he deduces that he's not going to get any more money from an overpair, maybe he should just be calling here.
He decides to just call, and you know, the one point I would say in favor of just calling is that if Mehdi is bluffing, he's likely to have a pretty low equity hand.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, and the tables, do they turn?
This is
pair of 3 on the river.
Another reversal.
Queens up, and Alex is sick because he knows the way that Mehdi's range is split here, and the value is often an overpair that has now gotten there against him.
This hand is complicated. I am, to your previous point, Griffin,
Mhm.
I'm loving that we're seeing a deep stack hand
Yeah.
because, I mean, I hope this isn't the end of the hand. I think Mehdi has a value bet. He can feel pretty comfortable in ruling out 5-4 when he didn't face aggression on either flop or turn in the form of a check raise or a 3-bet. And the full house combinations just got cut down pretty significantly. So
485.
yeah, and he goes big, 485. Now here's where I think this deep stack hand can be really interesting. Alex is not only thinking about can I beat a bluff, he's also thinking about should I consider check raising all in for the rest of it? Because sometimes Theologus is going to have a full house. And what better hand to bluff with than an 8 blocker and a 6 blocker?
Yeah.
Big,
Yeah.
big removal
I mean,
on how Mehdi could have a full house himself.
It would be one of the most impressive hands we've seen in this Triton series so far.
He's got to know
we can't get ahead of ourselves. I mean, it's easier said than done.
Oh, I just think this is what's on Alex's mind in this exact moment. He's, you know, he knows he has a pretty good bluff catcher as well because he just has no cards that Mehdi would ever bluff with. He would never bluff with an 8. He would never bluff with a 6. He would definitely have pocket 8s for value. He would definitely have pocket 6s for value. So we have a really great hand to just do something with. We should continue probably in theory. But is Mehdi bluffing enough? That's one part of the deliberation. And should we rebluff and represent the full house? That's the other part.
I mean, the energy that he's giving off to me right now is more about call or fold, but
all 3 are in play, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh. Little break of concealment. Makes me feel like he might have just dismissed raise. Or is it still on the table?
Call.
Yeah, just calls.
And the first card he was shown, I think, was the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, he was kind of holding out hope. Maybe this is a bluff I just ran into. Maybe I'm right. Nope, it's an overpair.
Thank you.
Would love to hear Alex's thoughts on that one as well.
As we take a look at these 2 tables that we are going to be losing, we got a little sneak peek at what we're expecting to replace them Park Yi-chung with 78 big blinds, 1.5 million, leading the blue table. We saw Mehdi there, over 100 big blinds now, and one of the few players in the field over 2 million chips. So that was a huge hand for him. Very, very fortunate, of course, on that river to hit that 3 higher 2 pair. And big blow to Theologic. That was one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far.
Yeah, Theologic before that hand was in the top 5. Now Mehdi pulling away just below Stephen Chidwick at the top of the leaderboard. We're seeing some pretty action-heavy poker at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, playing very, very deep stacks. And I will mention Adrian Mateos, now up to 3rd in chips, and he's going to be coming to one of the feature tables again. We saw Bryn Kenny, Fader Holtz, so some really, really big heavy hitters as we take a quick break to get those tables sort of consolidated. Stick around for Triton Jeju in this action in the 25K WPT Global Slam.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. Psych! We said we were going to have a long break, but then it actually only turned into be a couple of minutes. So let's start talking about what we've seen so far in this event, Kevin. We started with well over 300 players, actually closer to 400, which is absolutely massive. The biggest field so far in this Triton series. And we're down to our last 142 players. Still quite a bit of ways until the bubble, but the registration is closed, and we have some new feature tables that are quite exciting for you at home for sure.
Yeah, and I think just too shy, sorry to correct, but too shy of the biggest field so far. We did see 391 entries in the previous 25K. Still an extremely impressive field that we're looking at right now. And as I'm taking a look at the feature tables that are coming up, you mentioned Adrian Mateos on the other side of the break. He's headlining, let's say, the red table. I mean, how can you say that somebody's headlining when you're looking at the talent that we have here? We were looking at a double poker code table, though, on the blue table. Fedor Holtz and Sam Mueller. I'm excited to see that, along with a name I haven't seen in a little while myself, although I'm sure he's no stranger to these fields. We're looking at Muehlacher with 1.2 million at the same
Wushu
table.
TM. I was playing online with that guy in 2010, so he has been around for a while. One of the most accomplished players is Thomas Muehlacher. And yeah, I mean, the red table in particular looks real scary to me because not only is it Mateos with 1.9 million, good for fourth in chips, but also third in chips is Zubov. I mean, we're talking about a 142-player field, and we have the number 3, number 4 in chips. And then beside them, you look at Pascal Lafrancois, widely considered, top 3, top 5 Canadian tournament players of all time, as well as, Parsonen, very, very accomplished, skilled, sort of legend of his own in his own right. That's a table that I really want to, hopefully we'll get a lot of action from.
Yeah, and speaking of a lot of action, I do want to call attention to the fact that since I've joined the booth and we've been watching this day one coverage, players have been pretty splashy. We did see a little bit of action right before late registration closed, and there was a real willingness for people to put chips into the pot, trying to spin their way up to the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I'm definitely noticing a lot more chips at the top of the tournament than we're used to seeing in these tournaments, even though it is still day one. The levels are a little bit longer in this one. They gave a few more chips to each player, 250,000 starting stack.
Okay.
So I think that's why we're seeing so many people at the top of the leaderboard, which is currently the number 1 spot held by Medi, have over 100 big blinds. That's how we get these interesting pots like the one we just saw before the break.
Very, very interesting
with
pot. Yeah.
8-6 offsuit from Alex Theologis against the pocket queens of Medi.
Yeah, I think in a way a lot of the players getting warmed up, getting in their kind of zone. We're, on event, I guess, number 5 now. And this is this is one of the ones that I think people are excited to be a part of, the Global Slam event. And after this, they're going to start getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's nice to, carve out some good scores from these smaller buy-in events before we start dealing with, getting up to those 6-figure amounts. Tell me about the blue table. We have, obviously, Holtz and Bryn Kenny are the two that really jump out. But Coleman is someone, you're an American reg. You probably have some experience playing against him. Tell us a little bit about Coleman.
Yeah, I've played a fair bit with David Coleman. He generally just impresses, someone who's very frequent at the top of the leaderboards in the PokerGo studio. I believe we saw him winning the GPI Player of the Year in 2024. Huge accomplishment for him. And I rarely see him misstepping. But in addition to not misstepping, I never see him let go of a pot easily. And this is such an important skill to have in tournament poker. I think every player at that table around him is going to be a tough customer, but we're just talking about this impressive level of play that I've experienced before when playing in Triton last year in Jeju, where no matter if it's level 1, level 10, day 1, day 2, final table, nobody's taking one off. Like, no one's just letting you get a free pass and have an easy decision. These are, everyone's just executing at such a high level. The hand that is coming to mind for me as I look back at Fedor Holtz, who's got the seat to the right of David Coleman at that blue table. We did see a slight misstep with him the other day on the stream in execution. So I don't want to say that we're never going to see these players make mistakes, right? The pressure of these situations sometimes lead to the hand I'm referring to from the other day where Fedor Holtz had ace-king suited against ace-king offsuit and king-queen suited, makes a 3-bet, faces a 4-bet. We see a cold all-in and a rejam.
The big fold with the ace-king,
ends up making a tank fold. No player is going to be immune to some mistake like that. And I'm even hesitant to call it a mistake, right? But that's part of high-level execution, is being wrong on a big stage and then just recovering and coming back and playing again the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be a struggle sometimes when you're as good as Fedor Holtz that maybe you don't feel like you shouldn't take those smaller edge spots in pre-flop when you're going to be so valuable to keep yourself in there. But yeah, that one I think he regretted a little bit. And I just want to say too, lost in the shuffle of all of these stars and big names and, hottest player in the world, Coleman. We have Renji as well, who just came off a $750,000 score in our most recent event.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention Renji Mao, I think I noticed, has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his name from a couple of years ago. Hadn't seen him in Triton before that cash that you're referencing. Oh, excuse me, only seen him in Jeju, played in the 2024 series.
Yeah.
But I believe he won the $800 deep stack event just a couple years ago.
Wow.
Catapulting him into high stakes, and now he's finding success on the biggest stage.
Yeah, and that's something that's actually really exciting about the Triton Poker Series is obviously the fields are mostly filled with some of the greatest minds in poker and VIPs, but then there's also these catch heat guys that just have really crushed the mid and normal high stakes circuits. Like you mentioned, David Coleman. I mean, this is someone who just won the GPI Player of the Year, and that is reflective of someone that said, you know what, I'm going to take it up a notch and I'm going to come out to Triton, and it'll be really interesting to see him play on one of these two feature tables as you get a look at the chip stacks. Zubov, 98 big blinds, 97 for Adrian Mateos. Kiat Lee, one of my favorites to watch, 27 big blinds there. Boyka's got 22. Parsonen, who I mentioned. Lefrancois, one of the best Canadian players in the world. Look over at the blue table, Thomas Mulacher, online legend. He's got the most over there. Coleman, 39. Fedor, 38. All the way down to Bryn Kenny. Very rare to see Bryn Kenny have less than 10 big blinds, but I guess it happens to the best of us. But he's getting a nice massage.
Something to make his time worthwhile
Yeah.
at the table. Until he's able to turn that into something grander. Looks like Muehlacker, as we spoke about before, on the button facing an open from David Coleman in the cutoff.
Quite a confident raise from Coleman. Probably one of the worst hands he would open at this position.
Yeah, I think offsuit nines, just good enough in the cutoff.
Always knows. So sick.
Sometimes they just have the cards.
Mhm.
Even legends like Wushu.
Setting the tone.
Good cards.
Spidey sense.
Like always.
Good cards like always.
There is Renji Mao. Coming off that big score.
Open with the ace 4 suited.
Luo from China
Chi
playing his
Lao.
first Triton series here in Jeju. Looks like he got a chunk of those chips by eliminating Sam Greenwood with pocket aces. Now David Coleman looking to win some of those back. Just calling in the hijack. It's an awkward hand from these seats, 35 big blinds effective. It would be really marginal to 3-bet and call off.
Yeah, and 3-bet fold feels too weak. So I like the call.
And Bryn, I thought maybe would have been tempted to take the price, but when you see a flat in early position, David Coleman in the hijack I'm referring to, you do want to play a lot more snug in the big blind following that action.
Wow. Speaking of action, Kevin.
Yeah.
Top pair, top kicker for the American. And the straight and flush draw.
We'll see if Luo checks this over to Coleman. Usually we respect the flat in the hijack, but there's kind of a different school of thought that revolves around dry board texture, pre-flop razor, just kind of a straightforward upfront aggressive strategy. In Coleman's shoes, I'm thinking my hand is worth a raise. Not sure if we always want to raise it, but we could use some protection too. Yeah, and he doesn't go that big. I probably would have gone larger myself. Try to set up stacks in 2 streets. This one's a little cheap, and I'm curious if Luo sees this as an opportunity to go all in and try and take the dead money. It's kind of a lot behind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't fault him for, you know, playing for 35, 40 big blinds with a straight end flush draw.
No, I mean his hand
especially
is
with the
well good enough.
Presumed fold potential of fold equity. Yeah, and Coleman's not going to be thrilled if he sees an extra bet on the flop here.
Wow, yeah.
Just, you do start to worry about specifically pocket kings, I think. Aces as well, but you do block that with the ace. Certainly a set of fives within the realm of possibility. Does it always, you know, 3-bet the flop? Hard to say. But then you consider all of the flush draws that might play it like this, and it's, I don't know if it's a lot of them, right? Is King Jack of clubs or King 10 of clubs or Jack 10 of clubs going to be 3-betting here, or is it just going to be calling the raise?
And I mean, a big consideration too for Coleman right now is, will Luo ever bluff this situation with air? Will he just try to attack me here with ace of clubs, jack of hearts? Because if he will ever,
then I need to
peel.
Yeah.
I need to keep those hands in the pot, because by going all in, we just isolate the huge draws and the ace queen plus.
Yeah,
and
we're not doing great against ace queen plus.
Yeah, we're not thrilled. Yeah, I think I like this from Coleman. Our hand's really good, but in the face of a 3-bet, we have to hope that we're up against something trashy and try to keep that hand in the pot.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the kind of turn card where we may just have to sigh and put the rest in if we face a shove. And the other thing too, Kev, is like, you know, when the club does come, we don't have to bust, right? If we can then, once we see that Luo is willing to put in more chips, we can pretty much deduce that he either has made his flush or already had us beat. Unless, you know, he does have that ace jack ace of clubs and gets real brave on that
there's
7
some
of clubs
fringe
turn.
situations, but I agree in general. So, I mean, now he's basically committing. If Coleman thinks there's enough flush draws, he's got to get it in now, because you lose to aces and kings, you chop with ace queen, but the flush draws have way less equity now.
But 410,000 is 20 big blinds. Not outside the realm of possibility to see a very massive fold. I would certainly be surprised, but this is a real consideration. This isn't just sort of running through the motions here. Yeah, he knows his hand is too good. Doesn't level himself. Recognizes that you can't be folding in these kind of spots.
Yeah, this is the kind of play you just have to make at a high level. You have to be willing to get coolered, basically.
Yeah. And 4's not going to do it.
Big bet cover.
And that's a very, very big pot for David Coleman. I mean, that's going to vault him into a top 10 stack. And very well played, you know, finding that raise on the flop, creating an opportunity for his opponent to put in that third bet, really inflating the pot well ahead. You know, had he played it more kind of cautiously and trappy-like, calling the 35K on the flop, you know, I don't think he gets the stack.
Yeah, and I want to say as well, I like the way Luo played his hand.
Yeah.
Like, once you're faced with a raise, yeah, you're not excited. You don't think that you have a whole lot of fold equity, but your hand is huge.
Yeah.
No matter what Coleman has, at least on the flop. On the turn, he could have been dead, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, but what do you do on the turn? You can't
just
really check
have
fold, right?
No,
like,
you just have a huge draw, so play it aggressively, right?
Yeah.
You lose to bluffs potentially, so I like the way he played it.
Absolutely.
And if you're watching from the United States of America and you want to play some poker, online poker's back at Club WPT Gold. Which, by the way, I need to get on personally when I am in the States. I'm looking forward to playing. Packed with nonstop action from ring games to MTTs, massive guarantees. You can sign up now at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited.
You hear that, WPT Gold? You just got a customer. Kevin Rabichow.
Just got to figure out the whole residency thing. Do I need to live there? Can I be there? You know, Canadian now.
And how does it work exactly? Do you get paid out in gold or, you know, so many questions.
Oh, yeah, I would hope you can just pick up the physical bars at Costco.
Right.
Folds to Bryn Kenny in the small blind. And no choice but to go all in for 7 big blinds. He's going to get a better hand to fold. 6-5 suited has plenty of equity for that spot.
Sweet little transition over to the other table. Alex Boyka. Ace 10 offsuit under the gun +1 with some blockers.
And this hand might go in. Hisu, very familiar with these spots. Does decide to just flat off of 15. Not everyone playing a lot of flats in the hijack off of 15, but I do think this hand is perfectly appropriate for that play if you're going to do this as part of your game plan.
Ooh, baby doll. Top for Alex Boyka. Open-ended flush and straight draw.
So I would expect Boyka to start by checking over mostly, but with only 2 SPR, he might even be thinking, do I just want to be all in right now? I don't think it's automatic when we're playing this short, only 15 blinds to start the hand. We would love to protect our hand.
Yeah, it's interesting because the kind of range I think you're expecting from Hisu is, you know, a couple of traps. You block one of them with your ace, which would be pocket aces, and then there's pocket kings. But then it's all these kind of Broadway combos that you would love to just force out and not see him realize his equity. Now, we, of course, can see, and you know what? He does just go for the shove.
Yeah.
He'll get snapped off and hate to see the snap, but we'll be probably happier to see Queen Jack as opposed to Pocket Kings. Still, look at the percentages.
You know, I don't know if I would have known if I was Boyka at the table right now. I think I would have pegged myself at like 37, 40% equity.
Yeah.
This is ugly.
Yeah, wow, hey, it's really quite a favorite. It's remarkable. I would love to see the outs come out on the screen, but now only wins half the time with these two completely unpaired. Queen, Jack, King, 8, any diamond.
Can't even show the outs. There's too many of them.
And bricks out.
He is a very good friend. He is a very good friend. Very good friend.
Very good friend.
Very good. I want to be your friend.
Ты ж Волыни, ты за меня тоже болей. Ладно, Лёх? Вот такую вытащить.
Сколько у меня процентов? 30 было, я не знаю.
Нет, с зарядами у тебя было процентов 70. Без зарядов у тебя было процентов 15, наверное.
Zubov wearing a Triton scarf. So much great Triton gear at the store here.
You know, I had that scarf, so I got that last year. Care package for first-time Triton players. I was very pleased with that. And I just like put it in a box with my winter gear. I didn't really look at it for a while. I forgot about it. I have a scarf at home, you know, Canada, it's cold. And at one point, the scarf that I normally wear got a little dirty, wanted to get it washed, took down the bin. I was like, oh, the Triton scarf. It is so warm, like the warmest scarf you can imagine putting. I don't know how these guys wear it indoors. Like, I'm wearing that in -20 and loving it. Like, steam filling my jacket. It's a full blanket. So yes, I would like another one, please. Thank you.
By the way, the policy, I don't think it's a first-time Triton. I think it's if you donate more than 6 figures, you get the care pack. That's how it works, right?
That's why they gave it to me on day 7.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Advantage Conquistador with the pocket 8s. And Vitaly's not going to mess with the bull because you don't want those horns.
45. 45,000.
Adrian going to start with a small bet, expecting calls from worse sometimes.
Yeah, Queen Jack with no
Protecting his
backdoor.
equity, yeah.
Just throwing away. With a heart, maybe we see a little bit of fight.
Mm-hmm.
Seen Vitalis on this stage before. I believe he played. Oh, actually, no, he didn't play this series last year. I've seen him play in the States quite a number of times. Convinced myself that he was here at Jeju last year, but I'm mistaken.
And I don't know if you guys mentioned this earlier, but a certain boss man in the top 10 now, 8th in chips, Paul Pua, 1.5 million.
There we go.
Not bad, not bad. He's in there. Near $20 million in Triton earnings. No stranger to success on the tour is Paul. Mid pair for Boyka, bottom pair for the Finn Parsonen.
25,000.
Parsonen, a really talented PLO player, won the main event in Monte Carlo just a few months ago. PLO main event, that is.
Yeah, he was an animal. He's an animal in PLO. I've seen him play it quite a bit.
He's had plenty of success in no-limit tournaments as well, both live and online. So both players not convinced that their hand is best as the way the board's developed, but also probably just too much hand to try to bluff for either of them. Seems like we're just going to see a showdown.
Nice, 40,000.
Playing almost 100 big blinds is Mateos, starting to find cold calls and +1 against an under-the-gun open. I think pocket sevens make sense. If he were playing shorter, he might even have to fold this hand. But
yeah, I agree. I mean,
has plenty of room.
This is a very confident call, but is also indicative of someone that, you know, has a sort of a chip lead stack. I think he expects his opponent to play pretty honestly against him with not a lot of room to be coming in with barrels on any texture, even though, of course, Vitalis does have the range advantage. This particular board is interesting with an SPR of just, you know, 2.3-ish. I think this is probably being played as a check raise. What do you think, Kev?
It's definitely tempting to play it as a check raise if we face a bet, of course, because we don't really have showdown. Like ace-6 specifically doesn't have that much showdown value. Adrian's going to flat some better aces, ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited, whatnot.
But yeah, Adrian, too good to even bet. And what I mean by that is the times he does deal with a check raise.
Yeah, his hand is dicey.
Yeah, if you were to get that money in, you're talking about being up against a range of sort of 9s through aces, some 10s, and then flush draws that can just beat you. And now this ace has come, and look, Vitalis was always going to get to this turn after this flop, so a little bit of bad luck, I guess you can say, for Mateos, but I don't think he loses another chip in this pot.
Yeah, I mean, if any card was going to make him lose a little bit, it could be this one. But I'm definitely starting to believe, if I'm in Adrian's seat here, that Vitalis has something. Maybe an overpair to my 7s that decided to start checking down on the ace. Yeah. Maybe just an ace that played it the way that he's currently playing this ace-6 of hearts. It's hard to imagine something like King-Jack getting here and then activating and trying to bluff. It doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, and you also have to appreciate that because of Vitalis' stack size pre-flop, going to be on the tighter side. It's not like he's raising every, you know, Jack-9 of clubs and stuff like that that might finally come out of the woodwork on the river and try to get it through.
Yeah. Still, when you're getting this kind of price, you got to think it through.
Yeah.
I do think Adrian's using this time to take stock of that pre-flop range like you talked about. Can he have 9-8 suited? Would he open that hand? Can he have Queen-Jack offsuit? Would he open that hand? Mateos decides he would have some of those combos just often enough to make the price worthwhile. Ebony Kenny coming in with above average stack, 40 big blinds, actually just on average stack, 39 big
still
blinds.
Rocking that epic hat. Guess you wouldn't call it a bucket hat, but that's what I was going to
Everything
call
for
it.
the sponsor.
Has the shape.
It does. It's a bit buckety.
You're willing to miss hands. That's commitment right
Crazy.
there.
But not the good ones.
Daniel Rezai joining us. Another extremely experienced player in this format. Shows up to just about everything.
We have lost Wolfgang, unfortunately. Those of you that might have been watching, hoping to see him on the feature table, I would say that you can go, but you can't. You have to stay. And you have to find new fan favorites.
Shouldn't have to look that far.
No.
Look at who we got on screen. Any number of these players.
Okay, so I haven't looked at it in a while. But, so I'm going to say a number. And, actually, no, you say the number for me. Give me an over-under on what Bryn Kenny's total cash is on Hendon Mob is, and I'll pick over-under.
On Hendon, not for Triton.
Hendon, yeah.
Okay, I'll do this quickly because we got a mystery hand coming up. I'm going to give you the number 67. And that's 67 million, by the way.
I'm going to take the over. Do you know what it is?
I have no idea.
Oh.
You haven't already looked it up? You're
No,
not
I
cheating
haven't.
me?
No, I'm not.
I thought I was getting cheated for sure.
No, no, no. Chad can look it up for me because we need to focus on this mystery hand. It's Bryn Kenny, B-R-Y-N, K-E-N-N-E-Y. Locker 3-betting the ace-king.
So Fedor opened from +1 off of 44 big blinds.
Yeah,
3-bet size here is not that large.
Yeah, two players that are going to be very familiar with each other, both cutting their teeth online against each other. You know, neighbors, one German, one Austrian.
So I do expect, you know, I'll say a wider range than you might normally call in this kind of situation from Fedor. Not because he likes his chances necessarily against Muehlacher, but just the price is pretty decent, and they are playing fairly deep for the spot.
Yeah, tricky flop for Muehlacher. Does have the king of hearts in hand. 73 million, by the way, apparently. Shout out to
73.
Yago in the chat, who looked it up for us.
I probably should have known I would just be like a year and a half behind on whatever number I gave.
Yeah.
Muehlacher does bet, and I don't think this is a straightforward choice on Jack-7 deuce. You kind of don't expect any better hands to fold, at least not yet. I think if Fedor has a pocket pair, even without a heart, let's say he has 5s black, I think he's still continuing. It didn't look like too much time taken considering raise. We've got a straightforward calling hand from Fedor. And the 8 connects with some of the stuff we expect to do the most check calling. I would say pocket 8s, 9s, and 10s are pure for Fedor up to this point. Always calling the 3-bet, always check calling the flop. I'd throw into the mix there a hand like 10-9 suited and maybe 8-9 suited.
I'm sure it's not too big. I think you should cut it in half again.
So now Muehlacher has to decide if using this kind of marginal hand as a bluff would be good to fold out 4s, 5s,
King
6s.
of diamonds on the river. And a card that, you know, obviously with what's in the pot, I mean, this is going to be interesting.
Typically,
what kind of sizing you think you're going to, probably big, right? Because you'll always be,
well, actually,
often bluffing this card.
Still on Fedor here, and you know, I was going to say typically we don't see players take the lead when a card like this falls, namely the king or the ace in this kind of situation. Those are the cards that you expect to be more hijack favored. So Fedor can still have all his strongest hands, and that makes me, now that it's checked to Muehlacher, not necessarily want to go for huge sizes. Like, I'm not thinking, oh, my hand's worth a jam for sure. Although it might be, honestly. It's a pretty darn good hand for the spot, right? It's top pair, top kicker. Fedor hasn't raised at any point. But I wouldn't blame him if he went like half pot. He goes, is that 3/4-ish? This seems like about the right size for the strength of ace-king, knowing that Fedor could still have 2 pair set straight.
I mean, I would just love for Fedor to go all in, whether or not he has it. It's just such a puke spot for Wushu.
It is. I was rooting for it when Alex Theologis had the 8-6 offsuit. We didn't get rewarded that time.
I also
with
want
the
to point
pleasure
it,
of a check raise all in.
point it out that Fedor Holtz does have more than a couple of the 9-10 suited combos here, right? He's going to have certainly 9-10 of hearts, 9-10 of clubs, and maybe he even calls the others with a small c-bet on the flop.
Yeah, I think he continues all of them. Just a matter of whether he check raises or check calls.
yes.
Yeah, he is jamming.
And imagine he just has 10s or 9s here, right?
Yeah, so I talked
It's
about
so
value,
sick.
but let's talk about the ways he could bluff,
Yeah.
right? Pocket 10s and pocket 9s come to mind. Although maybe not exceptionally useful blockers here. Muehlacher never has 10-9 suited himself, I don't think.
Yeah.
Except for maybe 10-9 of hearts would trap check behind on the turn. And I don't know that he has any other good hands that include a 9 or a 10 all that often. The only merit to using those hands as a bluff would be Fedor's representing 10-9 suited himself a good chunk of the time. You don't want Muehlacher to find a good bluff catch with king 10 suited.
Yeah,
or
so
maybe king 9 suited.
Yeah, king jack of clubs, also certainly possible. King jack of, can't be of hearts. King jack of diamonds, not possible. What's the 4th suit in poker? Club?
Clovers.
I did club.
No, you named that already.
King jack of spades you can have. You can't have, yeah, you can have king jack of clubs, king jack of spades. So 2 combos of king jack. Pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket jacks, 9-10.
If we name every hand that exists,
No,
we'll
I'm
never
not
be wrong about
I'm not
that.
doing that. You know I'm not.
I tease.
And
It
then the
feels...
bluffs, 9s, 10s.
I'm just going to place my wager on value. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
It feels strong to me. Everything tracks from my point of view for like the best hands.
It would be so cool if he was bluffing. I want it for TV.
I have no doubts about Fedor's capability of finding a bluff here, and I do think 9s and 10s are the prime candidates for him.
Do you think that he could ever do it with queen jack suited? Or jack 10 suited? Or jack 9 suited?
So using a jack would be a little unexpected to me, but he's also got to think about what Muehlacher would be bluffing with here.
Yeah,
A
which
rebluff is a
more
little
difficult,
more
yeah.
effective if you don't block the bluffs, and
Yeah.
I don't know, a queen dangler seems like a bad card to me. So I doubt he uses the queen.
Are you street so far?
It's such a good risk-reward spot, too, if we do get through a bluff as Fedor. That raise to 675 being less than a pot-sized bet in total.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, this is no slouch that Fedor Holtz is doing this against. This is one of the best tournament players, most experienced, maybe someone that's logged more tournament hands than almost anyone in this field. I
Yeah.
mean that very seriously. And finally
Looks like he
calls.
calls.
And yeah, Fedor does have the king jack.
Yeah, king jack suited makes sense. The only detail I'm a little surprised about is how smoothly Fedor called the flop there. I kind of thought he might consider raise with a hand like this, but well played.
Now, why would you anticipate more of a raise there as we go check out on Boyka with the nines outflopping Pascal?
I don't necessarily expect him to raise. It's just I didn't get the sense that he gave it much consideration, and I think king jack of clubs is like marginally good enough to raise for value in that kind of situation, but it would have been thin.
Yeah.
Tight positions. I think call's the default play.
Now, Pascal, despite having the weaker hand, does have the lead from under the gun.
It looks like Boyka flatted an open in the hijack.
Yeah, and this is a tricky continue with a stack to pot ratio of just 2-to-1. I wouldn't fault Pascal for waving the white flag and just giving up on this pot, but certainly
it does seem like the right kind of hand strength to wave, but Pascal is not waving. The problem I see with bluffing this kind of hand strength is that I think Boyka's going to consider continuing with basically every hand that beats us. Like ace-queen is going to think about this. Every pocket pair is going to think about this. But Pascal also maybe liking his suit interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I agree with ace-queen. I mean, I think I could see a big fold with ace-queen on this.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
turn.
not to suggest he's always
Yeah.
calling ace-queen. I just think every hand better than ace-10 is going to give it some thought. Like it's a legitimate candidate to see the river.
Do you think there's can you sort of explain the relevance, if any, of having the 10 of spades in your hand?
Yeah, it's hard for Boyka to have a weak hand that contains the 10 of spades. Like if Boyka has the 10 of spades, it's because he has pocket tens or a flush draw.
Right.
There's really no other way for him to have the 10 of spades in this hand. So having it in Pascal's hand, good quality for bluffing. We have a clean card that only blocks strong hands. Ace of diamonds, less true, I would say. Some weak hands could have the ace of diamonds, ace 9 of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds. But we also block ace jack of diamonds, so that card maybe a little more neutral.
Ooh, and a look back like he's considering making a big
Wow.
fold, and he is.
Yeah.
So,
Strong bluff from Pascal. I mean, he got a pretty good hand to fold there. Not a comfortable hand, pocket nines, to try and call down with.
I love Pascal's frown. He has a great frowny sort of like, I'm here and I mean business. I didn't fly all the way to Korea not to go after these spots.
Yeah. Can I brag, Griffin, just for
Go
a
for it.
moment? I think you already know this because we were talking about my recent tournament results on the first day of the trip. The last player I beat heads up for a tournament, Pascal Lefrancois.
Was it a high roller in Montreal?
It
Nice.
was, yeah. Sorry, Pascal.
He plays good, doesn't he?
He's an excellent player.
Yeah.
You can take it. This is fine.
Thank you.
There's Kiat Lee. Someone I'm always rooting for. Someone who a title often eluded him.
Oh, another.
Actually has one of the most fascinating, I would say, career Triton earnings. 30 cashes, good for 9.35 million, and a crazy amount of second and third place finishes. So I would love to see him get the monkey off his back in an event like this. Another mystery hand here. Pascal has a very, very strong defend hand, but needs to be a bit wary against that under the gun +1. Looking to flop good here.
Wow.
Pretty good.
So Elis doesn't have to bet this flop all of the time, although I would say the most common play here is to drop one big blind in the pot. We have a lot of big cards in our range.
Yeah.
Big blind has a lot of small cards in their range. Let's just take it and move on. But Pascal, really strong trips. We often see small raises, small check raises on these boards to make it a little more challenging. Like, let's not just make it where you can call an ace and fold everything else. Let's force you to continue with some funky stuff. Or we might just see a check call. Yeah, he comes with the small raise, 2.5x. When you're getting this good of a price, you have a low pocket pair, you're not really allowed to fold yet. You have even a hand like Queen 9 of spades or something. It's like, well, I guess maybe I'll stick around when I'm getting 6-1 in position.
Yeah, I don't think the production team chose this hand as a mystery hand because he folded to the check raise. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
We should mix those in every
Yeah,
now
we
and
should.
then. Just
for like
balance.
Just like a check fold on the flop. Oh yeah, he had 6-8 on Queen 10-4.
Mystery hand, and they just open muck the hijack.
Yeah,
We just don't even. We get that often enough without the WPT Global
Hey, listen,
sponsored tagline in the top right corner.
Unsolved mysteries can be compelling too. Memories of Murder. It's an incredible Bong Joon-ho movie. Yeah, I don't know why I'm bothering right now.
I'm just.
I feel like there'll be some cinephiles in the chat who will appreciate that reference.
I fell asleep while you were saying that.
Parasite? Did you see Parasite?
I did.
Yeah, so that director. He did a...
Okay.
And hey, Korean director. So...
Yeah.
We're in Korea right now.
Yeah. I hope they're showing Parasite at the little Cineplex here. You ever stop in the movie theater here?
No.
Okay, we've got action now. I was,
There's a Cineplex here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Up the escalator to the right, by the Chinese place.
But are there English movies?
My
Korean
probably not. I
Needs
have
a
no
little
idea.
work.
So half pot, it looks like, is the continuation, and this is setting up stacks. Elis only having about a pot size bet in total. So now that he's called the turn, I mean, anything that includes diamonds could be there, right? If he had a backdoor flush draw, whether or not he has the ace, he's definitely going to call the half pot. Could have turned to straight. Could have turned to full house. Like, there's a lot of big hands.
Yeah, Kevin, you spoke to the idea of calling the check raise on the flop with something like Queen 9 of spades. Now, the likes like Queen 9 of spades would be Queen 9 of hearts and?
Are you waiting for me?
Yeah.
I thought the chat was going to... Queen 9 of diamonds.
Yes,
would
there
be
you go,
the,
which is now a flush and beating
Yeah.
King Jack. So do you have to be concerned about that? We can discount Queen Jack of diamonds because we have the Jack of diamonds in our hand if we're Pascal.
Yeah, I mean, and we're talking as Elis here, but Pascal has an interesting decision on the river. Do we think we're going to get looked up enough by a naked ace to just be all in right now? Do we need to do something else? But I think it's an all-in hand strength.
Also,
personally.
Yeah, also a bunch of different combinations of Queen Jack are going to find themselves on the river here.
Oh, he did not say all in. I thought maybe he verbalized and then dropped some chips in, but he's just bet 50K. And the reaction
looking
from
for a
Elis.
crying call from an ace. And then I guess sort of reevaluating, facing more aggressive action.
Are we going to get another river raise?
Imagine that's like the through line of all the mystery hands. We only realize it by like day 11.
I mean, there's not
Every
that
single
many,
one was a river raised pot.
There's not that many river raises in a day one of a tournament, to be honest. And here we are.
Yeah.
These might be the only two. I don't know. Scroll through the whole app. Look at every hand. We might be watching the second of 2 river raises today.
So a remarkable observation actually in the YouTube comments. Tony Smith has said, I'm pretty sure if you list every single possibility, you will be correct. So if there's any we haven't mentioned, Queen 8 of diamonds?
Let's talk about a way for Elis to be bluffing right now. I
Yeah.
think if he arrives at the river with a hand like Jack 10 suited, that's bottom of range. But honestly, the way he called the turn, the ease with which he called the turn, I'd be a little surprised for it to be as low as Jack 10 suited.
What about an elegant bluff with the ace of diamonds in hand?
Right, so it would have to be take the ace of diamonds, which he could have, I mean, +1, 20 big blinds deep. He could have ace 9 offsuit. That's probably the weakest. It could be ace 10. Ace 10 is a pretty sweet, I block everything kind of hand. Ace of diamonds.
What about ace jack, ace queen?
Yeah, I mean, then we start getting into, do we ever just chop?
Right.
When we have those hands, you know, as Elis, he's maybe thinking, is this too good to bluff? Do I just call because sometimes Pascal also has ace jack or also has even ace X maybe? I doubt Pascal ever has an ace that doesn't have a kicker playing. But that's what it has to be to run the bluff. Unless we've made a fairly light turn call with jacks, queens.
What about queens, queen of diamonds? That'd be a fun one.
It's just the straight.
Yeah. So they always have it then.
Nice fold, by the way, Pascal.
Yeah.
I was saying he should have just gone all in for value. He saved himself 220K there by block folding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think an impressive hand actually from Pascal despite losing significant chips. There's Bryn Kenny. $45 million in Triton earnings. I mean, that is one of the GOATs right there. And looking kind of goatish right now. Just chilling. Bryn with an easy decision here. Oh, no. Bad news for the 4-time Triton champion, Daniel Rozai, getting the rocket ships. And they got fuel, Kevin. They're going to take off. Just a smooth call for the 8.5 bigs.
Yeah, and I think this is the only play, really, if Daniel decides to enter the pot. Just call the 8 big blinds. You don't need to isolate from this early. It's a big enough raise already.
So many aces at this table.
Not a good start for Bryn. Hearts are in Daniel's favor.
And that's going to do it for Bryn Kenny. still stuck at just 73 million on Hendon Mob. When will it end?
You know, I actually sold action to Bryn Kenny in my first very big live score.
Yeah?
Came to my hotel room and I gave him a big old bag of money. Felt like it was like a rite of passage, you know? It's just like paying fealty to the gods.
Did you go with the clear plastic bag?
No, I just think I just gave him bricks of 500 euro notes too, back when that was, yeah. Yeah, when I won the EPT Berlin High Roller.
That's my favorite, the excessively casual players.
Yeah.
Seen a couple, the World Series cage walking out with bills just kind of wrapped in like, I think it was Sam Soverell I saw leaving. He's like, I don't have a bag. Can you just hand it to me? He took some printer paper, literally just asked them to take sheets of paper off the printer, and he just wrapped it up. Little makeshift bag. Don't do that. Protect yourself.
I actually remember when I did win that event, I was so happy about my trophy. It was like a gold trophy. And then when I went downstairs in the morning, like a bit kind of like hungover from celebrating the win, I was like, oh my God, I left my trophy upstairs. So I ran upstairs to get my trophy. I left it in the hotel room. And then I got up there, and then I went, oh my God, I left my backpack downstairs with like €500,000 in cash, just like at the valet.
Oh God.
But it was fine. So now, if Bryn Kenny's listening to this, he knows I risked his piece when I went up to get my trophy.
I swear.
Poker world is a weird place.
Poker is a legitimate,
yeah,
respectable profession full of responsible adults, as Sam Mueller gets creative with kind of a small raise there, blind versus blind. Hand that looked like an open shove. Definitely seeing players trying to extend their tournament life with sizing a little bit as we get towards 30% or so of the field remaining. We're paying 63 spots in this one. $112 left.
And Mr. Daniel.
Call. Martin v. Daniel. A nice friendly way to start the pot. Martin just peered over to his neighbor, said, Mr. Daniel. Interesting hand for Rezai.
Yeah, it looks like it could raise for value, like not minding to raise and get called. But if we raise and get shoved on, we don't like it. So it's kind of, you know, you could play it as a mix or you could make a read. I like to make a read.
You do have field player energy, Kevin.
More than you would think. Don't think Rezai sees too much need to try and bluff with this hand strength. Queen Jack has a lot of showdown value with the way the action's gone so far.
Oh, yeah.
Now a huge hand.
Hefty bet.
Yeah, and this is non-standard from Nielsen. We have no draw at the moment, which works against him because...
Oh, is there a later moment where you could get a draw?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
you could have a draw on the river?
You know. At the moment where the Queen of Spades was the turn card in this reality
right.
that we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, maybe going with the bigger sizing, trying to target some jack high and even some king highs that'll fold.
Yeah, the only problem being we've got clubs, we've got trashy cards.
Yeah.
Now, while I don't like the turn bluff for those reasons, I would like a river bluff for those reasons, because now we can hope that Rezai had some kind of backdoor spade hand,
Yeah.
turned just equity or even flopped equity and checked behind. We can bluff those hands pretty effectively, so I would like to see him continue.
No more what?
No more stack loopers in the application.
When he goes small, maybe having that thing on his mind, maybe thinking, oh, I only need to bet cheap to make him fold jack high spades.
Yeah.
King high spades, right? And that may be true, but I mean, when Rezai sees this, he's got to feel like he has the best hand. I think we'll see a value raise. He's just got to pick a size.
$165.
165 from Razor.
Yeah, Nelson a bit confused. Maybe thinking that odd that he would have many threes in his range. I guess some threes could call the turn, but a strong queen, certainly possible. Ooh, shiny. 25K Triton Poker WPT Global Slam.
So I should have said
To our eventual winner.
Guten Abend? Yes. Good.
110 players remaining.
Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello.
There's Rainer Kempe, I think. Maybe not, actually.
Is that who said that?
Huh? No, I just, that person that was walking there, but it was a bit blurry. I thought it was Rainer Kempe. It might not have been.
Oh, walking. I was hearing someone introduce themselves to the table.
And the cutoff, right?
Thought you just recognized the voice.
And you
I was
get the
impressed.
Incredible. Living my best life.
It changes everything.
Sorry, thank you.
Rezai looking over at a 10 big blind stack. Kazume Furuse. Deciding whether Queen 3 is good enough to open jam. Maybe we go for limp. Maybe we go for small raise. And it seems like that's the idea. Awkward spot for Kazumi. Kind of a big hand to fold in this setup. And you don't want to make the mistake of dreaming about the money too early. We have to get all the way down to 63, but he does pass. And that's going to make these raises... You see a lot of pros doing this because I think they know how effective it can be. Leaning on a blind versus blind spot where the theory says you got to play really, really loose, like extremely uncomfortably loose. And they know that a lot of players don't do that.
Should I put stack on this side? No?
Must have been Shilko I heard earlier joining the table. Coming off of his recent final table performance.
Okay. You're left-handed though?
Yeah, and I like this jam from Kazumi. 10 big blinds. We got a king. Blind versus blind. Oh, and we got to spin it with any pair.
The fourth pocket pair you've got.
Yeah. The magic recipe. I feel like it's a good strategy.
Yeah.
Well, King 7, or the hand that I call Kevin. Kevin versus Krabs. Who wins in your experience, Kev?
How is this? Okay.
Kevin has taken the lead.
Well, I can't lose this hand by the sound of it.
We're losing.
Can't rewrite history.
Zumi just needs to dodge a 3. And does.
Couple of new faces near the top of the leaderboard, if you check that out in the Triton Poker Plus app. Pavel Plezov, over 100 big blinds. Dylan Lindy, 90 big blinds. And Chris Park.
So I'm seeing a random lookalike call here on the YouTube comments. Maximilian Grunberger saying, Shilko looks like Ty Sheraton.
If anyone's listening, send the service.
Really disagree with that. I guess that was someone, I think that was Nielsen getting his table mic and being like, I need a bloody drink. Hey, not my problem, dude. And you're an hour in the past. There's the, okay, I see where you're going with the Ty Sheridan thing. Please, if you're wondering who I'm talking about, he's an actor. He's in Ready Player One. I don't think he looks like him. But I appreciate the call out because I feel like no one will know who you're talking about, Grunberger.
I'm still figuring out how to spell it.
T-Y-T-Y,
as I write it into
and then Sheridan.
The search bar on my phone.
Sheridan like with an I-D-A-N, not like the Sheraton Hotel.
I spelled it Thai like Thailand, and I still got the results, and I kind of see it.
That's a bit of a stretch for me.
Thank you for the tip.
It's true. I should have spelled it T-Y-E. It was a stretch to think his name started with T-H. Coleman just flats in the big blinds. 45 big blinds effective.
Yeah. Bad flop for Coleman.
Yeah, he makes a pretty strong hand here. Fortunately, deep enough that I don't think he'll try to check raise for value. But we're sticking around for a couple of bets.
Oh, definitely. We were both pretty impressed with Alexander Shilko just 2 events ago, finishing 9th place in the other 25K, 478,000. Really was in a good position to get a bigger score, but then just got a spot of bad luck. Has cashed 2 of 3 other, I guess, 3 other total events. So far, his first taste of Triton, finding some early success. Yeah, but that's going to be a problem. Both playing 40 plus big blinds back. This is an effective brick, I think, Kevin, as far as Shilko is concerned. Sure, it's filled 6-7. It's filled, King 8,
yeah,
9-8, but in general,
while it is a brick, at least this is a card where Shilko is unlikely to try to get stacks right away. He's not going to size, 280,000 right now like he might have if the turn was a 3 of diamonds.
Right.